crossing over to inherit the legacy of the 10 halls of Yama, wielding the pen of life and death. The Night Watchman battles fiercely against Cthulhu. With a smile, Dongshu breaks the stalemate, severing the lives of the divine. My words are the edicts of the Netherworld. Should my quips, have you activated some cheat code? Chapter 1. The Judge's Pen. The experience of crossing over is always unexpected. Dongshu's last memory was of lying in bed. Upon opening his eyes again, he found himself seated in a chilling, ominous expanse of darkness. Surrounding him were ghostly green flames, resembling pairs of watchful eyes, encircling him. Where am I? It hurts a bit. This doesn't seem like a dream. Dongshu instinctively pinched his own cheek. As he pondered his situation, a cold, mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding! The Underworld System has been successfully activated. Host confirmed. Dongshu. Current identity. Proxy of the 10 halls of Yama. The 10 halls are King Yama, King of 5 officials, King of the City, King of Equality, King of Reincarnation, King of Mount Tai, King of Binsheng, King of Chujiang, King of Songdi, King of Qingguang, order not specified. Current world, God-slaying, Songnan City. Divine integration progress, 1 King Yama. Note, upon reaching 100 integration progress, unlock all abilities of King Yama. Simultaneously, unlock the King of 5 officials, becoming a dual divine proxy, until becoming the proxy of all 10 halls of Yama. I crossed over, God-slaying. Wait, what kind of hellish beginning is this? Oh no, how did I end up in such a perilous world, especially in Songnan City? With this thought, Dongshu froze for a moment, and then a slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. The mechanical voice disregarded his musings, continuing to deliver information in a cold, methodical manner. Newbie rewards have been successfully granted. Acquired item, Judge's Pen. Accompanying this announcement, an object suddenly materialized in Dongshu's hand. He looked down to see an unassuming dark weapon. This item resembled a pen, but was entirely unlike any ordinary writing instrument. Crafted from cold metal, the pen was slightly thick and about 20 to 30 centimeters in length. The front was sharp, while the circular design at the back allowed for agile finger manipulation, enabling the entire pen to spin between fingers. The body was engraved with intricate patterns, emitting a faint blue glow. As Dongshu grasped it, he was surprised to find that the front was weighted, seemingly intended for combat. Judge's Pen? He murmured tentatively, and basic information about it flashed in his mind. The Judge's Pen was a weapon wielded by the Underworld's judges when managing the ledger of life and death, combining writing and attacking functions. In the mortal realm, this pen served as both a tool and a concealed weapon, possessing tremendous power, particularly suited for assassination. Dongshu toyed with it, discovering that it could strike like a hidden dagger while also being agile enough for defensive maneuvers and unexpected attacks. Not bad, this thing is quite cool, he mused, a slight smile creeping onto his face. As a transmigrator equipped with a system and weaponry, he felt distinctly like a protagonist. However, before he could relish this newfound confidence, the mechanical voice echoed once more. Mainline task activated, the path of God-slaying. Task objective, maintain order in the mortal realm and eliminate mysterious beings that disrupt humanity. Initial guidance task, proceed at Songnan City and assist the Night Watchman Squad 136 in eliminating the target Ghostface Man. Ghostface Man. System, do I really have to fight the Ghostface Man? Dongshu was momentarily taken aback. Damn, he swallowed hard, recalling that the ghost-faced man from the novels, although merely a shadow, was notorious for its lethal prowess in stealth and ambush, having caused significant trouble for the Night Watchman. I've only integrated one, and you're sending me straight to deal with the ghost-faced man? This is absurd. Dongshu couldn't help but complain. Songnan City, the old factory at Sonley Bridge, where the ghost-faced man has recently appeared. At that moment, the surrounding darkness began to warp rapidly, and Dongshu felt a blur before his eyes. The next instant, he found himself standing amidst the ruins of a dilapidated factory. The air was thick with the scent of decay, and weeds grew recklessly through the cracks in the floor. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the creaking of rusted metal swaying in the wind. So, this is instant teleportation? Impressive. Dongshu anxiously scanned his surroundings. He hadn't even grasped the full utilization of the Judge's Pen before being transported directly to the task site. Suddenly, an eerie whispering filled the air, reminiscent of a malevolent specter clawing its way from the abyss, murmuring curses and death. Dongshu spun around sharply, catching sight of a hazy figure slowly emerging from the darkness. It was a man wearing a tattered mask, shrouded in black mist. His aura was chilling and otherworldly, as if capable of freezing one's soul. Ghost-faced man, cold sweat trickled down Li Dongshu's back, and his breath quickened. Target detected. Ghost-faced man note. The host possesses the judge's pen and is able to engage in direct combat. The system's brief notification did little to reassure Li Dongshu. Taking a deep breath, he tightened his grip on the judge's pen, thinking, since I'm here, there's no retreat. I must face this heathen. Hiss! The ghost-faced man emitted a raspy growl and lunged at Li Dongshu with the speed of a gale. Li Dongshu's eyes widened as he instinctively spun the judge's pen, positioning its tip defensively in front of him. Clang! A sharp metallic clash resounded. The ghost-faced man's claws were deflected, but the force of the impact sent Li Dongshu staggering backward. This guy's incredibly strong. Sweat beaded on his palms, nearly causing him to drop the judge's pen. The ghost-faced man wasted no time, launching into a flurry of attacks. Each swipe of his razor-sharp claws sliced through the air, carrying a deadly threat. Li Dongshu managed to block a few blows, but as his stamina waned, his movements began to slow. Damn it, if this keeps up, I'm done for. He cursed inwardly. Just then, the system's voice chimed in again. Reminder, the judge's pen possesses a concealed weapon mode. Spinning attacks yield optimal results. Li Dongshu was taken aback. Spinning attacks? Without time to ponder, he instinctively slipped his finger through the ring at the end of the judge's pen and began to rotate it rapidly. With a flick of his wrist, the judge's pen transformed into a streak of cold light, tracing a perfect arc through the air. Swish! A sharp slicing sound echoed. The ghost-faced man's chest was sliced open, black blood gushing forth like a fountain. The ghost-faced man howled in agony, his form visibly weakening. I have a chance. Li Dongshu felt a surge of exhilaration, seizing the moment to strike powerfully. The judge's pen carved another lethal arc, plunging deep into the ghost-faced man's chest. Bang! With a muffled thud, the ghost-faced man dissipated into a cloud of black mist, vanishing into the air. Li Dongshu collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, the judge's pen still radiating a faint chill. Did I just win? He stared blankly for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. What ghost-faced man? Just as he reveled in his triumph, the mechanical voice of the system sounded once more. Initial guidance task completed. Reward. Integration level increased to 2. New task. Join Night Watchman Squad 136 and assist in purging the ancient god cult. Upon hearing the system's words, Li Dongshu's smile instantly faded. Wait, the ancient god cult? That perverse organization with a dozen divine proxies. Chapter 2. Meeting the Night Watchman. The night's illumination reflected off the damp streets, the air tinged with decay and chill. Li Dongshu raised his hand to inspect his palm, where the judge's pen lay quietly, emitting a soft glow. It seems I must first ascertain the situation in this world, he contemplated silently. From familiar terms like Night Watchman and Ghost-Face Man, it was evident that his crossing had been authentic. Li Dongshu was not in a rush to complete his task, as hidden hints within the system made him aware that exposing his identity as a proxy of the 10 halls of Yama in broad daylight could lead to uncontrollable troubles and prompt the enemy to take swift notice. Thus, he resolved to masquerade as an ordinary individual, discreetly approaching the Night Watchman. Li Dongshu tucked the judge's pen into his sleeve, adjusting his expression. He swiftly transitioned from a bewildered traveler to a weary, unremarkable youth. With practiced ease, he made his way to a dimly lit hospital in the city center. This establishment served as the temporary base for Team 136 of the Night Watchmen in the world of Godslayer. The Night Watchmen were a group of superhumans dedicated to safeguarding ordinary people from mysterious threats, operating under a special department of the Great Xia. Their actions were shrouded in secrecy, their identities understated, yet each member had faced dangers unimaginable to the average person. Standing at the hospital entrance, Li Dongshu inhaled deeply. He slapped his face with determination, striving to appear more authentic, then pushed open the heavy glass door. The corridor of the hospital was deserted, illuminated only by the faint glow of aged light bulbs lining the walls, casting an eerie ambience. Is anyone there? Li Dongshu ventured, his voice tinged with trepidation. Footsteps echoed, growing closer, and a woman clad in a white coat emerged at the end of the corridor. She appeared to be in her early 20s, sporting a neat bob and framed by silver-rimmed glasses. In her hand was a medical bag, and her gaze was sharp and unyielding. Who are you? She halted, scrutinizing Li Dongshu with a cold stare. A wave of anxiety washed over him. He recognized her as Si Xiaonan, an auxiliary member of Team 136 and a part-time military doctor. According to the novel, her cautious nature rendered her suspicious of strangers. Li Dongshu feigned panic. I'm just an ordinary citizen passing by. Over by Sanli Bridge, I saw a ghastly figure committing murder, and in my fright, I ran here. Si Xiaonan's brow furrowed slightly as she assessed every nuance of his expression and behavior. The Night Watchman, accustomed to dealing with various superhumans and arcane forces, possessed a keen intuition for deceit. Are you referring to the specter? Her tone remained calm, albeit laced with a hint of frost. Yes. Li Dongshu nodded vigorously. He appeared out of nowhere and smashed a hole in the wall with one punch. I was so terrified, I almost didn't escape. Are you the police? Can you deal with these monsters? If you are indeed just an ordinary person, this tranquilizer will help you relax. Li Dongshu silently lamented the novel had not depicted Si Xiaonan as this vigilant. He began to doubt whether the author had misrepresented her character. Wait, he retreated a couple steps. I truly am just an ordinary person. Si Xiaonan's hand hovered in the air, her eyes filled with skepticism. Suddenly, a deep voice broke the tension from behind. Li Dongshu turned to see a tall man approaching. Clad in dark combat attire with a simple coat draped over his shoulders, he bore a long scar across his face, exuding a chilling aura of authority. This was Chen Muye, the captain of Team 136. Captain, we haven't verified his identity yet, Si Xiaonan remarked, her brow furrowed. I understand, let's not rush. Chen Muye cast a brief glance at Li Dongshu. If he truly is an ordinary person, leaving him in the corridor is more perilous if not. He paused, a faint, cold smirk appearing at the corners of his mouth. Then we shall apprehend him. Li Dongshu felt a chill run down his spine, yet he understood that feigning submission was his best course of action in such a scenario. Thank you. He lowered his head, cautiously following the two into a conference room. The room was dimly lit, illuminated only by a few computers and scattered documents on the table. What is your name? Chen Muye inquired, seated with arms crossed, his tone devoid of warmth. Why were you at Sanli Bridge? He pressed further. I rented a place nearby. Li Dongshu feigned unease. I intended to stay at home, but suddenly there was a loud noise outside. I just wanted to see what was happening, and then I saw the ghastly figure smashing things. So, you witnessed him committing murder? Chen Muye continued his interrogation. No. When I saw him, there was only a fallen wall and blood on the ground. I was terrified and ran away. Li Dongshu portrayed a semblance of lingering fear. The air fell into a brief silence. Chen Muye's gaze penetrating like a blade, seemingly seeking to unearth hidden truths from Li Dongshu's demeanor. He finally spoke. Sanli Bridge has been particularly unsafe lately. Once the situation is resolved, we will escort you away. Thank you, thank you. Li Dongshu nodded repeatedly, relief washing over him. The room was small, with the windows tightly shut, and it was evident that someone was guarding the door outside. Clearly, the Night Watchman did not fully trust him. Li Dongshu leaned against the wall, silently pondering. These individuals are indeed vigilant, he muttered. Yet, successfully integrating himself into the Night Watchman's ranks through this performance was already half the battle won. Li Dongshu recognized the necessity of seizing the opportunity to further earn the Night Watchman's trust. Just as he contemplated his next move, the mechanical prompt of the system resounded in his mind once more. Mission Objective 1 completed. Encounter with Team 136 of the Night Watchman. Reward: Fusion Progress 0.1. Current Fusion Progress 1.1. Upon hearing this notification, Li Dongshu's heart raced, and a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. Chapter 3. To help or not to help? Li Dongshu leaned against the wall of the lounge, his gaze fixated on the sole window within the room. Though this window was securely locked and the outside was under the watchful eyes of the night guards, he had no intention of attempting an escape. He was acutely aware that his foremost priority was to establish himself firmly within the ranks of the night guards while gradually familiarizing himself with the rules of this world. The meager reward of 0.1 integration progress just granted by the system, though scant, filled him with hope. Clearly, this method of infiltrating the night guards was sanctioned by the system. With an integration progress of 11, he realized the path ahead was still lengthy. Li Dongshu murmured softly to himself, but soon rallied his spirits. He understood that this was not the time for complaints. He needed to act swiftly to enhance his abilities. As he pondered over his strategy, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by hushed conversations. He pricked up his ears, catching phrases like ghost-faced man, Sanli Bridge, and reinforcement. Before he could fully grasp the situation, the door to the lounge swung open. Standing at the threshold was Si Xiaonan. Her expression as stern as ever. However, urgency tinged her voice. Li Dongshu, there's been a change in circumstances. You need to come with us. Startled, Li Dongshu instinctively asked, "What has happened?" Without hesitation, he rose and followed her, knowing that the night guards sought him for something significant. This could very well be his opportunity to further integrate into the team. Minutes later, he accompanied Si Xiaonan to the basement of the hospital. The layout here starkly contrasted with the medical environment above. Walls adorned with an array of weaponry surrounded them. The computer screens flickered with a deluge of data. Overwhelming to behold. A group of individuals clad in combat gear gathered around a table, engaged in fervent discussion. Meanwhile, Chen Muye, the captain of Team 136, stood beside the table, his brow furrowed in concentration. "Captain Chen, is it wise to take him along?" questioned a man holding a sniper rifle, skepticism evident in his tone. Although he is merely an ordinary person, he happens to be a witness to the ghost-faced man's actions. Bringing him might lead us to a breakthrough. Chen Muye replied calmly. Though apprehensive, the man ultimately refrained from further comment. Li Dongshu observed the group before him, silently calculating. According to the novel's descriptions, these individuals were elite members of the Night Guards Team 136, each possessing unique abilities. If he could seize this opportunity to gain their acceptance, it might significantly aid his progress toward merging with the King of Hell. Since you believe I can be of assistance, I am willing to cooperate, Li Dongshu spoke earnestly. Chen Muye nodded, picking up a map from the table and showing it to him. This is a detailed distribution map of the Sanli Bridge area. The ghost-faced man was last seen here, and most residents in this vicinity have already been evacuated. However, he is likely still hiding nearby. You will accompany Xiaonan. Report immediately if you notice anything unusual. Understood, Li Dongshu nodded, secretly relieved that he was already familiar with the novel's background. Otherwise, faced with these intricate circumstances, he might have inadvertently revealed his true identity. Soon, the operation commenced, and Li Dongshu was assigned to Si Xiaonan's team. Together, they proceeded toward the abandoned factory on the east side of Sanli Bridge. This factory had made several appearances in the novel, being one of the ghost-faced man's frequent haunts. Inside, darkness enveloped them, the air thick with the musty scent of decay and rust. Every step they took sent chilling creaks echoing through the floorboards. Don't wander off. Stay close to me, Si Xiaonan whispered, gripping a silver dagger that faintly glimmered with a bluish hue. Li Dongshu nodded, tightening his hold on the judge's pin hidden in his sleeve. Although he outwardly feigned the demeanor of an ordinary person, internally he had already heightened his vigilance. As they slowly advanced, the atmosphere grew dense around a cluster of abandoned machinery. Something feels off. Stop. Si Xiaonan halted, her expression alert as she scanned their surroundings. In the next moment, a low, sinister laughter emerged from the shadows, resonating with an eerie rasp akin to a ghost's whisper. Ha ha ha, the night guards are back. And they've brought along an ordinary person. Are they here to deliver provisions? Li Dongshu's pupils constricted sharply as he immediately recognized the voice belonging to the ghost-faced man. Although the novel provided scant details about him, the chilling aura that permeated the air confirmed his identity. Si Xiaonan said nothing further, swiftly pulling Li Dongshu back as her dagger remained poised, ready to counter the source of the voice. Thinking of escaping? The ghost-faced man sneered, his figure abruptly materializing from the darkness. It seemed as if he had appeared out of thin air, his mask taking on a grotesque appearance in the dim light. His entire form was shrouded in thick black mist, rendering his features indistinct. Li Dongshu, keep yourself safe. Si Xiaonan instructed in a hushed tone before turning to confront the ghost-faced man. The dagger drew a blue arc through the air. The ghost-faced man deftly sidestepped the attack and retaliated, the black mist transforming into a blade aimed directly at Si Xiaonan. She nimbly rolled aside, but as she landed, the mist forced her to retreat step by step. Seeing Si Xiaonan in peril, Li Dongshu drew a deep breath, thinking to himself, I must assist her. Yet, if I do, will she suspect that I am not just an ordinary citizen? Forget it. Helping her is my priority. Shaking his head, he resolutely retrieved the judge's pen from his sleeve and stealthily approached the ghost-faced man from the side. As he twirled his wrist, the pin spun rapidly in his grasp, its tip glinting with a faint chill. Now, Li Dongshu called out, hurling the pin with precision to strike the ghost-faced man's shoulder. The ghost-faced man let out a low growl, his movements momentarily slowed. Seizing the opportunity, Si Xiaonan slashed at his chest, dark blood splattering onto the ground. The ghost-faced man staggered back, glaring at Li Dongshu with malice. You dare to injure me? Li Dongshu fought to suppress his inner fear, striving to maintain an air of calm. I'm just an ordinary person. I merely tossed something. Did I hurt you? Though the ghost-faced man was unconvinced, he was wounded and seemed disinclined to continue the confrontation. With a scoff, he enveloped himself in black mist. vanishing into the darkness moments later. Once the battle concluded, Si Xiaonan approached Li Dongshu, her expression now tinged with wariness. Have you practiced throwing darts? Li Dongshu smiled faintly, spreading his hands. Haha, I was just fortunate. Chapter 4. Doubt after the battle, the abandoned factory at Sanli Bridge fell silent. Si Xiaonan, clutching her dagger, stood beside Li Dongshu, her countenance stern, though a subtle shift flickered in her gaze. Are you certain you are merely an ordinary person? Her voice was low, laced with palpable skepticism. Li Dongshu forced a smile, shrugging lightly. I just threw it randomly. I guess it startled him. Besides, what else could an ordinary person do in such a situation? Si Xiaonan did not directly refute him, but her eyes seemed intent on unraveling Li Dongshu's thoughts. He exhaled internally, maintaining an outward appearance of tension. He recognized that her doubts would not simply dissipate. She would undoubtedly keep a close watch on his every move. However, this aligned with his plans, as everyone harbors their own secrets. Eventually, when the time was right, he could reveal his identity as an agent of the 10 Halls of Hell. Standing at the center, Chen Muye crossed his arms, his expression grave. What is the situation? His gaze scanned between the two. He was injured by Li Dongshu and subsequently fled, Si Xiaonan continued. The moment those words were spoken, the room fell into an immediate silence, and the other team members cast their bewildered gazes in his direction. You injured the masked man? Lung Xian spoke up, his expression laced with palpable skepticism. What did you use to strike him? A brick? It sounds like a tale from a fantasy. Well, it's somewhat accurate. Li Dongshu scratched his head and replied in a deliberately casual tone. I merely tossed a metal shard at him, probably catching him off guard and hitting him directly. Lung Xian scoffed, clearly unconvinced. Can an ordinary person truly strike the masked man? That sounds utterly fantastical. All right, enough bickering, Chen Muye interjected, cutting off Lung Xian's derision. His gaze returned to Li Dongshu. Regardless of the circumstances, he had indeed rendered assistance. This statement silenced Lung Xian. Yet his icy stare seemed to convey a silent warning. I will keep my eyes on you. Li Dongshu, Chen Muye said solemnly, since you have demonstrated such capability, I hope you will continue to cooperate with us in our forthcoming endeavors. Rest assured, we will also protect you from the masked man's attention. Of course. Li Dongshu quickly nodded in agreement. All right, everyone, take a break. Chen Muye waved his hand, signaling for the group to disperse. He sat on the bed, exhaling deeply, though his heart remained heavy. While the battle had concluded, the masked man would not relent so easily. He needed to find a way to swiftly enhance his strength to survive the impending dangers. The judge's pin, concealed within his sleeve, faintly glimmered with a cold light. Suddenly, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Task progress updated. Successfully repelled the masked man. Reward fusion progress 0. 2. Current fusion progress 1. 3. A slight smile crept onto Li Dongshu's lips. Although the progress was slow, he understood that each step taken at this juncture was crucial. System, is there any way for me to expedite the fusion process? He tentatively inquired within his mind. The system's voice was cold and mechanical. The host can enhance fusion efficiency by completing higher difficulty tasks or by actively exploring unknown mysterious areas. Active exploration? Li Dongshu frowned. It did not sound like an easy choice. Yet he recognized that danger often accompanies opportunity. Never mind, no need to rush, he muttered to himself, slapping his cheeks to regain composure. The key now was to maintain the trust of the Night Watch team in him, waiting for the right moment to act. The following morning, as Li Dongshu exited the lounge, he spotted Si Xiaonan waiting for him at the door. We have a mission this morning, follow me, she stated succinctly before turning to leave. Li Dongshu refrained from asking further questions and quickly followed her. Upon reaching the operations room in the basement, the other team members had already assembled, and Chen Muye stood before the map, briefing them on the new mission. There have been new anomalies reported in the residential area west of Sanli Bridge. We must investigate immediately. Chen Muye marked a specific area on the map. According to the latest intelligence, the masked man may be lying in wait there. Additionally, the higher-ups reported that members of the Ancient God Sect have been spotted in this vicinity. The mention of the Ancient God Sect sent a jolt of unease through Li Dongshu. He was acutely aware that this organization represented a formidable threat within the world of god-slaying. Each member possessed powerful forbidden abilities and incredible skills. This operation will be divided into 2 groups, Chen Muye continued. I will lead the primary team's search, while Xiaonan, you will take another group to conduct perimeter reconnaissance. Understood. Si Xiaonan nodded and then turned to Li Dongshu. He'll be in my group. Very well. Chen Muye glanced at the two of them without objection. Once the operation commenced, Li Dongshu followed Si Xiaonan to the outskirts of the residential area. Most of the houses in this vicinity lay abandoned, and a foul stench of decay hung in the air, rendering the surroundings eerily silent. Stay alert, Si Xiaonan whispered, drawing her dagger and scanning the area with vigilance. Li Dongshu nodded, his palm tightly gripping the judge's pen hidden in his sleeve. He understood that this mission would be anything but simple, particularly with the possibility of encountering the masked man. As they cautiously navigated through a narrow alley overrun with weeds, a faint rustling sound suddenly echoed ahead. Si Xiaonan immediately halted, raising her hand to signal Li Dongshu to remain silent. Her eyes were fixed on a shadow ahead, her dagger glimmering ominously. Moments later, a figure emerged from the shadows, a person clad in tattered black robes, their head adorned with an elaborate mask etched with ancient runes, exuding an eerie aura. The masked man. Si Xiaonan's voice was sharp, and without hesitation, she charged forward. The masked man chuckled darkly as a cloud of black mist erupted from him, transforming into countless blades aimed at Si Xiaonan. Her movements were remarkably swift, the dagger traced a blue arc in the air, deflecting the encroaching darkness. However, this time the masked man seemed even more ferocious than the previous night. His speed was almost untraceable, and Si Xiaonan began to struggle against the onslaught. Damn it! Li Dongshu gritted his teeth, rapidly sliding the judge's pin onto his finger. With a flick of his wrist, the tip sliced through the air, aiming directly at the masked man's back. In response, the masked man unleashed a wave of black mist toward Li Dongshu. A chilling sensation gripped the back of Li Dongshu's neck, prompting him to retreat hastily. Simultaneously, he spun the judge's pin, forming a brief barrier that barely withstood the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Si Xiaonan slashed the masked man's shoulder, and black blood splattered onto the ground, emitting a pungent odor. The masked man roared in fury, his form dissolving into black mist and vanishing into the night. He escaped. Si Xiaonan's tone was tinged with frustration, yet her gaze returned to Li Dongshu. It seems your reflexes are far quicker than those of an ordinary person. Her voice held a hint of admiration. Chapter 5, probing Si Xiaonan's gaze sliced through Li Dongshu like a blade, as if she sought to unearth some hidden secret from his anxious expression. Although a shiver coursed through Li Dongshu's heart, he struggled to maintain his composure. It was merely luck, he downplayed, attempting to mask his earlier overreaction. Had you not held him off, I wouldn't have had the chance to stand my ground. Si Xiaonan refrained from directly contradicting him, but her eyes grew colder. She understood that this ordinary individual's reactions were not as simple as he claimed. Though she did not voice her suspicions aloud, she silently resolved to report this matter to Chen Muye later. An oppressive silence enveloped the area, as if even the winds had been stifled. This stillness heightened Li Dongshu's unease. He could almost sense unseen eyes scrutinizing them. Upon returning to the basement, the other team members had concluded their tasks. Chen Muye stood before the operations room's map, his expression contemplative. The masked man has reappeared? He inquired, raising his gaze to Si Xiaonan. Yes, it was indeed him. Though he sustained injuries and should not show up again for some time, Si Xiaonan nodded, but then hesitated, a hint of uncertainty in her tone. However, Li Dongshu's performance this time struck me as peculiar. Peculiar? Chen Muye frowned, turning his attention to Li Dongshu, who stood to the side. He not only reacted quickly, but his combat movements didn't resemble those of an ordinary person, especially when facing the masked man. Si Xiaonan spoke in a low voice, laden with suspicion. I feel he may not be telling the truth. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the room instantly turned tense. I have long maintained that an ordinary person could not achieve such feats, Lung Xian interjected. Chun, this individual is utterly untrustworthy. A jolt of realization struck Li Dongshu. He understood that he had been thoroughly doubted. If a reasonable explanation cannot be provided now, he will likely be expelled from this team soon. Wait, I can explain. Li Dongshu hurriedly interjected, his face displaying a hint of anxiety. Actually, I have studied a bit of self-defense, so my reactions might be a bit quicker than those of an ordinary person. Self-defense? Lang Xian scoffed. You think that learning self-defense will suffice against the phantom-faced man? Do you take us for fools? Chen Muye gestured for Lung Xian to be quiet, his gaze calm, yet imbued with an air of pressure as he scrutinized Li Dongshu. You better clarify. Chen Muye's voice was low, akin to a warning that struck at the heart. Otherwise. Seeing this, Li Dongshu took a deep breath, trying to appear as natural as possible. He understood that in times like these, one must not show any signs of weakness. I know you don't believe me, but I am truly just an ordinary person, he said earnestly. If you are still concerned, you may continue to observe me. However, given the current situation, my presence may be of assistance rather than expelling me. Chen Muye remained silent for a moment before nodding. In that case, we will temporarily trust you. However, should I discover anything suspicious, you should be aware of the consequences. Understood. Li Dongshu quickly nodded in agreement, relieved to have stabilized his position for the time being. Lung Xian, arrange the duty roster, Chen Muye instructed. Let's put today's events to rest for now. Everyone should take a break. Although Lung Xian was displeased, he refrained from saying more and turned to leave the operations room. The remaining members gradually dispersed, leaving only Chen Muye, Si Xiaonan, and Li Dongshu in the room. You better not let me down, Si Xiaonan cast a final glance at him before departing. He understood that their earlier conversation, seemingly simple, had been a matter of life and death. The Night Watchers were not ordinary individuals. They maintained an acute vigilance towards any potential danger. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. System, why don't you provide me with some tangible assistance? Li Dongshu muttered in his mind. The system's voice remained as cold as ever. The host's actions have increased the integration progress. Please continue to complete tasks to gradually enhance your strength. An integration progress of only 13, what use is this little improvement? He sighed helplessly but dared not slacken his efforts. He was acutely aware that this world was far more complex than he had imagined. Without the system's aid, he feared he would not survive even the first battle. He gripped the judge's pin tightly, feeling the slight chill emanating from it. It seems I must take the initiative, Li Dongshu whispered to himself. Early the next morning, he approached Chen Muye, expressing his desire to participate in more tasks. This request surprised Chen Muye, but he quickly nodded in agreement. Since you are volunteering, I will not stop you, Chen Muye stated. Today, we will conduct a second round of inspections in last night's area. You will accompany Xiaonan's team. Understood, Li Dongshu nodded, silently calculating his next plan. Once the mission commenced, Li Dongshu and Si Xiaonan were once again assigned to the outer region. This task was more meticulous than the previous night. They needed to inspect each abandoned building to ensure no hidden threats lurked within. Upon reaching a dilapidated residential building, Si Xiaonan suddenly halted. You wait here. I'll go take a look, she said, frowning. Are you sure you can handle it alone? Li Dongshu tentatively inquired. Stop talking nonsense. Si Xiaonan shot him a cold glance before swiftly entering the building. Li Dongshu remained in place, gripping the judge's pin concealed in his sleeve. His instincts alerted him that something was amiss. Indeed, within 5 minutes, a violent commotion erupted from the building, followed by Si Xiaonan's shout, "Enemies!" Without hesitation, Li Dongshu dashed inside. He recognized this as his best opportunity to prove himself, a crucial moment for the Night Watchers to truly accept him. As he raced up the stairs, a thick cloud of black mist assaulted him, nearly suffocating him. Through the haze, he saw Si Xiaonan engaged in combat with a cloaked adversary. The foe wielded a dagger that glimmered ominously, moving with such speed that it was nearly impossible to track. It's the phantom-faced man. Li Dongshu's heart raced, yet he did not falter. He swiftly fitted the judge's pin onto his finger and charged at the enemy. The phantom-faced man evidently did not anticipate a sudden intervention, momentarily halting his movements. Si Xiaonan seized this fleeting opportunity, plunging her dagger into the enemy's shoulder, forcing him to retreat. Well done, Li Dongshu shouted, hurling the judge's pin with great force, its tip slicing through the air to strike the phantom-faced man's chest. The phantom-faced man let out a furious roar before dissolving into black mist and fleeing. The room fell silent, and Si Xiaonan, breathing heavily, turned to Li Dongshu. It seems you are not entirely useless, she said slowly, a hint of acknowledgement in her tone. Thank you for the compliment, Li Dongshu replied, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face. Chapter 6. Clues. Upon returning to the base, the members of the Night Watcher team were gathered in the operations room, discussing the latest developments in their mission. The map on the table displayed several red circles, marking locations where the phantom-faced man had been sighted over the past 2 days. Each red circle resembled a ticking time bomb, amplifying the oppressive atmosphere in the air. Chen Muye stood before the map, hands braced on the table, his expression stern. His gaze swept over each team member, pausing particularly on Li Dongshu, which rendered his look especially profound. Based on last night's action report, we can confirm that the phantom-faced man is not acting alone. More importantly, we discovered some peculiar runes at the scene. These runes bear similarities to the rituals of the ancient god church. The ancient god church is back? Lang Xian frowned, his tone laced with unease. Haven't they been overly active lately? This is not their usual style. Their activity is not surprising, Si Xiaonan replied calmly. If they truly have their sights set on Songnan City, it indicates that there must be something of significant importance here. Where were the runes found? Li Dongshu asked, his tone steady, yet his mind raced with thoughts. This was his first time actively participating in the team's discussion, and he knew he had to demonstrate his value. Chen Muye glanced at him, pointing to a red circle on the map, in an abandoned building in the Sanli Bridge residential area. The runes appeared on the wall while you and Xiaonan were engaged in combat there last night. Invisible to the naked eye? Li Dongshu furrowed his brow. What kind of runes were they? Any analysis results? Chen Muye shook his head. There are currently no definitive answers. But it is certain that these runes possess a certain spatial distortion effect, likely used to conceal something. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense. Everyone understood that the ancient god church was no benign entity. Dongshu, Chen Muye suddenly called out, addressing him directly. What do you think about these matters? Me? Li Dongshu was taken aback for a moment, then endeavored to appear more composed. He realized this was Chen Muye testing him. Yet it also presented an opportunity to showcase his abilities. If the runes are indeed used to conceal something, it suggests they do not wish for us to find out. Perhaps we could investigate the range of their effects to see if there are any hidden traces. That makes sense, Chen Muye nodded. We still have several areas that require thorough inspection. Today, we will take the rune detector and revisit that vicinity. Upon hearing this, Lang Xian couldn't help but frown. Captain Chen, do we really have to bring him along? He is just an ordinary person and will likely be a hindrance. Chen Muye's gaze turned icy. My decision is not subject to your scrutiny. Lang Xian, begrudgingly, sealed his lips, yet his discontent was palpable. Hours later, the team embarked on their journey once more, with Li Dongshu trailing at the rear. Although his identity remained in question, he had not yet been cast aside. They arrived at an abandoned factory near Sanli Bridge, marked as another red circle on the map. Inside the factory, rusted machinery and crumbling walls lay scattered, and a putrid odor hung heavily in the air. Chen Muye produced a black detector and handed it to Si Xiaonan. Activate the detector and see if there are any anomalies. Si Xiaonan nodded and placed the device on the ground, initiating its operation. A low hum resonated, and the screen gradually revealed intricate runes. These symbols spread like a web, enveloping the entire factory. Indeed, there is something amiss, Si Xiaonan stated coldly. These runes resemble some form of summoning array. Li Dongshu fixated on the patterns displayed on the screen. A summoning array? Chen Muye's gaze sharpened instantly. How do you know? Li Dongshu felt a pang of anxiety, but quickly steeled himself. He could not reveal too much knowledge, opting instead for vague language. It's merely a conjecture. He feigned contemplation. The structure of these runes closely resembles a summoning array. If that is the case, it may not be fully activated yet. He grasped the communicator and commanded, everyone disperse. Search every corner of the factory for any lingering clues. The team members swiftly complied, each vigilantly inspecting their surroundings. Assigned to one side of the factory, Li Dongshu felt a mix of tension and excitement. This was his first solo assignment. Finding a crucial clue could help him gain the team's trust. He meticulously examined every machine and the cracks in the walls when, unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a black stone tablet inscribed with runes in a corner. The tablet emitted a faint glow, clearly not an ordinary object. Li Dongshu furrowed his brow and cautiously reached out to touch it. The moment his fingers made contact, a powerful suction abruptly drew him into a pitch-black space. His vision blurred, and the scenery around him twisted and morphed violently. The system's voice coldly intoned. Host has triggered an unknown spatial transfer. Please remain calm. Is this it? Li Dongshu could not help but scoff. But soon, his attention was captured by the unfolding scene. He found himself in an unfamiliar realm, surrounded by distorted runes and floating fragments. An oppressive atmosphere permeated the air, and directly before him stood a towering black altar, upon which lay a tome radiating a dark crimson glow. What is this place? He murmured, his gaze tinged with wariness. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind again. High-risk forbidden ruins residue detected. It is advised that the host vacate immediately. High-risk forbidden ruins? Li Dongshu's heart raced, for he understood the implications. Such places typically possess the power to annihilate everything, far beyond his current capabilities. Yet, as he prepared to retreat, the dark red tome on the altar slowly opened. A deep, eerie voice emanated from within. Who are you? Why have you trespassed into my domain? Chapter 7. The Book of the Altar in the Pitch-Black Void. A dark red glow radiated from the tome upon the altar, tightening every nerve in Li Dongshu to its utmost limit. Who are you? The voice inquired again, imbued with an irresistible authority and interrogation. For a brief moment, Li Dongshu's breath hitched, acutely aware that this tome was anything but ordinary. Such scenarios, commonly found in novels, often heralded great peril. I am but a lost soul. He tentatively replied, his tone laced with caution. The voice within the book seemed to pause, then let out a cold chuckle. Lost? In my domain, no one is lost. You have been summoned. Summoned? Li Dongshu was momentarily taken aback, swiftly grasping the implication of the tome's words. Clearly, his touch upon the rune-inscribed stone slab had drawn him into this bizarre realm, which likely served as some sort of ritual site for an ancient cult. Then, can I leave? He feigned innocence. Leave? The voice carried a hint of mockery. No one can freely enter my domain and emerge unscathed. Yet you are intriguing. You have not been obliterated outright. Hearing this, Li Dongshu's heart tightened. The entity appeared to harbor some interest in him, possibly his only chance for survival. What do you desire? He asked in a low voice, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. You wield a power not of this world. The voice grew deeper and slower. I can sense that the power is incomplete, yet remarkably pure. Reveal its source. Li Dongshu's heart lurched. The entity referred to Yinlua Wang. Yet such matters could not be divulged lightly. I do not comprehend what you speak of, he replied, discreetly tightening his grip on the pin hidden in his sleeve. The voice within the tome fell silent for a moment before a cold laugh resonated. Your unwillingness to disclose is inconsequential. However, I am curious to see if I can absorb that power by refining you. No sooner had the words left its lips than the runes surrounding the altar blazed to life. Countless dark red beams surged forth from the ground, barreling toward Dongshu. Damn it, he roared, swiftly wielding the pen, its tip slicing through the air to create a barrier of cold light, blocking the incoming beams. Interesting. The voice betrayed a hint of excitement. Is this your trump card? Let me see how long it can hold. More beams surged toward Dongshu, their speed nearly overwhelming. He gritted his teeth, instinctively dodging while continuously swinging the pen to deflect the beams. However, the onslaught seemed inexhaustible, each stroke rapidly draining his stamina. His movements grew sluggish, and the dark red glow before him intensified, blindingly bright. System, what should I do in this situation? He shouted in his mind. The system's voice remained indifferent. It is advised that the host seek to destroy the altar's core, which may trigger the transfer mechanism. Core? Dongshu clenched his jaw, quickly directing his gaze to the tome at the altar's center. If this book served as the core of the entire space, then destroying it might be his only recourse. Drawing a deep breath, he tightened his grip on the pen and charged toward the altar. The beams surged toward him like a tidal wave. But he no longer sought complete defense. Instead, he raced toward the altar with all his speed. Foolish. The voice within the tome grew furious, the light of the runes blindingly bright as it sought to consume him entirely. Yet, in a moment of desperation, Dongshu abruptly hurled the pen. Its tip gleamed with cold light, piercing toward the center of the tome. Boom! With a deafening roar, the entire space trembled, the dark red glow shattering like broken glass. The voice from the book emitted a pained, furious howl. How dare you? Before the words could fully escape, the entire realm began to collapse. Dongshu felt his vision blur, followed by an immense force propelling him outward. He found himself sprawled on the factory floor, the air thick with the scent of blood and decay. Are you all right? A gentle voice inquired. He lifted his head to see Shaoan standing not far from him, a dagger in hand. I discovered a peculiar stone slab and lost consciousness upon touching it. Xiaonan's gaze swept over him, her skepticism evident in her expression. Certainly. He deliberately concealed details regarding the altar and the books, merely stating that he had encountered some runes before lapsing into a brief unconsciousness. Upon hearing this, Chen Muye furrowed his brow even tighter and murmured, the runes in your experience suggest that the actions of the ancient god cult may be far more intricate than we had imagined. They are likely preparing for some grand ritual, and the incident at Sonli Bridge is merely the tip of the iceberg. Captain Chen, what shall we do next? Xiaonan inquired. Expand the search radius while contacting other teams for support, Chen Muye replied solemnly. Regardless of their intentions, we must act swiftly to thwart them. After the meeting adjourned, Dongshu was retained, and Chen Muye's gaze fell upon him. Dongshu, he said slowly, I need to know more. Are you certain that what you have shared constitutes the entirety of your experience? Dongshu realized he could no longer completely conceal the truth. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. Actually, I did see some peculiar things, but I'm uncertain if they are related to the ancient god cult. Oh? What did you see? Chen Muye pressed. A book, he whispered. It appeared in a dark space and seemed quite perilous. At the time, my only thought was to escape, and I didn't have the opportunity to observe further. Chen Muye fell silent for a moment, then nodded. Very well, I will document this. After exiting the operations room, Dongshu sat in his lounge and took a deep breath. Simultaneously, a calm voice echoed in his mind. Task completed. Explore the unknown rune space. Reward, fusion progress 0. 5. Current fusion progress, 18. Chapter 8. The mist he closed his eyes to calm himself, yet the images in his mind remained vivid, the book on the altar, the distortion of the rune space, and the deep voice emanating from the book, all resembling an inescapable nightmare. System, what exactly is that book? He silently questioned, his voice tinged with unease. Destroying it successfully triggered the teleportation mechanism, preventing further harm to the host, the system replied. A sense of dread washed over Dongshu. The ancient god cult would undoubtedly not relinquish such a vital artifact easily. Should they discover the altar's destruction, they might launch a far more aggressive campaign against Songnan City. With a fusion progress of only 18, it was still insufficient. He chuckled softly. To survive in this treacherous world, he must grow stronger. A light knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Dongshu sat up in bed, warily glancing toward the entrance. Who is it? It's me, Xiaonan. Came a gentle voice from outside. He hesitated briefly before opening the door, finding Xiaonan standing there, her demeanor as cold as ever. Is there something you need? He cautiously inquired. Captain Chen asked me to bring you to inspect the newly discovered area. she replied, her tone devoid of any inflection. And he wants me to observe you further. Li Dongshu smiled wryly within but nodded in agreement. Understood. A few minutes later, the two set out. Their destination was an abandoned underground parking garage, the last location marked with a red circle in their intelligence reports, and one of the key strongholds where the ancient god cult might be hiding. During their journey, Si Xiaonan maintained a stoic silence, her expression casting an oppressive atmosphere. What are your thoughts on this mission? Li Dongshu couldn't help but inquire, attempting to break the silence. What do you think? Si Xiaonan shot him a cold glance. All I know is that the task is more complicated than you imagine. You best not cause us any more trouble. Her words rendered Li Dongshu somewhat awkward. Yet he recognized that her skepticism was not unfounded. The underground parking garage lay within an old part of the city, long abandoned. Weeds and debris littered the area, the air thick with a foul stench. The two cautiously entered the garage. Be alert, Si Xiaonan whispered, her dagger glinting ominously. Li Dongshu nodded, gripping his pen tightly as they searched the garage for about 10 minutes. However, apart from broken vehicles and discarded items, there seemed to be nothing unusual. Strange. Si Xiaonan frowned. There should be more clues here. She stepped forward, reaching out to discover a faint energy fluctuation hidden within the cracks of the bricks. Look, there is something amiss here, she murmured. Si Xiaonan swiftly approached, her gaze fixed coldly on the wall. Step back. I'll handle this. With a flick of her wrist, her dagger glimmered with blue light as it deftly pried into the brick seam. With a gentle tug, a brick fell away, revealing a narrow passageway that emitted a faint red glow. It's runes, Si Xiaonan said quietly, her vigilance heightened. The two proceeded cautiously down the passage, the red light intensifying with each step. The pressure in the air became increasingly palpable. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at a small underground chamber, where a dilapidated stone table sat at the center, inscribed with intricate runes that emitted a dim red glow. This structure is even more complex than the last, Si Xiaonan noted, her tone laced with unease. It could be some kind of sealing device, Li Dongshu suggested. Yet, the moment he approached, the entire chamber trembled violently. Trap! Si Xiaonan shouted, swiftly pulling him back. At that instant, the runes on the stone table blazed to life, unleashing countless dark red beams that surged toward them like razor-sharp blades. Dodge! Li Dongshu yelled, swiftly wielding his pen to deflect the incoming rays. However, the force was overwhelming, nearly rendering him defenseless. Si Xiaonan's dagger cut through the air with a blue flash, shattering the beams as she lunged toward the stone table to disrupt the runes. Yet, as she neared, the runes on the table suddenly morphed into a bizarre symbol. Instantly, the air in the chamber seemed to tear apart as a colossal shadow emerged from the symbol. It was a grotesque creature, its body adorned with dark red runes, and its eyes burned with a fiery intensity, exuding an aura of destruction. The ancient god cult summoned beast. Si Xiaonan's complexion turned ashen. The creature roared with fury before lunging at the two. Should we flee or fight? Li Dongshu asked quickly, his voice tinged with anxiety. We must destroy it, otherwise, the seal here will spiral out of control. Upon hearing this, Li Dongshu took a deep breath and tightened his grip on his pen. The creature moved with blinding speed, its massive claws slicing through the air, creating razor winds. Li Dongshu and Si Xiaonan quickly split their actions, attempting to flank the beast from two directions. The pen in Li Dongshu's hand spun rapidly, transforming into a cold beam aimed directly at the creature's abdomen. However, the monster's skin was exceptionally tough, and the pen merely clanged against it, leaving only a shallow mark. This thing's defense is too strong. Li Dongshu gritted his teeth. Aim for the runes on it. Si Xiaonan urged quietly, swiftly maneuvering to the creature's rear, where she precisely slashed at the runes with her dagger. The creature let out a painful howl, its movements slowing momentarily. Effective. Li Dongshu's eyes lit up as he swiftly adjusted his attack direction, plunging the pen toward a rune on the creature's chest. With a deafening roar, the creature's body began to disintegrate rapidly, the runes dissolving into countless fragments that scattered through the air. Once the creature fell, the chamber returned to silence, yet the oppressive atmosphere lingered. We must notify Captain Chen immediately. Si Xiaonan spoke coldly, then turned and walked towards the exit of the corridor. Li Dongshu nodded and silently followed, understanding that any unusual situation must be reported to the captain. Chapter 9. Confession. Li Dongshu stood in the corner of the command room, clutching the judge's pen tightly, his emotions in turmoil. He was acutely aware that his identity would eventually be uncovered by these astute Night Watchers. Rather than allowing Chen Muye and the others to deduce the truth through subtle clues, he decided to confess proactively, seizing the opportunity to solidify their trust in him. Chen Muye stood before the map, his gaze sharp as a blade, and spoke. Dongshu, your performance has been increasingly remarkable. However, your identity has also become increasingly suspicious. I require an explanation. Long Xian interjected with a laugh. Suspicious? This kid is not merely suspicious, he is an enigma incarnate. What kind of ordinary person can eliminate a summoned beast with just a pen? Who would believe such a tale? Si Xiaonan remained silent, calmly observing from the side, though a hint of vigilance flickered in her eyes. The atmosphere was tense, the command room so quiet it felt as if one could hear the heartbeat of each individual. After a brief moment of silence, Li Dongshu finally spoke. Since you have reached this level of suspicion, there is no need for me to hide any longer. He stepped forward, standing before Chen Muye, raising the rotating judge's pen. The cold light sliced through the air, emanating a unique pressure. I am the agent of the Ten Yama Kings, he stated calmly. This is my identity. The declaration reverberated through the room like thunder. The Ten Yama Kings? The rulers of the Underworld? Lung Xian was momentarily taken aback before scoffing. Are you saying you were sent by the King of Hell? What a joke. Si Xiaonan frowned. Dongshu, such matters cannot be casually asserted. What evidence do you possess? Evidence? Li Dongshu scoffed, twirling the judge's pen, its tip gleaming with a ghostly blue light. With a flick of his wrist, the ground split open, a narrow crack emitting an intense chill. This judge's pen is the evidence, he asserted coldly. It is not only my weapon but also the enforcement tool of the Underworld. You must have heard of the judge's pen. It can directly erase any existence deemed abnormal. Lung Xian's pupils constricted, clearly shaken by the scene, yet he remained obstinate. Even if you truly are the King of Hell's agent, why would you hide among our ranks? As the agent of the King of Hell, my powers require gradual integration, Li Dongshu replied calmly. If my identity were to be exposed, I would not only become the primary target of the ancient god society but could also endanger everyone here. Chen Muye narrowed his eyes, evidently moved by his explanation. He quietly inquired, if that is the case, why choose to tell us now? Because the current situation no longer permits me to remain hidden. Li Dongshu's tone held a note of resignation. The summoning array of the ancient god society is likely connected to the Underworld. Their objective is not merely the destruction of Tsangnan City, but potentially the theft of powers from the Underworld. If I continue to conceal this, it will only plunge everyone into greater peril. The command room fell silent once more. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Muye slowly nodded. I believe you. Captain. Lung Xian protested. His words lack supporting evidence. How can we trust him so easily? The judge's pen itself is the best evidence, Chen Muye stated coolly. Moreover, an agent of the King of Hell would not reveal themselves lightly. Their very existence underscores the gravity of the situation. Lung Xian opened his mouth but ultimately refrained from further comment. Chen Muye turned to face Li Dongshu. Since you have chosen to stand with us, you must fully cooperate with our actions. Regardless of your identity, if you are within the Night Watchers, you must follow my command. I understand. Li Dongshu nodded earnestly. I will do my utmost to assist you in completing the mission, but I also hope you will trust me. My goals align with yours. Good, Chen Muye replied succinctly. We need to gather more intelligence regarding the summoning array. After a moment of reflection, Li Dongshu slowly stated, the summoning array of the ancient god society likely aims to connect the realms of yin and yang. Can you stop it? Si Xiaonan inquired. I can, but it will require time, Li Dongshu replied earnestly. My powers are not yet fully integrated. However, once we locate the core of the summoning array, I can seal it entirely with the judge's pen. Then let us proceed, Chen Muye decisively declared. Everyone, assist Dongshu fully and determine the core location of the summoning array. He understood that his confession had temporarily garnered the trust of the Night Watchers, but the duration of that trust would ultimately depend on his forthcoming actions. System. Will there be problems with his choice? He queried in his mind. The system's voice remained indifferent. The host's choice to confess will facilitate a deeper cooperative relationship with the Night Watchers. Given this, the efficiency of task completion is expected to increase by 10. By the way, current integration progress, 18. An efficiency increase of 10? Li Dongshu chuckled softly. That sounds promising. I hope it proves true. Chapter 10. A man of integrity speaks openly. I am the 15th seat of the faithful. The night over the abandoned factory in the suburbs loomed like a colossal beast, devouring all in its path. Only the sparse moonlight filtered through the dilapidated steel framework, casting an eerie ambience over the desolate ruins. Li Dongshu trailed behind Chen Muye, gripping the judge's pen, his mind racing with thoughts of the impending actions. The team was divided into two groups. Lang Xian and Si Xiaonan were tasked with securing and monitoring the perimeter, while he and Chen Muye would penetrate directly into the core area. He knew this mission would not be easy. Are you nervous? Chen Muye suddenly asked, his voice low. Li Dongshu paused, then forced a bitter smile. A bit, yes. After all, this is my first time confronting the ancient god society directly. Chen Muye said no more, merely casting a fleeting glance at him. Relax. Understood, Li Dongshu nodded, feeling a slight easing of his tension. The two swiftly navigated through a pile of discarded machinery, finally reaching the entrance of the main factory. The atmosphere here was even more oppressive than outside, a faint stench of decay hanging in the air. There are people, Chen Muye whispered, his gaze fixed on a shadow not far away. Dongshu followed his line of sight and saw 3 black-robed followers standing at the entrance, each wielding a staff and murmuring obscure incantations. A mid-tier summoning, Chen Muye's eyes glinted with cold determination. Eliminate them. Do not allow them to raise the alarm. Understood. Dongshu replied quietly, the judge's pin in his hand rotating slightly, its sharp tip reflecting a faint cold light. With no further words, Chen Muye vanished from sight in an instant, like a gust of wind, lunging towards one of the black-robed followers. His fist struck like thunder, shattering the opponent's defenses and splattering blood. The second follower, sensing danger, attempted to sound the alarm, but was met with the swift stroke of Dongshu's judge's pin, which cut through his throat with the swiftness of a cold breeze, nearly silent. The third follower, realizing what was happening, began to chant a spell, only to be sent crashing against the wall by a kick from Chen Muye, rendered unconscious. Clean and efficient, Chen Muye praised, casting a glance of approval at Dongshu before whispering, let's continue. Upon entering the main factory, the sight before them momentarily stunned both men. The ground was etched with intricate runes, a dark red glow flowing from these symbols like blood. At the center of the rune array lay a massive black stone slab, covered in twisted symbols that emanated a suffocating aura. This is, Chen Muye furrowed his brow, a high-risk forbidden zone. It may be the heart of the summoning array, Dongshu murmured, his gaze fixed intently on the stone slab before him. The intricate runes indicated that they were nearing completion. Can you destroy it? Chen Muye inquired. I can give it a try, Dongshu nodded, though a sense of unease gnawed at him. He approached the center of the rune array, crouched down, and slowly inserted the judge's pin into the ground. A chilling sensation coursed through him as he closed his eyes, using the power of the pin to sense the operational patterns of the runes. Yet, just as he activated the seal, the entire factory shook violently. Enemies! Chen Muye shouted, drawing his weapon and scanning the surroundings with vigilance. As Dongshu opened his eyes, preparing to rise, he beheld a tall figure draped in a black robe emerging from the shadows. The mask he wore was etched with dense runes, and in his hand, he wielded a staff engulfed in crimson flames, exuding an imposing presence. Heh, you do possess some skill, the figure sneered, his voice low and gravelly. However, in my view, you shall pay dearly for your foolish attempt to disrupt the summoning array. And who might you be? Chen Muye queried coldly, his weapon poised and ready. Let us speak plainly. I am the 15th seed of the faithful, Shen Qingzhu, the figure replied slowly. You may also refer to me as the Purifier. My task is to eliminate any rabble attempting to interfere with the ritual. No sooner had he spoken than he raised his staff, unleashing a torrent of red flames directed at the two. Dodge! Chen Muye barked, swiftly retreating while using his weapon to shield against some of the flames. Nevertheless, the searing heat surged forth, making it difficult to breathe. As fireballs hurtled towards him, Dongshu hastily sought refuge, his gaze locked onto Shen Qingzhu. He understood that this adversary was at least of the river realm, possessing strength far beyond that of an ordinary follower. He needed to find a way to buy time while concealing his identity as the agent of Yama. Team Chun, I will hold him off. You disrupt the summoning array. Dongshu shouted. The judge's pen whirled rapidly in his grasp, transforming into a streak of cold light aimed directly at Shen Qingzhu's chest. Shen Qingzhu snorted disdainfully, swatting the pen aside with a wave of red light. Yet at that moment of distraction, Chen Muye seized the opportunity to close in on the summoning array, initiating the destruction of the runes. Damn it, how infuriating! Shen Qingzhu roared, turning to attack Chen Muye. You shall not succeed. Dongshu admonished sharply, quickly retrieving the judge's pen from the ground and launching another assault. This time, his movements were swifter, each strike aimed at Shen Qingzhu's vital points. Shen Qingzhu was forced to halt, engaging Dongshu in combat. His attacks were fierce and violent, each swing of the staff imbued with overwhelming power. However, Dongshu evaded his lethal strikes with agile footwork, searching for openings with the judge's pen. The battle persisted for several minutes, Shen Qingzhu's movements growing increasingly impatient. He realized that his true objective was not to defeat Dongshu, but to prevent Chen Muye from dismantling the summoning array. Unfortunately, you have come to this realization too late, Dongshu said coldly, thrusting the judge's pen towards Shen Qingzhu's shoulder. Shen Qingzhu was forced to retreat, and in his frustration, he raised his hand to unleash a searing red light. Just then, Chen Muye shouted, swinging his weapon forcefully at the core of the rune array. Boom, boom, boom. With a resounding crash, the entire factory trembled. Immediately afterward, the red light of the rune array extinguished, and the oppressive atmosphere dissipated. Retreat, Chen Muye commanded decisively. And in an instant, He vanished from sight, leaving behind only an afterimage. Li Dongshu swiftly followed suit. And the two burst from the factory just as the structure collapsed with a thunderous roar. Standing at a distance, Li Dongshu gasped for air. Watching the ruins of the factory, a wave of trepidation washing over him. He exhaled deeply. That was close. Had I not escaped quickly, I would have been buried alive. Chapter 11. Trust the breeze dispersed the heat of battle, but failed to lift the tension lingering in the air. Li Dongshu and Chen Muye walked in swift and steady strides, each lost in their own thoughts. Despite successfully dismantling the summoning array, Shen Qingzhu's appearance had undeniably heightened their sense of threat. Upon returning to the base, the other team members awaited them. Si Xiaonan stepped forward first. Concern etched across her features. Was the mission accomplished? Chen Muye nodded, his tone calm. The summoning array has been destroyed, but the ancient god church still has contingencies. Remember the name Shen Qingzhu. He's the 15th seed of the faithful. I believe his strength exceeds that of the river realm and far surpasses those we encountered before. Lang Xian scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. Just the 15th seat. He is hardly formidable. Do not underestimate the enemy. He is dangerous, Chen Muye warned. Casting a glance at Lang Xian. Had it not been for Dongshu holding him back, I might not have had the opportunity to complete the mission. This statement drew the attention of everyone to Li Dongshu. Some looked on with curiosity, others with surprise, and a few with skepticism. Hold back a river realm? How did you manage that? Lang Xian questioned, doubt evident in his eyes. Li Dongshu shrugged, feigning nonchalance. Just luck, I suppose. He appeared somewhat arrogant, claiming that he merely used that to delay him. Just luck? Lang Xian scoffed, his tone laced with mockery. Your luck must be extraordinary. Si Xiaonan furrowed her brow and spoke slowly. Enough. Team Chen has said the mission was completed. That is sufficient. Now the question is, how shall we proceed? Chen Muye nodded, directly addressing the matter at hand. Shen Qingzhu's appearance indicates their objective extends beyond the summoning array to something related to the underworld. The intelligence we currently possess is evidently inadequate. He turned to Li Dongshu. Dongshu, please share your insights. Li Dongshu pondered for a moment before speaking. The core function of the summoning array is to connect the realms of yin and yang. However, based on the structure of the runes, it is evident that it is not solely intended for summoning a creature, but rather appears to be searching for a sealed forbidden ruin. Forbidden ruin? Si Xiaonan frowned slightly. Precisely, Li Dongshu continued. The ancient god church has been researching the powers of the underworld. They may have discovered a powerful forbidden ruin and intend to use the summoning array to unseal it. If they succeed, the consequences would be dire. Can you locate this forbidden ruin? Chen Muye asked. It is challenging, Li Dongshu replied, shaking his head. However, after the destruction of the summoning array, there should be residual energy traces nearby. If we can find these traces, we may be able to follow the trail. Chen Muye contemplated for a moment before nodding. Very well, let us proceed as such. Lang Xian, take a team to scout the surrounding area for possible energy traces. Xiaonan and I will handle intelligence communication at the base. Dongshu, you stay at the base and organize the clues you have gathered. Understood, everyone replied in unison. Leaning back in his chair, he took a deep breath to relieve his fatigue. System, was there an issue with how I concealed my powers just now? He queried in his mind. The system's voice remained as cold as ever. The host's concealment technique meets expectations. However, it is advised that the host enhance combat skills to reduce the exposure of characteristics when using the judge's pin. Combat skills? Li Dongshu chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. I cannot completely abandon the judge's pin. The host may combine underworld powers with conventional techniques to create a unique combat style. He then closed his eyes, sinking into brief contemplation. However, just as he prepared to rest, the door was gently knocked upon. Who is it? He straightened his posture, his gaze vigilant. It was I. Si Xiaonan. A voice echoed from outside. Li Dongshu paused for a moment before rising to open the door. There stood Si Xiaonan, holding a document. Her expression one of indifference. Team Chan instructed me to deliver this information to you, she stated succinctly as she handed him the file. This contains the intelligence we previously gathered on the ancient god society. It may aid you in organizing your clues. Thank you, Li Dongshu replied as he accepted the document. Unable to suppress his curiosity. Is there anything else? Si Xiaonan cast a glance his way, fell silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke. You are concealing too many things. Do you realize that? Li Dongshu's heart tightened, yet he feigned innocence, responding, I have endeavored to remain low-key. Your reactions in battle, Si Xiaonan retorted coldly. Against an opponent like Shen Qingzhu, you appeared far too composed. An ordinary person, no matter how courageous, could not achieve such composure. So what? Li Dongshu shrugged, smiling. Are you suggesting that I am not ordinary? Precisely, Si Xiaonan's gaze was as sharp as a blade. I do not know what your true trump card is, but I hope you remember this. If you have any plans, it is best to inform us in advance. Her tone was frigid and resolute, leaving no room for compromise. As Li Dongshu watched her retreating figure, a complex emotion stirred within him. He understood that Si Xiaonan's suspicions were not merely directed at him, but stemmed from her sense of responsibility toward the team. "It seems I need to exert myself a little more," he murmured, then opened the document to continue organizing the clues. Chapter 12. The Seal in the Early Morning. The outpost was enveloped in silence, broken only by the distant chirping of birds. Li Dongshu sat at the table, surrounded by a mountain of open documents. His eyes roamed over the text, seeking a thread of clarity amid the chaotic intelligence. The files meticulously detail the activities of the ancient god society over the past few years, including several large-scale rituals conducted across the Great Xia. Among them, the most conspicuous were the failed summoning arrays, which bore an astonishing resemblance to locations in Songnan City. What exactly is the ancient god society searching for? Li Dongshu mused softly, his fingers gently tapping the document. The structure of these runes transcended the comprehension of ordinary individuals, resembling a force that surpassed human understanding. Just then, Chen Muye entered the room, his stature tall and his expression bearing the familiar sternness. "Any progress?" he inquired, his voice deep yet authoritative. "I have some hypotheses," Li Dongshu replied, lifting his gaze to hand the document to Chen Muye. "These summoning arrays may not be intended for calling forth a creature, but rather for unsealing a certain confinement. Based on the arrangement of these runes and the flow of energy, I suspect the ancient god society is searching for a sealed Forbidden Ruins site." "Forbidden Ruins?" Chen Muye furrowed his brow, his gaze falling upon the document. "Why would they seek to unseal such things?" "It likely pertains to the power within the Forbidden Ruins," Li Dongshu whispered. "This power does not belong to our world. Yet the ancient god society seems intent on harnessing it to alter the existing order." Chen Muye remained silent for a moment before slowly nodding. "Your analysis is sound. If this is their objective, we must locate this site as swiftly as possible." "I require more clues," Li Dongshu responded, "such as the residual energy traces from the summoning arrays or records of the ancient god society's recent activities. Both could assist me in confirming our target. I will request additional support from headquarters. The current situation has surpassed our capabilities." As the two conversed, the communicator suddenly emitted a sound, prompting Chen Muye to quickly answer it. Shortly thereafter, Long Xian's voice came through, tinged with urgency. "Team Chen, we have detected abnormal energy fluctuations in the wasteland north of the factory, along with some residual rune traces. Is there danger?" Chen Muye asked. "We're heading over now," he decisively replied, hanging up the communicator and turning to Li Dongshu. "Let us move." The two swiftly gathered their gear and departed the outpost, making their way toward the coordinates provided by Lang Xian. The wasteland lay approximately 2 kilometers north of the factory, a desolate expanse overgrown with weeds and littered with discarded stones and metal fragments, resembling the remnants of a former structure. Lang Xian and his team stood beside a charred patch of ground, their eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. "Here," Lang Xian pointed to the rune traces on the ground. "We discovered these while on patrol. The energy fluctuations are strong, yet the source is unclear." Li Dongshu crouched down to examine the runes closely. Though they had begun to fade, he could still sense a chilling aura emanating from them. He extended his hand, placing the judge's pin near the surface of the runes, instantly capturing a familiar resonance. "Indeed, these are remnants of the summoning array," he murmured, a slight frown creasing his brow. "Yet these runes do not appear to be complete. They seem to serve as some form of guidance." "Guidance?" Chen Muye inquired. "Precisely," Li Dongshu affirmed. "These runes are not meant to summon anything, but rather to mark a specific location. The ancient god society is likely using these arrays to progressively pinpoint their desired target." "Can we trace the target's location?" Long Xian interjected, his tone tinged with impatience. The judge's pen spun slightly in his grasp, with each touch against the ground. The blurred runes gradually sharpened. A map began to form in his mind, a faint energy pathway extending into the distance, ultimately converging upon a darkened area. To the northwest. He rose, his gaze resolute. "The target may reside within that region." "All right, let's move," Chen Muye commanded decisively. The teams swiftly adjusted their course, advancing along the path indicated by the energy trail. As they drew closer, the surroundings grew increasingly desolate. Weeds became sparse, the ground blanketed in a layer of grayish dust, and an unsettling aura permeated the air. "This feels off," Si Xiaonan murmured, her weapon raised, her eyes scanning the vicinity with caution. "There's a possibility of an ambush," Chen Muye said in a low voice. "Everyone, stay alert." At that moment, a low, chilling laughter echoed from ahead, sending shivers down their spines. "The Night Watchers have indeed come after us." A man clad in a black robe emerged slowly from the shadows. His mask was etched with intricate runes, accompanied by several similarly adorned followers of the ancient god society. The ancient god society, Lung Xian whispered, tightening his grip on his weapon. Did we fail to conceal our tracks, or are you simply too eager? Before he could finish, he abruptly raised his hand, and the runic array on the ground flared to life. Countless dark red lights surged toward the team like writhing tendrils. Battle! Chen Muye shouted, charging at the enemy. Lung Xian and Si Xiaonan followed closely behind, engaging in fierce combat with the black-robed followers. Meanwhile, Li Dongshu swiftly retreated, positioning himself at the rear of the group. The judge's pin faintly glowing in his hand. We must destroy these runic arrays, otherwise we will be trapped, he murmured. He spun the judge's pin and crouched down, beginning to decipher the runes beneath him. As the enemy's attacks intensified, the black-robed man's power clearly surpassed that of ordinary followers. Hurry, Dongshu! Chen Muye shouted, deflecting incoming strikes. Give me 10 more seconds. Li Dongshu gritted his teeth, hastening his movements. With the final rune dismantled, the red glow on the ground abruptly extinguished. Deprived of the array's support, the black-robed man's assault faltered for an instant. Now, Chen Muye urged, with a swift thrust. His weapon pierced through the chest of the black-robed man. Chapter 13. The vengeful spirits in the mist. The night was deep and somber, with the moon obscured behind heavy clouds, enveloping the surroundings in darkness. After disrupting the runic array set by the cult of the ancient gods, Li Dongshu and the Night Watch team took a brief respite on the desolate plains. The power of the cult's followers was far greater than they had anticipated. Even the ordinary adherents exhibited remarkable coordination, leading him to suspect that they had developed a novel combat system. Dongshu, what should we do next? Chen Muye's voice came from the front, steady and low. Li Dongshu collected his thoughts, took a deep breath, and slowly rose to his feet. Grasping the judge's pen, he gently traced a line on the ground. A faint luminescent mark appeared, subsequently extending in a fixed direction. The energy guidance remained, indicating that their objective lay ahead. He looked up at Chen Muye. However, the fluctuations ahead are significantly stronger than before. We must prepare for a large-scale confrontation. What is the status of the team? Chen Muye turned to Si Xiaonan. Lung Xian is in good condition. Minor injuries have been treated, Si Xiaonan replied succinctly. The others are fine and ready to continue the fight. Good. Chen Muye nodded and promptly commanded, Lang Xian and Xiaonan, lead the way. Dongshu observed the energy trajectory. I will bring up the rear. Let the operation commence. The team swiftly organized their formation and ventured deeper into the wilderness. As they progressed, the surrounding environment grew increasingly eerie. The dust on the ground gradually vanished, replaced by a viscous black substance. It resembled molten metal, akin to concentrated resentment. Li Dongshu crouched down, extending his hand to touch the ground. The moment his fingertips made contact with the substance, an intensely cold sensation surged through his body, rushing straight to his mind. This is not ordinary energy residue. He stood up, his complexion slightly pale. These are the traces of vengeful spirits, indicating that extraordinarily tragic deaths occurred here. Vengeful spirits? Long Xian furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting that there are ghostly entities lurking here? There could be many more. Li Dongshu nodded. Moreover, these spirits may be empowered by the forces within the summoning array, evolving into entities that are more challenging to confront. Can we circumvent this? Si Xiaonan inquired, her gaze tinged with caution. Not possible. Li Dongshu sighed. The direction indicated by the energy guidance lies directly ahead. We can only force our way through. Continue advancing, Chen Muye commanded decisively, a note of urgency in his tone. If we encounter enemies, prioritize protecting Dongshu. He is crucial in locating our objective. The team pressed onward, the chilling atmosphere thickening around them. Soon, they arrived at a broad clearing, the ground etched with intricate runes. The glow of these runes was a deeper crimson than those previously encountered, resembling flowing blood. In the center of the clearing stood a towering stone monument, surrounded by a multitude of black resentment. The monument was inscribed with ancient runes, emanating a suffocating sense of oppression. Is this our target? Long Xian whispered, gripping his weapon tightly. Uncertain, Li Dongshu fixated on the monument, his brow furrowed, but he was certain that this was one of the cores of their summoning array. If we can destroy it, we may temporarily hinder their plans. Temporarily? Si Xiaonan frowned. Indeed. Li Dongshu nodded. Such summoning arrays are typically not singular formations, but part of a comprehensive system. This is merely one component, but its destruction could significantly impair their operational speed. Then what are we waiting for? Lung Xian said coldly, let us destroy it. It's not that simple. Li Dongshu raised his hand, signaling him to remain calm. Do you not sense how thick the aura is here? I suspect enemies may be ambushing around the monument, possibly even traps. What should we do? Chen Muye asked, his gaze still composed. I will draw out the defensive forces of the array, Li Dongshu stated, tightening his grip on the judge's pen. You all cover me. Chen Muye nodded, instructing, Xiaonan and Lung Xian will provide cover. the rest support from the rear. Li Dongshu took a deep breath and approached the monument, each step carefully treading along the edges of the runes. As he neared the monument, the glow of the runes surged dramatically. Black resentment coalesced into numerous distorted figures, crawling out from the ground. "They're coming," Long Xian shouted, unleashing a barrage of bullets at the foremost vengeful spirit, driving it back. However, Li Dongshu did not retreat. He tightened his grip on the judge's pin and thrust it toward the base of the monument. A powerful force rebounded from the monument, numbing his arm and nearly causing him to drop the pen. "Indeed, there is a defensive mechanism," he murmured, swiftly retreating while calling out, "Hold off these spirits. I need time to decipher the array." The team sprang into action. Chen Muye and Si Xiaonan positioned themselves on either side, intercepting all the vengeful spirits charging towards Li Dongshu. Long Xian continuously unleashed ranged attacks, shattering those dark shadows attempting to approach. Li Dongshu took a deep breath and crouched down, rapidly sketching a new set of runes on the ground with the judge's pen. As he worked, the runes surrounding the monument began to dim, and the movements of the vengeful spirits noticeably slowed. "I'm almost there," he gritted his teeth, completing the final stroke before forcefully plunging the judge's pen into the ground. A deep rumble resonated from the monument, and the black resentment rapidly expanded outward before dissipating into the air. The runes on the monument gradually extinguished, and the pervasive sense of oppression vanished accordingly. "Success," Long Xian exclaimed with excitement. "Do not let your guard down," Chen Muye replied solemnly, scanning their surroundings alertly. They would not concede so easily. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, a series of low footsteps echoed from the depths of darkness. A tall figure in a black robe emerged, his mask etched with intricate runes, wielding a staff that burned with a crimson glow. "It seems you possess some capability after all," the black-robed figure rasped coldly. "But this is where it ends." "Peak of the river boundary," Chen Muye murmured, his expression grave. "Everyone, prepare for battle." Li Dongshu gripped the judge's pen tightly. Standing at the center of the team, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the foe before them. Chapter 14. The Black-Robed Man's Test. The black-robed figure stood at the center of the clearing, his aura akin to a dormant volcano. Red runes manifested around his staff, radiating a searing light that filled the air with an undeniable tension. Li Dongshu stood at the center of the team, feeling the judge's pen grow slightly cold in his grasp. He sensed the energy fluctuations emanating from the black-robed man, a presence that completely transcended the river boundary. This adversary posed a greater danger than any they had faced before. "You have disrupted the summoning array and dared to interfere with the church's plans." The black-robed man's hoarse voice dripped with disdain. "None who enter here leave alive. Let us put that to the test," Chen Muye replied coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade. "The duty of the Night Watch is to stand against you lunatics." The black-robed man chuckled, raising his hand. The ground around them suddenly split apart, and countless black vengeful spirits surged forth from the depths. These spirits appeared even more distorted, moving with greater speed, clearly infused with enhanced power. "Scatter and engage," Chen Muye decisively commanded. "Xiaonan, Langxian, clear the spirits. Dongshu, maintain a retreat and seek an opportunity to break the cycle." The battle erupted instantly, with Langxian charging forward without hesitation, his weapon spewing forth fiery brilliance. He aimed precisely at the core of the vengeful spirits, while Si Xiaonan unleashed lightning-fast attacks from the opposite side. Her daggers sliced through the air, shredding the approaching spirits into fragments. Li Dongshu retreated to the rear of the team, his focus unwaveringly locked on the black-robed man. His fingers caressed the judge's pen, his mind racing with strategies to counter the impending threat. He could not reveal his powers directly, yet he must play a crucial role when the moment called for it. The Night Watchman underestimated his opponent. The figure in the black robe let out a cold chuckle. With a gentle wave of his staff, a searing red beam shot toward Chen Muye. Swiftly, Chen sidestepped, raising his long knife to cleave the beam in two, though the residual force carved a deep fissure into the ground. "Dongshu, this adversary is formidable," Chen shouted, urging, "Find a way to weaken him." Li Dongshu nodded, his gaze sweeping over the movements of the cloaked figure. He noted that although the attacks were powerful, every time the foe utilized the runic power, the glow of the staff flickered momentarily, signaling a release point of that power. Her dagger traced a cold arc through the air, aimed at the opponent's flank. The black-robed figure snorted, swinging his staff down abruptly. A red light shield manifested at his side, completely blocking Si Xiaonan's assault. Simultaneously, his other hand gestured forward, conjuring several black, vengeful spirits that transformed into sharp spears, targeting Si Xiaonan. "Dodge!" Chen roared, dashing forward to intercept several of the vengeful spirits with his long knife. However, one spear still lunged towards Si Xiaonan. In that critical moment, Li Dongshu hurled the judge's pen with fervor. The tip sliced through the air, striking the core of the vengeful spear and shattering it completely. He understood that engaging in a direct confrontation would yield little success. Thus, he needed to devise a more covert method to weaken his opponent. His gaze fell upon the runic array on the ground. Although the runes had dimmed, they emitted faint energy fluctuations, clearly one of the sources of the black-robed figure's power. His strength emanated from the runic array beneath. Dongshu exclaimed, "We must destroy these runes." Bullets struck the ground, stirring clouds of dust, as the glow of the runic array gradually waned. However, the black-robed figure sensed their intent. His gaze turning icy as he abruptly thrust his staff into the earth. "Foolish act." His voice dripped with cold derision, thinking that by destroying these runes, they could weaken me. As his words fell, the runic array erupted with a piercing hum, and countless red lights converged upon him, causing his power to surge dramatically. "This is dire," Chen whispered, tightening his grip on the long knife. This adversary was forcibly extracting the power of the runes. "I will distract him." Without hesitation, Dongshu thrust the judge's pen through the air, targeting the black-robed figure's chest. The figure swiftly turned, his staff colliding with the pen in a fierce clash, sending both combatants staggering back from the immense force. Yet, a peculiar smile crept onto the black-robed figure's face. "Your power is intriguing," he murmured, his eyes glinting with curiosity. "This is no ordinary weapon of a night watchman." Dongshu felt a tightening in his chest, but maintained a facade of calm. "That is merely because you are too weak." "Humph, stubborn." The black-robed figure sneered, launching another attack. He observed that whenever the figure utilized runic power, there was a slight delay in action, a brief gap when the staff connected with the runic array. An opportunity. He felt a surge of elation, quickly switching the judge's pen to his other hand. Seizing the moment of the enemy's turn, he hurled it toward the core of the runic array. The tip pierced the center with precision, sending strong vibrations through the ground, extinguishing the red glow abruptly. "What?" The black-robed figure's expression shifted for the first time. "Now," Chen roared, seizing the opportunity to charge forward. The long knife carved a silver arc, aiming directly at the figure's chest. The black-robed figure was forced to retreat, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His expression darkened further, his voice low. "It seems I have underestimated you." He raised his staff suddenly. A blinding red light erupted in the air, momentarily obscuring everyone's vision. When the brilliance faded, the figure had vanished. "What the hell, where did he go?" Lung Xian frowned. "He is injured. He won't escape far." "We pursue," Chen replied coldly. Chapter 15. The ritual. The air in the wasteland was thick with a heavy sense of oppression, as if an invisible hand had gripped the throat of fate. The Night Watchman team advanced swiftly, their steps steady yet cautious. Each member had drawn their weapon, nerves taut like a string on the verge of snapping. Dongshu lingered at the rear, clutching the judge's pen. He scanned the surroundings with faint energy, yet could not detect the presence of the black-robed figure. "He will not escape so easily," Dongshu murmured, breaking the silence. His gaze warily swept the area. It was unnervingly quiet. Even the aura of vengeful spirits had faded. "I suspect he is likely waiting for us to walk into a trap, but we have no other choice." Lung Xian's tone carried a hint of urgency. "Should we fail to locate the core of the ancient god sect, we will forever be led by the nose." Chen Muye fell silent for a moment, then replied, "Continue forward, remain vigilant." The team resumed their march, the terrain of the wasteland gradually changing. The black substance on the ground diminished, replaced by patches of withered grass and exposed rock. This area appeared to have endured a great fire, the earth marred by scorched remnants. "This was once a town." Xiaonan paused, speaking softly. "A town?" Dongshu furrowed his brow, surveying his surroundings. He noticed hints of collapsed structures amid the dried grass, even recognizing several broken lampposts. "This was a suburban town in Songnan City decades ago," Chen explained. 20 years prior, it was completely destroyed by a fire and has remained abandoned ever since. No one knows the origin of the blaze, but it is said that hundreds perished in the flames. "No wonder the vengeful aura is so potent here," Dongshu murmured, his mind involuntarily conjuring images of the fire. "These runes." Xiaonan suddenly crouched, using her dagger to clear a patch of withered grass, revealing a set of vague runes on the ground. They bore some resemblance to those we encountered earlier, yet were more intricate. Dongshu approached to examine them closely, a sinking feeling in his heart. The arrangement of these runes was not only complex, but also exhibited distinct connective properties. Clearly, they were designed to sustain some grand ritual structure. If I am not mistaken, these runes are intended to channel energy over greater distances. This implies we are nearing the core location. "Then let us hasten," Lung Xian urged, urgency lacing his tone. "Wait." Dongshu raised a hand, halting Lung Xian's movement. "We may have already entered the range of the ritual. We must not act recklessly." He traced the ground lightly with the judge's pen. then closed his eyes to sense the energy flow around them. Moments later, he opened his eyes, his expression growing graver. Ahead lies a powerful energy barrier, he stated solemnly. If we charge in recklessly, we may trigger a trap. Can we circumvent it? Si Xiaonan inquired. No. Li Dongshu shook his head. The barrier encompasses the entire area. Then we shall break it, Lung Xian proposed, eyes flashing with combativeness. No, Li Dongshu countered once more. This barrier is likely connected to the core ritual. If we forcefully dismantle it, we may hasten the completion of the ritual. What then can we do? Lung Xian asked, frowning. I can attempt to decipher it. Li Dongshu replied cautiously. But I will need time, and during that process, you must ensure no enemies disturb us from outside the barrier. Leave it to us. Chen Muye nodded. Xiaonan, Lang Xian, you two are responsible for perimeter surveillance. The rest of us will secure the inner circle. Li Dongshu fell silent, swiftly kneeling at the edge of the barrier to analyze the runic structure. His fingers gently brushed the intricate patterns on the ground, the tip of his judge's pin glowing faintly as he meticulously deciphered the complex runes. The energy fluctuations emanating from the barrier were immensely potent, even inducing a slight dizziness in him. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to concentrate. The energy flow here is counterclockwise, he murmured. He quickly moved to the opposite side of the barrier, drawing a series of intricate symbols on the ground with his judge's pen. These symbols rapidly absorbed the barrier's energy, forming a faint crack. Almost there. He gritted his teeth, continuing to adjust the arrangement of the symbols. However, just as he was about to complete the task, a low thudding sound echoed from the distance. Lung Xian abruptly raised his head, a frigid glint in his eyes. Enemies are approaching. Several figures cloaked in black emerged slowly from the ruins, their forms shrouded in heavy shadows, wielding staves emanating a crimson glow. Indeed, they have come, Chen Muye coldly remarked. Everyone, prepare for battle. Dongshu, focus on breaking the barrier, leave the rest to us. The battle erupted instantly, with Lung Xian's firepower swiftly covering the front line. Scorching bullets accurately struck one black-cloaked figure, dislodging the staff from his grip. Meanwhile, Si Xiaonan rapidly advanced from another flank, her dagger slicing through the air like a beam of cold light, aiming for another enemy's throat. The black-cloaked figures were clearly prepared, their runic shields forming quickly to fend off the Night Watcher's assault. Simultaneously, their staves swung, unleashing crimson beams towards the Night Watcher squad. Chen Muye stood at the forefront, cleaving through all incoming attacks with his long blade. His movements were swift and precise, each strike imbued with immense pressure. Hold the line, he bellowed, swiftly counterattacking to push a black-cloaked figure back. Li Dongshu completely disregarded the battle behind him, his focus solely on the barrier's symbols. Sweat trickled down his forehead, yet his hand remained steady as he infused the final symbol with the judge's pen's power. Almost done, he whispered, thrusting the judge's pen into the ground. The barrier's glow suddenly extinguished, revealing a narrow passage before them. The barrier has been breached. Li Dongshu exclaimed, quick, rush in. The black-cloaked figures behind attempted to pursue. But at the end of the passage, a blinding light erupted, completely isolating them. Standing at the passage's end, Li Dongshu gasped for breath, his gaze fixed ahead. Before him lay the ruins of an ancient temple, radiating a palpable aura of resentment. Chapter 16. The Temple Before the Ancient Temple Ruins. The air was thick with the scent of decay, as if time itself had frozen in that moment. Li Dongshu stood outside the temple, gazing up at the towering stone pillars and twisted runic decorations, feeling an inexplicable sense of oppression. The Night Watchers adjusted their formation in silence, their vigilant eyes scanning their surroundings. They understood that this temple was undoubtedly the stronghold of the cult of the ancient gods. The resentment here was denser than anywhere else. If something is indeed sealed here, it cannot be anything good, Si Xiaonan murmured, her gaze fixed on the temple's grand entrance. The more perilous the place, the more likely it holds the key, Chen Muye stated solemnly. His expression was stern. Everyone, be cautious and ready for battle. Understood, Lung Xian nodded beside him, his weapon already primed. Li Dongshu inhaled deeply, stepping toward the temple. He gripped the judge's pen tightly, his pace slow yet resolute. He sensed a familiar yet dangerous aura seeping from within the temple, a force he had heard of in the tales of the Underworld. This temple is likely the true core of their summoning array, he whispered. These runes are even more intricate than those outside, indicating that the energy fluctuations here exceed our expectations. Can it be destroyed? Chen Muye inquired. But we must first enter the temple and locate the source of the energy flow. Chen Muye nodded decisively, issuing orders. Xiaonan and Lung Xian, lead the way. Dongshu, observe the runic fluctuations, I'll guard the rear. Everyone, stay alert. The Night Watchers swiftly adjusted their formation and cautiously entered the temple. Inside, the light was dim, and the air was filled with a damp, moldy scent. The walls were etched with dense runes that emitted a faint crimson glow, resembling countless pairs of watchful eyes, sending shivers down one's spine. These runes seemed to be recording something. Si Xiaonin's voice broke the silence. They are attempting to connect with a sealed space through the summoning array, releasing its power into the real world. According to the runes, that power exceeds the boundaries of an ordinary forbidden realm, likely involving beings of divine nature. Divine nature? Lung Xian furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting they intend to summon some kind of deity? Not a deity, Li Dongshu shook his head. It resembles an ancient existence long forgotten. Their power could be extraordinarily potent, yet beyond human control. Thus, our mission is to thwart them from completing this ritual, Chen Muye stated resolutely. Advance and locate the core of the ritual. The team continued forward, passing through a narrow corridor before entering a spacious hall. At the center of the hall stood a massive altar, upon which rested a black stone slab etched with intricate runes. These runes emitted a ghostly red light, enveloping the entire space. This is it, Li Dongshu whispered, his gaze fixed intently on the stone slab. This is the heart of the entire summoning array. If we can destroy it, the ritual will be entirely halted. Then what are we waiting for? Lung Xian raised his weapon, aiming at the slab. I'll take it down now. No, Li Dongshu quickly interjected. This slab is linked to the entire ritual. If we destroy it directly, it could trigger an energy backlash that engulfs us all. What then? Lung Xian asked, frowning. We must swiftly approach the altar and analyze the surrounding runic arrangements. Just then, a low, sinister laughter echoed from deep within the hall. A black-cloaked figure emerged slowly from the shadows, flanked by several acolytes, each wielding a staff ablaze with crimson light. Night Watchers, you indeed found your way here. The black-cloaked figure's hoarse voice carried a hint of mockery. But alas, your actions are far too late. Spare us the theatrics. Chen Muye retorted coldly, his gaze sharp with murderous intent. Whatever your scheme may be, it ends here today. Is that so? The black-cloaked figure sneered, raising his staff. Let us see about that. Before he could finish, the runes on the ground suddenly ignited. Countless black, resentful spirits surged from the earth, frantically rushing toward the Night Watcher squad. Battle! Chen Muye roared, charging at the black-cloaked figure, cleaving through the foremost resentful spirit with his long blade. Lung Xian followed closely, unleashing a barrage of firepower to suppress the spirit's assault. Si Xiaonin nimbly darted alongside, her dagger slicing through the air like lightning, precisely striking each spirit's core. Dongshu, hurry! Chen Muye shouted amidst the fray, we can't hold out for long. His fingers gently traced the surface of the runes, his mind racing to analyze each energy pathway. Here, he murmured, swiftly drawing a new set of symbols with the judge's pen. These symbols rapidly absorbed the altar's energy, causing the slab's glow to gradually dim. Just hold for 5 more minutes. He shouted, I'm almost through. However, the black-cloaked figure had evidently sensed his intent, abruptly turning around. The staff in his hand released a searing red light, hurtling towards Li Dongshu. Dodge. Shi Xiaonin swiftly surged forward, using a dagger to deflect the crimson light. It was violently thrown back. Curse be it. Li Dongshu gritted his teeth and hastened his movements. As the final set of symbols was inscribed, the radiance of the stone slab abruptly extinguished. The entire hall trembled, the runes on the ground shattering one by one. And the specter of resentment began to gradually fade away. No, the figure in the black robe bellowed, his eyes ablaze with frenzied hatred. He raised his staff, intent on launching a final assault, only to be struck in the chest by Chen Muye's blade, blood gushing forth. Finally resolved, Chen Muye murmured. Li Dongshu, panting heavily, rose to his feet, his gaze fixed upon the shattered altar. Chapter 17. The source of calamity within the temple hall. The broken altar and dissipating specters signified the conclusion of the battle. Li Dongshu stood before the altar, his eyes intently focused on the extinguished remnants of the stone slab. The summoning array was destroyed, yet I still feel something amiss, he murmured. The judge's pen rotated gently in his hand, its tip slicing through the air, emanating a chill. Are you suggesting they have a backup plan? Chen Muye queried from the side, his brow furrowed, a hint of unease in his voice. Very likely, Li Dongshu nodded. This slab was merely a fragment of the summoning array. Although it was central, its energy flow was evidently incomplete, indicating that the ancient god church's scheme extends far beyond this. So what shall we do next? Cold Xian's tone bore impatience. Are we merely to stand here waiting? Certainly not. Chen Muye glanced at Cold Xian, then turned to Li Dongshu. What do you propose as our next course of action? Li Dongshu pondered for a moment before raising his head and stating, the actions of the ancient god church have always been organized and purposeful. Their audacity to establish a summoning array here signifies its immense importance to them. We must thoroughly investigate this temple to uncover further clues. Agreed, Shi Xiaonin nodded. Since they are willing to expend such great power to protect this place, The temple must conceal something of even greater significance. Very well, then let us split up, Chen Muye decisively declared. Cold Xian and Xiaonan shall maintain external vigilance, while Dongshu and I will delve into the interior. Should we discover any anomalies, report immediately. The team swiftly sprang into action, with Cold Xian and Xiaonan retreating from the hall to guard the temple's exterior, while Li Dongshu and Chen Muye ventured deeper into the temple's recesses. The interior passages of the temple were narrow and dimly lit, the walls etched with ancient runes. These symbols, somewhat obscured, emitted a faint red glow. A heavy stench of decay enveloped the air, inducing waves of nausea. These runes do not resemble components of the summoning array, Li Dongshu spoke softly, his gaze scanning the patterns on the walls. They appear more akin to records of a certain history. History? Chen Muye's expression sharpened. Can you decipher it? Allow me to try, Li Dongshu nodded, halting his steps. He extended his hand to touch the runes on the wall, utilizing the power of the judge's pen to interpret these ancient texts. Moments later, his countenance grew increasingly grave. These runes document an ancient sealing ritual. According to the descriptions, this temple was once used to seal an exceedingly dangerous entity. The current actions of the ancient god church likely aim to lift this seal. What is being sealed? Chen Muye inquired, his voice tinged with a cold edge. The runes did not specify a particular name, but they repeatedly emphasized one term: the source of calamity. Its power is sufficient to obliterate entire cities, even threatening broader regions. Indeed, Chen Muye murmured thoughtfully. Their objective is evidently not merely the forbidden ruins, but to completely upend the existing order through this power. Yet, they cannot fully control such strength, Li Dongshu added. Should the seal be broken, the source of calamity may spiral out of control, and the casualties would not be limited to us. Thus, we must thwart their plans, Chen Muye asserted resolutely, pressing on to locate the precise position of the seal. The two continued along the passage, reaching a heavy stone door at its end. The door was inscribed with intricate runes, radiating a dazzling red light. Compared to the previous runes, the energy fluctuations here were palpably more intense. This is the entrance to the seal, Li Dongshu murmured, his gaze fixed on the stone door. The ancient god church has likely already breached part of the seal. We must prevent them from fully unlocking it. Can we enter? Chen Muye asked. We can. But we must exercise caution, Li Dongshu acknowledged, extending his hand to touch the runes on the stone door. The judge's pen in his grasp shimmered slightly, gradually redirecting the energy of the door. With a deep rumble, the door began to slowly open. Beyond lay a vast underground hall. At the center stood a towering stone platform, upon which floated a jet-black crystal. The surface of the crystal continuously emitted dark mist, enveloping the entire hall. This is the core of the source of calamity's seal, Li Dongshu whispered. If we destroy this crystal, the seal will be firmly reinstated, and the ancient god church's plans will be thwarted. Then let us take action, Chen Muye declared, raising his weapon and stepping toward the crystal. However, at that moment, a low, sinister laugh echoed from the shadows of the hall. A familiar figure emerged, the black-robed man who had previously fled. Behind it trailed several formidable acolytes, each wearing a grotesque grin. I must say, I am impressed, the black-robed man sneered. You actually managed to find this place, but alas, your efforts end here. Not so easily, Chen Muye retorted coldly, gripping his weapon tightly. Dongshu, leave this to me. I won't let him escape this time. Li Dongshu nodded. His gaze locked onto the crystal at the center of the hall. He understood that this was their final opportunity. They must shatter the crystal before the black-robed man could intervene. Protect yourself, Chen Muye cautioned softly, then suddenly charged at the black-robed man. His long knife slicing through the air, trailing a glint of cold light. The black-robed man raised his staff, clashing with Chen Muye's blade, the immense force causing both to stagger backward. Simultaneously, several acolytes launched their assault, attempting to impede Chen Muye's advance. Hold them back, Chen Muye bellowed. Without hesitation, Li Dongshu dashed toward the crystal, clutching the judge's pen, every step imbued with an indescribable resolve. He knew that this time, he could not afford to fail. As he approached the crystal, the surrounding black mist surged violently, transforming into countless twisted tendrils that lunged at him. He swiftly traced an arc with the judge's pen, severing the tendrils. Yet, they quickly regrouped, as if they could never truly vanish. Cursed be it. He gritted his teeth, quickening his pace. At last, he reached the crystal and thrust the judge's pen forcefully into its core. A piercing shriek echoed. Cracks began to emerge on the crystal's surface, and a dark red light surged forth from the fissures. No. The black-robed man roared in fury, attempting to rush toward the crystal, only to be repelled by Chen Muye's blade. It is over, Li Dongshu shouted, exerting all his strength to push the judge's pen. The crystal shattered completely, and the black mist dissipated in an instant, plunging the entire hall into an eerie silence. The black-robed man froze in place, despair evident in his eyes, his lips quivering as if he wished to speak. Yet ultimately, he uttered nothing, his body dissolving into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing into the air. Chen Muye approached Li Dongshu, patting his shoulder. Well done. In the hall, Li Dongshu, panting heavily, nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you for the compliment. Chapter 18. Delivered to our door, the hall of the temple fell silent, the dark mist dissipating completely with the shattering of the crystal. All that remained was an eerie stillness and the faint traces of runes. Li Dongshu slumped to the ground, the judge's pen clutched in his hand, feeling an elusive sense of relief. We succeeded. Chen Muye's voice resonated with a somber yet resolute tone amidst the silence. His long blade hung at his side, stained with the blood of their foes. Finally, we have triumphed, Li Dongshu gasped, rising to his feet, his gaze warily scanning the surroundings. Chen Muye patted his shoulder, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Regardless, you performed admirably. Without you, we might not have accomplished our mission. It was my duty. Li Dongshu managed a faint smile as he tucked the judge's pen into his sleeve. Let us depart. Chen Muye glanced at the collapsed altar. We must leave this place. The team is waiting. Lang Xian and Xiaonan should still be outside keeping watch. The two quickly gathered their gear and retraced their steps. The temple corridor was suffused with a decaying aura, yet the prior oppressive feeling had vanished. The red glow of the runes had completely extinguished, leaving only shallow engravings on the walls, reminiscent of remnants from a calamity. Upon reaching the temple's exit, they found Lang Xian and Si Xiaonan standing at the entrance. As the two emerged, Lang Xian stepped forward. All done? We thought you perished inside. No need for sarcasm, Si Xiaonan replied coldly, her gaze sweeping over Li Dongshu and Chen Muye. What is the situation? However, Li Dongshu surmised that this was merely a part of the ancient god cult scheme. Their actions would not cease here. Part of the plan? Lang Xian furrowed his brow. What does that mean? Do they have another core? It is highly likely. Li Dongshu nodded. The ancient god cult's operations will not occur in isolation. This summoning array is but one of many. Others are still underway. So, we have merely delayed them. Si Xiaonan contemplated. Thus, we must act before they do. Chen Muye stated, his expression grave. Lang Xian, Xiaonan, you are responsible for purging the lingering vengeful spirits in the vicinity, ensuring this area is completely secure. He understood that although this victory was significant, it was far from the conclusion. Upon returning to the base, the other team members were already waiting. They were gathered in the command room, the atmosphere more tense than ever. Chen Muye approached the map, forcefully pinning a red marker at the temple's location. According to Dongshu's analysis, the ancient god cult's objectives had not fully materialized. Their plans were more intricate than they had anticipated. Chen Muye addressed everyone from this moment forth. We must remain doubly vigilant. Are there more specific leads? A team member inquired, anxiety lacing their tone. Indeed, Li Dongshu stepped forward, unfurling a hand-drawn map. Within the temple, I deciphered part of the runes. Their arrangement points to another area, a desolate industrial zone on the outskirts of Songnan City. An industrial zone? Si Xiaonan took the map, examining it closely. That area has been abandoned for over a decade, with virtually no human activity nearby. Precisely, Li Dongshu affirmed. This makes it an ideal location for conducting large-scale rituals. If my deductions are correct, it is likely the key site for their next operation. What are we waiting for? Lang Xian's eyes gleamed with battle fervor. Let us storm in and eradicate their stronghold. Calm yourself, Chen Muye cautioned in a hushed tone. The situation in the industrial zone is far more complex than that of the temple. If we act recklessly, we may find ourselves encircled by the enemy. Then what do we do? Lang Xian pressed urgently. Dongshu, can you glean more information from those runes? I can certainly attempt, Li Dongshu nodded, moving to the side to begin analyzing the fragments of runes. However, at that moment, a sharp alarm suddenly blared. The alert system has been triggered. A team member shouted. The outer reconnaissance point has detected enemies approaching the base. Has the ancient god cult launched a counterattack? Lang Xian tightened his grip on his weapon, a flicker of excitement crossing his face. Finally, they have delivered themselves to us. All personnel, prepare for battle. Chen Muye commanded decisively, then turned to Li Dongshu. Dongshu, you will remain in the command room to continue organizing leads. This battle is ours to handle. No, Captain, I wish to fight as well. Li Dongshu stood resolute, determination gleaming in his eyes. You must prioritize sorting through the clues, Chen Muye replied coldly. Obey the order and stay here. Li Dongshu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. Very well, if you need assistance, just call out. Seeing him acquiesce, Chen Muye said nothing further and led the team out of the command room. Chapter 19. Sniper. The blaring alarm shattered the stillness within the base, saturating the air with a palpable tension and pressure. Chen Muye swiftly led most of the team out of the command room, leaving behind only Li Dongshu and a few logistics support members. Li Dongshu sat at the table, fixated on the fragments of ruins. The sounds of battle outside grew ever nearer. A logistics team member spoke in a hushed tone, their face etched with unease. He understood that the ancient god cult's assault would not be straightforward. They surely had deeper intentions, perhaps to divert attention or to attempt to annihilate the Night Watcher stronghold, severing their subsequent operations. The arrangement of the runes and the energy trajectories seemed to indicate a location, one he was wholly unfamiliar with. However, he soon realized that this location lay beyond the known parameters. This is peculiar. He furrowed his brow, using the judge's pen to redraw the trajectory of the runes. If these runes record the next course of action, why is this location so concealed? Just then, a violent tremor reverberated from the ground. The entire base seemed to be struck by an invisible force. The lights on the walls flickered momentarily before stabilizing. They are breaching the defense system, a team member exclaimed. Remain calm, Li Dongshu rose, his gaze steady as he scanned everyone present. You will maintain your positions here and keep communications open. I will step outside to assess the situation. But Captain instructed you to stay here, a team member protested. This is no time for debate, Li Dongshu interrupted, swiftly grasping the judge's pen and exiting the command room. The sounds of combat outside had intensified dramatically. The figures of black-robed acolytes flickered in the shadows of the night, their staffs unleashing searing red beams that clashed relentlessly with the Night Watcher's defensive lines. Chen Muye stood at the forefront of the fray, wielding his long blade like thunder, cleaving down two charging acolytes. Yet, the enemy continued to surge forth, seemingly indifferent to their casualties. Captain, Li Dongshu arrived at the front line, narrowly evading an energy arrow aimed at him. How did the enemy breach so swiftly? They have brought in higher-tier acolytes, Chen Muye panted, his expression grim. These foes are not like the previous rabble. Each possesses formidable combat prowess. And there is something worse. Long Xian rushed over, urgency in his voice. I have identified a peak priest within the enemy ranks. He is orchestrating their movements. A peak priest? Li Dongshu's brow furrowed. If he truly engages in battle, our defenses will be hard-pressed to hold. Thus, we must prioritize eliminating him, Chen Muye stated coldly, then turned to Li Dongshu. Can you pinpoint his exact location? Give me 5 minutes, Li Dongshu nodded, closing his eyes. He plunged the judge's pen into the ground, beginning to sense the energy fluctuations around him. Intense energy surges emanated from all directions, but the strongest pulse originated from the high ground behind the base. The image of that area rapidly materialized in Li Dongshu's mind. The abandoned watchtower stood as the optimal vantage point for the enemy to control the battlefield. In the rear of the tower, he opened his eyes and swiftly spoke. The priest was there, utilizing the tower's height to command the fight. Lung Xian and Si Xiao Nan, accompany me to deal with the priest, Chen Muye decisively ordered. The rest continue to hold the line and delay the enemy's main force. Chen Muye, Lung Xian, Si Xiao Nan, and Li Dongshu charged toward the watchtower. Along the way, they encountered several waves of resistance. Yet these makeshift defenses were utterly incapable of halting the advance of the Night Watchmen. They soon arrived at the entrance of the tower, where the atmosphere was palpably oppressive. The air was thick with potent energy fluctuations, seemingly on the verge of eruption. There are rune traps, Li Dongshu whispered, pointing to a set of indistinct symbols on the ground. If we rush in directly, we might trigger a chain explosion. Can you decipher them? Chen Muye asked, his gaze imbued with a flicker of hope. However, just as he began to take action, a deep incantation resonated from within the tower. Suddenly, a searing red light shot down from the tower's peak, carrying a destructive aura straight toward the Night Watchman's team. Be careful. Chen Muye swiftly pulled Li Dongshu aside, using his long blade to block the brunt of the red light's assault. The immense force propelled him back a few steps, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. They've discovered us, Lung Xian murmured, gripping his weapon tightly. Do not falter. Chen Muye wiped the blood from his lips, his gaze steadfast as he looked at Li Dongshu. Continue deciphering the runes. We will hold him off. Li Dongshu said nothing further but immersed himself in the task of unraveling the runes. His fingers moved swiftly, rapidly deconstructing the structure of the runes. Meanwhile, using the power of the judge's pen, he directed the energy towards a harmless path. The battle raged behind him with fervor. Chen Muye stood at the forefront, engaging in fierce close combat with a black-robed acolyte. Lang Xian's firepower was both precise and ferocious, repelling the enemies attempting to close in. Si Xiaonan moved stealthily in the shadows, meticulously searching for openings in the enemy's defenses. Almost there, Li Dongshu whispered, with a final flourish. The judge's pen traced a perfect arc over the last set of symbols. The glow of the runes extinguished in an instant, fully opening the path to the tower's apex. Charge! Chen Muye bellowed, leading the charge into the watchtower. The interior was narrow and dimly lit, yet the energy fluctuations in the air were even more intense. At the tower's summit, a priest clad in black robes stood at the center of a vast magical array. His staff raised high, he incessantly recited obscure incantations. "Disrupt his ritual," Chen Muye commanded decisively, rushing toward the priest. Lung Xian and Si Shaonan flanked him, launching a fierce assault on the priest. However, the priest's power was evidently formidable. He raised his hand, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that blocked all incoming attacks. Simultaneously, the retaliatory red light was precise and lethal. Dongshu lingered at the back of the group, his gaze fixated on the priest's movements. He noted that while the priest's power was immense, his staff remained the core of his strength. If it could be destroyed, it would completely dismantle his power. "Draw his attention. I have a plan," Dongshu shouted. "Understood," Chen Muye responded, intensifying his attacks to fully capture the priest's focus. Seizing this opportunity, Dongshu quickly approached, the judge's pen emanating a faint chill. He aimed at the lower end of the priest's staff and thrust the pen forward with sudden ferocity. With a sharp crack, the priest's staff was pierced, and the red light extinguished instantaneously. "No!" the priest cried out in despair, collapsing to the ground as his life force rapidly dissipated. Chapter 20. Time is running short. The air within the watchtower gradually regained its calm, yet the residual energy fluctuations remained unsettling. The red light at the tower's peak had vanished completely, and the priest's lifeless body lay on the ground. His staff slipped from his grasp, shattering into dark red fragments. "You did well," he said, his voice deep and calm, tinged with exhaustion. "I understand," Dongshu nodded, still gripping the judge's pen, his fingertips growing cold. His gaze fell upon the remnants of the magical array on the ground, his thoughts already drifting elsewhere. "These runes differ from the previous summoning array," he murmured, crouching to inspect them closely. "Transmission?" Lung Xian raised an eyebrow. "Are you suggesting this priest was not summoning, but rather conveying something?" "It could be information or energy," Dongshu affirmed. "Whichever it is, it indicates that the actions of the ancient god sect have not been entirely thwarted. They likely have initiated another array elsewhere." "These fellows are truly troublesome," Lang Xian muttered under his breath. "Why can't we just take them all out at once?" Moreover, the ancient god sect operates with utmost secrecy. They would not easily expose their entire plan. "What should we do next?" Si Shaonan asked, her eyes reflecting concern. "We need to consolidate our intelligence and determine our next course of action." The surroundings were eerily quiet as they made their way back to the base. Upon arrival, the other team members had already completed their cleanup. The operations room was brightly lit, with the map on the wall densely annotated. Chen Muye stood before the map, contemplating for a moment before speaking. "Dongshu, compile everything you've discovered. We need to act swiftly." Lung Xian leaned against the wall, his expression showing impatience. "I really don't understand what these cursed runes are good for," he grumbled. "If it weren't for these wretched runes, you might have perished at the hands of those vengeful spirits." Si Shaonan interjected, her tone calm yet firm. Chen Muye raised a hand to halt their argument, scanning both of them. "Enough of that." Lung Xian shrugged and fell silent, while Si Shaonan turned to sip from her cup. At that moment, Dongshu's voice broke the room's silence. "I've uncovered some new clues." Instantly, everyone turned their attention to him as he pointed to the runic traces on the table. "Based on the arrangement of these runes, I confirm they are part of a larger network." "Where specifically?" Chen Muye inquired. "However, it is certain that activating the main array requires a substantial amount of energy. They will likely conduct their next operation in the core area of Tsangnan City." "The core area of Tsangnan City?" Long Xian frowned. "Isn't that a densely populated zone? If they were to make a big move there, it would surely incite massive chaos." "Precisely because of that, they would choose such a location," Dongshu nodded. "Conducting rituals in a crowded area not only conceals their actions, but also leverages the surrounding beliefs and fears to provide additional energy for the ritual." "Those lunatics." Lung Xian ground his teeth in a low curse. "Calm down," Chen Muye whispered, then turned to Dongshu. "Are there any other leads?" "None for now." Dongshu shook his head. "However, I need to investigate some things in the core area of the city. Only there can I confirm the location of the main array." "Then let's move," Chen Muye decisively stated. "Shaonan, Lung Xian, you are responsible for scouting the core area. Dongshu and I will organize the intelligence and confirm the action plan." "Understood," Si Shaonan nodded, although Lung Xian was reluctant. He ultimately followed Si Shaonan out of the operations room. After the two departed, Chen Muye turned to Dongshu, his voice low and serious. "Are you hiding something from me?" Dongshu hesitated briefly before shaking his head. "No, I have disclosed everything I discovered." "Yet you haven't informed me where the judge's pen originates." Chen Muye's gaze pierced through the facade. Dongshu fell into silence for a moment, then quietly stated, "Team Leader Chen, What I can tell you is that my goals align with yours. I wish to protect this world and thwart the schemes of the ancient god church. He spoke gravely. I require a more definitive answer. Chen Muye advanced a step, his tone imbued with a hint of pressure. I'm afraid the time is not right, Li Dongshu replied calmly. Chen Muye, after a brief silence, scrutinized him for several seconds and ultimately refrained from pressing further. He turned his gaze towards the map, his voice somber. Very well, I trust you, but remember this. Upon hearing Chen Muye's words, Li Dongshu nodded heavily and replied, Captain, I understand. The operations room fell into a brief silence as Li Dongshu's gaze swept across the map, his mind racing with thoughts. He knew that with the ancient god church's actions accelerating, his identity as an agent would inevitably be discovered by the enemy. Before that happened, he must ensure he possesses sufficient means for self-preservation to survive in this chaotic world. Time is running short, he murmured to himself, his fingers lightly tapping the table. We must act more swiftly. Chapter 21. The sentinel in the square. The night in Songnan City was tranquil, with the neon lights of the urban core intertwining to form a vibrant tapestry, yet it could not conceal the lurking dangers beneath the surface. Li Dongshu sat in a car parked by the roadside, observing the situation in the square ahead through the window. This was the heart of the city, bustling with crowds and brimming with vitality. However, in his eyes, this prosperity concealed an imperceptible crisis. On the surface, there was nothing unusual, Si Xiaonan whispered through the earpiece. The ancient god church would not be so ostentatious. Chen Muye's voice came through the communicator, low and cautious. Dongshu, where do you think they might set up their formation? Such a large-scale ritual requires a stable energy center. They might choose the underground facilities beneath the square. Underground? Lung Xian's tone carried a hint of doubt. You mean sewers or subway stations? That is a possibility, Li Dongshu nodded, and the density of the crowd here is quite high. If the formation is activated, the ensuing panic will serve as their energy source. These lunatics are truly mad, Lung Xian muttered. Xiaonan, you two investigate the entrances to the underground passages immediately. Chen Muye ordered decisively. Dongshu and I will observe from the surface. Report any anomalies right away. Li Dongshu exited the car and approached the edge of the square. His fingers gently caressed the judge's pen hidden in his sleeve, rapidly simulating possible scenarios in his mind. He sensed that the energy fluctuations in this area were distinctly stronger than in others, indicating that the ancient god church had indeed established some structure here. Have you found anything? Chen Muye approached him, speaking in a low tone. I have some leads, Li Dongshu nodded, his gaze fixed on the sculpture. Part of the formation lies beneath the sculpture. Beneath the sculpture? Chen Muye furrowed his brow slightly. We need to find a way to access the interior. We'll require cover. Li Dongshu replied quietly. There are too many people in the square. Acting rashly would only alarm them. What is your plan? Chen Muye inquired, anticipation in his voice. I'll coordinate with you, Chen Muye nodded, but if things go awry, retreat immediately. He noticed several individuals standing at the edge of the square. Their expressions seemingly ordinary, yet their gazes inadvertently drifted towards the sculpture. Those individuals, Li Dongshu whispered, are likely sentinels of the ancient god church. They're monitoring the square. Leave it to me, Chen Muye said softly, then turned to vanish into the crowd. Minutes later, those suspicious figures were suddenly knocked down by pedestrians emerging from nowhere, their communicators slipping from their grasp. Before they could react, Chen Muye swiftly approached and subdued them. The passage is open, he communicated through the earpiece. Move quickly, Li Dongshu nodded, swiftly nearing the sculpture. He gently traced the ground with the judge's pen, confirming the presence of energy fluctuations beneath the base of the sculpture. After scanning the surroundings to ensure no other foes were present, he inserted the judge's pen into a concealed crevice. With a faint tremor, the base of the sculpture slowly opened, revealing a deep staircase. There is indeed something amiss, Li Dongshu muttered, reporting through the earpiece. I'm going in to take a look. Be cautious, Chen Muye's voice conveyed a hint of concern. If anything seems off, retreat immediately. The air within the passage was abnormally damp, faintly tinged with a decaying scent. The walls were inscribed with intricate runes, emanating a dark red glow that cast the entire space in a hellish light. Suspended above the altar was a black crystal, within which flowed a crimson light, radiating intense energy fluctuations. Li Dongshu was certain this was the core of the entire formation. I've located the core, he reported through the earpiece. It's an energy crystal. Can it be destroyed? Chen Muye asked. However, if the destruction fails, it may trigger an energy backlash. We'll hurry to your location, Chen Muye said. Until we arrive, do not act recklessly. Li Dongshu nodded, cautiously approaching the altar. His gaze was fixed on the crystal, the judge's pen in his hand flickering with a faint glow. Yet, just as he was about to touch the crystal, a deep, mocking laughter echoed from behind him. What a bold move. Li Dongshu spun around abruptly, seeing a man in a black robe standing at the entrance of the passage. His mask was etched with complex runes, and he wielded a staff radiating a fiery red light, exuding an imposing aura. A priest of the ancient god church? Dongshu murmured, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Indeed, the man in black retorted with a chilling smile, but rather than my identity, you should be more concerned about your predicament. Before he finished speaking, he swung his staff violently, unleashing a searing red light aimed directly at Dongshu. Dongshu rapidly dodged, the judge's pen spinning as it sliced through the air towards the priestess' chest. However, the priest raised his hand, conjuring a red barrier that completely thwarted Dongshu's attack. It seems you are not so simple, the priest sneered, then launched another assault. In the narrow passage, the battle erupted swiftly. Although Dongshu did not directly reveal his powers, the precise attacks and quick reflexes of the judge's pen compelled the priest to exercise extreme caution. Do you think you can stop us? The priest scoffed, his tone laced with mockery. This is merely the beginning. The true ritual has already commenced. The true ritual? Dongshu's pupils constricted slightly. What do you mean? Chapter 22. Intense confrontation in the confined underground passage. The flames of battle illuminated the twisted runes on the walls. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the heat of energy fluctuations. Dongshu moved nimbly through the passage, the judge's pen spinning quickly in his hand. The cold light sliced through the darkness, closing in on the black-robed priest before him. Your reflexes are commendable, the priest mocked. With a sudden flourish of his staff, a searing red light cleaved towards the ground, sending debris flying. Dongshu quickly evaded, the judge's pen carving a fluid arc as it aimed for the priest's shoulder. However, the priest's movements were faster than he anticipated. The staff spun in the air, summoning a crimson barrier that completely neutralized the attack. Futile, the priest taunted. Did you think you could stop us alone? He had already sensed that while the barrier was formidable, it relied on the runes inscribed on the staff for sustenance. If he could destroy the staff, an opportunity to break the deadlock would present itself. I cannot confront him head-on. I must rely on cunning, he pondered silently. The priest clearly did not wish to grant him too much time for contemplation. With another swing of his staff, a searing red light surged toward him like a blade. Dongshu adeptly maneuvered through the narrow passage, swiftly evading while searching for an opening in his opponent's defenses. Why do you not retaliate? The priest sneered coldly. It seems you are not as formidable as you claimed. Just as his words fell, Dongshu launched a counterattack. He hurled the judge's pen, its tip glinting with a chilling light, aimed directly at the priest's face. The priest scoffed, raising his hand to summon a barrier that deflected the assault. A mere trick, he derided. However, his expression shifted abruptly as Dongshu's figure appeared beside him, brandishing an unfamiliar dagger poised to strike at his flank. Troubling. The priest spun around, attempting to block the blow, but it was too late. The dagger tore through his black robe, inflicting a wound that, while not fatal, forced him to stagger back a few steps, dimming the glow of his staff. Your barrier is not invincible, Dongshu remarked coldly. You insolent brat. The priest's countenance darkened as he wiped the tear in his robe. It seems I underestimated you. He lifted his staff high, causing the runes within the passage to illuminate instantaneously. A multitude of red tendrils of energy coalesced and surged toward Dongshu. This is dire, Dongshu gritted his teeth, swiftly inscribing a rune with the judge's pen, enveloping himself in a thin layer of defensive barrier. The scorching tendrils struck against the barrier, forcing him to retreat several steps. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he realized the priest's power surpassed his expectations. I cannot afford to delay, he murmured to himself, the judge's pen beginning to emit a faint glow, radiating an unusual chill. Are you finally taking this seriously? The priest's gaze bore a hint of mockery. Yet, no matter how you struggle, you cannot shatter my might. His speed reached its zenith as the judge's pen became a streak of light, accurately targeting the base of the priest's staff. The priest, evidently caught off guard by such swiftness, hastily swung his staff in a bid to fend off the attack. Yet the tip of the judge's pen struck the rune. With a piercing crash, the runes on the staff shattered instantly. The red light flickered erratically, and the surrounding runes dimmed considerably. A flicker of rage and disbelief crossed the priest's face. You have disrupted my rune link. Now, is your barrier of any use? Dongshu mocked, thrusting the judge's pen toward the priest's chest once more. The priest hastily retreated, striving to create distance, but it was too late. The judge's pen grazed his shoulder, causing blood to spurt forth. His movements began to slow, and the glow of his staff extinguished completely. Impossible, he gasped, clutching his wound, despair evident in his eyes. You are no ordinary night watchman. Tell me, where is the main array located? He implored softly. Do you think I would divulge that? Dongshu scoffed. Even if I perish, you cannot prevent the ritual. Let us see. Dongshu's gaze turned icy. the tip of the judge's pin pressing slightly against the priest's skin. The priest, sensing the sharp chill, finally exhibited a flicker of hesitation. After a few ragged breaths, he whispered, "In the underground reservoir of Tsangnan City. That is the true core of the ritual, but you cannot reach it." No sooner had he spoken, an arrow tipped with poison struck him, rendering his body rigid as he collapsed to the ground. Damn, he has allies. Li Dongshu gritted his teeth, eyeing the poisoned arrow embedded in the priest's corpse, uncertainty brewing within him. He quickly contacted Chen Muye via his earpiece. The priest has been killed. He mentioned that the core of the ritual is in the underground reservoir. Received, came Chen Muye's voice. We will head to the reservoir immediately. You should hurry as well. The skirmish above had quieted, and the Night Watchman squad established a temporary defensive perimeter around the square. Chen Muye stood at the forefront, his gaze scanning the surroundings with calm precision. Dongshu, he acknowledged as he spotted Li Dongshu approaching. What is the situation? The priest confirmed that the core of the ritual is in the underground reservoir, Li Dongshu panted. However, his demeanor before death makes me suspect that this information could be a trap. That is quite possible, Chen Muye nodded. Regardless of whether it is a trap, we must verify it. Then let us depart. Lung Xian tightened his grip on his weapon, impatience flickering in his gaze. We cannot allow these lunatics to continue their antics. All personnel, prepare for action, Chen Muye commanded decisively. The team promptly equipped themselves and advanced toward the underground reservoir. Chapter 23. This is part of the ritual. Upon arriving at the underground reservoir, Team 136 searched briefly before discovering that the entrance was concealed within a dilapidated industrial zone. As they approached, a potent surge of energy began to envelop the area, instilling a sense of unease in everyone. This place feels off, Si Xiaonan whispered. Her eyes filled with caution. Li Dongshu, positioned centrally in the formation, held the judge's pin, its faint glow illuminating the mottled walls of the passage. The energy fluctuations are intensifying, he noted, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. The ancient god cult's formation should lie deep within the reservoir. Is there a possibility of an ambush? Chen Muye, leading the way with his sword drawn, inquired. Very likely, Li Dongshu nodded. Moreover, they may already be prepared for our arrival. Then let us not waste time. Lung Xian insisted, gripping his weapon tighter, eager to eliminate these madmen before they could wreak further havoc. Lung Xian, do not underestimate the enemy. This place is more perilous than any we have encountered before, Si Xiaonan cautioned from the side. Understood, Lang Xian responded dismissively, yet his movements grew more cautious. The group continued onward as the underground passage expanded, intricate runes beginning to emerge upon the walls. These runes radiated a dim red light, casting the entire space in a hellish glow. Li Dongshu's gaze fixated on the runes, sensing the immense energy they contained. These runes serve as conduits for the ritual's power. He murmured, if we can destroy them, the formation's operation may be disrupted. But there are far too many runes, Si Xiaonan frowned. We may not have enough time to dismantle them one by one. As long as the focal point is destroyed, all the runes will become ineffective. Suddenly, Chen Muye halted, lowering his voice to alert the team. Li Dongshu followed his gaze to the passage's end, where flickering red light illuminated several indistinct figures moving within. Enemies, Lung Xian whispered, raising his weapon. Shall we engage? Wait, Chen Muye raised a hand to signal. Let's observe first. A few black-robed cultists stood in an open area at the end of the passage, gripping their glowing red staffs, seemingly engaged in some form of ritual. Before them lay a small spiritual altar, atop which floated a crystal emanating a radiant red light. This is part of the entire ritual, Li Dongshu explained. If we can destroy it, the core formation's power will be significantly weakened. What are we waiting for? Lung Xian sneered, lifting his weapon to fire. Not so fast. Li Dongshu restrained his wrist, murmuring, these individuals will not be unguarded. If we act recklessly, we may alert more enemies. What is your plan? Chen Muye asked, his gaze unwavering. No, Chen Muye decisively countered, you cannot take that risk. This operation requires the safe return of every one of us, he stated coldly. Chapter 24. Destroy the nodes. Li Dongshu fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. Very well, but you must be swift. Rest assured. Chen Muye clapped him on the shoulder, then turned to Si Xiaonan and Lung Xian. You two, encircle from the left and right. I will draw their attention from the front. Understood. Both nodded simultaneously and swiftly parted ways. Chen Muye took a deep breath and stepped out from behind cover. His gaze coldly fixated on the cloaked acolytes. Members of the ancient god church are not so formidable after all. The black-clad devotees were startled by his sudden appearance, turning their heads in his direction. Their eyes reflected a hint of wariness, but predominantly mockery. A night watchman? One of the leading acolytes sneered. How bold of you to venture in here alone. You are courting death. Enough with the banter, Chen Muye replied icily, his long blade slicing through the air with a sharp arc. The battle erupted instantly, Chen Muye's speed akin to a tempest. His blade traced glimmers of cold light in the air, directly threatening the leading acolyte. Though the acolytes reacted quickly, they found themselves overwhelmed by Chen Muye's onslaught. Simultaneously, Xi Xiaonan and Lung Xian stealthily approached from the sides. Their objective was clear: to destroy the energy crystal atop the spiritual altar. Dongshu, now. Chen Muye uttered through his earpiece while engaged in combat. Li Dongshu nodded and dashed out from behind cover, his judge's pen drawing a streak of cold light as it pierced the rune array beneath the altar. His movements were lightning quick. The acolytes barely had time to respond before the light of the rune array began to dim. "Stop him!" bellowed the leading acolyte, attempting to charge at Li Dongshu. However, Chen Muye's long blade once again closed in, intercepting the attack. "Your opponent is me." Li Dongshu disregarded the battle behind him. His focus locked onto the crystal atop the altar. The judge's pen spun rapidly in his hand, completely dismantling the last set of runes. Boom! With a deep rumbling, the crystal's light extinguished instantly. The runes throughout the space gradually faded, and the energy fluctuations dissipated. "Impossible." The leading acolyte's eyes brimmed with disbelief. "You actually embrace death," Chen Muye coldly declared. His long blade carved through the air, utterly shattering the acolyte's counterattack. The remaining devotees, stripped of their fighting spirit, turned to flee. Lung Xian smirked as he pursued, swiftly dealing with several enemies attempting to retaliate. Moments later, Team 136 set off immediately, advancing deeper. In the depths of the underground reservoir, the walls were marred by ancient water stains. Li Dongshu glanced down at the ground, discovering it was covered with intricate runes. These runes emitted a faint red glow, resembling a clandestine trail marker. Li Dongshu frowned, lightly tracing the runes with his judge's pen, feeling a strong resistance. He realized they were not mere energy traces, but rather a type of defensive mechanism. "I can attempt to decipher them, but it will require time," Li Dongshu stated, crouching to rapidly analyze the structure of the runes. Meanwhile, Lung Xian and Xi Xiaonan vigilantly observed their surroundings. "These runes are different from those we encountered before," Li Dongshu murmured. His mind raced. They not only guided energy, but also possessed a triggering mechanism. If the energy fluctuations upon contact are too strong, it will activate the defenses across this area. Does that mean we cannot utilize our powers broadly? Xi Xiaonan's expression darkened further. "Essentially, yes," Li Dongshu confirmed. "However, I can attempt to create a breach for us to pass through. We must act swiftly," Chen Muye urged in a low voice. Chapter 25. Enhanced Vengeful Spirits. Just as Li Dongshu focused on deciphering the runes, a deep, resonant sound emanated from the darkness. The noise resembled a massive gear slowly turning, accompanied by a chilling, muffled resonance. "What is that?" Lung Xian immediately raised his weapon, aiming toward the source of the sound. Gradually, several indistinct figures emerged from the shadows, coinciding with the sound of the gears. The temperature within the space seemed to drop several degrees, and a profound sense of oppression enveloped them, as if an invisible force was closing in. "Vengeful spirits," Li Dongshu whispered, lifting his gaze to the nebulous forms, "and they are enhanced." These spirits were shrouded in thick black mist, their specific forms obscured. Yet, their crimson eyes stood out starkly in the darkness. Their movements were slow and eerie, seemingly unbound by the laws of physics, manifesting directly from the walls. "They are bound by these runes," Li Dongshu quickly deduced. "As long as we do not disturb the runes, their range of movement will be limited." "What should we do then?" Lung Xian asked coldly, his gun aimed at the head of one vengeful spirit. "Hold them off," Chen Muye decisively commanded. "Dongshu, continue deciphering the runes and find a way through as quickly as possible." Lung Xian and Xi Xiaonan engaged the spirits from either side, launching swift and precise attacks. Lung Xian's bullets pierced the black mist, yet the spirit's movement showed no sign of slowing. Xi Xiaonan's dagger sliced through the air, each strike glowing with a faint blue light, barely staving off the spirit's advance. Li Dongshu had no time to be distracted. He focused all his attention on the runes beneath him. The judge's pen whirled rapidly in his hand, gradually unraveling the runes. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Such high-intensity precision work was a test, even for him. "Faster!" Lung Xian's voice rang out from the battlefield, tinged with urgency. "Give me 10 more seconds." Li Dongshu gritted his teeth, hastening his movements. Just as the vengeful spirits closed in, coming within 5 meters, Li Dongshu suddenly sprang up, thrusting the judge's pen into the center of the rune array. A wave of intense cold surged through him via the pen's tip, but he swiftly suppressed it. "Done," he shouted triumphantly. "Go through." The team moved quickly, passing through the recently deciphered rune area. The vengeful spirits seemed to lose their purpose, halting in place, their crimson eyes glimmering with resentment. After traversing the rune zone, the scenery ahead gradually opened up, revealing a vast underground chamber before them. In the center stood a towering altar, atop which floated a dark red crystal. radiating potent energy waves. That is the core, Li Dongshu murmured, his gaze fixated on the crystal. But they will certainly not allow us to approach easily. Chen Muye remarked coldly, scanning the altar's surroundings. His instincts warned him of a greater threat concealed here. Indeed. No sooner had he spoken than several figures began to materialize from the black mist surrounding the altar, clad in black robes. Their masks were etched with complex runes, and they wielded staffs aglow with crimson light. Night Watchman, your efforts are in vain, one intoned. Let us see about that, Chen Muye retorted, drawing his blade and charging at the figures in black. Li Dongshu refrained from joining the fray and instead circled swiftly to the altar's opposite side. He understood that his task was to destroy the energy crystal, not to confront these cloaked figures directly. The judge's pin in his hand glowed faintly as he sensed the crystal's energy fluctuations intensifying. It must be destroyed before the ritual is complete. Li Dongshu gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to approach the altar, a searing red light suddenly surged from the side. Spotting the red light, Li Dongshu quickly dodged, his eyes coldly locking onto the assailant. Did you think I would allow you to succeed? One of the cloaked figures sneered, their staff engulfed in blazing flames. This altar is off limits. The judge's pen spun in his hand, slicing through the air toward the figure's chest. Chapter 26. Direct confrontation. The air in the underground reservoir gradually thickened, laden with an invisible pressure. The black mist surrounding the altar roiled incessantly. And amid the flickering red light, several cloaked figures had completely surrounded Li Dongshu. Clutching the judge's pen tightly, he scanned the hostile surroundings with vigilance. Feeling tension surge within him like an impending tide. You wish to destroy the altar? The voice of the dark-robed figure emerged from beneath the hood, laced with a tone of derision. Foolish, you cannot even approach it, let alone destroy it. He understood that the opponent's strength far exceeded that of ordinary foes. Yet retreat was not an option at this moment. The energy of the altar intensified, and he pondered to himself, casting a glance at the dark red crystal suspended in midair. Its radiance grew increasingly blinding, akin to a heart racing with fervor. Time was of the essence. Action must be swift. Nearby, the battle escalated in intensity. Chen Muye swung his long blade, confronting two dark-robed figures head-on. Each strike he delivered was imbued with tremendous force. Yet his adversaries were evidently prepared, coordinating seamlessly to press their advantage. Long Xian suppressed the encroaching vengeful spirits with gunfire, though the sweat on his brow betrayed his swiftly depleting stamina. Si Xiaonan moved with agility, darting like a specter among enemies, wielding her dagger to carve through the shadows. Yet peril lurked at every turn. An opportunity must be created. Li Dongshu clenched the judge's pen in secret, rapidly calculating potential tactics. His gaze fixed upon the dark-robed priest, the most significant threat within the encirclement, searching for a flaw. Your fate is already sealed, the priest remarked with a cold laugh. He struck the ground fiercely with his staff, unleashing a searing red light that surged towards Li Dongshu. In a swift roll, Li Dongshu evaded, propelling himself upward with a push from the ground, the judge's pin transforming into a streak of light aimed at the priest's shoulder. The priest waved his staff, and a red barrier rose once more, effortlessly blocking the attack. Interesting, yet futile, the priest scoffed, swinging his staff backhandedly. Countless tendrils of dark red resentment darted towards Li Dongshu with alarming speed. Truly troublesome, Li Dongshu cursed inwardly, his feet dancing as he navigated through the malevolent energies. Each evasion a hair's breadth from disaster. Meanwhile, his fingers twirled the judge's pin rapidly within his sleeve, his gaze discreetly sweeping towards the rear of the altar. Suddenly, he discerned a highly concealed energy conduit at the base of the altar, flickering with a dim light at its end. What could that be? His brow furrowed, quickly assessing that it might be the energy supply point for the altar. If destroyed, it could potentially incapacitate the entire altar. An opportunity had arisen. A surge of determination coursed through Li Dongshu as he abruptly altered his tactics. Once more, the judge's pen transformed into a glimmering blade, this time targeting the vicinity of the altar rather than the priest himself. The priest fell for the ruse, coldly laughing as he raised his staff, blocking the attack while swiftly retreating to create distance. In that fleeting moment, Li Dongshu harnessed all his strength, propelling himself like a tempest through the gap, heading directly for the base of the altar. Do you think I would allow you to succeed? The priest's voice soared. The red light in his hand flared, summoning fiery runes from the air to attempt to thwart Li Dongshu's advance. However, Li Dongshu's speed did not wane. He spun the judge's pen at an astonishing rate, each swing precisely cleaving through the incoming runes. Flames brushed past him, the intense heat stinging his skin, yet he pressed on undeterred. At last, he reached the base of the altar, the hidden energy conduit now within reach. Guard this place, the priest bellowed, summoning two even larger vengeful spirits. They emerged slowly from the walls flanking the conduit, positioning themselves before Li Dongshu. There was no time to waste. Gritting his teeth, determination flickered in his gaze. He raised the judge's pin high, the power within him surging towards its tip. Power of the Underworld, activate. He roared as the judge's pin unleashed a blinding blue light. In an instant, it shattered the barrier of the vengeful spirits, plunging toward the energy conduit. A deafening explosion reverberated as the light from the conduit abruptly extinguished. The entire altar trembled violently, the dark red crystal flickering erratically. Impossible. The priest's voice brimmed with shock and fury. How could you find this place? This has only just begun, Li Dongshu replied coldly, swiftly retreating to rejoin his team. At that moment, Chen Muye and the others also noticed the altar's transformation. The red light gradually dimmed, and the oppressive atmosphere of the underground space began to lift. Well done, Chen Muye shouted, fending off enemies while calling out to Li Dongshu. Keep going, destroy the crystal. I understand, Li Dongshu replied, taking a deep breath and refocusing on the dark red crystal. The priest, realizing the impending crisis, shouted in fury, wielding his staff to summon more vengeful spirits to thwart Li Dongshu's actions. However, with the destruction of the energy conduit, his powers evidently waned, and the summoned spirits no longer posed a significant threat. Stop him, the priest yelled in rage. Yet the Night Watch team had completely subdued his allies. Chen Muye's blade cleaved through, while Lung Xian delivered precise firepower. Si Xiaonan, with remarkable swiftness, directly took down a dark-robed figure. It must end now, Li Dongshu murmured, suddenly hurling the judge's pen. The pen tip, gleaming with icy light, struck the center of the crystal with pinpoint accuracy. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, and then, a blinding blue light erupted from within the crystal, illuminating the entire underground space. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the crystal shattered instantaneously, dispersing into countless motes of light. We succeeded, Long Xian shouted, a glimmer of excitement crossing his face. However, before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, the entire underground space began to tremble violently. Cracks appeared in the walls, and water surged forth from the fissures. Not good. Li Dongshu's expression changed, shouting, the collapse of the altar has triggered instability in the reservoir. We must retreat. Everyone, fall back, Chen Muye decisively ordered, leading the team to sprint towards the exit. The red light faded, and the underground reservoir was gradually engulfed by the rushing waters. Chapter 27. The mystery. This place had once been an abandoned factory, its exterior dilapidated. Yet inside, it had been meticulously transformed into a temporary command center for the Night Watch. Everyone appeared utterly fatigued, yet their vigilance remained unwavering. Li Dongshu sat in a metallic chair, clutching the judge's pen, his fingertips slowly tracing the patterns engraved on its body. His body still ached faintly, the battle in the reservoir having drained his stamina. The residual energy from the altar had also impacted his mental acuity. What was the true objective of the ancient god cult? He mused quietly, his gaze falling upon a map nearby. The map marked the recent anomalous events in Songnan City, each red mark representing a suspicious energy fluctuation, seemingly interlinked by some clandestine connection. Chen Muye entered, his expression stern, his combat uniform still stained with remnants of blood, not fully wiped away. He approached Li Dongshu with a new report in hand. Have you found any clues? He inquired, his tone somber, yet laced with anticipation. Not yet. Li Dongshu shook his head. The energy conduit in the reservoir is a key point, but that is merely a part of the entire ritual. What about the rest? Chen Muye asked, his brow furrowing. Further analysis is required. Li Dongshu paused, his fingers gliding gently across several red points on the map. The timing and locations of these anomalous fluctuations were not random. They appeared to follow a certain pattern. If I am not mistaken, these points may form an extended structure of a formation. In other words, the ancient god cult had not only arranged the ritual in the underground reservoir but had also utilized other locations. A glint of coldness flickered in Chen Muye's eyes. Precisely. Li Dongshu nodded, and the closer one gets to the center, the more pronounced the fluctuations become. The ultimate center of the formation is likely concealed within the core area of the city. The core area? Chen Muye's expression shifted slightly. The area was densely populated. And if the ceremony were to succeed, the consequences would be dire. Therefore, we must act swiftly. Li Dongshu spoke, a flicker of determination evident in his gaze. However, we require more information to ascertain the true core location. At that moment, the voice of Si Xiaonan crackled through the communicator, tinged with urgency. Captain Chen, we have discovered new clues. Cold Xian detected an abnormal energy fluctuation during his patrol on the outskirts, seemingly emanating from the commercial district in the city center. The commercial district? Chen Muye furrowed his brow. That place was bustling with people. Their choice to conduct the ceremony there was a direct challenge to our limits. Perhaps it hides some special conditions. Li Dongshu interjected. Let us confirm first. Chen Muye decisively commanded, "Everyone, prepare yourselves, we depart in 10 minutes." The Night Watch team quickly assembled, with Li Dongshu stowing the judge's pin in his sleeve and donning a dark trench coat. As they boarded the modified transport vehicle, the atmosphere inside grew tense. Everyone silently checked their gear, not a word exchanged. The night cloaked the city's clamor as the transport sped through the streets, swiftly arriving at the target area. This was a vibrant commercial district, illuminated by dazzling neon lights, making the streets appear as bright as day. The crowd bustled about, oblivious to the looming danger. Target location? Chen Muye inquired softly through the earpiece. Based on the intensity of the energy fluctuations, the operation will split into 2 teams. Chen Muye swiftly ordered, Cold Xian, Xiaonan, and I will enter the underground. Dongshu will remain on the surface to monitor the energy fluctuations. Report immediately if anything seems amiss. Understood, Li Dongshu nodded, quickly locating a vantage point to observe the movements of the entire area. His gaze fixed upon a few individuals in the crowd exhibiting suspicious behavior. These individuals appeared ordinary, yet their eyes continually darted toward the center of the square. These people are problematic, Li Dongshu muttered under his breath, promptly reporting via the earpiece. There are individuals monitoring the center of the square. They might be peripheral members of the ancient god society. Eliminate them. Chen Muye's voice remained calm, yet laced with a hint of menace. They could not be allowed to interfere with their operation. Without hesitation, Li Dongshu adjusted his position, flicking the judge's pin from his sleeve and murmuring, "By the power of the underworld, seal their lifeline." With a flick of his finger, the pin transformed into a streak of cold light, piercing the shoulder of one individual with precision. The person let out a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground. The other suspicious figures immediately became alert, but before they could react, Cold Xian had swiftly approached from the other side, subduing them one by one. Perimeter cleared. Cold Xian reported, "We can proceed." Meanwhile, Chen Muye led the team into the underground passage of the commercial district. The air here was exceptionally damp, the walls covered in dark green moss, exuding a faint scent of decay. At the end of the passage, a red light flickered faintly, emanating from a stone door inscribed with runes. "The altar is inside," Chen Muye murmured, gripping his longsword. "Be cautious. There may be an ambush." As they cautiously approached the stone door, the light grew increasingly blinding. "There is something amiss with this door," she whispered, her brow furrowed, sensing it concealed some form of energy trap. "Can it be deciphered?" Chen Muye inquired. "Give me a moment." Xiaonan began to analyze the structure of the runes rapidly, while Chen Muye kept the other team members vigilant. On the surface, Li Dongshu remained on high alert, his gaze fixed on the crowd in the square, simultaneously utilizing the judge's pen to detect changes in energy fluctuations. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful chill emanating from below, akin to a fierce beast on the verge of awakening. "Something is wrong," Li Dongshu whispered, quickly reporting via the earpiece. "The energy fluctuations underground are intensifying. You need to expedite your actions." At that moment, Li Dongshu noticed the central sculpture in the square beginning to tremble, as if something was breaking ground from below. His heart sank, gripping the judge's pen tightly. His gaze locked on the sculpture. The underground ceremony may have already commenced. Li Dongshu rapidly warned through the earpiece, "Be cautious." No sooner had he spoken than a deep rumble resonated from underground. The entire square shook violently, and pedestrians screamed in panic, scattering in all directions. "This is bad." Li Dongshu gritted his teeth. Chapter 28. The crimson eye. The tremors on the ground intensified, and the sculpture in the square gradually cracked open, releasing a thick, black mist from the fissures. Within the black mist lurked countless distorted shadows, their outlines indistinct yet radiating a chilling menace. Li Dongshu stood at his vantage point, his gaze fixed on the anomalies in the square. His fingers tightened around the judge's pen, a sense of vigilance brewing within him. Chen Muye's voice crackled through his earpiece. "Dongshu, what is the situation on the ground?" "The sculpture is exhibiting abnormalities. The black mist is spreading," Li Dongshu relayed swiftly. "The energy fluctuations have permeated the surface. It may affect the entire area. The underground ceremony has been triggered." Chen Muye's tone turned grave. "We must breach the door immediately. We must prevent the core ceremony from reaching completion." "Understood," Li Dongshu replied, yet his gaze remained fixed on the direction of the sculpture. In the square, the fleeing crowd ebbed like a tide, leaving behind a chaotic street. The black mist began to coalesce, gradually forming several towering figures, shrouded in mist, their eyes gleaming with a sinister crimson light, reminiscent of silent beasts on the hunt. "What are those things?" Li Dongshu murmured to himself, calculating his odds of survival. He knew he could not easily intervene. Otherwise, he risked exposing his identity as an agent of the underworld. The figures within the black mist seemed to have sensed his presence, their gazes collectively turning toward him. Immediately, several indistinct shadows lunged toward Li Dongshu's position. "Come at me," Li Dongshu sneered, the judge's pen spinning rapidly in his hand, transforming into a streak of cold light to meet the oncoming shadows. The tip of the pen sliced through the air, colliding with one shadow in a low, muffled thud. The dark figure was repelled, yet others continued to advance. Their movement swift and eerie. "This is troublesome," Li Dongshu gritted his teeth, swinging the judge's pen once more. His movements flowed seamlessly, each strike was precise, repelling the encroaching shadows one by one. However, he could sense that these shadows were not entirely corporeal, making it impossible to completely eradicate them. They won't be able to delay for long, he pondered, his gaze sweeping toward the cracked sculpture. I must locate their source. Meanwhile, within the underground passage, Xishaoan finally deciphered the runes on the stone door. As her final stroke fell, the door emitted a deep hum, slowly parting to the sides. "Enter," Chen Muye commanded quietly, stepping through the threshold first. Beyond the stone door lay a vast underground chamber. At its center stood a massive blood-red altar. Suspended above the altar was a colossal dark red crystal, pulsating with an ominous glow. Surrounding it were dozens of figures in black robes, kneeling in a bizarre posture, chanting incantations. "They are completing the ceremony," Xishaoan whispered, her dagger glimmering faintly in her hand. "We cannot allow them to succeed," Chen Muye stated solemnly. "Xiaonan, Cold Xian, cover me. I will directly destroy the crystal." "Understood," Cold Xian replied, raising his weapon to aim at the robed figures. An intense battle erupted in an instant, with Cold Xian's bullets accurately piercing several black-robed individuals. Meanwhile, Xishaoan darted like a specter among the enemies, her dagger tearing through their ranks. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Muye charged toward the altar, his longsword gleaming with lethal intent, aimed directly at the ominous dark red crystal. "Do not let him approach," a black-robed figure shouted in fury. With a sudden flourish, he swung the staff, radiating a crimson glow downward, unleashing a fire-like rune that surged towards Chen Muye. Chen Muye let out a cold snort, sweeping his long knife outward and cleaving the rune in two. His speed remained unimpeded as he propelled himself with a powerful thrust, leaping onto the altar like a thunderbolt. However, just as his long knife was about to make contact with the crystal, the ground beneath the altar fractured violently, and a jet-black tendril shot forth, violently flinging him away. "Captain Chen," Xishaoan gasped, rushing towards Chen Muye to help him rise from the ground. "What is that?" Chen Muye coughed up a mouthful of blood, his gaze fixed intently on the dark tendril. His mask was inscribed with intricate runes, and he wielded a staff wreathed in dark red flames, exuding an aura both frigid and perilous. "Night Watchman, your persistence is admirable." The voice of the figure in black robes was deep and hoarse, yet it was all in vain. "The ritual was nearing completion. You cannot stop it." "Let us see about that." Chen Muye gritted his teeth, rising with his long knife clutched tightly. The Night Watchman never falter. On the ground, Li Dongshu also sensed the tremors emanating from below. His judge's pen glimmered faintly in his grasp, as if responding to some unstable force. The battle underground had reached a boiling point. "I must assist them, or all may be lost," he murmured, his gaze sweeping once more across the black mist enveloping the square. He swiftly repositioned himself, locking onto the direction of the sculpture's fissure. The judge's pen spun rapidly in his hand, emitting a dazzling blue light. With a sharp command, he pointed the pen's tip directly at the center of the crack. "By the power of the underworld, I shall suppress." A beam of blue light shot forth from the judge's pen, piercing towards the fissure in the sculpture. The black mist within the crack was instantly dispersed, and the shadows dissolved in its wake. However, this strike seemed to trigger a chain reaction. A thunderous roar erupted from beneath, and the entire square began to tremble violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. "Captain Chen, the power of the ritual is spiraling out of control." Li Dongshu warned through his earpiece, "You must retreat at once. The crystal must be destroyed, otherwise all is in vain. Hurry." Gritting his teeth, Li Dongshu refocused on the defenses of the square. He knew he must buy as much time as possible to afford his comrades below a final chance. In the subterranean space, the figure in black robes grew increasingly formidable. He swung his staff, a searing flame rune hurtling towards the Night Watchman's squad. Long Xian struggled to suppress it with gunfire, but his movements had noticeably slowed. "We cannot delay any longer," Chen Muye bellowed, charging once again towards the altar. Chapter 29. In the name of the judge, harnessing the power of yin and yang. Break this shackling. Within the underground realm, the energy fluctuations in the air became increasingly chaotic, the dark red crystal gleaming ominously. Chen Muye stood beneath the altar, gripping his long knife tightly, his gaze locked onto the crystal. He understood that this strike would determine their fate. "Long Xian, provide cover," Chen Muye urged in a low voice. Long Xian quickly raised his weapon, unleashing flames that suppressed the approaching figures in black robes. Si Xiaonan, watch your right. Chen Muye ordered again, urgency lacing his tone. Si Xiaonan swiftly adjusted her position, her dagger slicing through the air with a chilling gleam, severing the spirit that attempted a sneak attack. Her movements were swift and precise, yet the beads of sweat on her brow betrayed her physical limits. We are running out of time, Si Xiaonan shouted, glancing towards the crystal. The energy fluctuations intensified. The altar could collapse at any moment. Chen Muye clenched his jaw, channeling his strength into another charge towards the altar. His long knife was raised high, its edge shimmering brilliantly in the red light. Yet, just as he was about to approach the crystal, a dark tendril surged forth from the fissure, slicing through the air with a chilling wind aimed directly at his chest. Chen Muye rolled to evade, but the tendril's tip still grazed his shoulder, tearing through his battle attire. He stifled a groan, enduring the pain. His gaze as steely as iron. What on earth is that? Si Xiaonan queried, her dagger trembling slightly in her grasp. It is the embodiment of vengeful energy. Li Dongshu's voice resonated through the earpiece, laden with gravity. It is the altar's defensive mechanism, intent on stalling for time. You must destroy the crystal quickly, otherwise it will grow stronger. Understood. Chen Muye roared, once again swinging his knife to sever the tendril. However, no sooner had he cut through, more tendrils erupted from the ground. As if summoned from an endless nightmare, they twisted and writhed, seemingly alive as they surged towards the Night Watchman squad. As Long Xian suppressed the tendrils with gunfire, he gritted his teeth. No matter how many we kill, they never seem to end. We cannot hold on much longer. Concentrate fire, cover Captain Chen, Si Xiaonan shouted, her dagger plunging once more into the tendril's core. Meanwhile, Li Dongshu on the ground found himself in a tense standoff, positioned at a vantage point in the square. His vigilant gaze swept across every corner. Though the black mist was temporarily subdued, he could sense the energy underground spiraling out of control. The power of the ritual is overflowing, he muttered. The judge's pen in his hand glimmered faintly. He needed to find a more direct way to assist them. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes, spinning the judge's pen with increasing speed. Blue light streamed from its tip, gradually forming intricate runes in the air. These runes appeared to come alive, swirling around him, emanating the unique chill of the underworld. In the name of the judge, harnessing the power of yin and yang. Break this shackling, Li Dongshu bellowed. The runes in his hand suddenly shot downward, piercing the ground, racing towards the altar. They detonated in the subterranean space, creating a blue barrier that temporarily restrained the tendril's movements. Dongshu, Chen Muye's earpiece crackled with his deep voice. What have you done? The barrier will only last a minute. You must destroy the crystal immediately. Without hesitation, Chen Muye tightened his grip on the long knife and charged towards the altar once more. This time, unimpeded by the tendrils. His movements were sharper and more decisive. The long knife traced an arc in the air, aimed directly at the heart of the dark red crystal. Yet, in that moment, a towering figure in black robes suddenly blocked his path. His mask was adorned with complex runes, and the staff he wielded blazed with an intense red light, exuding an oppressive force akin to a mountain. You mortals are always so fixated on futile resistance, the black-robed figure intoned, a hint of mockery lacing his voice. Stand aside. Chen Muye roared, his long knife slicing towards the figure without hesitation. The black-robed man raised his hand gently, the red light from his staff coalescing into a wall of flames that intercepted the long knife. His movements appeared effortless, yet the hidden power within them instilled in Chen Muye an overwhelming sense of pressure. Captain, Si Xiaonan shouted, attempting to rush forward to assist. Yet, more figures in black robes surged from the surroundings, blocking her and Long Xian. Don't worry about me, Chen Muye bellowed, his eyes fixed intently on the black-robed figure before him. You must clear those black-robed figures. The crystal must be destroyed. The black-robed figure sneered, raising his staff high. A colossal red rune materialized in the air, descending upon Chen Muye with a breath of annihilation. Chen Muye did not flinch, gripping his long knife. He charged directly at the rune. His blade collided with the rune, producing a deafening roar. The violent shockwave sent the surrounding black-robed figures staggering back. You truly are tenacious, the black-robed figure remarked, his gaze revealing a trace of disdain. But this will only delay your inevitable defeat. Defeat? Chen Muye scoffed, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Impossible. No sooner had he spoken than a beam of blue light shot down from the ground, precisely striking the shoulder of the black-robed figure. The figure let out a muffled groan, momentarily slowing his movements. Now's your chance. Chen Muye let out a deep growl, suddenly leaping up and thrusting his long knife directly into the dark red crystal. This strike pierced the core of the crystal, causing the entire underground space to tremble violently. The crimson light of the crystal quickly dimmed, and then it shattered into countless fragments, dissipating like flowing light in the air. We did it, Longshan shouted, a rare sense of relief washing over his face. However, before anyone could catch their breath, the tremors underground intensified. The walls began to collapse, and large rocks fell from the ceiling, as if the entire space was on the verge of collapse. Retreat now, Chen Muye commanded decisively, leading the team to sprint swiftly towards the exit. Chapter 30. Emergency meeting. The collapse of the underground space resembled an earthquake, with the roar mingling with swirling dust. The impacts of the falling debris relentlessly struck each member of the Night Watch team. Chen Muye guided his team in a rapid retreat, the sound of their footsteps intertwining with the cacophony of the collapse, creating a frantic race against death. His gaze swept over the already collapsed passages, a sense of urgency rising within him. Longshan was at the forefront, his gun devoid of bullets, yet he clutched his weapon tightly. With a vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings, he noted that the exit was merely 30 meters ahead. Hold on. Chen Muye gritted his teeth, his shoulders still aching subtly. Yet he refused to halt. He understood that he must ensure the safety of everyone. At the rear of the group, Zishan swiftly cleared the obstructing rubble with her dagger, ever watchful for potential dangers behind her. However, she soon realized that the collapse was occurring at a pace more rapid than anticipated. Captain Chen, the collapse is accelerating. We must find the exit immediately, she warned loudly, her tone laced with urgency. At that moment, a piercing roar echoed from behind. The black mist surged, seemingly alive, rapidly pursuing the Night Watch team. It is the remnants of vengeful spirits. Si Xiaonan's complexion shifted. She quickly raised her dagger, blue light igniting in her grasp. Do not linger, evacuate at once. Chen Muye ordered decisively, simultaneously slashing at the encroaching black mist with his long knife. His blade emitted a fierce aura, temporarily pushing back the mist. Yet it was evident that it could not be completely eradicated. The black mist shadowed them, its speed increasing, almost brushing against their backs. Just then, a familiar voice called from the entrance. Get down. It was Dongshu. The Night Watch team quickly crouched down as a blue beam of light shot down from the entrance, striking the pursuing black mist with precision. The mist writhed violently under the impact of the light, emitting a piercing howl before gradually dissipating. Are you all right? Dongshu stood at the entrance, reaching out to help Chen Muye, who had just crawled out of the passage. We nearly encountered trouble. Chen Muye gasped for breath, brushing off the dust from his clothing. The energy of that entity is too tenacious. Although the crystal has been destroyed, it still pursues us relentlessly. That is because it is not an ordinary vengeful spirit. Dongshu spoke in a low voice, his gaze sweeping over the collapsed underground passage. It is the embodiment of malevolent thoughts condensed within the crystal. Although the altar has been destroyed, it still seeks to break free from its bindings. So has it been resolved now? Longshan inquired, wiping the sweat from his brow. We must gather intelligence and ascertain the next steps of the cult of the ancient gods. Chen Muye convened an emergency meeting with all team members to analyze the successes and shortcomings of this operation. We have destroyed the altar of the underground reservoir, successfully thwarting part of the ritual's completion, Chen Muye stated, his gaze sweeping over each person present. However, we have also observed that the actions of the cult of the ancient gods are far more complex than we had imagined. Their objective is not merely a singular ritual, but rather a systematic plan. Are you suggesting that the underground reservoir is merely the beginning? Longshan asked, frowning. Dongshu continued. These energies will eventually converge into a core, triggering a massive ritual of some sort. Where's the location of the core? Longshan pressed. It is still uncertain. Dongshu shook his head, but based on the clues we currently possess, it is likely located in the central area of the city. The central area? Chen Muye's brows furrowed. That is the most densely populated location. Do they truly dare to act there? The audacity of the cult of the ancient gods surpasses ordinary imagination. Dongshu replied quietly. Moreover, they seem indifferent to how many lives are sacrificed as long as they can complete the ritual. The conference room fell into a brief silence. Each person felt an invisible pressure, as if a storm were rapidly approaching. Regardless, we cannot remain idle. Chen Muye broke the silence, his tone imbued with determination. Immediately mobilize all resources to conduct a thorough investigation of any anomalies in the central area. Should we detect any suspicious energy fluctuations, we will act without delay. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. After the meeting concluded, Dongshu sat alone in the rest area of the base. The plan of the cult of the ancient gods was becoming increasingly clear, but my mission has also grown more perilous. He murmured softly, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. No matter what, I must stop them. At that moment, the communicator suddenly rang, shattering the silence of the room. Upon answering, he heard a strange, deep voice. Dongshu, your choices have surprised us. Who are you? Dongshu furrowed his brow, a hint of coldness in his tone. Your existence has already drawn our attention. So what? Li Dongshu replied coldly. Your plan will not succeed. I will personally destroy it. Is that so? The other party chuckled, a note of disdain in their tone. Then let us wait and see. However, I advise you to think carefully. Your fate may not be in your hands. The communicator abruptly disconnected, leaving Li Dongshu alone, his brows tightly knitted. He took a deep breath, gripping the judge's pen firmly. My fate is not in my hands. We shall see, he murmured, a fierce determination igniting in his gaze. Chapter 31. The messenger in the depths of Songnan City during the late night. An oppressive silence prevailed. Most shops had closed for the night, with only a few taxis hurrying by. Within the Night Watch base, Li Dongshu stood before the control panel. His eyes fixated on the data fluctuations displayed on the screen. The recent communication had instilled a sense of unease in him. Although the provocation was simple, it carried a suffocating threat. What do they intend to do? He murmured, his fingers tapping on the control panel as he accessed the surveillance data from the city center. Suddenly, the data fluctuations on the screen underwent a violent change, a red alert slicing through the entire system interface. A point on the city map began to blink. Located at the top of a high-rise building in the central area. Abnormal energy fluctuations? Li Dongshu's pupils constricted as he swiftly shared the information within the Night Watch internal system. He immediately called through the headset. Captain Chun, new energy fluctuations have been detected. The target is at the top of a high-rise building in the central area. Understood. Chun Muye's voice was low and calm. Prepare to act immediately. We will depart in 5 minutes. In less than 5 minutes, the Night Watch team was fully geared and boarded the modified transport vehicle. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was tense. Everyone understood that the task ahead might be even more perilous than before. What is the specific objective this time? Lung Xian inquired while checking his equipment. The target's location is marked on the map, but its frequency is very peculiar, seemingly resonating with some external force. Very likely. Li Dongshu nodded. If we fail to stop it in time, this fluctuation could trigger a chain reaction, plunging the entire city into a greater crisis. Chun Muye remained silent for a moment, his gaze resolutely sweeping over the team. Regardless, we must complete the mission. This is our last chance. The transport vehicle sped through the night of the city, swiftly arriving at the target building. The Night Watch team disembarked quickly and entered the building. The interior was deserted, with only faint lights illuminating the silent corridor. The enemy may have already infiltrated. Chun Muye whispered. Lung Xian leads the front, Xiao Nan provides cover, and Dongshu is responsible for rear reconnaissance. A faint metallic scent hung in the air, hinting at impending danger. Suddenly, Lung Xian raised his hand, signaling the team to halt. His gaze fixated ahead, ears attuned to a faint sound. Something was approaching. He murmured, raising his weapon slightly. Just as he spoke, several indistinct figures suddenly surged from the shadows at the end of the corridor. Cloaked in dark mist, they moved with a swift, indescribable eeriness. It's a vengeful spirit, Li Dongshu growled, the judge's pen appearing swiftly in his hand. The number of spirits was greater than anticipated, flooding the corridor like a relentless tide. Lung Xian fired first, the bullets piercing the lead spirit's form with precision. Yet they merely paused momentarily, then continued their advance. Their core isn't in their bodies. Li Dongshu shouted, swinging the judge's pen, a blue light slicing through the air, shattering one spirit's skull. Then where is their core? Lung Xian inquired, urgency lacing his tone. There's no time to delay, Chun Muye commanded, brandishing his blade while directing the team. The squad quickly divided tasks, with Lung Xian and Si Xiao and clearing the spirits in the corridor, while Chun Muye and Li Dongshu maneuvered around the battlefield towards the source of the spirit's emergence. They soon arrived at the central hall of the building, a once-open public space now dominated by a massive rune array. At the center of the array hovered a dark red crystal, eerily reminiscent of the altar in the underground reservoir. Not this again, Chun Muye gritted his teeth, a glint of murderous intent in his eyes. It's the core of the spirits, Li Dongshu whispered, the judge's pen glowing faintly in his grip. However, unlike the previous crystal, this one seemed to be some experimental specimen. Whatever it is, it must be destroyed, Chun Muye stated decisively, tightening his grip on the blade as he charged towards the rune array. Yet, just as they neared, the surrounding air trembled violently. For strands of black mist erupted from the rune array, swiftly coalescing into towering figures, their eyes gleaming with a crimson light, their aura more ferocious than the previous spirits. High-level, vengeful spirits. Li Dongshu's pupils contracted, rapidly wielding the judge's pen. These are 10 times stronger than ordinary spirits. Chun Muye did not falter, his blade cleaving down at one spirit. The blade sliced through its form, splattering thick black mist. However, the spirit did not dissipate. Instead, it became more frenzied, its attack speed increasing. This is troublesome. Chen Muye roared, quickly retreating to evade the spirit's claws. Their power derives directly from the crystal, Dongshu analyzed. Wielding the judge's pen. As long as we destroy the crystal, they will lose their support. Then cover me, Chen Muye shouted, charging once more toward the rune array. Dongshu nodded, twirling the judge's pen, releasing a beam of blue light that struck one spirit's head, temporarily suppressing its movement. Hurry, Dongshu, Chen Muye yelled. His blade was about to reach the crystal when the surrounding spirits surged forth like a tidal wave. Hold on, Dongshu bellowed, channeling all his focus to unleash the power of the underworld. The judge's pen traced intricate runes in the air, enveloping the spirits in blue light and freezing them. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Muye raised his blade high, plunging it into the crystal's core. Instantly, the crystal shattered, and the rune array's light extinguished. The surrounding spirits emitted anguished wails, dissipating into wisps of black mist. It's done, Chen Muye gasped, leaning heavily on his blade. However, amidst the newly settled air, a low, sinister laughter echoed. Night Watchers, you are indeed persistent. A figure emerged from the shadows, his mask adorned with intricate runes, a staff glowing with red light in his grasp. Who are you? Chen Muye asked warily, tightening his grip on the blade. Merely a messenger, the cloaked figure replied coldly. However, you should know this game has only just begun. As his words fell, he vanished in an instant, leaving only a swirling black mist. Chen Muye and Dongshu exchanged glances, an unsettling premonition rising within them. Chapter 32. The abandoned factory. The figure of the cloaked man dissipated like a phantom, leaving behind a tense atmosphere. The rune array lay shattered, the residual essence of the spirits gradually fading, granting the building a fleeting tranquility. Yet this calmness bred greater unease. He turned to Dongshu, his voice low. He is no ordinary individual. Indeed, Dongshu replied, gripping the judge's pen tightly, his brow furrowed. His power surpasses that of the previous cloaked figure. Even the forces of the underworld could not fully suppress him. He might be a key figure within the ancient god sect. Chen Muye nodded. His avoidance of direct confrontation indicates he is merely testing us. His intentions are already clear. Dongshu whispered, his gaze fixed on the shattered rune array. This was a guiding ritual. They have confirmed the core location of their next step while we are still groping in the dark. Let us go, Chen Muye said sternly. Our business here is concluded. Lingering will only expose our position. The two swiftly exited the building, reuniting with Lang Xian and Si Xiaonan. The streets below were desolate, even the streetlights casting a dim glow. A chill ran through the night breeze. Is the mission complete? Lang Xian inquired, uncertainty lacing his tone. The power of the ancient god sect is more intricate than we expected. They have begun laying deeper plans while we remain on the defensive. What should we do next? Si Xiaonan asked, fatigue etched on her face. The atmosphere along the way was suffocating. Upon returning to the base, everyone fell into a tense work routine. Chen Muye began retrieving surveillance data from the city center, while Dongshu sat at the control panel, utilizing the judge's pen to analyze the residual information from the rune array. The structure of these runes differs from those of the underground reservoir, Dongshu remarked, his fingers tracing complex runes in the air. Where's the core? Si Xiaonan asked urgently. We don't have that much time, Chen Muye replied coldly. If we allow their plans to come to fruition, the consequences will be dire. Just then, the communicator rang, shattering the silence in the base. Chen Muye quickly connected, hearing a frantic voice from an outer night watcher. Captain Chen, a massive energy surge has occurred in the southern district of the city. The intensity of the fluctuations exceeds any previous occurrence. Southern district? Chen Muye frowned. What is the specific location? The energy fluctuations have caused extensive spatial distortions. The scene is extremely dangerous. Understood. We're heading out immediately, Chen Muye ordered decisively, then turned to his team, preparing for action. The Night Watcher squad quickly regrouped, boarding the transport vehicle headed to the southern district. Along the way, Dongshu continuously retrieved data, attempting to analyze the characteristics of the energy fluctuations. The frequency of these fluctuations is higher than before, he murmured, eyes glued to the screen. Moreover, they seem to be forcibly tearing at the fabric of space. Tearing at space? Lang Xian scoffed. Are they trying to open the gates of hell? Very likely, Dongshu replied, a chill creeping into his voice. If they succeed in opening a stable spatial rift, entities from other dimensions could descend. The transport vehicle sped through the night, soon arriving at the old industrial district. This area had been abandoned for many years, the dilapidated factories appearing especially eerie under the moonlight. The Night Watcher squad swiftly disembarked, advancing in combat formation. The energy fluctuations intensified. Be cautious, whispered Si Xiaonan. There may be a significant ambush of enemies here. The team approached the target factory with utmost care. Through the shattered windows, they glimpsed the factory's interior, illuminated by a blinding red light. A colossal runic array dominated the entire space. At the center of the array floated a dark red crystal, more radiant than any they had encountered before. This crystal was larger. Dongshu murmured, a hint of trepidation in his gaze. Its energy had begun to distort the surrounding spatial structure. Dongshu speculated. This could be the crucial artifact they intend to use to open the rift. Prepare for action, commanded Chen Muye decisively. Dongshu will provide cover. Xiaonan will maintain perimeter vigilance, and Dongshu and I will focus on destroying the crystal. The team sprang into action. Dongshu was the first to fire, gradually repelling the vengeful spirits lurking within the factory. Xiaonan stood guard on the perimeter, preventing enemy ambushes from other directions. Dongshu and Chen Muye swiftly approached the runic array. However, as they drew near, a deep, mocking laughter echoed through the air. Night Watchman, your tenacity is truly commendable. A man clad in a black robe emerged from the shadows. His mask was etched with intricate runes, and he wielded a staff engulfed in dark red flames. You again? Chen Muye said coldly, tightening his grip on his long knife. Indeed, it is I, the black-robed man sneered, but this time, you shall not have the opportunity. As soon as he finished speaking, the crystal within the runic array erupted in a dazzling red light. The entire factory was instantly enveloped in a distorted space. He has activated the array. Dongshu shouted, the judge's pen in his hand spinning rapidly. We must stop him. Without hesitation, Chen Muye charged towards the black-robed man, gripping his long knife tightly. Yet, the power within the runic array had begun to surge chaotically, as if the entire space conspired to hinder his movements. Dongshu, find a way to destroy the crystal, Chen Muye yelled. He swung his long knife with ferocity. Chapter 33, The Endless Monsters. Inside the factory, the red light of the runic array illuminated the surroundings. Chen Muye's long knife cleaved through the air, once more clashing with the black-robed man's staff. He gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength, sparks flying as shockwaves cracked the ground beneath him. Your struggles are futile, the black-robed man intoned coldly. With a mere flick of his staff, a searing red light surged forth, forcing Chen Muye back several steps. Chen Muye retreated outside the runic array, panting as he wiped the blood from his lips. His gaze remained resolute. Even in the face of overwhelming power, he showed no signs of retreat. Dongshu, can you destroy the crystal directly? Chen Muye asked quietly through his earpiece. Dongshu stood outside the runic array, the judge's pen emanating a faint blue glow. His eyes were fixed intently on the crystal. Brows furrowed. The runic array is protecting the crystal. Any external force will be rebuffed. A reckless attack could trigger a catastrophic rupture of space. We must find a way to break it. Otherwise, we will all perish here, Chen Muye stated coldly. At this moment, Dongshu had cleared most of the vengeful spirits. His gun still smoking, his voice tinged with impatience. The monsters here are endless. If we don't resolve this array soon, we might not even have a chance to retreat. Stay calm. Xiaonan rushed in from the perimeter, deftly dispatching a lurking vengeful spirit with her dagger. It was well concealed, but I am searching. Dongshu closed his eyes, tracing the shapes of the runes in the air with his fingers, attempting to capture the flow of energy within. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, locking onto a specific corner on the right side of the runic array. I understand, Chen Muye nodded, tightening his grip on his long knife. Xiaonan, cover Dongshu's actions while I distract this fellow. Simultaneously, Chen Muye charged once more at the black-robed man, his long knife wielded with fierce intent. Each strike was precise and forceful, aimed at pinning the opponent to the center of the runic array. Futile, the black-robed man sneered, his staff glowing fiercely, warping the air around them. His movements seemed slow, yet efficiently countered every one of Chen Muye's attacks. Do not celebrate too soon, Chen Muye growled, springing off the ground, his long knife slicing at an awkward angle towards the black-robed man's chest. The black-robed man grunted, deflecting the strike with his staff. However, in that instant, Chen Muye summoned his strength, the blade carving an arc towards the man's shoulder. Taken by surprise, the black-robed man was grazed by the long knife. A tear appearing in his robe. His gaze turned frigid, a hint of murderous intent seeping into his tone. It seems you possess some skill. He lightly touched the ground, sensing a powerful surge of energy rising from below. This is the spot, he murmured, thrusting the judge's pen into the earth. A blue light erupted from its tip, shooting straight into the ground. A low rumble resonated in the air, and the glow of the runic array flickered violently, as if on the verge of collapsing. Did it succeed? Dongshu inquired, aiming his gun at the remaining vengeful spirits. Not quite yet, Dongshu gritted his teeth, focusing intently to channel the energy of the underworld. Suddenly, a red beam shot forth from the center of the runic array, hurtling towards Dongshu. Dongshu, watch out. Xiaonan shouted, her dagger transforming into a flash of cold light to slightly deflect the red beam. Nevertheless, the beam still struck Li Dongshu's shoulder. He let out a muffled grunt, his body swaying dangerously close to the ground. Are you all right? Long Xian quickly steadied him, concern etched on his face. I can hold on. Li Dongshu gritted his teeth, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Quick, give me 10 more seconds. Long Xian and Si Shaonan instinctively positioned themselves on either side of him. Gunfire and daggers surged forth, forcefully suppressing the encroaching vengeful spirits. Time's up, Li Dongshu roared. The runic array instantly dimmed, and the entire space trembled. The crystal suspended in the center lost its support and began to fall to the ground. Well done, Chen Muye shouted, seizing the moment when the black-robed man faltered, aiming his long knife directly at the man's chest. The black-robed man attempted to evade but underestimated the impact of the collapsing runic array on himself. The long knife sliced through the air, precisely embedding itself in his shoulder, pinning him to the ground. This is your end, Chen Muye whispered, his gaze as cold as ice. However, the black-robed man erupted into deep laughter, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. Do you really think this is the end? The true ritual has only just begun. No sooner had he spoken than his body transformed into a swirl of black mist, vanishing into the air. The crystal at the center of the runic array shattered, dispersing into countless dark red motes that faded into the atmosphere. He got away, Long Xian frowned, a hint of reluctance in his tone. Yet, his array is destroyed. Li Dongshu panted, wiping the blood from his lips. At least we've gained a step forward. Chen Muye fell silent for a moment, slowly sheathing his long knife, his gaze sweeping over the ruins of the runic array. He then spoke softly. We must locate the core of the ritual and obliterate it completely. Chapter 34. The will of the malevolent god. The atmosphere within the Night Watchman's stronghold grew increasingly heavy as dawn approached. After a night of fierce combat, although they successfully destroyed the runic array in the old industrial district, there was little joy in their victory. The power of the ancient god sect still loomed over the entire Cangnan city like an invisible net. Li Dongshu stood before the central console, his eyes fixed on the data displayed on the screen, his brow furrowed, an unsettling premonition stirring within him. Still analyzing? Long Xian leaned against a nearby chair, nursing a half cup of cold coffee. His tone was tinged with weariness. We destroyed both the crystal and the array. Why is this still not settled? Last night's ritual was merely a prelude. Their true intentions may still lie ahead. Ahead, Cold Xian furrowed his brow and placed the cup on the table. Are you saying their plan is still incomplete? Indeed, Li Dongshu nodded, his fingers deftly dancing over the virtual keyboard. Their purpose is to provide energy for the core ritual and create a cover. Where's the core? Si Shaonan entered the room, her face etched with fatigue. Yet her tone remained composed. It is still unclear, Li Dongshu shook his head, but I am tracking the energy traces left by that black-robed figure from last night. Perhaps I can uncover some clues. It would be best to find them, Si Shaonan nodded, but do not push too hard. We all know that this opponent is more formidable than any we have faced before. I am mindful of that, Li Dongshu replied, his gaze fixed on the screen. At that moment, Chen Muye emerged from the conference room, his expression as stern as ever, though his eyes betrayed a hint of undeniable weariness. He surveyed the room, confirming that all team members were present, and announced, Everyone, we will convene in 10 minutes. Inside the conference room, the Night Watchman team gathered around the long table. The projection on the surface displaying a map of Cangnan City, marked with multiple red dots. Each dot represented an anomaly in energy fluctuations detected over the past few days. These points reflect all the disturbances captured within the last 3 days, Chen Muye began, his voice low. They are distributed across various regions of the city, appearing random. Yet they are interconnected. This is a formation, Li Dongshu interjected, his eyes fixed on the map, which revealed a starry pattern. Have we located the core? Cold Xian inquired. There is a 90% chance it lies deep beneath this city. Beneath? Si Shaonan frowned. Where exactly? This requires more detailed surveying, Li Dongshu replied. But based on last night's events and the intensity of the fluctuations, I believe their ultimate goal is to open a spatial rift and bring something from another dimension into our world. What kind of thing? Chen Muye asked, his gaze growing colder. It could be the will of some malevolent deity or an existence beyond human comprehension, Li Dongshu murmured, a chill evident in his tone. Whatever it is, it will bring destruction. A brief silence enveloped the room, as each person felt an invisible pressure. Despite having faced countless formidable foes, this adversary was particularly inscrutable. Regardless, we must stop them, Chen Muye asserted decisively. Cold Xian, Si Shaonan, mobilize all resources to ascertain the specific conditions of the underground area. Dongshu, continue tracking the energy traces of that black-robed figure. Report any findings immediately. Understood, everyone replied in unison. After the meeting concluded, The Night Watchman team once again dispersed to take action. His eyes remained locked on the screen as his fingers raced across the keyboard, striving to capture the opponent's trail. Several hours later, his efforts bore fruit. A faint energy fluctuation appeared in an abandoned mine in the southeastern part of the city. Though subtle, it was enough to warrant attention. Captain Chun, I have discovered new leads, Li Dongshu reported through his earpiece. The target location is in the abandoned mine to the southeast. It is likely their new hideout. Excellent. Chun Muye's voice came through the earpiece. Prepare to depart. Gather, everyone. 10 minutes later, the Night Watchman team boarded the transport vehicle and headed towards the abandoned mine. The mine, located on the outskirts of the city, exuded an eerie atmosphere amid its desolate surroundings. Upon disembarking, the Night Watchman team quickly dispersed, advancing towards their target in a combat formation. The energy fluctuations here are highly unstable, Si Xiaonan whispered. Be cautious. There may be an ambush. The team cautiously entered the mine, discovering it had been transformed into a complex underground labyrinth. The walls were etched with runes that emitted a dim red glow. This is a new rune formation, Li Dongshu analyzed, scanning the surroundings. It is more intricate than the previous one. Is there a way to decipher it? Chen Muye inquired. Just then a low, mocking laughter echoed from deep within the maze, shattering the silence. Welcome, Night Watchman. It was a deep, raspy voice, laced with sarcasm. Your arrival is precisely the moment I have awaited. It's him, Cold Xian whispered, gripping his gun tightly. The black-robed figure slowly emerged from the shadows, flanked by several black-robed cultists, their eyes gleaming with madness. At last, I have found you, Chen Muye stated coldly, drawing his long knife. Found me? The black-robed figure's smile grew more sinister. No, the real game is only just beginning. He raised his hand and struck down, causing the entire rune formation to suddenly ignite, releasing a powerful energy wave. Scatter, Chen Muye shouted, and the Night Watchman team swiftly evaded. However, the energy wave did not directly attack them. Instead, it surged deeper into the maze. Moments later, a deep rumble emanated from the ground, and the entire mine began to shake violently. He is activating something, Li Dongshu shouted. His gaze fixed on the rune formation. We cannot let him succeed. Prepare for battle, Chen Muye commanded, gripping his long knife as he charged toward the black-robed figure. Chapter 35. The door to a new world. The tremors within the abandoned mine intensified, the runes on the walls pulsating with an almost lifelike dark red glow. Each tremor was accompanied by a low rumbling, as if some colossal entity was awakening from deep within. The black-robed figure stood at the center of the rune formation, his staff raised high, enveloped in a crimson light. His voice was deep and hoarse, exuding an irresistible authority. Night Watchman, your resistance is futile. Today, you shall witness the opening of the door to a new world. A new world? Chen Muye scoffed, his long knife drawn, its blade reflecting the light of the rune formation. Your new world is merely the abyss of hell. Then let us see whose truth is stronger, Chen Muye shouted, launching forward with his knife gleaming. The black-robed figure snorted, swinging his staff downwards, unleashing a searing red light that hurtled toward Chen Muye. The two forces collided in midair, generating a deafening explosion that scattered debris all around. Dongshu, where is the core of the rune formation? Chen Muye called out as he engaged in combat. I am analyzing it. Li Dongshu stood at the edge of the rune formation, his judge pen swiftly whirling in the air, sketching complex blue symbols. Hurry. Cold Xian provided cover from the periphery, his bullets piercing through several approaching black-robed cultists with precision. These fiends are relentless. We cannot hold out much longer. Just give me one more minute. Li Dongshu whispered, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The structure of this rune formation is more complex than the previous one, seemingly connected to some spatial power. Spatial power? Si Xiaonan swung her dagger, dispatching a cultist who attempted to ambush her. Are you implying they are truly attempting to open a rift? Indeed, Li Dongshu nodded, a grave tone in his voice. They are tearing apart the fabric of space, attempting to summon something. We cannot allow them to succeed. Si Xiaonan gritted her teeth, her dagger slicing through the air with a chilling gleam, cleaving another cultist in two. The red glow of the rune formation intensified, and the tremors throughout the mine grew more violent. The air was thick with a pungent sulfuric scent, as if the essence of the abyss was seeping through the rift. Dongshu, we are out of time. Chen Muye swung his knife again, forcing the black-robed figure to retreat. But his complexion was growing pale from the immense exertion. I found it, Li Dongshu shouted, thrusting the judge pin into a corner of the rune formation. A blue beam of light shot skyward, piercing through the defenses of the rune formation in an instant. The core is here. He pointed to a floating dark red crystal at the center of the rune formation. Destroy it, and the entire formation will collapse. Understood. Chen Muye decisively commanded, Lung Xian, Si Xiaonan, shield Dongshu, and me. We shall obliterate the crystal. Understood. Lung Xian promptly reloaded, the muzzle of his weapon belching flames as he suppressed the advancing foes outside the rune array. Si Xiaonan, like a specter, darted between enemies, her dagger tracing arcs of glimmering cold light. Meanwhile, Chen Muye and Li Dongshu surged toward the heart of the rune array. However, just as they neared the crystal, a deep, sinister laughter echoed through the air. Did you truly believe you could effortlessly dismantle my labor? The figure in the black robe bellowed, raising his staff high. The crimson light of the rune array surged ominously. Four pitch-black tendrils erupted from the array, racing toward Chen Muye and Li Dongshu. Retreat, Chen Muye shouted, his long knife slicing through one tendril. Yet the remaining appendages, as if imbued with life, rapidly coiled toward Li Dongshu. He swiftly fell back, wielding his judge's pen to unleash a blue light that forced the tendrils to retreat. Nonetheless, he was a fraction too slow. One tendril grazed his shoulder, leaving a deep gash. Dongshu, Chen Muye's gaze darkened as he positioned himself protectively in front of him. Are you all right? I can hold on. Li Dongshu gritted his teeth. Raising his judge's pen to persist in action, there was no time for delay. The two surged once more toward the crystal, this time channeling all their strength. Disregarding the black-robed figure's obstruction, Chen Muye's long knife, imbued with a fierce aura, struck down upon the crystal, while Li Dongshu unleashed a torrent of blue light from his pen toward its core. A deafening explosion resonated as the crystal shattered under their combined assault. The crimson glow of the rune array rapidly dimmed, and the tremors throughout the mine ceased. We did it, Lung Xian shouted, a rare hint of relief gracing his face. Yet before anyone could exhale in relief, a dark rift suddenly split open at the center of the rune array. An ominous chill emanated from the fissure, as if some indescribable entity was gazing intently at them. This is bad. Li Dongshu's expression shifted dramatically. They had opened the rift. This is impossible. Chen Muye clenched his long knife, fixated on the rift. Haha. The black-robed figure's laughter echoed from within the chasm. Did you think that destroying the crystal meant victory? No. This is merely the beginning. The gate to the abyss has been opened, and you cannot halt it. Silence. Long Xian growled, raising his weapon to shoot at the rift. However, the bullets vanished before it, as if utterly consumed. Retreat. Chen Muye commanded resolutely. We cannot contend with the power here. We must leave immediately. The Night Watch team swiftly reformed and retreated toward the mine's exit. Yet the rift continued to widen, enveloping the entire mine in an aura of darkness. The entity they had summoned had not yet fully descended, but time was running short. We must discover a true solution. Chen Muye's gaze was sharp. His voice was cold and resolute. They could not allow the abyss to engulf the city. The Night Watch team vanished into the night, while the mine behind them was consumed by unending darkness. The rift continued to expand, as if the gears of fate turned without regard for human will. Chapter 36. The method to close the rift. Though they had faced countless dangers, this foe seemed to far exceed their comprehension. Li Dongshu leaned against the car window, his shoulder wound crudely bandaged, yet still throbbing with pain. His gaze drifted outside, the nightscape of Tsangnan City flashing by, the familiar streets now appearing foreign and desolate. He inhaled deeply, attempting to quell the turmoil within. Dongshu, Chen Muye's voice came from ahead, calm, yet laced with concern. How is your wound? Are you referring to the rift? Lung Xian inquired, his grip on the gun unwavering, eyes filled with vigilance. Indeed, Li Dongshu nodded. Based on the structure of the rune array, this rift is not a one-time occurrence, even if its expansion temporarily halts. As long as the cult of the ancient gods continues to supply energy, it will inevitably open completely. What will happen if it fully opens? Si Xiaonan asked, her tone steady, though her dagger trembled slightly in her hand. Everything, Li Dongshu murmured, a shadow crossing his gaze. What descends from the abyss will be catastrophic. It could be a projection of an evil god or an incomprehensible energy. We must discern their next move and find a way to seal the rift. The transport vehicle entered the underground garage of the stronghold, and the Night Watch team quickly disembarked, entering a state of readiness. In the conference room, a projected map of Tsangnan City illuminated the screen. The mine's location was marked as a swirling black vortex, with surrounding areas designated as red alert zones. According to Dongshu's analysis, the rift had become the core threat to the entire city. We must expedite our search for a means to seal the rift, otherwise, the entire city will be consumed, Chen Muye declared. However, the issue lies in our ignorance of the rift's source, Lung Xian frowned. The rune arrays are merely a part. The true source of energy may be concealed deeper. Exactly, Li Dongshu affirmed. The mine's rift is merely a passage, and the true force driving its expansion is likely the main formation hidden by the cult of the ancient gods. Main formation? Si Xiaonan frowned. Are you suggesting there is something larger than the mine? Yes, Li Dongshu replied quietly, tracing a finger over the map. following the energy fluctuations of the rune array. I speculate the main formation's location may lie deep underground on the eastern side of the city. Eastern District? Lung Xian raised an eyebrow. That area is the old district. Its subterranean structure is as complex as a labyrinth. If they have indeed concealed the main formation there, locating it will be exceedingly difficult. If we cannot find and destroy the main formation, the rift's power will continue to grow, ultimately spiraling out of control. So what shall we do? Chen Muye inquired, determination evident in his gaze. Perhaps we can ascertain the main formation's location, but this will require time and an in-depth reconnaissance of the eastern district's underground. Then we shall split into 2 teams, Chen Muye decisively announced. Lang Xian and Shaoan will protect Dongshu and head to the eastern district to locate the main formation, while the outer team will monitor the mine's rift to prevent the cult of the ancient gods from returning. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Preparations were quickly completed, and Li Dongshu, accompanied by Lang Xian and Si Shaonan, drove a disguised vehicle toward the eastern district. The buildings flanking the road appeared dilapidated and desolate. Many homes long abandoned, leaving only silence in their wake. The atmosphere here is truly dreadful, Lang Xian murmured, his fingers lightly tapping on the gunstock, as if all life had been drained away. The energy fluctuations are intensifying. The main formation should be nearby. The vehicle soon halted before an abandoned theater. Once a landmark of the eastern district, it now lay in ruins. The exterior was overgrown with vines, and the doors and windows were mostly shattered, exuding an air of desolation. Is this the place? Si Shaonan asked quietly, her dagger already drawn. Yes, Li Dongshu nodded, his eyes cautiously scanning the surroundings. The theater's underground may conceal the main formation, but I cannot ascertain what lies within. Whatever it is, we must enter. Lung Xian gripped his gun tightly and was the first to push open the theater's grand doors. Inside, the air was thick with dust and mildew, the surroundings cloaked in darkness. Only a few faint beams of light filtered through the broken skylights. The floor was littered with discarded chairs and props, and the walls were adorned with tattered costumes and prop swords. There is indeed something amiss here, Si Shaonan whispered, her footsteps cautious. Follow me. Li Dongshu's judge's pin glimmered faintly, guiding them toward the stage. Beneath the stage, the floor seemed to conceal some mechanism, with a faint glimpse of a passage leading underground. The mechanism is here. Li Dongshu crouched down, gently tapping the floor with his judge's pen, swiftly locating a loose floorboard. Lung Xian stepped forward, forcefully prying it open to reveal a descending stone staircase. The stairs were cloaked in cobwebs and dust, clearly untouched for a considerable time. Let us proceed, Lang Xian whispered, leading the way into the passage. At the passage's end lay a vast underground chamber, its walls etched with intricate runes, while at the center stood a colossal rune array emanating a dark red glow. This is the main array, Li Dongshu murmured, a hint of gravity in his gaze. Yet it remains dormant. We must destroy it immediately. Leave it to us, Lung Xian declared, aiming his gun at the core of the rune array and pulling the trigger without hesitation. However, just as the bullet was about to strike, a searing red light surged from the center of the array, instantly vaporizing the bullet. It has a protective mechanism, Si Shaonan exclaimed, swiftly flipping her dagger in hand. Dongshu, can you decipher it? At that moment, a low, mocking laughter echoed through the air, and the light at the center of the rune array intensified. Night Watchers, welcome to my domain. A familiar voice emerged from the radiance. It was the voice of the cloaked figure from the mines. It's you. Lung Xian gritted his teeth, directing his gun at the core of the light. Indeed, it is I, the cloaked figure said, stepping slowly from the rune array, his staff ablaze with fierce flames. This time, you shall have no escape. Chapter 37. The way to break the deadlock. The underground space was illuminated by the fierce red light as the cloaked figure emerged from the rune array, the flames on his staff flickering with each step. The surrounding air seemed to warp, and the runes resonated with a low hum. Did you really think you could halt this? He taunted. Enough of your nonsense. Lang Xian raised his gun and fired without hesitation, the bullet slicing through the air towards the cloaked figure. Yet, as it neared him, an invisible barrier intercepted the bullets, scattering them into sparks. With a cold snort, the figure waved his staff, sending a beam of red light hurtling towards Lung Xian. Watch out. Si Shaonan quickly yanked Lung Xian aside. The red light grazed their figures, striking the ground and creating a charred crater. His power has intensified. Lang Xian gritted his teeth, swiftly adjusting his aim. That's because the rune array is supplying him with extra energy, Li Dongshu observed, standing at the array's edge, his gaze fixed on its core. He was now virtually one with the entire array. Unless it was destroyed, he was nearly invincible. So you better find a way to break the array quickly, Lung Xian urged. With flames erupting from the gun's muzzle, he kept the approaching vengeful spirits at bay, tracing arcs of blue light in the air to capture the flow of energy from the array. All your efforts are futile. The cloaked figure sneered, raising his staff high. The erase's light surged suddenly, and the entire space began to tremble violently. Cracks in the stone walls widened, as if they might collapse at any moment. Hold him back. Chen Muye's voice crackled through the communicator, laced with urgency. Dongshu needs time. Understood. Long Xian nodded, firing again, the bullets striking the cloaked figure's staff. While they couldn't inflict harm, they successfully disrupted his movements. Xishan swiftly approached the outer edges of the rune array, her dagger flipping in her hand as she searched for possible vulnerabilities. Her movements were as swift as shadows, each strike imbued with lethal intent. Interesting, the cloaked figure chuckled, lightly waving his staff, sending a searing red light slicing through the air towards Xishan. TSK. Xishan deftly sidestepped, but the red light grazed her shoulder, leaving a charred scar. Gritting her teeth, she steadied herself, her dagger gleaming coldly as she lunged again at the cloaked figure. His fingers traced complex runes in the air, blue light swirling in his grasp, gradually forming a dazzling rune lock. I found it, Li Dongshu roared, his gaze locking onto a dark red crystal at the array's center. Leave it to me, Chen Muye's voice resonated through the communicator. He surged forward like thunder, his long knife carving a fierce arc through the air. Aimed directly at the crystal, the cloaked figure seemed to sense the threat and swung his staff downward. A massive red light barrier rose to block the crystal. You shall not, he bellowed, thrusting his staff into the ground. The array's brilliance surged again, and countless vengeful spirits poured forth, attempting to thwart Chen Muye's assault. You stop me, Chen Muye shouted, his long knife cleaving through a corner of the barrier with astonishing power. His movements were incredibly swift, each strike imbued with an unmatched momentum. Meanwhile, Lang Xian and Xishan cleared the incoming vengeful spirits from the periphery, their actions fluid and precise, buying precious time for Li Dongshu and Chen Muye. Now, Li Dongshu roared, the judge's pen in his hand bursting forth with intense blue light as it plunged into the core of the rune array. The blue light instantly penetrated the crystal, causing the array's glow to flicker violently. The cloaked figure let out a furious roar, attempting to retaliate, but his movements clearly slowed. It's over, Chen Muye shouted, raising his long knife high, striking down toward the crystal with a fierce resolve. With a thunderous explosion, the crystal shattered under their combined might. The array's brilliance rapidly dimmed, and the entire underground chamber began to collapse. Impossible, the cloaked figure howled, his form gradually consumed by the collapsing energy of the array. With a glint of unwillingness in his eyes, he declared, do you think you can stop us like this? The power of the abyss will never cease. Before his words could fade, the entire rune array erupted violently, a powerful shockwave tossing everyone to the ground. Retreat, Chen Muye commanded decisively, and the Night Watcher team quickly regrouped, heading toward the exit. Despite the damage inflicted by the shockwave, they successfully escaped the theater. Standing outside on the street, breathless, they stared at the crumbling building. The main array has been destroyed, Li Dongshu murmured, the judge's pen in his hand glowing faintly. But the cloaked figure's final words were not a threat, but a warning. The power of the abyss has not ceased. Regardless, we have gained an upper hand. Chen Muye tightened his grip on his long knife. Chapter 38. The expanding rift morning light pierced through the fog of Songnan City, illuminating the dilapidated buildings. Yet, this warmth could not dispel the heaviness in the hearts of the Night Watcher team. Leaning against the transport vehicle, Li Dongshu lowered his gaze to examine the glow of the judge's pen. Its typically serene blue light now appeared alarmingly faint. His shoulder, though crudely bandaged, continued to seep blood, staining his sleeve. Are you all right? Xishan approached, concern evident in her eyes. I can hold on. Li Dongshu managed a faint smile. However, we must act swiftly. Although the rune array has been destroyed, the rift remains. That is correct, Chen Muye chimed in. Having just confirmed the situation at the theater with the outer team, we merely severed one energy source. The true core rift still exists at the mine. The rift at the mine is still expanding. Lang Xian jumped down from the vehicle, holding a communication terminal. The outer team has just reported that the dark area of the mine has expanded nearly 100 meters, and the internal situation is completely out of control. We're running out of time. Chen Muye nodded, turning to Li Dongshu. Dongshu, do you have any new insights regarding the rift? Not at the moment. But I can confirm one thing. Li Dongshu inhaled deeply, lifting his gaze to Chen Muye. According to the energy analysis, there are at least 3 more. He pointed to the markings on the map. They are scattered across various regions of the city, each providing an unending source of energy for the rift. The team swiftly dispersed, with transport vehicles heading in different directions. Li Dongshu and Chen Muye rode in a modified light off-road vehicle, making their way towards the southern district. The atmosphere was thick with silence and tension, the only sound being the low hum of the engine. Dongshu, Chen Muye broke the silence, his tone laced with contemplation. What do you make of the black-robed man's final words? He said the power of the abyss will never cease. Li Dongshu furrowed his brow. I believe it is not merely a threat, but rather a statement of fact. Their plan has already commenced. Everything we do now is merely a delay. Delay? Chen Muye's expression darkened. Are you suggesting that we may not be able to completely resolve the rift issue? At this moment, yes, Li Dongshu affirmed with a nod. Unless we discover a means to completely seal the core of the rift. This would require a force more potent than even humanity itself. More potent than humanity. Chen Muye echoed quietly, a flicker of complexity crossing his gaze. Perhaps your power from the underworld will be the key. The vehicle halted before an abandoned apartment building in the southern district. However, upon entering the building, they were greeted by an eerie silence. This atmosphere feels off, Chen Muye murmured, his long knife slightly unsheathed. Stay alert, Li Dongshu cautioned, the judge's pen in his hand faintly glowing. The energy fluctuations here are peculiar, as if suppressed by some external force. The two advanced cautiously into the depths of the building, a faint metallic scent lingering in the air. Bloodstains marred the walls. Evidence of a fierce battle that had transpired. Suddenly, a series of heavy footsteps echoed from the stairwell, shattering the stillness. Chen Muye swiftly turned, directing his long knife toward the source of the sound. A figure shrouded in black mist slowly emerged, its crimson eyes glinting ominously in the dark. Towering in stature, its hands were sharp as claws, emanating a palpable hostility. This is a vengeful spirit, but different, Li Dongshu whispered. The glow of the judge's pen intensified, its power surpassing that of an ordinary vengeful spirit, nearly approaching corporeality. It is a product of a rune array. Chen Muye scoffed, whatever it is. We cannot allow it to obstruct us. The vengeful spirit wasted no time, lunging directly at the two. Chen Muye swung his long knife, the blade clashing against the spirit's claws, emitting a piercing metallic sound. Gritting his teeth, he forced the spirit back, yet its strength was evidently unexpected. This creature is fast. Chen Muye growled, narrowly dodging the spirit's next strike. I'll provide support. Li Dongshu raised the judge's pen, a blue light transforming into a sharp beam aimed at the spirit's chest. However, the spirit's form twisted, allowing the blue light to pass through without inflicting any real harm. Its core is not within its body. Li Dongshu quickly deduced, realizing they needed to locate its core. Then hurry, I'll hold it off. Chen Muye gritted his teeth, his long knife clashing with the spirit's claws once more, sparks flying. Li Dongshu shut his eyes, concentrating on sensing the energy fluctuations around him. Images of runes flickered in his mind as he gradually pinpointed the source of the spirit's power. I found it. He suddenly opened his eyes, locking onto a pillar in the center of the apartment. Its core is within that pillar. Cover me, Chen Muye shouted, swinging his long knife fiercely to push the spirit back, then charging toward the pillar. The spirit seemed to sense the impending danger, letting out a low growl as it swiftly pursued Chen Muye. Yet, Li Dongshu's judge's pen transformed into a blue beam, striking the spirit again and temporarily immobilizing it. It's over. Chen Muye raised his long knife high, unleashing a fierce slash at the pillar. The pillar shattered instantly, the rune array hidden within crumbling as well. The spirit let out a chilling scream, its form rapidly disintegrating into a wisp of black smoke that dissipated in the air. Simultaneously, the red glow within the apartment began to fade, restoring a profound silence. We must swiftly address the remaining two. He glanced at Chen Muye. Though the danger here is resolved, the expansion of the rift in the mind will not cease. Chapter 39. Breaking the barrier. The Night Watchman team's vehicle navigated through the dilapidated streets. The rift's expansion continued unabated, with the energy fluctuations throughout the city appearing increasingly chaotic. Li Dongshu sat in the passenger seat, intently focused on the terminal screen in his hand. The data fluctuated frequently, signifying violent currents of energy beneath the surface. His brow furrowed, his expression growing ever more grave. The energy fluctuations are far too unstable. Li Dongshu shook his head, pointing at a red area on the screen. It's located around here, but the position keeps shifting, as if some force is interfering with my tracking. It is likely a barrier deliberately set by the cult of the ancient gods, Chen Muye analyzed, his gaze still fixed on the road. The barrier cannot be flawless. Li Dongshu murmured, his fingers sliding rapidly across the screen. Give me a moment, I will find a flaw. Both were acutely aware that time was not on their side. Upon entering the target area, Chen Muye parked the vehicle in a derelict container yard. The place was overgrown with weeds, the air thick with the scent of rust. Stacked containers formed a labyrinth, dividing the area into numerous narrow paths. The energy source for the barrier is likely located here, Li Dongshu declared, raising the judge's pen and making a swift motion. Blue light spread through the air, faintly outlining a transparent barrier. Indeed, there is a barrier, Chen Muye scoffed, unsheathing his long knife. However, we excel at breaking things. Not so fast. Li Dongshu raised his hand to halt him. This barrier differs from the previous rune array. Its structure is far more complex, and forcing it may trigger a chain reaction. What then? Chen Muye frowned and inquired. The barrier is supported by 3 sources of energy. I can weaken them one by one. Then you focus on dismantling the barrier, and I will provide cover. Chen Muye tightened his grip on the long knife, his gaze warily scanning the surroundings. The two swiftly advanced into the container yard. A faint chill pervaded the air, as if concealing an imperceptible danger. The first source of energy is ahead, Li Dongshu whispered, pointing to a nearby container. Chen Muye nodded and hastened towards the target. He forcefully pulled open the rusted container door, revealing an empty interior, save for a dark red crystal positioned at its center. Suddenly, a dark shadow sprang forth from the container's shadow, lunging directly at Li Dongshu. Watch out! Chen Muye shouted, swinging his long knife with fierce momentum, forcing the shadow back. As it landed, its true form was revealed, a semi-transparent monster, its body seemingly composed of black mist, with long limbs and eyes glinting with a sinister red light. Is this a derivative of the rift? Li Dongshu exclaimed in astonishment. Whatever it is, we must eliminate it first. Chen Muye roared, charging at the monster once more. The creature moved swiftly, its claws clashing with the long knife, producing a shrill metallic sound. Its body twisted continuously, lacking a fixed form, each attack imbued with overwhelming malice. Faster! Chen Muye gritted his teeth. The blade left deep gashes on the monster, yet its body rapidly healed. Li Dongshu's judge's pin emitted a brilliant blue light, gradually enveloping the surface of the crystal. His fingers traced complex rune locks in the air, sealing the energy flow of the crystal. The crystal abruptly dimmed, and a portion of the barrier vanished. However, the monster's movements grew more frenzied, its claws lunging towards Chen Muye's chest. Seeking death, Chen Muye bellowed, sweeping his long knife to sever the monster's claws. In the fleeting moment of retreat, he forcefully kicked open the container's door and shouted, "Let us go." However, this time, their adversaries were not only the monsters, but also a more formidable barrier of interference. The factory's interior was filled with intricate machinery, and the air was thick with the scent of machine oil. "Let us act swiftly," Chen Muye commanded, raising his long blade and scanning the surroundings with vigilant eyes. "Night Watchers, you truly are relentless." A figure slowly emerged, shrouded in dense black mist, wielding a staff that burned with a crimson glow. "It is you," Chen Muye growled, tightening his grip on the long knife. "Indeed, it is I," the cloaked figure sneered, "but this time, your fate is sealed." As he spoke, the staff swung down violently, causing the air within the factory to become scorching hot. Countless beams of red light surged from the machinery, coalescing into a massive rune array. The battle erupted anew, with the cloaked figure's overwhelming power nearly suppressing every attack from Chen Muye. Yet, he did not falter. Each swing of his long knife carried the weight of thunderous might. "Hurry!" Chen Muye gritted his teeth, blocking a strike from the cloaked figure. With the shattering of a crystal, the last fragment of the barrier finally collapsed. "We did it," Li Dongshu exclaimed. Yet, the cloaked figure emitted a chilling laugh. "Do you believe this is over?" No sooner had he spoken than the entire factory began to tremble violently, and the ground split open with a massive fissure. Dark mist poured from the chasm, transforming into countless grotesque monsters that lunged toward the two. "Retreat," Chen Muye decisively ordered, shielding Li Dongshu as they rushed toward the exit. Chapter 40. Journey to the North District Tunnel. The night was as dark as ink, enveloping the dilapidated streets of Tsangnan City. The abandoned factory had been utterly destroyed by the roaring tremors, with dust swirling in the air. The vehicles of the Night Watchers sped through the ruins, each occupant wearing a grave and solemn expression. Leaning against the car window, Li Dongshu gripped the judge's pen tightly, feeling its faint blue glow. His complexion was pale, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. The previous exertion had pushed his body to the brink. He closed his eyes, striving to calm himself. Yet the image of that dark fissure lingered in his mind. Chen Muye drove while communicating with the outer team through the transmitter. "The barrier here has been destroyed, and the energy from the fissure is spreading further. What is the situation on your end?" A brief crackle came from the transmitter, followed by the report from the outer team. "The expansion of the mine fissure is accelerating. The surrounding dark mist has already engulfed over 2 kilometers. Unknown energy reactions are occurring within the fissure, and our personnel cannot approach. It's located within the underground tunnel system of the North District. But the terrain there is complex and may present greater resistance. No matter the resistance, we must destroy it," Chen Muye replied slowly, his gaze resolute as a blade. "As long as the fissure continues to expand, this city will never know peace." Meanwhile, the vehicles of Lung Xian and Si Xiaonan were hastily making their way to the North District. Their transmitters buzzed with continuous updates from the outer team regarding the fissure. Lung Xian, seated at the wheel, wore an unusually serious expression. These fissures truly resemble living entities, relentlessly consuming their surroundings. If we do not act soon, all of Songnan City will become part of it. Our duty is to protect this city, no matter the cost. The underground tunnel system of the North District was a convoluted labyrinth constructed decades prior, originally intended for urban drainage and subway construction. It had fallen into disrepair and been abandoned. Once the vehicles of the Night Watchers converged, everyone quickly entered the underground tunnel system. They activated tactical flashlights, the dim light barely illuminating the narrow passage. The air was thick with dampness, and the walls were overrun with vines and mold. Something feels amiss here, Longxian said, gripping his weapon tightly. He scanned the surroundings warily, as if something was lurking in the shadows, watching them. This is the effect of the fissure, Dongshu murmured, the judge's pen glowing faintly in his hand. The team pressed on, the passage gradually widening until they arrived at a spacious underground chamber. At its center stood a colossal rune array, with a massive dark red crystal suspended above it, larger than any they had encountered before. This is the place, Dongshu whispered, the judge's pen radiating a brilliant blue light. Destroy it quickly, Chen Muye ordered, drawing his long knife. He scanned the perimeter of the rune array, knowing that this encounter would not be easy. No sooner had he spoken than the light of the rune array flared intensely. A deep humming resonated in the air. And then, countless black mists surged forth, coalescing into towering specters of resentment. A trap, just as I suspected, Longxian sneered, firing his weapon to repel one of the specters. These creatures are merely tools to buy time. Si Xiaonan swiftly wielded her dagger, her movements ghostly and swift. Each strike carries a deadly chill. Dongshu, focus on deciphering the rune array. We'll handle the defense. Dongshu nodded and positioned himself at the edge of the rune array, beginning to analyze the structure. His fingers moved swiftly, sketching complex rune locks in the air. The blue light of the judge's pen spread like flowing water, gradually enveloping the perimeter of the rune array. The number of specters seemed endless. Every time one was repelled, more black mist coalesced anew. Longxian's ammunition began to dwindle, and Si Xiaonan's stamina was nearing its limit. Meanwhile, Chen Muye stood resolutely before the rune array, using his long knife to hold back the enemy's onslaught. These foes are tenacious. Longxian gritted his teeth, loading his last magazine. Dongshu, how much longer? Almost there, Dongshu shouted, sweat beading on his forehead. Just give me 10 more seconds. However, just as he was about to complete the deciphering, a low, mocking laughter emanated from the rune array. Following this, a tall figure clad in black robes slowly emerged. His mask etched with intricate runes, wielding a staff engulfed in dark red flames. Night Watchers, did you truly believe you could win this war? The cloaked figure coldly remarked, a hint of derision lacing his voice. It's you, Chen Muye bellowed, pointing his long knife at the black-robed figure. Indeed, it is I. The figure replied with a chilling smile. This time, you shall face true despair. No sooner had he finished speaking than the light of the rune array surged violently, causing the entire underground chamber to tremble violently. Cracks in the walls widened, and the dark aura surged like a tide. Do not let him buy time, Chen Muye roared, his long knife slicing toward the black-robed figure with fierce intent. Finish it quickly, Si Xiaonan shouted, her dagger flashing as she fought. Dongshu gritted his teeth, concentrating all his energy as he plunged the judge's pen into the center of the rune array. His fingers swiftly traced the final rune lock, the blue light finally enveloping the entire array. It is time to bring this to an end. Hearing Si Xiaonan's urging, Dongshu shouted, unleashing a surge of brilliant light from the judge's pen that pierced directly into the core of the dark red crystal. The crystal erupted with a deafening roar under the impact of the blue light, shattering completely, causing the rune array's radiance to fade rapidly as the specters dissipated into wisps of black smoke. The black-robed figure let out an enraged roar, his form vanishing as the rune array collapsed. The destruction of the rune array caused the entire underground chamber to begin to collapse, and the Night Watchers swiftly retreated. Chapter 41. Another dimension. The sky over Songnan City was shrouded in dense gray clouds, exuding an ominous aura. Dongshu sat at the control panel, fixated on the fluctuating data on the screen, his expression grave and concentrated. Although the expansion of the mind fissure had slowed, the energy fluctuations within remained potent. Yet, it grew more ferocious, resembling an impending tempest. Chen Muye pushed open the conference room door and entered, his gaze sweeping across each person present. His expression remained as stern as ever, yet his tone bore a hint of urgency. The current situation was abundantly clear. The core fissure persisted and was becoming increasingly active. The energy fluctuations within the fissure were growing more frequent. Dongshu took over, pointing to the energy graph on the screen. According to the latest analysis, the fissure might be connecting to another dimension. If this connection continues, Sangnan City will spiral into chaos. In other words, we have merely addressed the surface troubles. Lung Xian furrowed his brow, his tone laced with impatience, for the true peril lay deep within the fissure. Indeed, Li Dongshu nodded. And the core power of the fissure far exceeded our comprehension. If the abyss were to descend, it would not merely constitute a crisis for the city, but a calamity for the entire world. What shall we do then? Si Xiaonan inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Muye decisively stated, the only course of action is to directly enter the fissure's core, locate its source, and seal it completely. Enter the fissure? Lung Xian's eyes widened. Are you suggesting we willingly confront that darkness? Precisely, Chen Muye affirmed, his gaze resolute. This is our final opportunity. Continuing our operations on the periphery will only delay the inevitable collapse without resolving the underlying issue. For this reason, we must devise a comprehensive plan, Li Dongshu interjected. The judge's pen can provide temporary protection against the fissure's encroachment, but its duration is limited. Moreover, the fissure may be teeming with adversaries, and we must be thoroughly prepared. The outer team can provide support from a distance. We will lend our full assistance. Lung Xian surveyed the group, a note of determination in his tone. If we are to act, let us do so resolutely. Agreed, Si Xiaonan nodded. Regardless of the outcome, we must not waver. Chen Muye looked at each person, confirming their resolve before slowly nodding. Excellent. Let us prepare for action. The team began to swiftly organize their equipment. While Lung Xian inspected his weapon, Si Xiaonan readjusted the blade of her dagger, polishing it to a brilliant shine. Chen Muye stood silently by, gripping his long sword, contemplating the forthcoming actions. Meanwhile, Li Dongshu closed his eyes, gathering his spirit. Several hours later, the team arrived at the edge of the fissure in the mining site. It was completely shrouded in black mist, the surrounding trees and structures ravaged beyond recognition. It felt as though they had entered a desolate wasteland, with the outer team monitoring from a distance. However, they could not approach this area, relying solely on instruments for data support. Are you ready? Chen Muye turned to his teammates, his gaze sharp. We are prepared to act at any moment, Lang Xin confirmed, checking his weapon with determination. Li Dongshu took a deep breath and raised the judge's pen. A blue light poured from its tip, sketching a complex runic lock, forming a thin energy barrier that enveloped the team. This is the best protection I can offer, he murmured. We must act swiftly. My power cannot be sustained for long. Chen Muye nodded. Let us proceed. The team stepped into the fissure, and the surroundings transformed dramatically. The black mist surged like a tide, swallowing all light, leaving only a dim red glow and a low, ominous hum. The ground was no longer the familiar earth, but an irregular stone surface radiating a searing heat. This atmosphere is worse than I imagined, Lung Xian whispered, gripping his gun tightly. Focus your attention, Chen Muye instructed, his gaze fixed ahead. The team continued to advance. The closer they approached the fissure's depths, the greater the oppressive sensation in the air became. Eventually, they arrived at an expansive space. At the center floated a massive dark red crystal, exuding intense energy fluctuations. This is the core of the fissure, Li Dongshu murmured. If we destroy it, the fissure will collapse entirely. Move, Chen Muye commanded softly. However, just as they neared the crystal, the surrounding black mist surged violently. Countless shadows emerged from the fog, forming twisted monstrosities. Their eyes gleamed with a scarlet light, seemingly infused with the abyss's malice. They're here, Long Xian shouted as he fired, bullets slicing through the air and repelling several monsters. Hold them off. I will decipher the crystal, Li Dongshu bellowed, standing before the crystal to begin analyzing the runes. Chen Muye's longsword sliced through the air, cleaving a charging monster in two. His movements were as swift as thunder, each strike precise. Hurry! Si Xiaonan shouted from the side, her dagger darting like lightning toward the enemies. More monsters keep coming. Li Dongshu focused all his energy, the judge's pen tracing complex runes in the air. The blue light gradually enveloped the crystal, attempting to suppress its energy fluctuations. However, the crystal's power appeared exceptionally strong, nearly rebuffing the blue light several times. Give me a little more time. Li Dongshu gritted his teeth, shouting, We can hold on. Chen Muye roared, his longsword unleashing a fierce blade of energy that temporarily drove back the monsters. The crystal's glow began to dim, producing a deafening explosion as it shattered into countless fragments. Simultaneously, the entire fissure trembled violently, the black mist receding like a tide to reveal the original world. We did it, Lung Xian shouted, a flicker of joy crossing his face. Yet, at that moment, a deep, chilling voice echoed from afar. Did you truly believe that by destroying the crystal, you could conclude this matter? Chapter 42. The abyssal projection from the depths of the fissure, a shadow slowly emerged. Its form seemingly coalesced from black mist. Tall and indistinct, It radiated an overwhelming sense of oppression that was impossible to gaze upon. "What is that?" Lung Xian whispered, his gun trembling slightly in his grip. He had never encountered such a terrifying presence. "It is the core projection of the abyss," Li Dongshu replied through gritted teeth, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. The crystal's shattering did not completely sever the fissure. Instead, it allowed the abyss's power to begin pouring forth. "Then let us eliminate it," Chen Muye roared, drawing his longsword, its blade reflecting a cold light in the dark red glow. He propelled himself forward like a bolt of thunder towards the shadow. The shadow remained motionless, not even shifting its gaze toward Chen Muye. Yet, just as he was about to close the distance, a pitch-black tentacle suddenly shot out from the black mist. With unimaginable speed and force, it struck Chen Muye, sending him crashing backward. "Captain!" Xishaoan shouted, rushing forward to intercept another tentacle's assault with her dagger. Her movements were ghostly quick, yet the tentacle's strength was astonishing, directly knocking her back several steps. "This is no ordinary entity," Lung Xian exclaimed as he fired, his bullets piercing the shadow's form, yet leaving no trace. "Its core is not on the surface," Li Dongshu analyzed swiftly, his gaze fixed on the shadow's movements. "It is merely the projection of the fissure. The true core is still hidden deep within. Then let us find it." Chen Muye gritted his teeth and stood up, his long sword swinging fiercely to sever a charging tentacle. The shadow's form seemed impervious to pain. Even after the tentacle was cut, it rapidly regenerated, growing even larger. Its scarlet eyes finally turned toward the Night Watchman team, a low growl erupting like thunder in the air. "It is preparing to strike," Xishaoan growled, flipping her dagger in hand as she fiercely clashed with the approaching tentacle. "Lung Xian, Xiaonan, cover Dongshu. I will hold it off," Chen Muye commanded loudly. Gripping his longsword tightly, he charged toward the shadow's onslaught. Xishaoan shadowed him closely, her dagger slicing through the air, intercepting all of the shadow's tentacles. As Li Dongshu stood slightly behind, the pen of the judge in his hand emitted a continuous stream of blue light, sensing the core energy flow of the shadowy figure. "I found it," he bellowed, as the pen traced intricate runes in the air. "How did you do that?" Cold Xian shouted, his gun belching fire as he suppressed the shadow's tendrils. "But this requires time, and we may not withstand its counterattack." "Then let us buy some time," Chen Muye roared, his long knife leaving a deep gash on the shadow's chest. The shadow let out a furious roar, its tendrils thrashing wildly, whipping up a tempest in the air. With each movement, its ferocity intensified, each strike imbued with cataclysmic force. "Hold on," Chen Muye gritted his teeth, the blade exuding a fierce aura as he charged once more at the shadow. Meanwhile, Li Dongshu took a deep breath, concentrating all his energy as he plunged the judge's pen into the ground. A brilliant blue light surged from the pen's tip, swiftly outlining a complex rune array in the air. "In the name of the Underworld, seal the abyss," he shouted, as the blue light transformed into a massive chain that surged toward the shadow. The chain accurately coiled around the shadow's form, momentarily binding its movements. The shadow's roars grew more intense as it thrashed its tendrils, desperately attempting to break free from the chain's grasp. "Hurry and finish," Xishaonan shouted, brandishing her dagger with urgency. "We can barely hold on." "I need more time," Li Dongshu cried, beads of cold sweat dripping from his forehead. His fingers danced in the air, rapidly sketching runes in an effort to lock onto the shadow's core energy completely. Just then, the shadow's tendrils suddenly lashed out, striking Cold Xian and Xishaonan. Both were violently thrown away, crashing against the rock wall with a dull thud. "Cold Xian, Xiaonan," Chen Muye roared, a flicker of fury in his eyes. His movements became even more fierce, the blade carving deep grooves into the shadow's body. "I'm fine." Cold Xian coughed up blood but managed to rise. "I can still fight." "Dongshu, hurry." Xishaoan steadied herself against the wall, straining to maintain her footing. "Almost there," Li Dongshu shouted, the pen's glow intensifying. The chains had already connected to the depths of the fissure, just one step away. The blue chains gradually pulled the shadow toward the fissure. The shadow's roar echoed through the heavens as its tendrils flailed, attempting to escape the restraint. "Hold on," Chen Muye shouted, his long knife swinging fiercely as he severed a tendril that lunged at him. Ultimately, the power of the chains erupted fully, forcibly dragging the shadow into the fissure. The energy within the fissure surged violently, causing the entire space to tremble. "Seal activation," Li Dongshu gritted his teeth, plunging the judge's pen deep into the ground. A beam of blue light shot skyward, enveloping the entire fissure. The shadow emitted one last, unwilling roar before vanishing completely into the fissure. The edges of the fissure began to close rapidly, the dark mist receding like a tide, restoring tranquility to the world. The Night Watch team collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, their eyes reflecting exhaustion and relief. "At last, it's over," Cold Xian murmured, leaning against the rock wall. Chapter 43, The old industrial zone, the darkness receded from Tsangnan City, enveloped in an eerie silence. The successful sealing of the fissure provided the Night Watch team with a momentary respite. Yet, deep down, they all understood that this was not the end, but the beginning of another war. Within the Night Watch base, Li Dongshu sat before the control panel, his gaze fixed on the data displayed on the screen. Although the energy fluctuations from the fissure had significantly diminished, the instruments still detected low-frequency tremors persisting. Cold Xian leaned against the conference table, his arm wrapped in thick bandages. Dongshu, is the fissure truly sealed for good? As long as there is sufficient external force, it can re-emerge. So, if the ancient god cult strikes again, we must battle once more. Cold Xian replied with resignation, a hint of frustration lacing his voice. Do we really have that much time to waste with them? Time is something we must create. Chen Muye interjected, entering the conference room with a calm, yet resolute tone. He stood at the table, scanning each person present. What we need to do now is to weaken the ancient god cult's power as much as possible to prevent them from launching similar rituals again. But their actions have become increasingly covert, Xishan chimed in, gently massaging her injured shoulder. After the exposure of the mind fissure, they will undoubtedly be more cautious. Their next move may be even harder to detect. Then we must strike first. Chen Muye's voice was icy. Locate their hiding places and utterly dismantle their organization. That won't be easy, Cold Xian frowned. The ancient god cult's distribution is exceedingly dispersed. Each of their strongholds is protected by runes and barriers, making infiltration difficult. Then we shall dismantle them from within, Li Dongshu proposed, a glint of coldness in his eyes. When we sealed the fissure, I detected some unique energy traces. Are you suggesting there is internal communication? Xishan inquired. Precisely, Li Dongshu nodded, typing rapidly on the keyboard, soon projecting the energy fluctuation chart onto the screen. These signal traces indicate that the ancient god cult is maintaining contact with higher-tier entities in a peculiar manner. If we can trace these signals, we may find their central location. Central location? Cold Xian raised an eyebrow. You mean their core stronghold? If we can penetrate that stronghold, we stand a chance to completely dismantle their system. Then what are we waiting for? Chen Muye declared decisively, immediately commencing the signal tracking. The teams swiftly mobilized, all knowing that this mission was of paramount importance. Li Dongshu focused intently on analyzing the signals, while Cold Xian and Xishan organized their gear. Chen Muye coordinated resources with the outer teams through communications. A few hours later, Li Dongshu finally captured a clear signal fluctuation. Its source was located in an old industrial zone in the eastern part of the city. The buildings there had been abandoned for years, making it an ideal site for covert operations. Target confirmed, Li Dongshu transmitted the data to the large screen, indicating a specific point. The energy fluctuations here are very concealed, but they completely match the signals from the fissure. The ancient god cult is likely planning their next move there. Excellent, Chen Muye nodded. Everyone prepare, we depart immediately. Under the cover of night, the Night Watch team's vehicles sped toward the industrial zone. This area had been deserted for years due to economic decline, now only featuring crumbling factories and collapsed chimneys standing on the desolate land. The vehicles halted outside an abandoned factory, and the Night Watch team quickly disembarked, entering combat readiness. Li Dongshu raised the judge's pen, a faint blue light spreading through the air, soon outlining a concealed rune barrier. There is indeed a barrier here, Li Dongshu murmured. The pen spun in his hand as he gradually deciphered the structure of the barrier. Give me 2 minutes. We'll provide cover, Chen Muye replied quietly, his long knife faintly glowing in his grip. Cold Xian and Xishan spread out around the factory. In a corner, Xishan gripped her dagger tightly. Li Dongshu swiftly waved the judge's pen, the blue light coursing along the edges of the rune barrier, gradually revealing its structure. The barrier emitted a deep hum, as if resisting his analysis. Yet, as the blue light penetrated further, its defenses began to crumble. Almost there, Li Dongshu shouted, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. This barrier was exceedingly complex, but it was on the verge of collapse. Just then, a low, mocking laughter echoed from the darkness. Moments later, several figures cloaked in black robes emerged from within the abandoned factory. Their masks were etched with intricate runes, each wielding a staff that burned with crimson light. Night Watch. Your persistence is remarkable. The leader of the black-robed figures spoke coldly, a hint of mockery in his tone. Enough with the pleasantries, Chen Muye scoffed. His long knife aimed directly at the black-robed man. Since you dare to show yourselves, be prepared to face your defeat. Defeat? The figure in the black robe chuckled softly, raising his staff. A crimson light instantly filled the entire space. Today, you shall face your demise. As his words fell, the red light in the air suddenly coalesced into several scorching flames, hurtling towards the Night Watch team. Scatter, Chen Muye commanded decisively, swinging his long knife to cleave the flames apart. Cold Xian quickly opened fire, the bullets accurately aimed at the robed figure. However, as they neared, it seemed an invisible barrier had intercepted them. Sparks flew, yet they could not harm their foe. Their defensive capabilities have increased. Cold Xian frowned, swiftly reloading. Dongshu, how much longer do you need? Almost done. Li Dongshu bellowed, the brilliance of the judge's pen abruptly intensifying. Give me 10 seconds. Cover him. Chen Muye growled, swinging his long knife towards the black-robed man to buy Li Dongshu some time. Si Xiaonan moved like a specter across the battlefield, her dagger glinting with a cold light. Each strike was executed with impeccable precision, repelling every enemy that dared to approach. Finally, with the judge's pin piercing the core of the barrier, a burst of blue light erupted. The entire runic barrier shattered, revealing everything within the factory to their eyes. At the center lay a vast runic array, with a dark red crystal suspended at its core. There is indeed something, Chen Muye stated coldly, his gaze fixed on the crystal. This must be the core device. Then let us destroy it. Li Dongshu shouted, his judge's pen tracing another runic lock. The black-robed man sensed the impending crisis, raising his staff as crimson light transformed into thrashing tendrils. Damn it, you shall not succeed. He roared, madness lacing his tone. Too late. You cannot stop me. Chen Muye sneered, his long knife raised high. With a thunderous momentum, the blade descended directly towards the crystal. Cold Xian and Si Xiaonan flanked him, blocking all enemy attacks. The crystal emitted a deafening explosion upon impact, shattering into fragments. Immediately, the light of the runic array dimmed, plunging the entire factory into silence. Chapter 44. A startling revelation inside the factory. The remnants of the runic array still smoldered, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder. Li Dongshu sat against a crumbling wall, hands resting on his knees as he breathed softly. Though the core crystal had been destroyed, he felt no relief. Has it truly come to an end? Cold Xian leaned against a rusted steel beam, casting a complex glance at Li Dongshu. Li Dongshu lowered his head, his fingers gently stroking the barrel of the judge's pen. He raised his gaze, speaking slowly. You are mistaken. This is merely the beginning, not the end. Chen Muye stood at the center of the runic array, his long knife still firmly in hand, his expression calm, yet sharp. Dongshu, can your underworld powers decipher more information? Li Dongshu closed his eyes, concentrating to sense the residual energy of the runic array. The judge's pen began to rise slowly, its blue light tracing fragmented symbols in the air. These symbols, seemingly chaotic, exuded a profound pressure. These runes, Li Dongshu murmured, furrowing his brow, are not merely tools for transmitting signals. They are markers of a sort. The cult of the ancient gods is not simply summoning power. They are establishing coordinates for the abyssal fissures. Coordinates? Si Xiaonan approached, her dagger gleaming ominously. Are you suggesting their goal is not just this location, but to turn the entire city into some sort of summoning ground? With sufficient time or energy, the entire city of Cangnan could be utterly consumed by the forces of the abyss. These lunatics. Cold Xian slammed his fist against the steel beam. After all our efforts to destroy the crystal, we merely halted one of their schemes. Do we have to continue this endless struggle? Chen Muye replied coldly. We have no retreat. Even if it means exhausting ourselves, we must eradicate them completely. Li Dongshu took a deep breath and looked at Chen Muye. Actually, there is an address, he said slowly. I parsed part of the content with the judge's pen and discovered a potential hideout. Speak, Chen Muye said, his gaze as tranquil as water. In an abandoned research facility on the outskirts of the northern city, Li Dongshu lowered the judge's pen, his voice laden with gravity. Its location is exceedingly concealed, surrounded by a hazardous area of long-sealed toxic mist. If the cult of the ancient gods is indeed there, it indicates they harbor ambitions far beyond merely destroying the city. A research facility? Si Xiaonan frowned. Does such a place exist in Cangnan City? Indeed, Chen Muye nodded, a cold smile gracing his face. About a decade ago, that area was part of a secret research program by Daxia, intended for studying certain forbidden materials and relics. However, an accident occurred, and the entire facility was sealed off, never to be approached again. It seems they have transformed it into their stronghold. Cold Xian clenched his fists. What are we waiting for? Let us storm in and dismantle their lair. Li Dongshu shook his head, his tone calm. We cannot act in haste. The facility itself may still harbor numerous residual barriers and dangerous relics. We must first gather more detailed intelligence. Otherwise, recklessness will only lead to our demise. East Shu is right. Chen Muye's voice was icy. This operation must be approached with caution. We need to find a way to circumvent those barriers. Si Xiaonan suddenly suggested. Perhaps we can attempt to infiltrate from the periphery. Some ancient barriers are strongest at their center, but the outer edges usually have flaws, especially in such extensive defenses. That makes sense, Li Dongshu nodded. Moreover, if we can analyze the outer runic array, we may directly weaken the entire barrier's power. After a brief rest amidst the factory ruins, the team quickly withdrew. The night air remained frigid, and the abandoned buildings of the industrial district appeared even more sinister under the moonlight. However, no one noticed that as they departed. A faint dark red light flickered amidst the embers of the runic array. Upon returning to their base, the Night Watch team immediately commenced urgent preparations. Cold Xian organized weapons and ammunition. Si Xiaonan rechecked medical supplies, while Chen Muye liaised with headquarters to obtain further information about the research facility. Li Dongshu sat at the control panel, his fingers flying over the keyboard. He retrieved satellite data of the research facility's vicinity while using the judge's pen to analyze the residual energy of the runic traces. The numbers and images flashing across the screen deepened the gravity of his expression. Have you found anything? Si Xiaonan approached, offering him a cup of hot coffee. Li Dongshu accepted the coffee, nodding. The energy field surrounding the research facility is indeed abnormally active. Furthermore, I have discovered some peculiarities. What kind of peculiarities? Si Xiaonan inquired softly. The energy fluctuations are not uniformly distributed. Li Dongshu's gaze remained fixed on the screen. There are distinct focal points, as if drawn together by some unseen force. What does that signify? Si Xiaonan frowned. It suggests that there is likely a core device within the research facility capable of controlling these energies. Li Dongshu set down the coffee. If we can destroy that device, we could completely dismantle their plans. Time is of the essence. Chen Muye's voice came from behind, sharp as a blade. We move tomorrow. Chapter 45. The trap of the research facility. Sunlight filtered through the thick gray clouds over Tsangnan City, casting a dim halo. The Night Watch team's vehicles sped along the quiet mountain roads of the northern outskirts, the air thick with the lingering scent of industrial waste. In the distance, the outline of the abandoned research facility loomed, a desolate area shrouded in toxic mist, as if repelling all living beings from approaching. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was heavy, punctuated only by the faint sounds of Cold Xian occasionally cleaning his weapon. He raised his gaze towards the distant target, murmuring, "This place has an ominous air about it. I cannot fathom how those lunatics can hide in such a location. Indeed, they are mad, yet this very madness is what draws them here." Li Dongshu's voice resonated from the back seat. The Research Institute's environment is not only perilous but also naturally shields against external energy detection. By establishing their operations here, they can not only conceal their whereabouts, but also harness the residual powers of the forbidden ruins. The more one interacts with the followers of the ancient god church, the more unsettling it becomes, scoffed Lang Xian. Chen Muye's voice was low and composed. Lang Xian, do not waste time. Prepare for battle. Once we approach the target, we will have but one chance to obliterate the enemy's core. Lang Xian shrugged, loading a bullet into the magazine. Fear not. I am a professional. The vehicle soon halted at the periphery of the Research Institute, where the terrain was intricate. Vast expanses of withered yellow grass and rusted iron fences evoked a sense of desolation. The main structure of the institute lay hidden in the depths of toxic fog, only a vague outline discernible. The team disembarked and swiftly formed a combat formation. Li Dongshu raised the judge's pen, blue light sketching a transparent barrier in the air, enveloping the four of them. The toxic mist seemed to be repelled by this barrier, unable to approach. The barrier can only sustain for 50 minutes, Li Dongshu murmured. We must complete our mission swiftly. Move. Chen Muye commanded succinctly, stepping forward first. His long knife was already unsheathed, its blade reflecting a chilling gleam. At the entrance of the institute, a heavy metal door stood firmly shut, etched with intricate runes. Li Dongshu approached, scrutinizing these symbols, his expression growing grave. These runes were more complex than the previous barrier. They constitute a multi-layered defense structure, capable of withstanding most energy attacks. We must locate the core rune to dismantle it. Time is of the essence. Hurry, he urged. Chen Muye stood behind him, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings. Taking a deep breath, Li Dongshu traced the runes with the judge's pen, blue light surging into them. The metal door emitted a low, resonant hum before beginning to creak open. Simultaneously, a pungent odor wafted from within, mingling with the scent of decay and rot. Prepare for combat, Chen Muye whispered, raising his long knife as he crossed the threshold. Inside the institute, the scene was more dilapidated than anticipated. The walls were marred with splotches of dried blood, and the floor was thick with dust. A disquieting, low hum resonated in the air. With each step, an invisible pressure seemed to weigh down upon them. This place had once served as a laboratory. Si Xiaonan used a dagger to clear away a heap of debris, revealing several shattered test tubes. It appeared they had been researching something related to the Forbidden Ruins. After the failure of the Forbidden Ruins research, this place became a sanctuary for the ancient god church. Li Dongshu lightly touched the ground with the judge's pen. Sensing the residual energy fluctuations, they had not only taken control of this place but had also repurposed the past experimental data. Suddenly, Lang Xian's gaze fixated on a room at the end of the corridor, where movement could be detected. The team swiftly approached the target, and as they pushed open the door, a chilling aura assailed them. In the center of the room lay a massive rune array, with a dark red crystal suspended at its core. The surface of the crystal was riddled with fine cracks, faintly emitting an intense glow. This was the signal hub. Li Dongshu's eyes locked onto the crystal. Destroy it, and the entire plan of the ancient god church will collapse. Allow me, Chen Muye declared, raising his long knife, ready to advance, when a deep, mocking laugh echoed through the room. Night Watchers, you are indeed persistent. A man clad in a black robe emerged from the shadows. His mask was inscribed with intricate runes, and he wielded a staff engulfed in dark red flames. You again, Chen Muye stated coldly, leveling his long knife at the figure. It seems you have yet to learn fear. Learn fear? The black-robed man scoffed. No, this time, you should be the ones to fear. As his words fell, the light of the rune array surged dramatically, and the cracks in the crystal began to heal rapidly. An indescribable sense of oppression pervaded the surrounding air, as though the power of the abyss was rising. Attack! Chen Muye commanded, his long knife slicing through the air towards the black-robed man. Yet, the latter merely waved his staff lightly, and a searing red light intercepted the assault. Lang Xian fired rapidly. The bullets, trailing flames, whistled forth but were consumed by the rune barrier as if they had vanished into the abyss. Si Xiaonan lunged with her dagger like a flash of lightning, only to be repelled by an invisible force, nearly losing her balance. Their power has increased. Li Dongshu gritted his teeth. The judge's pen in his hand flickered with blue light. They had absorbed the energy of the abyss through the crystal. Then let us destroy the crystal, Chen Muye shouted, his long knife slashing towards the center of the rune array once more. The black-robed man raised his staff, unleashing a wave of intense energy, momentarily suppressing the Night Watcher's movements. Do you think destroying the crystal will stop us? He sneered. You are woefully naive. This is merely the beginning. I refuse to believe that. Li Dongshu roared, the judge's pen emanating a brilliant blue light. He concentrated all his energy, shattering the barrier of the rune array, granting Chen Muye the opportunity. The long knife glimmered coldly in the air, striking forcefully against the crystal's surface. The crystal emitted a piercing crack as it shattered into fragments. The glow of the rune array dimmed, and the room was engulfed in an eerie silence. The black-robed man's laughter abruptly ceased, his form dissipating like a shadow. The oppressive atmosphere lifted, and a collective sigh of relief escaped the group. Chapter 46. The slumbering catastrophe within the abandoned research institute. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder and heat. In the room, the judge's pen lay scattered, emitting a faint blue glow. Lang Xian holstered his weapon, whispering, this should resolve the issue, right? The crystal is shattered, the signal hub is gone, the ancient god church should be finished. Li Dongshu shook his head slightly, his gaze fixed on the remnants of the runes on the ground. Something feels amiss. A guiding force? Si Xiaonan's expression sharpened. Are you suggesting that what we destroyed may have inadvertently activated something? Precisely, Li Dongshu replied, gently tapping the judge's pen on the ground. Blue light rapidly expanding to form a complex energy diagram. The residual energies were flowing towards an unknown direction, as if their original target was not here, but rather a deeper location. Damn the ancient god church, Lang Xian cursed. They are indeed scheming. Chen Muye gripped his long knife, calmly surveying the surroundings. Dongshu, can you trace the flow of this energy? He continued, I believe we must discern their ultimate destination. I will try. Li Dongshu inhaled deeply, suspending the judge's pen in the air, releasing concentric blue halos. These halos slowly rotated, resonating with the energy of the runes on the ground. Seconds later, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, his complexion paling slightly. I found it, he murmured, a glimmer of astonishment in his gaze. The energy flow is deep within the underground of this research institute. Underground? Chen Muye inquired gravely. According to previous records, there indeed exists an underground area within the institute. Si Xiaonan quickly flipped through the map, but those areas had long been sealed, with no accessible passages. Clearly, someone had discovered a way to unlock them. Li Dongshu rose, pointing to a hidden recess in the corner of the room. There is a concealed door. I can sense its rune fluctuations. No, Li Dongshu interjected, stepping forward to halt them. The rune system here is exceedingly intricate. If we force our way through, we may trigger traps. Then let us hasten to decipher it. Chen Muye decisively commanded that regardless of what lay beneath, they must uncover the truth. Li Dongshu nodded, raising the judge's pen, and began to decipher the runes upon the hidden door. These runes were more intricate and complex than any encountered previously, as if safeguarding a secret that must never be touched by the outside world. Moments later, the concealed door emitted a deep rumble and slowly slid open, revealing a frigid breath that surged forth, carrying with it the scent of ancient decay. Beyond the door lay a steep staircase, leading into the depths of darkness. Proceed, Chen Muye urged, crossing the threshold first, his long knife faintly gleaming, dispelling the surrounding shadows. Long Xian followed closely, whispering, "Such places always unsettle me. The more terrifying it is, the more we must confront it." Si Xiaonan stated calmly, her dagger firmly clasped in hand. Li Dongshu was the last to enter, the judge's pin spinning in his grasp, emanating a soft blue light that illuminated the path ahead. At the staircase's end was a vast underground cavern, its walls etched with intricate runes that still flickered with a faint red glow. In the cavern's center stood a towering stone platform, upon which floated a massive black crystal, its surface marred by cracks through which a dark crimson light pulsed. "What is that?" Lang Xian inquired softly, tension lacing his voice. "This is the true core apparatus," Li Dongshu replied, his voice trembling slightly. "The ultimate goal of the ancient god church is this." "What is it?" Chen Muye furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the crystal. "I cannot say for certain." Li Dongshu inhaled deeply, the judge's pen casting its light upon the crystal's surface. Yet its energy fluctuations bear a striking resemblance to the earlier fissures, perhaps even stronger. This may be a projection of a higher dimensional power or a manifestation of the abyss. In other words, once fully activated, the forces of the abyss will descend upon us. Si Xiaonan stated resolutely, "We must destroy it immediately." "It is not that simple." Li Dongshu shook his head. "The crystal is protected by a rune array. A direct assault would only cause it to spiral out of control prematurely." "What then?" Lung Xian appeared impatient. "We must simultaneously decode the rune array and the core structure of the crystal," Li Dongshu asserted firmly. "It is a race against time. If we fail, the consequences are unimaginable." Chen Muye nodded, his gaze sharp. "Long Xian and Xiaonan, provide cover. Dongshu, you work swiftly on the decoding. I will hold off those who seek to disrupt us." The team swiftly sprang into action, as Lung Xian raised his firearm, scanning the surroundings. Li Dongshu stood before the stone platform, the judge's pen whirling rapidly, the blue light spreading across the rune array. "Stay vigilant," Chen Muye whispered, raising his long knife, its blade reflecting a cold, fierce light. At that moment, a low humming sound reverberated through the air. Shadows surged from the depths of the cavern, their forms indistinct yet suffused with malevolence, racing toward the Night Watch team. "The enemy approaches," Lang Xian shouted, firing his weapon, which struck one shadow back. "Delay them," Chen Muye roared, his long knife slicing through the air to intercept another shadow. Li Dongshu clenched his teeth, focusing intently on deciphering the rune array. Blue and red lights intertwined on the stone platform, emitting a piercing hum. He could feel the resistance from the rune array, but he did not waver. "Hurry, Dongshu." Lung Xian's voice carried a note of urgency. 10 seconds remaining. Li Dongshu bellowed, the judge's pen releasing a final burst of blue light that plunged into the heart of the crystal. The crystal erupted in a blinding brilliance, enveloping the entire cavern in its glow. The shadows screeched in agony before dissipating into nothingness. "It is done," Li Dongshu exhaled in relief, collapsing to the ground. However, as the light faded, the crystal in the center of the platform had not shattered completely. An enormous crack began to form upon its surface. Chapter 47. Abyss and black mist. The crack widened gradually, accompanied by a faint red glow. From within the crystal emanated a low humming, akin to the heartbeat of some unknown life form. Li Dongshu raised his head, his gaze fixed upon the crystal, beads of perspiration marking his weary visage. "We may have disrupted a certain balance. Whatever lies within the crystal is about to emerge." "What is it?" Lung Xian trained his weapon on the crystal, his tone laden with suppressed tension. "If it is a monster, I can silence it at any moment." "I do not know," Li Dongshu rose slowly, the judge's pen flickering with a dim blue light. "But I can assure you, it is not something we can easily contend with." The cracks in the crystal multiplied, accompanied by a sharp cracking sound, as if something within was striving to break free. Chen Muye's gaze turned steely. He slowly raised his long knife, positioning himself between the crystal and the team. His voice was calm yet resolute. "Whatever it is, it must not be allowed to emerge alive." Long Xian licked his cracked lips, whispering, "That is easy to say, but given the commotion, I fear we may not possess the capability." "No more chatter," Si Xiaonan admonished quietly. "We must hold the line at all costs." Suddenly, the crystal's radiance intensified, erupting in a shockwave that stirred the dust throughout the cavern. The team instinctively shielded their faces with their arms. Yet, when they opened their eyes, the scene before them sent a chill through each heart. The crystal had completely fractured, revealing a nebulous figure suspended in midair. It was a towering humanoid entity, shrouded in dense black mist, exuding an unapproachable aura. Its eyes glimmered with a sinister crimson light, fixed upon the team below. From within the black mist, the deep, raspy voice of the Night Watch resonated. Did you truly believe you could thwart the arrival of the abyss? Such tiresome rhetoric, Chen Muye retorted coldly, suddenly slashing his blade, the air slicing into a sharp arc aimed at the figure cloaked in mist. However, the entity merely raised a hand, and the blade's energy dissipated before it could reach its target. Taken aback, Long Xian quickly opened fire, bullets raining upon the figure. Yet, regardless of whether they were solid projectiles or explosive rounds, the black mist effortlessly absorbed them, causing no discernible ripples. Futile, the figure within the mist chuckled. How can the power of mortals shake the embodiment of the abyss? Li Dongshu furrowed his brow, his gaze unwavering upon the figure. He slowly raised his hand, the judge's pen tracing a complex rune in the air. Though we are but mortals, we are not mere puppets to be manipulated at your whim. In a sudden burst, blue light erupted forth, coalescing into a chain of otherworldly energy that surged toward the black mist. This time, the figure within the mist tilted its head slightly, as if sensing a threat. Yet, it merely waved its hand dismissively, and the chain halted before it shattered into fragments. Interesting, it murmured, a hint of excitement lacing its voice. Are you the agent of the judge? Blue light cascaded like a waterfall, forming a colossal array in the air. The array began to rotate slowly, enveloping the entire cavern. Hold steady, I require time. Li Dongshu shouted, sweat trickling down his forehead. Understood, Chen Muye roared, once more wielding his long knife. His blade no longer aimed directly at the target, but instead struck the ground's rune array. His intention clear, to weaken the foundation of the black mist entity. Long Xian switched to armor-piercing rounds, continuing to fire at the periphery of the black mist entity, searching for potential vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, Si Xiaonan agilely maneuvered through the battlefield, each strike aimed precisely at the faint glimmers of light within the mist. Pitiful struggles. The voice of the black mist entity dripped with disdain. Its form gradually solidified, revealing a vaguely discernible body. It raised a hand, a deep red flame igniting at its fingertips, and swung it down toward the ground. Take cover, Chen Muye shouted, wielding his long blade to create a barrier that repelled the assault of flames. Yet, the aftermath still forced everyone to stagger back several paces. Dongshu, are you ready yet? Cold Xian bellowed, his tone tinged with urgency. Almost. Li Dongshu gritted his teeth, the judge pen in his hand quaking violently, its azure light growing ever more radiant. His voice was slightly hoarse. Just give me 10 more seconds. The creature cloaked in black mist seemed to sense the threat, its gaze locking onto Li Dongshu with sudden intensity. It raised a hand, a deep crimson beam hurtling downwards. Don't you dare move him, Chen Muye roared, his long blade striking out once more to disperse the beam. However, at that moment, he was jolted back, his complexion paling. Enough, Li Dongshu shouted fiercely, unleashing a brilliant light from the judge pen. The radiance coalesced into a complex chain of runes that surged towards the creature's chest. For a fleeting moment, the black mist creature halted, seemingly caught off guard by the sudden eruption of power. The chains wrapped tightly around it, the azure light suppressing its movements like a branding iron. Do you think this can stop me? It roared, the black mist erupting violently as it broke free from the chains. Now, Li Dongshu yelled, let us strike at its core. Without hesitation, Chen Muye charged toward the black mist. With a thunderous momentum, his long blade sliced downward, aimed directly at the vaguely visible heart. Cold Xian's armor-piercing rounds followed closely behind, while Si Xiaonan's dagger traced a cold arc. 3 attacks struck simultaneously at the creature's core. Accompanied by a piercing explosion, the entire cavern was engulfed in blinding light. The black mist receded like a tide, ultimately vanishing without a trace. As the light faded, the cavern returned to silence, the ground littered with shattered runes and crystalline debris. The team, panting heavily, wore expressions of exhaustion. It's done. Cold Xian collapsed onto the ground, exhaling deeply. That creature was quite troublesome. Chapter 48, Anomaly in the Underground Cavern. The smoke gradually dissipated, yet a chill still lingered in the air. The Night Watch team stood at the epicenter of the dissipated black mist, each member feeling an invisible pressure. Cold Xian leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. We defeated it, but why do I still feel something is amiss? Si Xiaonan wiped the blood from her dagger, her gaze sharp as she scanned the surroundings. Everything here feels peculiar. Though the runes are destroyed, it seems they are still active. Chen Muye stood at the center, his long blade embedded in the ground, his eyes deep with contemplation. Dongshu, can you sense anything? Though the creature was subdued, its power does not appear to have vanished entirely. Li Dongshu remained silent for a moment, lifting the judge pin and suspending it in midair. The blue light emanated from the pin's tip, gradually enveloping the entire cavern. He closed his eyes, concentrating on the fluctuations of energy around him. There is an even more sinister force beneath us, he spoke, his voice low and trembling. It is sealed deep, but the recent battle has destabilized that seal. The runic formations were not merely for summoning. They served as a barrier. A barrier? Cold Xian raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting that what we just destroyed has actually loosened its seal? It is quite possible. Li Dongshu opened his eyes, the gravity of his expression palpable. This underground area is not merely an experimental site for the cult of the ancient gods. Its depths may be concealing something far more dangerous. What do we do now? Si Xiaonan's voice remained calm, yet resolute. We cannot simply leave. If that entity breaks free from its seal, the entire city is doomed. We must descend to investigate. Chen Muye declared decisively, his gaze sharp as a blade. Whatever it is, we must ensure it does not escape. Cold Xian's eyes widened. You mean we venture deeper? Captain, are you certain this is wise? There are no alternatives. Chen Muye's tone brooked no argument as he turned to Li Dongshu. Dongshu, can you locate the passage into the seal? Li Dongshu nodded, the judge pin spinning swiftly in the air. The blue light coalesced into a sharp beam, directing itself toward the far end of the cavern. There, a seemingly flat wall gradually revealed an ancient stone door, etched with intricate runes. This is the entrance to the core of the seal, Li Dongshu murmured. But we need to decipher these runes. Otherwise, we may trigger a self-destruct mechanism. Time is of the essence. Chen Muye approached the stone door, speaking calmly. Let us get started. We'll cover you. Li Dongshu took a deep breath, raising the judge pen to begin deciphering the runes on the door. As the blue light spread, the runes emitted a faint red glow, as if resisting his power. These runes are far more complex than the previous ones. He gritted his teeth, his fingers trembling slightly. They seem to be infused with an unknown rule of power. I need more time. Cold Xian remained vigilant, scanning the area. Forget about time. This place feels like it could collapse at any moment. Hurry up. Si Xiaonan stood behind Li Dongshu, her dagger spinning in her hand. The more noise we make, the more likely we are to attract unwanted attention. Indeed. As Li Dongshu worked to decipher the runes, a low humming sound suddenly resonated from the far end of the cavern. Moments later, several indistinct shadows emerged from the darkness, slowly approaching them. They're here. Cold Xian raised his gun, unleashing a barrage of bullets at the shadows. However, the shadows showed no signs of halting, seemingly unaffected by physical attacks. These entities are not corporeal, Si Xiaonan quickly assessed, leaping into the air to stab one of the shadows with her dagger. The dagger passed through the shadow, eliciting a piercing wail as it dissipated. Use energy attacks, Chen Muye shouted, swinging his long blade to unleash a fierce wave of blade energy that cleaved through two shadows. Give me 5 more seconds. Li Dongshu's voice was laced with urgency. The judge pin emitted an even stronger blue light, clashing against the red glow of the runes. The number of shadows continued to swell, surging toward them like a tide. Cold Xian's gunfire persisted, but with limited effect, while Si Xiaonan and Chen Muye temporarily held them back with their exceptional close combat skills. Done, Li Dongshu shouted suddenly, drawing the final rune on the stone door with the judge pen. The door emitted a deep rumble, slowly parting to the sides. A wave of frigid air surged from behind the door, sending a chilling sensation through everyone. Go in, Chen Muye commanded decisively, creating a barrier with his long blade to fend off the encroaching shadows. The team swiftly entered the stone door, which began to close behind them, sealing off the tumult outside. The passage was engulfed in darkness, illuminated solely by the blue light from Li Dongshu's judge pen. This is no ordinary place. Li Dongshu's voice was grave. I can sense that the rules here are entirely different from those of the real world. Be cautious. We may encounter even more formidable entities. The passage led to a vast underground hall, at the center of which stood a massive black stone tablet. The tablet was inscribed with intricate runes that were starkly different from those they had encountered before. These runes emanated a dim red light, as if consuming the surrounding illumination. This is the core of the seal, Li Dongshu whispered, his gaze fixed on the tablet. It is absorbing energy from the outside, attempting to break the seal. What should we do? Si Xiaonan inquired, a hint of caution in her eyes. Destroy it, Chen Muye replied coldly. That is the only way. Li Dongshu nodded. But we must be careful. Attacking the tablet may trigger its backlash mechanism. Regardless, we have no retreat left. Chen Muye raised his long blade, his voice resolute. Let us proceed. The blue light and the blade energy intertwined, violently striking the surface of the stone tablet. The tablet began to tremble violently, and the runes glowed increasingly bright, as if engaged in a final struggle. A piercing shriek emanated from within the stone, causing everyone to feel as if their eardrums were being torn apart. Hold on a little longer. Li Dongshu gritted his teeth. and the judge's pen emitted its last ray of blue light, enveloping the tablet completely. With a deafening explosion, the tablet finally collapsed, and the radiance of the runes extinguished. The entire hall fell into an eerie silence, as if everything had come to an end. It's done. Long Xian exhaled. Is this truly the end? However, at that moment, the ground of the hall suddenly began to crack. A deeper darkness surged forth from the fissure, accompanied by a low, rumbling growl. No, it is not over yet. Li Dongshu's voice quivered slightly. His gaze fixed intently on the depths of the crack. Something terrifying was about to emerge. Chapter 49. The monster. The darkness pouring from the depths of the fissure spread like a tide. The entire hall was instantly shrouded in black mist, the air thickening and turning frigid. The deep growl seemed to be a summons from an ancient time. It pierced everyone's eardrums, sending chills deep into their souls. Long Xian gripped his gun tightly, his lips twitching. What on earth is this? The creature we just faced was already troublesome enough, and now another one appears? Li Dongshu stood at the center of the group, the blue light from the judge's pen barely dispelling some of the surrounding darkness. His face was pale, his voice trembling. This is the essence of the abyss. The true power of the abyss is breaking free. We must seal the fissure immediately. Otherwise, Songnan City, and perhaps the entire world, will be consumed by it. Chen Muye's eyes hardened, his long knife trembling slightly in his hand. His voice was calm and resolute. Lang Xian. See Xiaonan, you will cover Dongshu. He must focus on sealing the fissure. I will handle these creatures. Understood. Lang Xian swiftly adjusted his firearm, switching the bullets to explosive rounds. We have come this far. We cannot let it advance any further. Si Xiaonan nodded, gripping her dagger. Her gaze locked onto the distorted figures faintly emerging from the black mist. These creatures will not easily allow us to complete the sealing. Prepare for battle. As soon as the words left her mouth, a strong shockwave suddenly erupted from the depths of the black mist, and countless twisted beings surged forth. These creatures were bizarre in form, some resembling elongated human shadows, while others bore no resemblance to any earthly being. Here they come, Long Xian shouted, the gun's muzzle spitting flames, pushing back the first few advancing monsters. However, those creatures split into more smaller monsters upon being hit, moving faster and exuding a more sinister aura. They can split. Long Xian gritted his teeth. This is troublesome. Hold them off as much as possible. Chen Muye commanded sharply, sweeping his long knife. The blade energy swirled like a tempest toward the horde of monsters, tearing apart large swathes of shadow. Yet, with each attack, more monsters emerged, as if they were endless. Dongshu, how much longer do you need? Si Xiaonan swiftly maneuvered through the battlefield, using her dagger to precisely eliminate the small creatures that approached. Sealing the fissure requires a complete rune array. Li Dongshu gritted his teeth. The judge's pen quickly sketched intricate symbols in the air. These symbols must perfectly align with the rules of the abyss, otherwise, it will only accelerate the leakage of its power. Forget about alignment. Just seal it up. Long Xian roared, veins bulging on his forehead from the strain. We can barely hold on. Immediately, blue light coalesced in the air into interlocking runes. The power of the abyss had already corrupted this space. If we cannot completely seal the fissure, these creatures will continue to pour out forever. The roar from the black mist grew louder, as if the fissure was stimulated, the crack widening continuously. A stronger sense of oppression surged forth from the fissure, even causing the surrounding walls to twist. This fissure feels alive. Long Xian's eyes widened as he tossed a grenade, temporarily forcing back a group of monsters. Dongshu, hurry. A complete rune array finally took shape above the fissure, blue light cascading over the edges. It's done, he shouted. The formation has been established. We now need to trigger the core energy to seal the fissure completely. Core energy? Chen Muye looked up, his gaze fixed on the center of the rune array. Are you saying that the judge's pen cannot provide sufficient energy? Li Dongshu gasped for breath. We need a stronger force. The other side of this fissure connects to the abyss. Only energy that counters the power of the abyss can successfully seal it. Then let us use this. Chen Muye suddenly tightened his grip on the long knife, its blade flickering with a chilling glint. This knife has once slain high-tier forbidden beings. Its power might suppress the fissure. No, Li Dongshu quickly interjected. The power of the long knife comes from the aura of slaughter. It could exacerbate the fissure's instability. Is there any other option? Chen Muye asked coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade. We have no time to waste. Li Dongshu gritted his teeth, his mind racing to find another solution. However, the edges of the fissure began to tremble, and the glow of the rune array became precarious. All right, he finally nodded. But you must cooperate with me, merging the power of the long knife with the rune array of the judge's pen. There must be no deviation, otherwise, all will be lost. Chen Muye spoke no more, taking a deep breath, gripping the long knife tightly. The cold light on the blade swiftly converged into a flowing beam. Rushing towards the center of the rune array, Dongshu, begin. Li Dongshu focused all his energy as the judge's pen unleashed the strongest blue light, intertwining with the cold light of the long knife within the rune array. The two powers collided, emitting a violent tremor, the brilliance of the rune array instantly becoming blinding. The fissure let out a roar that was inhuman, as if making one final struggle. The blue light and cold light intertwined, ultimately enveloping the fissure completely. The black mist in the hall began to recede, the twisted monsters letting out piercing shrieks, turning into wisps of smoke that vanished into the air. Minutes later, everything finally fell silent. The fissure disappeared, and the rune array gradually dissipated, leaving only the devastated hall and the exhausted team. Long Xian leaned against the wall, slumping to the ground. Is this truly the end? If it happens again, I fear I will not survive. Si Xiaonan gently sheathed her dagger. Looking somewhat weary, though it was perilous, at least we survived. Chapter 50. Analysis and clues. The fissure sealed. The roars of the abyss gradually subsided. The hall was left in a profound silence. The Night Watch team stood amidst the ruins, their weary bodies relaxing slightly. Lang Xian leaned against a fallen stone pillar, wiping the sweat from his brow. It's finally over. This time was truly exhausting. Is it over? Li Dongshu slowly stood, his gaze falling on the spot where the fissure had been. His judge's pen glimmered faintly, his fingertips trembling slightly. No. I can sense the power of the abyss continuously permeating. This seal is merely temporary. Si Xiaonan, while putting away her dagger, looked at him. Are you saying the fissure could reopen? Indeed. Li Dongshu nodded. The power of the abyss is too strong. It will not be easily sealed completely. The seal can only delay the inevitable. To truly resolve this issue, we must locate the core of the ancient god cult and destroy them thoroughly. Chen Muye approached the location of the fissure, pondering for a moment before turning to address everyone. Although this operation was successful, the cost was not insignificant. The ancient god cult has been relentlessly pushing for the descent of the abyss, yet we have yet to find their main stronghold. Moving forward, we must take a more proactive approach. Lang Xian curled his lip. It's easy for you to say. But do you think the higher-ups of the ancient god church will simply wait for us to approach? They will not. However, we have a means to locate them. Li Dongshu replied, gesturing towards a fragment of black crystal beside him, still resonating with the energy waves of the abyss. By utilizing the judge's pen to analyze the residual runes, we can trace it back to its source. Si Xiaonan stepped closer, scrutinizing the crystal. Are you sure you can manage it? The forces involved are intricate, and a slight misstep could lead to a backlash. There are risks. But this is our only lead at present, Li Dongshu asserted firmly. The abyssal rift is merely a tool. The ancient god church must have a larger scheme. I believe the key to this plan is likely concealed within these runes. Then let us commence, Chen Muye declared decisively, gripping his long knife and stepping aside. Lang Xian and Xiaonan will maintain vigilance while I provide cover. Li Dongshu nodded, settling cross-legged and placing the crystal before him. He raised the judge's pen, and a blue light gradually enveloped the surface of the crystal. As the analysis commenced, intricate runes emerged from the crystal, emanating a dim red glow. These runes were entirely different from the previous ones. Li Dongshu furrowed his brow. The ancient god church is using abyssal energy to transmit some form of information. What information? Lang Xian asked warily, scanning the surroundings. Don't tell me it's a speech about annihilating the world. It may be more complex than that. Li Dongshu closed his eyes, concentrating deeply on the analysis. His voice was low and deliberate. These runes seemed to point towards a larger network. In other words, this is merely a fulcrum? Si Xiaonan slowly remarked. Precisely. Li Dongshu opened his eyes, and the blue light transformed into a virtual map displayed before the team. One point stood out prominently, located underground in the city center. This is the junction of the entire network. It should be the core of the ancient god church. Chen Muye studied the map for a moment and murmured, isn't that area already sealed off? It's said to be due to geological instability. The whole region has been buried for years. It seems the ancient god church has taken advantage of this, Li Dongshu said solemnly. Then what are we waiting for? Lang Xian tightened his grip on his weapon, excitement lacing his tone. Let us storm in and uproot those bastards. That's not feasible, Si Xiaonan shook his head, analyzing calmly. The city center is riddled with complex underground facilities. If we act recklessly, we risk alerting them. We need more detailed intelligence to ensure our operation is foolproof. I concur, Li Dongshu nodded. If this is indeed the core of the ancient god church, they must have established intricate defenses and traps. We must find a way to infiltrate. Chen Muye cast a sharp glance at his team. Since everyone is in agreement, we will proceed according to plan. Xiaonan, you will be responsible for investigating the structural layout of the city center and identifying the optimal route to the underground. Lang Xian, prepare all weapons and defensive gear. Dongshu, continue analyzing these runes to locate potential trap positions. Xiao spread an old map of the underground facilities across the table. This is the most detailed layout I could find. Most passages have collapsed, but there are a few old drainage tunnels leading to the core underground area. Those passages appear quite narrow, Long Xian observed, frowning. If combat ensues, our mobility will be severely restricted. Thus, we must act swiftly, Chen Muye declared decisively. According to Dongshu's analysis, the primary defenses of the ancient god church should be concentrated at the core position. If we can breach their defenses, we can directly destroy their main device. But there's another issue, Li Dongshu interjected, his expression grave. The core device of the ancient god church is likely connected to the abyss. If we forcefully destroy it, we might cause new rifts to appear. But not destroying it is not an option either. Do you have any suggestions? Chen Muye inquired. We need to formulate a plan, Li Dongshu replied gravely. The first step is to sever the connection between the core device and the abyss. The second step is to completely destroy the device while simultaneously eliminating all potential for rift formations. Chen Muye nodded. Everyone rest well. We commence operations tomorrow. Chapter 51. The operation begins. Night enveloped Songnan City, the lights of the city center shining brightly as if it were day. Within the base, the atmosphere was tense, and everyone busily prepared. Li Dongshu sat at the control station, the screen flickering with complex runes and energy fluctuation graphs. His gaze was fixed on those obscure lines, his fingers flying across the keyboard as he sought to decode more information regarding the devices of the ancient god church. Long Xian retrieved a row of grenades from a nearby weapons cabinet, carefully checking the fuses. As he fiddled with them, he remarked, honestly, every time I hear you mention the abyss, I feel a chill run down my spine. Can we truly eradicate those beings once and for all this time? Long Xian shrugged, packing the grenades into his tactical backpack. It feels like we're battling an enemy that can resurrect infinitely. I'm not afraid of death. I just fear this fight will never end. Xiaonan lifted her gaze from the map, her expression calm and resolute. No one relishes such warfare. But we are the Night Watchers. Our duty is to avert these crises, instead of worrying about when the fighting will cease. We should contemplate how to secure victory in this operation. Chen Muye leaned against the wall, casting a sweeping glance at the group. His voice was deep. This mission allows no room for failure. From the clues we've gathered, it is evident that the core device of the ancient god church not only connects to the abyss but may also serve as the control hub for their entire scheme. Once destroyed, it will weaken their influence in other regions. Li Dongshu nodded, marking a point on the screen. Here lies the core position of the device, the junction of the entire underground facility. If we can sever its connection to the abyss and simultaneously destroy its energy source, the plan of the ancient god church will collapse entirely. Long Xian raised an eyebrow. It sounds straightforward, but that place is surely fraught with traps and enemies. Indeed. Li Dongshu adjusted the map on the screen, magnifying the area surrounding the device. I will take on the task of restraining high-level enemies to ensure the operation proceeds smoothly. Xiaonan approached from the map, calmly stating, the drainage tunnels are our only means of entering the underground. However, they are quite narrow, which will restrict our movements. If we are discovered, we may find ourselves in a complete encirclement. Chen Muye's gaze was sharp. We have no other choice. Once the operation begins, we must see it through to completion. Li Dongshu's voice shattered the brief silence. There's another concern. According to the energy fluctuations of the runes, this core device may not be entirely dormant. I suspect it has already been partially activated and is continuously absorbing energy from its surroundings. If we delay too long, it could cause rifts to reopen. Long Xian smiled wryly and shook his head. Sounds even more exhilarating. There is no time to waste. I am ready. The squad quickly organized their equipment, each member acutely aware that the forthcoming operation would be a life-and-death gamble. Before departing, Chen Muye cast a final glance at his team, his tone calm yet imbued with unwavering resolve. Remember, there is no retreat in this operation. Whatever we encounter, we must accomplish our mission. The night wind was biting cold as the entrance to the drainage tunnel lay concealed within a derelict cluster of buildings. The Night Watchers cautiously navigated through the overgrown ruins, discovering a half-hidden iron door. Xiaonan in pride opened the rusted chain with her dagger, and the iron door emitted a piercing groan, revealing a narrow passage. Long Xian entered first, the beam of his flashlight illuminating the stagnant water within the tunnel, as well as the mottled marks on the walls. He remarked, this truly resembles a natural trap. Whether it is a trap or not, we have no choice. This is our only opportunity. Li Dongshu followed closely behind. The judge's pen in his hand emitted a faint glow, delineating a barrier that kept the toxic gas at bay. The team advanced through the passage for about 10 minutes, gradually approaching the periphery of the underground facility. Xiaonan suddenly halted, raising a hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Attention, there is movement ahead. Upon hearing this, Chen Muye whispered, maintain formation, Prepare for battle. The space at the end of the passage began to widen, revealing flickering red lights that danced in the darkness. Xishan nodded. I'll clear the two on the left. Lung Xian, cover me. Captain and Dongshu handle the right. Chen Muye gently waved his hand, and the team dispersed. Xishan moved like a specter. In a swift motion, her dagger severed the throat of the first cloaked figure, then she swiftly vanished into the shadows. Lang Xian silenced another target with his silenced pistol, his movements precise and efficient. The two guards on the right had just sensed something amiss when Chen Muye charged forward like a blade. His long knife sliced through the air, swiftly ending the skirmish. The team silently traversed the outer area, entering the core of the underground facility, where the sight was breathtaking. A colossal energy apparatus hovered in midair, surrounded by an intricate array of complex runes. Moreover, the center of the apparatus emitted a dim red light, exuding an aura of the abyss. Chen Muye tightened his grip on the long knife, his gaze sharp as lightning, and spoke, "Is this the core?" Li Dongshu nodded, "Indeed. Every rune here is connected to the abyss." Lung Xian slowly stated, "It seems we are in for a tough battle. We need to be alert." Xishan calmly said, "We have no other choice. Let us proceed quickly. Time is of the essence." Li Dongshu took a deep breath. The judge's pen radiating a blinding blue light as he began to decipher the structure of the core apparatus. Chapter 52. At the brink of crisis within the underground core area, intense energy fluctuations permeated the air. Red light from the central apparatus flickered continuously, filling the entire space with the eerie glow of the runes. The atmosphere grew dense, as if each breath was laden with the pressure of the abyss. The Night Watchman squad circled the apparatus, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Li Dongshu stood before the apparatus, the judge's pen hovering slowly in midair, emanating a blue halo. His brow furrowed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The runes of this core apparatus are exceedingly complex. To sever them simultaneously requires extreme precision. Chen Muye stood nearby, his long knife slightly raised, his gaze piercing like that of an eagle. "No need to rush. I assure you, no one will disturb you." Lung Xian glanced at the surrounding rune array, whispering, "It may not just be people that disrupt us. This place is strange. Be cautious of those abyssal creatures suddenly appearing." Xishan nodded, her dagger spinning in her hand, her eyes cold and sharp. "No more idle chatter. Time is short. Dongshu, begin at once." Li Dongshu inhaled deeply, the judge's pen swirling in midair. The blue light transformed into fine threads, gradually extending to the surface of the core apparatus. As the blue light infiltrated, the red glow of the apparatus began to flicker violently, as if sensing a threat. Simultaneously, a deep, resonant hum echoed throughout the underground space. The red light of the rune array surged suddenly, a powerful aura erupting from the depths, pressing down so heavily that it was nearly impossible to stand. Lung Xian raised his weapon in an instant, aiming at the shadowy forms that flickered in the darkness. "They're coming." Indeed, it's those creatures. Countless distorted shadows emerged from the red light of the rune array. They appeared humanoid, yet lacked any substance, resembling projections of the abyssal will. These shadows emitted piercing shrieks as they lunged towards the Night Watchman squad. Chen Muye charged forward without hesitation, his long knife slicing through the air with a cold glimmer. The blade's energy, like a whirlwind, tore apart several shadows. However, those shadows quickly reformed after being shattered and lunged at him once more. "These things are troublesome," Chen Muye growled, swinging his knife to block another shadow's attack. "Their core is not in their bodies. Attacks are nearly ineffective. Don't worry about whether they can die. Just hold them off." Lung Xian shouted. Explosive rounds detonated among the swarm of shadows, temporarily suppressing a portion of them. Xishan darted like lightning, her dagger expertly slicing through each approaching shadow. Though unable to eradicate these monsters completely, her strikes were sufficient to hinder their movements. The judge's pen released a blinding beam of light, enveloping a section of red runes. The blue and red lights clashed violently in the air, producing a piercing hum. Lung Xian, while shooting, gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Is 7 seconds too long? Do these monsters never cease? As long as the apparatus remains intact, they will continue to emerge." Just as he finished speaking, the apparatus at the center of the rune array erupted with a dazzling red light. All the shadows seemed to be summoned by some force, their movements becoming increasingly frenzied. Their shrill wails pierced through everyone's eardrums, as though the abyss itself was expressing its fury. Chen Muye swung his knife to fend off the oncoming shadows, growling, "Hurry, Dongshu. We can barely hold on." However, this did not diminish the onslaught of shadows. Instead, it seemed to incite an even stronger reaction from them. Lung Xian fired off one last explosive round, the bullet hitting a shadow's core with precision. 5 in total. Li Dongshu's voice carried a hint of exhaustion. "I just severed one, for remain." "Then you must hurry," Lung Xian shouted as he reloaded. Otherwise, the four of us may become part of this underground. The red light erupted once more. As the rune array appeared to enter a new state, more shadows surged from the depths, their movements growing swifter. They even began attacking the core apparatus, attempting to thwart Li Dongshu's efforts to analyze it. They seek to destroy the apparatus. Si Xiaonan shouted, her dagger slicing through a nearby shadow. We must hold them off. Otherwise, all will be in vain. Chen Muye positioned himself in front of Li Dongshu, his gaze as frigid as frost. No one is allowed to touch the apparatus. The long knife emitted a powerful blade aura, forcing a wave of shadows back. Yet, his movements became sluggish from fatigue, each strike consuming vast amounts of energy. Long Xian also began to falter. His ammunition dwindled while the shadows multiplied. Just as everyone was nearly overwhelmed, Li Dongshu suddenly raised his head and shouted loudly, "Hurry!" Chen Muye gritted his teeth and growled, "The place is about to collapse." The entire underground space began to tremble, the red light of the rune array gradually dimming. Yet the number of shadows showed no signs of decreasing. Instead, a deeper black mist began to emerge from the base of the core apparatus. This mist seemed to coalesce the most primal malice of the abyss, carrying an unbearable oppressive force. Li Dongshu's face turned pale, his voice trembling. This apparatus's core is about to self-activate. If it fully awakens, it will be the end. He shouted urgently. Chen Muye kicked away an approaching shadow, growling. Then let us stop it. Dongshu, we are counting on you. Long Xian's eyes widened in disbelief, gritting his teeth. 10 seconds? All right, you must hurry. At this moment, the Night Watchman squad exerted every effort to fend off the oncoming shadows, buying Li Dongshu the final moments he needed. The judge's pen spun in the blue light, ultimately piercing the center of the apparatus. With a deafening explosion, all runes and red lights extinguished simultaneously. The shadows vanished, and soon after, the entire space fell into silence. Li Dongshu collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. It worked. The apparatus has completely ceased. Chen Muye slowly sheathed his long knife, surveying the ruins, softly stating, "Well done." Chapter 53. Do not fear, I shall intervene. As the sealing mechanism came to a complete halt, the subterranean space finally regained its tranquility. The Night Watch team stood amidst the ruins, fatigue etched onto each of their faces. Li Dongshu sat on the ground, leaning against a collapsed stone pillar, gasping for breath. His fingers trembled, the judge's pen lying quietly beside him, its azure glow considerably dimmed. Although the device had ceased its operations, the aura of the abyss had yet to dissipate entirely. I surmised that this indicated the ancient god church's plans had not been entirely thwarted. Long Xian retrieved a bottle of water from his backpack and took several gulps before speaking. Are you suggesting that our efforts thus far have merely impeded a fraction of their actions? Li Dongshu nodded, his expression grave. To be precise, we have thwarted their scheme to expand the fissure using this device, but they likely possess further contingencies. I can faintly sense that the power of the abyss has not waned. It has merely been temporarily suppressed. We are unaware of how many such devices the ancient god church has deployed, nor do we know their next course of action. Chen Muye stood at the forefront of the group, gazing into the inky darkness ahead. His voice was resolute. The actions of the ancient god church are fundamentally aimed at channeling the power of the abyss. They lurk in the shadows. Yet every plan necessitates a core. As long as we identify that core, we can dismantle them entirely. I believe that should be the true stronghold of the ancient god church. This location not only converges the energy of the abyss, but also serves as the nexus of all their operations. Long Xian grinned wryly. That sounds promising. But if this center proves as formidable as the previous device, should we prepare our last wills? This will not be a straightforward device, Li Dongshu replied slowly, firmly grasping the judge's pen. If this is indeed the core of the ancient god church, they must have established defenses far more intricate and perilous than here. We require more detailed intelligence, and we may need additional support. Chen Muye quickly interjected. Intelligence can be gathered, and we can request assistance. However, regardless of the means, locating and destroying this stronghold is our primary objective. Si Xiaonan turned to Chen Muye, inquiring softly, how do we find it? This city is vast, and the ancient god church is deeply concealed. Locating their stronghold will not be easy. Li Dongshu pondered for a moment before responding. In truth, we need not search blindly. The actions of the ancient god church invariably leave traces, and these traces have already manifested in the runes we encountered earlier. As he spoke, he raised the judge's pen, sketching an energy fluctuation diagram in the air. The intertwining blue and red lights formed a complex map projection. This illustrates the energy trajectories produced during the operation of the fissure device. They extend like a web in various directions, ultimately converging at this point. Long Xian scrutinized a marked location on the projection, frowning slightly. Is this the old city? While the old city appears unremarkable on the surface, its subterranean structure is intricate and likely conceals the true core stronghold of the ancient god church. Chen Muye's voice was grave. The old city is a sensitive area, with numerous underground passages and abandoned buildings. It indeed serves as a suitable site for a hidden stronghold, but infiltrating it will not be straightforward. Xishan contemplated seriously before suggesting, if it is the old city, we could disguise ourselves as an ordinary investigation team, using the pretext of addressing the prior fissure anomalies to gain entry. As long as we act discreetly, we can avoid unnecessary complications. Lung Xian interjected, however. It seems the law enforcement agencies have tightened their watch in that area recently. We must be cautious not to be apprehended as intruders. Chen Muye nodded. Si Xiaonan's proposal is feasible. We will infiltrate under the guise of investigating the residual effects of the fissure while simultaneously gathering more intelligence on the ancient god church. Once we ascertain the location of the stronghold, we shall act immediately. Li Dongshu retracted the projection, his voice low yet steadfast. We do not have much time. Although the power of the abyss has been temporarily sealed, the seal is not secure. If the ancient god church discovers another means to reactivate the fissure, the consequences would be dire. Lung Xian stood, stretching his limbs. All right, since we have made our decision, we must act swiftly. The old city sounds troublesome. We should prepare in advance. Xishan nodded. I will organize our equipment and collect detailed maps of the old city, striving to identify all available passages. Chen Muye surveyed the group, his gaze sharp as a blade. Everyone, rest for an hour and prepare to depart. The old city at night appeared particularly serene. The dilapidated streets nearly devoid of pedestrians. Only the occasional breeze whispered through the empty alleys, stirring a few fallen leaves. The Night Watch team quietly infiltrated an abandoned warehouse, one of the entrances to the underground passage. Xishan and Pride opened a concealed floor panel with her dagger, revealing a staircase covered in dust. This was the entrance to the passage, which, according to the map, led to the deepest main corridor of the old city. Lung Xian switched on his flashlight, illuminating the pitch-black staircase. This place feels even more unsettling than the previous drainage system. I wager there are welcoming gifts left by the ancient god church here. Chen Muye raised his long knife, his tone grim. Proceed with caution. Do not underestimate anything we encounter. One by one, the team entered the passage. The dim environment filled with a decaying odor, as if it had been forgotten for decades. Li Dongshu brought up the rear, the judge's pin emitting a faint blue glow. Moments later, they entered a spacious underground hall. At the center stood a colossal stone tablet, intricately inscribed with complex runes, each symbol emanating a faint red light. This was what Li Dongshu had fixated upon, their marker. Chen Muye glanced at the stone tablet. This is a rune array emblem left by the ancient god church, indicating we are very close to their core location. Xishan scanned the surroundings warily. It is eerily quiet here, dangerously so. Lung Xian tightened his grip on his weapon, whispering, quiet places often harbor perilous secrets. Everyone, be alert. I have a feeling something is watching us. Li Dongshu remained silent, his gaze unwavering on the stone tablet. The judge's pen in his hand began to rotate slowly, deciphering the runes inscribed upon the stone. His voice was low yet urgent. This tablet serves not only as a marker, but also as an energy transmission device. It connects to the power of the abyss. Should it be triggered, it could awaken a far greater calamity. Upon hearing this, Chen Muye spoke without hesitation. I want to know, can it be destroyed? Li Dongshu pondered for a moment before nodding. It can be destroyed, but it will likely alert the guardian devices. Never mind. I shall take action. You prepare to act. Chen Muye declared, unsheathing his long knife, his gaze cold and resolute. Chapter 54. Triggering the sensing device. The atmosphere in the underground hall grew increasingly tense, the runes on the stone tablet flickering with a faint red glow. The Night Watch team encircled the tablet, each member holding their breath in anticipation. Li Dongshu gently touched the stone tablet with the judge's pin, blue light emanating from the tip and resonating slightly with the runes. His brow furrowed deeply. These runes are not mere energy conduits. They appear to function as a sensing mechanism. Once activated, they will relay the situation here to distant locations. Standing nearby, Lung Xian raised his weapon, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. A sensing mechanism? Are you saying that before we even make a move, the enemy may already be aware of our presence? That is essentially the case, Li Dongshu confirmed, his voice calm yet grave. These rune arrays establish a bidirectional connection. One side links to the energy source of the abyss, while the other connects to the core network of the ancient god church. Destroying it would sever a portion of their power, yet simultaneously expose our location. Chen Muye gripped his long knife, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Since we will inevitably be revealed, we must act swiftly. The longer we delay, the more intense the enemy's counterattack will become. Dongshu, How long will it take to disable the mechanism here? The judge's pin spun in his hand, the blue light gradually enveloping the stone tablet. However, I cannot afford to be distracted during this process. You must ensure no enemy interrupts me. Long Xian flashed a smile, patting his gun. No problem. If these fellows dare to come, I'll make them regret it. Chen Muye nodded, his voice calm and resolute. Prepare for battle, Dongshu, commence. Dongshu closed his eyes, taking a deep breath as the brilliance of the judge's pen intensified. The blue light surged like a flowing river toward the stone tablet, cloaking the red runes. A subtle vibration began to permeate the air, as if the entire underground space had been awakened by this energy fluctuation. Just as the blue and red lights intertwined, a low humming resonated around the hall. In the darkness, several indistinct figures emerged, seemingly humanoid, yet veiled in dense black mist, exuding an aura of the abyss. As expected, Long Xian was the first to open fire, the bullets slicing through the air, accurately striking a nearby shadow. Upon impact, the shadow emitted a piercing shriek. Yet it did not dissipate. Instead, it swiftly split into two smaller figures. Xiaonan muttered a curse, a glint of cold light flashing from her dagger as she instantaneously severed one shadow's trajectory. These entities are unlike the previous monsters. Their core is far more elusive. Chen Muye remained silent, his long knife carving a vicious arc, shattering three shadows into fragments. However, his brow soon furrowed, for the shattered shadows did not vanish but reformed, their presence even more ferocious. The abyssal guardian, Dongshu, gritted his teeth, the judge's pen sketching a blue barrier in the air. These beings are projections of abyssal energy. They will continuously strengthen over time, and we must hasten our actions. Long Xian fired while retreating behind Chen Muye. We can hurry, but these monsters are quite troublesome. Bullets cannot kill them, and blades cannot sever them. How are we supposed to fight? Chen Muye's gaze was icy, his voice sharp as a blade. No more chatter. Hold them off. Dongshu, will there be enough time? Chapter 55, Lockdown and Retreat 2 more minutes. Dongshu's voice carried a hint of tension. The brilliance of the judge's pen grew increasingly blinding. I am accelerating the analysis, but the energy interference is severe. Xiaonan swiftly approached Dongshu, using her dagger to fend off a shadow rushing towards the stone tablet. Then she urgently called out to him. Dongshu, we will try to hold them off. You hurry. The clash of red and blue light intensified. The entire underground hall seemed on the verge of collapse under the conflict of these two forces. The runes on the stone tablet flickered erratically, faintly revealing a profound black light, as if some great horror was awakening. They must protect the core. Chen Muye swept his blade, blocking a swarm of shadows from the stone tablet. With a cold glint in his eyes, we must draw all their attention. Upon hearing this, Long Xian immediately tossed several explosive grenades. The violent explosions temporarily repelled the shadows. He grinned. Come on, come at me. Don't howl at that stone tablet. Indeed, more shadows were drawn by the commotion of the explosions, surging toward Long Xian. He quickly retreated, leveraging the narrow passages to create distance while continuing to shoot, attempting to delay their movements. 1 minute left. Dongshu's voice revealed a hint of fatigue, his judge's pen hovering in midair. The blue light gradually covered all the runes on the stone tablet. Everyone brace yourselves for the energy backlash. No sooner had he spoken than the red light on the stone tablet flared brilliantly, accompanied by a deafening roar. A powerful shockwave erupted from the center of the stone tablet. Where the shockwave passed, all shadows instantly turned to nothingness, and the team members were knocked backward by the force. Dongshu knelt on the ground, hands braced against the floor, gasping for breath. It is done. The runes on the stone tablet have been completely sealed. Chen Muye slowly rose, his long knife propping him up. Xiaonan wiped the sweat from her forehead, her expression vigilant. After sealing the stone tablet, the aura of the abyss has indeed weakened, but the surrounding passages seem to have become even more unstable. There may be other hidden dangers here. Long Xian leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. With the ruckus we just caused, the entire old city underground probably heard us. Next, more enemies will undoubtedly come looking for us. Perhaps we should retreat tactically. Dongshu stood up, a hint of coldness in his gaze. Although this operation was successful, the core stronghold of the ancient god church will undoubtedly bolster its defenses. If we do not swiftly ascertain their true intentions, the next encounter may not be so straightforward. The team quickly tidied up the traces of the battle and evacuated the underground hall, the passage behind them gradually consumed by darkness. Dongshu sat at the control panel, his fingers flying over the keyboard, the screen filled with dense runes and data scrolling rapidly. His gaze was focused and sharp, as if he intended to tear through the obscure information to uncover the secrets hidden within. Long Xian stood up from a nearby chair, stretching his stiff shoulders. We just fought our way out of that underground hell, and you're diving back into research without taking a break. Li Dongshu did not lift his head. A hint of stubbornness in his tone. The aura of the abyss is spreading throughout the city. Although those runes have been sealed, they continue to influence the surrounding energy field. If we do not thoroughly uncover the ancient god church's plans, our efforts will be in vain. Xiaonan approached, handing him a glass of water, speaking softly. Lung Xian is only worried you won't hold up. Last time, when you analyzed the runes on the stone tablet, you nearly exhausted your mental energy. Operating at such high intensity now will only worsen your condition. I know. Li Dongshu took the water, pausing slightly, but soon returned to work. Time waits for no one. The power of the abyss is regrouping in some fashion. Chen Muye stood at the center of the room, calmly observing everyone. He spoke in a deep voice. Dongshu is right. The ancient god church's plans will not remain at the fissure level. Where is their stronghold? What is the main force doing? We must clarify these questions as soon as possible. Chapter 56, Energy Center. Xiaonan nodded, a hint of concern in her eyes. Lung Xian makes a valid point. The net laid by the enemy covers the entire city, and we are short-staffed. Regardless of our actions, our resources and manpower will be strained. Li Dongshu's typing speed on the keyboard suddenly quickened, and after a moment, he paused, lifting his head. Perhaps we are not entirely without advantages. Upon hearing this, Chen Muye turned to look at him. Oh? Please elaborate. Li Dongshu circled an area on the screen with his mouse. I just analyzed the traces of the runes on the stone tablet. I discovered that these runes are not merely sensing devices, they also carry a wealth of information. However, one point is particularly notable. Its location is at the city's Energy Management Center. Hearing this, Xiaonan furrowed her brow. The Energy Management Center? That is a vital department of the Daxia government. Why would it be linked to the ancient god church? I am uncertain, but it must be a crucial clue, Li Dongshu explained. Based on the energy flow trajectory of the rune traces, there seems to be some device hidden beneath the Energy Management Center. This device functions similarly to the one we previously destroyed, but on a larger scale, with a stronger connection to abyssal energy. Chen Muye asked in a low voice. Are you suggesting that the Ancient God Society is using the Energy Management Center as a facade to launch a more extensive operation? It is highly likely, Li Dongshu nodded. If we can locate and destroy the devices there, we might be able to completely dismantle their plans. Lung Xian whistled lightly, his tone revealing a hint of levity. That sounds promising, but it also means we have to infiltrate the core area of the government. If we are discovered, it could lead to complications. Xiaonan calmly analyzed. The internal security of the Energy Management Center is stringent, especially in the underground areas, where outsiders can hardly gain entry. We need a detailed plan and may require disguises. Li Dongshu's gaze swept across the screen, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, actually, we can disguise ourselves as a research team using the energy fluctuations from the abyss. The Energy Management Center regularly conducts inspections for anomalous energy within the city. If we forge a high-risk energy alert report, we can approach the target under the guise of an investigation team. Chen Muye nodded in agreement. That's an excellent idea. Xiaonan, you will be responsible for forging the documents and reports. Lung Xian, check our equipment to ensure we are prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Dongshu, continue studying the structure of the underground devices. I need to know how to destroy them. Lung Xian stood up and clapped his hands. Understood. To be honest, I really want to blow the Ancient God Society's lair to smithereens. Li Dongshu did not engage in their conversation. His attention remained fixed on the screen. His fingers glided gently over the touchpad, and the blue glow of the judge pin flickered slightly. The runes and data on the screen gradually coalesced into a clearer pattern. A vast network of runes materialized before his eyes. This is not an ordinary network, he murmured. Upon hearing this, Chen Muye immediately turned his head. What kind of trap? Li Dongshu swiftly adjusted the display on the screen, magnifying the energy trajectories as he explained. Lung Xian's expression suddenly changed. The abyssal altar? Does that mean? Li Dongshu spoke gravely. If they succeed, the citizens of the city will become offerings to the abyss. The Ancient God Society will harness the city's energy to open a true gateway to the abyss. Xiaonan fell silent for a moment before softly stating, then we must stop it. The Energy Management Center may be their launch point, and our actions must be flawless. Upon hearing this, Chen Muye's gaze turned as cold as steel. Then let us hasten our actions. The longer we delay, the better prepared the enemy will be, which is increasingly disadvantageous for us. He continued in a low voice, Xiaonan, Lung Xian, prepare all necessary supplies. We act tonight. Chapter 57, The Underground Facility as night descended. The city's lights flickered between the towering buildings, and Songnan City buzzed with activity. The Night Watch Team's vehicle was parked in a dark alley a few streets away from the Energy Management Center, where team members were making preparations. Li Dongshu sat in the back seat, the judge pin in his hand emitting a faint blue glow. His gaze quickly scanned a portable terminal. The screen displayed the internal map and security structure of the Energy Management Center. The defenses here are more intricate than I anticipated, Li Dongshu remarked while adjusting the map. The security system consists of 3 layers. The first layer is the outer patrol teams. The second layer is the infrared sensor network within the main building. The third layer is an independent system for the underground facility, completely isolated from the main network. Lung Xian was checking his gear, a smirk playing on his lips. Sounds like a high-difficulty game level. Do we have a way to bypass all this? Indeed, Li Dongshu raised his head, his expression calm. The Forged Abyss Energy Detection report has already passed review. The Energy Management Center will send someone to escort us into the main building within 15 minutes. The challenge lies in how to access the underground facility from the main building. That will test our abilities. Si Xiaonan distributed a stack of forged documents to the team members, each identity meticulously disguised. Her tone was steady. The anomalous energy fluctuations mentioned in the report occur precisely in the underground area. Our reasoning is sufficiently sound. However, if we are discovered, all access routes will be immediately sealed. We must locate and destroy the device swiftly. Chen Muye stood outside the vehicle, his long knife resting quietly on his back. His gaze sharp. Let us not forget that the ancient god society may already be lying in wait here. They will not allow us easy access to the device. And if they sense our actions are compromised, they will prioritize executing their objective. Lung Xian interjected, Captain, what if we are surrounded? Then we fight our way out. Chen Muye replied, his tone calm, yet resolute, an unmistakable determination underlying his words. At any cost, we cannot allow this city to become an altar to the abyss. A few minutes later, the team finished their preparations and donned their disguises. The vehicle slowly approached the main entrance of the Energy Management Center. The towering building loomed in the darkness like a slumbering giant. The security personnel at the entrance moved in unison, occasionally scanning their surroundings, clearly on high alert. A staff member clad in a black uniform approached, holding a tablet to verify identity information. His gaze swept over each team member before finally settling on Li Dongshu. You are the investigation team dispatched by the Rift Detection Department? Yes, Li Dongshu replied, handing over the forged documents with a natural demeanor. We received an urgent notification regarding anomalous energy fluctuations in the underground facility, and we need to conduct an immediate investigation. The staff member reviewed the documents and nodded. The report does indicate anomalous fluctuations, but we have not received specific task directives. Your actions may require approval from the supervisor of the Energy Management Center. Si Xiaonan took over the conversation, smiling slightly. Our contact has already reached out to the supervisor, but we didn't have time to inform you. Given the stakes for the city's safety, any delay could lead to more severe consequences. The staff member hesitated for a moment before ultimately nodding in agreement. Understood. Follow me. I will take you to the underground facility. Under the staff member's guidance, the team traversed the main building's hall and entered a closed elevator. The air inside the elevator felt somewhat oppressive, and aside from the low hum of the elevator's operation, everyone remained silent. The elevator descended slowly, stopping as the floor numbers on the display changed from -1 to -3. The staff member used a card to unlock the elevator doors, revealing a narrow passage ahead. Flashing red warning lights lined the sides of the corridor, and a faint scent of machine oil permeated the air. The sensing system for the underground facility has been disabled. You can move freely now. The staff member glanced at his watch. If you need any assistance, please contact me via the communication device. Thank you. We will complete the investigation as quickly as possible. Li Dongshu nodded, watching the staff member depart. He swiftly scanned the corridor, confirming there were no other personnel present, and whispered, from here on, this is our main battleground. Si Xiaonan retrieved a portable scanner, examining the structure of the corridor. The layout here is very complicated, branching into 4 separate passageways. According to the map, the core device is located in the deepest main control room. Lang Xian switched on a tactical flashlight, aiming his firearm forward. What are we waiting for? Let us move quickly. I can hardly contain my anticipation. The team swiftly entered a combat-ready state, cautiously advancing along the corridor. Each branch was equipped with surveillance cameras. But under Li Dongshu's control, these cameras were swiftly neutralized. His judge pin traced a virtual line, temporarily incapacitating the corridor's monitoring system. The surveillance is disabled for now. But we only have a 10-minute window, Li Dongshu whispered. We must accelerate our pace. Si Xiaonan raised her dagger, her gaze alert as she peered ahead. There's movement. Lung Xian quickly crouched, aiming his firearm in the direction of the sound. Enemies. As the buzzing sound gradually intensified, several dark figures emerged from the shadows of the passage. These silhouettes were indistinct, emanating the unique energy fluctuations characteristic of abyssal entities, the guardians of the ancient deity cult. Abyssal creatures. Cold Xian growled, firing first. His bullet struck one of the shadows with precision. Yet, the figure did not recoil. Instead, it swiftly split into two smaller shadows that lunged toward them. How could these things have returned? Cold Xian gritted his teeth and switched to explosive rounds, firing once more. Chen Muye coldly stated, "No time for chatter. Hold them off and buy Dongshu some time." Si Xiaonan moved like a specter across the battlefield, her knife deftly debilitating each shadow's ability to move. She whispered, "Hurry. Their numbers are increasing." The energy device's operation gradually faltered, and the red warning lights extinguished. "Press on." Chen Muye swung his long knife, forcing back the last shadow. The squad swiftly exited the passage, advancing toward the main control room. As they delved deeper into the underground facility, the air around them grew increasingly oppressive. The runes on the walls emitted a dim red glow, seemingly observing their every move. When the squad finally approached the main control room, Dongshu suddenly halted. His gaze fixated on the heavy metal door, his voice low and tense. "Be cautious, something lies beyond the door." Chapter 58. Control room before the main control room's door. The air felt stagnant. The Night Watch squad held their breath, staring at the massive metal barrier. Dongshu approached the door, the judge's pin hovering slowly. Blue light spreading through the air. He murmured, "There's a rune barrier layered behind this door. It's not just a physical defense, it also obstructs energy flow. I suspect that if we were to force our way in, it would trigger a backlash from the abyss." Cold Xian frowned. "So that means we can't break down the door? How do we get in?" "I'm attempting to analyze the barrier's structure," Dongshu replied, quickly sketching a virtual pattern with the judge's pen. "Time. I fear we don't have much left." Si Xiaonan crouched by the door, sharply sensing a faint tremor from deep within the passage, as if something was approaching. Chen Muye tightened his grip on the long knife. Standing at the forefront of the squad, his tone cold, "We must enter. If the enemies outside charge in, we will be caught in a pincer." Cold Xian checked his ammunition, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "Why not take a gamble and blow the door open?" "No," Dongshu replied without looking up. Adjusting the blue light intensity of the judge's pen, the rune barrier would convert the explosion's shockwave into energy, launching a counterattack against us. He continued, "Give me a minute, and I can decipher the barrier. Then we'll hold them off for a minute." Chen Muye stated calmly and decisively. "Cold Xian and Xiaonan, guard the rear. I'll protect Dongshu." Cold Xian sighed. "All right, but that minute better not drag on." Si Xiaonan drew her knife, silently positioning herself at the passage's end, her gaze calm, yet sharp. Cold Xian raised his gun, aimed deep into the passage, his finger poised on the trigger, ready to fire. The tremors in the passage grew more pronounced, a low rumbling sound warning of an approaching entity. Moments later, several distorted figures emerged from the darkness. The abyssal creatures appeared even more grotesque, seemingly assembled from various beings. They radiated intense malice, clawing and lunging towards the squad. "They're here," Cold Xian shouted, flames erupting from the gun's muzzle. The explosive rounds detonated in the darkness, obliterating two of the frontline abyssal creatures. However, the remnants quickly reformed, morphing into even more beings. "Can they divide again?" Cold Xian cursed as he continued firing. "Dongshu, you better finish that door quickly. 10 more seconds." Dongshu's voice was taut. Chen Muye positioned himself in front of Dongshu, his long knife slicing through the air with lethal precision, cleaving the approaching abyssal creature in two. His movements were accurate, exuding a powerful deterrent that effectively thwarted the enemy's advance. Si Xiaonan darted through the shadows of the passage, her knife slicing through the air like a ghost, striking the core of the abyssal creatures, temporarily immobilizing them. She murmured, "Their numbers are increasing. If we delay any longer, our ammunition won't hold out." "All right." Dongshu suddenly raised his head, the blue light of the judge's pen enveloping the entire door. The barrier emitted a low hum before gradually dimming. Gasping for breath, he added, "The barrier is down. Hurry inside." Chen Muye decisively pushed the door open, and the squad rushed into the control room. The door slowly closed behind them, sealing out the abyssal creatures outside. The air inside was slightly cold, and the central device emitted a dim red glow, resembling a massive heart beating slowly. "This is the core device." Dongshu approached it, the judge's pen tracing a virtual line in the air. Its structure was far more complex than any previous device. It not only connected to the abyss's energy but also controlled the city's energy network. Cold Xian, panting, leaned against the wall. "So, how do we deal with this thing?" "The core of this device is a multi-layered energy circulation system," Dongshu analyzed rapidly. "In theory, it can be done, but it requires extremely precise energy impacts." Dongshu turned his gaze to Chen Muye. "Captain, can your long knife bear the power of the judge's pen?" Chapter 59. The arrival of black mist, Chen Muye tightened his grip on the long knife, his tone stern. Let's find out. Li Dongshu brought the judge's pin close to the long knife, blue light gradually enveloping the blade, which began to emit a faint glow. His voice was low and resolute. I will infuse the energy of the judge's pin into your blade, but you must strike true, otherwise. The device will initiate its self-destruct sequence. No problem, leave it to me, Chen Muye replied, raising the long knife and aiming at the device's core. The red glow in the control room intensified, and the device's vibrations grew more violent. Let us begin. Li Dongshu infused the last rune into the long knife. This was their only chance. He then surged forward, propelling himself like a blade toward the device. The red light erupted, and the device emitted a piercing shriek. The energy shockwave spread like a tide, enveloping the entire control room. The last one, Li Dongshu shouted, his eyes filled with anticipation and tension. With a resounding crash, the device's red glow abruptly extinguished, plunging the control room into silence. We did it. Li Dongshu slumped to the ground, a weary smile gracing his face. However, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, the floor of the control room suddenly began to tremble. A deeper darkness surged from the wreckage of the device, radiating an indescribable sense of oppression. Cold Xian widened his eyes. What in the world is that? The device is destroyed, yet it remains. Xiaoan tightened her grip on her knife, her gaze wary. The core power of the abyss is awakening. Chen Muye stood up, his eyes sharp as blades. Whatever it is, we must stop it. The air in the control room felt frozen. A profound and frigid darkness spilling forth from the wreckage of the device, swiftly engulfing the entire space. The Night Watch squad stood their ground, gazing at the swirling black mist, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of pressure. The mist seemed almost alive, continually coalescing into a certain form. Cold Xian tightened his grip on the gun, unease creeping into his voice. Is this thing transforming into something even more terrifying? Xiaoan took a step back, her knife rotating in her hand, her gaze alertly fixed ahead. It did not resemble an ordinary abyssal creature. It seemed more like a manifestation of a will. Li Dongshu's face turned pale, his eyes locked onto the outline within the black mist. The judge's pin in his hand glimmered faintly. This is the core of the abyss's power. Though the apparatus of the ancient god church has been obliterated, the energy it harbored has not dissipated. Rather, it seeks new vessels. Chen Muye stands resolutely at the forefront of the team, his long blade lowered, the radiance upon its edge yet to fully fade. His voice, deep and composed, reverberates. Regardless of its nature, we must not allow it to fully materialize. The black mist gradually coalesces under their watchful gaze, ultimately taking the form of a towering figure. Its shape resembles that of a human, yet it is entirely composed of the abyss's darkness. Those crimson eyes burn like flames, fixed intently upon the Night Watch squad. A low, raspy voice emanates from the figure, echoing within each mind. You cannot prevent the descent of the abyss. Enough of this prattle. A furious shout from Long Xian pierces the air as he fires first, bullets whistling forth, accurately aimed at the shadowy form. Yet, as the bullets near, an invisible force intercepts them, reducing them to mere sparks. An ineffective assault? Lang Xian grits his teeth, swapping out the magazine. Let us then try explosive rounds. He pulls the trigger once more, and the explosive rounds detonate mid-air, scattering flames. However, the shadow remains unscathed, showing no sign of being disturbed. Its defenses are formidable, Li Dongshu remarks, a hint of urgency in his voice. This energy entity has transcended the realm of ordinary abyssal creatures. It requires a more potent force to inflict harm upon it. Xiaoan darts to the side of the shadowy figure, her dagger aimed with precision at its waist. Yet, upon contact with the mist, she is rebuffed by a tremendous recoil, stumbling back several paces, nearly losing her balance. It possesses a layer of energy shielding, Xiaoan murmurs, swiftly regaining her composure. Physical attacks are utterly futile. Chen Muye remains silent, lifting his long blade with a cold glimmer. His gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, fixates on the shadow's chest. Dongshu, where lies its weakness. Chapter 60. The emergency passage. Li Dongshu analyzes the energy fluctuations reported by the judge's pen, and after a moment, he exclaims, its energy core resides within the red glow at its chest. However, there lies a formidable shield. We must first weaken its defenses. Chen Muye nods, sweeping his blade in a horizontal arc, the blade's energy surging like a fierce gale toward the shadow's chest. The shadow appears to sense the impending threat, raising its arm and unleashing a powerful beam of black light that collides with the blade's energy in midair. The two forces clash, unleashing a violent shockwave that shatters the surrounding equipment. Chen Muye grits his teeth, steadfastly stabilizing himself, continuing to suppress the opposing energy output. Attack it now, he roars. Lung Xian quickly tosses several flashbangs, the blinding light temporarily impairing the shadow's vision. Seizing the opportunity, Si Xiaonan's dagger grazes the surface of the shadow's shield, creating a slight fissure. Its shield has begun to weaken. Si Xiaonan shouts. Li Dongshu capitalizes on this moment. The judge's pen emitting a brilliant blue light that strikes the fissure in the shadow's shield. The blue light pierces the crack like a sword, causing the shadow's movements to noticeably falter. The defense has weakened. Now is our chance. Li Dongshu calls out. Chen Muye raises his long blade high, the light upon its edge coalescing into a dazzling radiance. With a sudden surge of power, he propels himself like a meteor toward the shadow's chest. The long blade pierces through the fissure in the shield, driving forcefully into the shadow's red core. A chilling roar erupts from the mist. The towering figure begins to tremble violently, the black mist gradually dispersing. We did it, Lung Xian exclaims. However, before they can exhale in relief, an even more potent abyssal aura erupts from the core as the mist dissipates. The ground of the control room begins to fracture. The entire space seemingly consumed by this energy. It is self-destructing. Li Dongshu's expression shifts abruptly. We must flee this place. The team hastily retreats toward the exit of the control room, but the tremors intensify. Chunks of the ceiling commence their collapse, debris raining down from above, obstructing their path. Si Xiaonan quickly scans the surroundings, pointing toward a concealed passage. There is an emergency passage over there. Lung Xian shatters a blocking stone with his gun. Gritting his teeth. Hurry, I'll provide cover. Chen Muye leads the charge into the passage, the others following closely behind. The encroaching mist and collapsing debris seem to race them toward death with each step. When they finally burst forth from the passage, the control room behind them collapses entirely. A massive plume of dust soaring into the sky. The four pant heavily, gazing at the ruins before them. Each face etched with a complex tapestry of emotions born from their narrow escape. Has that thing truly vanished? Lung Xian sits upon the ground, weariness etched upon his features. Li Dongshu wipes the sweat from his brow, shaking his head. Not entirely. The core power of the abyss will not be easily destroyed. But we have dismantled its manifested form. For the time being, the ancient god church cannot exploit it again. Si Xiaonan inquires softly. What comes next? Shall we pursue them further? Chen Muye rises, his gaze steely. That is our only option. The plans of the ancient god church are far from over, and we cannot afford to halt. Chapter 61. The abandoned industrial zone. The underground control room has been reduced to rubble. Although the manifested power of the abyss has been dispersed, the remnants cast a shadow over every heart. Within the temporary stronghold of the team, the atmosphere is tense as all gather around the operations table. The screen displays the city's energy distribution map. Red veins sprawling like a spider's web across the urban landscape. Li Dongshu adjusts the screen, his voice low. According to my analysis, the residual waves of abyssal power have not entirely dissipated. Although the core apparatus has been destroyed, the energy network remains active, indicating that the ancient god church's plans are far from concluded. He nods affirmatively. The abyssal power does not originate from a singular source. It resembles a complex ecosystem. Si Xiaonan glances at the screen, pointing to a red area. Are you suggesting they possess other similar apparatuses? Precisely. Li Dongshu switches to another map, marking several pulsating red points. These indicate their function in supplying energy to the core apparatus. As long as we locate the core, we can completely dismantle their plans. Lung Xian leans back in his chair, chuckling. It sounds straightforward, yet we have no idea where the core stronghold lies. Surely we cannot detonate every location? After a moment, he pauses, pointing to a spot on the map. Here, this should be the location of the core stronghold. The red dot on the screen is situated in an abandoned industrial zone in the city's southwest corner. That area has been designated as hazardous for years, prohibited from entry. The abandoned industrial zone? Si Xiaonan frowns. It has long been sealed off. How could the ancient god church possibly hide there? Precisely because it is sealed. It serves as the perfect cover, Li Dongshu explains. According to the analysis of energy fluctuations, this region conceals a powerful energy convergence point underground. The ancient god church likely utilized the ruins of the abandoned industrial zone to establish their main apparatus. Chen Muye decisively states, then we must set off immediately. We cannot afford to grant them any more time. Si Xiaonan nods, beginning to organize her gear. I will bring reconnaissance equipment. This time, we must act as discreetly as possible. Lung Xian stands, shaking off his shoulders. Let us hope this endeavor proves more straightforward, without encountering those indestructible monstrosities again. As the vehicles enter the abandoned industrial zone, dilapidated factories and towering piles of discarded machinery come into view. The Night Watch squad swiftly disembarks, activating stealth mode. They traverse the ruins, arriving at a collapsed factory. The walls of the factory are riddled with cracks, faintly revealing strange runic inscriptions. Xiaonan crouches down, gently scraping a fragment of the runes from the wall with her dagger. These runes are not mere architectural markers, but rather devices that guide the flow of energy. Dongshu stepped forward, his judge pen tracing a line of blue light upon the wall. Indeed, there exists a network of runes concealed here, and the entrance should be nearby. Xian surveyed the surroundings, his gaze settling on a corner of the factory where a cellar entrance was sealed with heavy iron plates. He whispered, "This place appears suspicious. Should we pry it open?" "Wait." Dongshu halted Xian's movements and approached the iron plates. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, "This entrance is secured with a high-intensity rune lock. Forcing it open may trigger a self-destruction mechanism. Then what shall we do?" Xian shrugged. "We can't just stand here idly, can we?" Dongshu's gaze swept the area once more before abruptly pausing at an inconspicuous corner. "If we can decipher it, we can safely open the entrance." Xiaonan and Xian stood guard nearby, while Chunmai positioned himself close to the entrance, ready to respond to any potential emergencies. Minutes later, the iron plates of the cellar emitted a low, resonant hum before slowly sliding apart, revealing a dark staircase. Chapter 62. Inside the ruins at the staircase's end. A faint red glow emerged, hinting at an oppressive energy. The entrance had opened. Dongshu rose, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Let us descend." At the bottom of the staircase lay a vast underground chamber, its walls etched with intricate runes radiating a soft red light. At its center stood a colossal device, reminiscent of the control room apparatus from the previous night, yet on a grander scale. Surrounding it were several energy conduits, channeling the power of the abyss to unknown destinations. This was their core apparatus. A hint of tension laced Dongshu's voice. This device serves not only as a conduit, but also amplifies energy. Once activated, the power of the abyss will swiftly engulf the entire city. Xian licked his lips. "So, we simply blow it up, right?" "No," Dongshu shook his head. "Its defense system is already active. An attack would trigger a reverse explosion of the abyss. We must systematically dismantle its energy conduits before destroying the core." Chenmai coldly stated, "We split up. Xiaonan will handle the left side of the conduits, Xian will cover Dongshu, and I will engage the front." The team swiftly dispersed to carry out their tasks, with Xiaonan taking action. Her dagger precisely severed the rune connections on the conduit, temporarily halting the flow of energy. Xian, while covering Dongshu, fired explosive rounds to deter approaching abyss creatures. Gritting his teeth, he growled, "They're coming again. Dongshu, hurry up." Dongshu focused intently, his judge pen tracing a blue light along the conduit. His voice was urgent. 30 more seconds. Meanwhile, Chenmai faced the strongest adversary yet, a colossal energy conglomerate of the abyss, radiating a sense of annihilation. With a swift motion, Chenmai unleashed a fierce arc of his sword, clashing with the creature's energy impact, reverberating throughout the underground chamber. Half the conduits have been damaged. Xiaonan's voice rang out. "Finish it," Chenmai shouted, his blade cleaving towards the energy conglomerate, forcing it to remain grounded. Dongshu's judge pen emitted a final blue light. With a deep rumble, the energy conduits of the device ceased operation. The red glow of the chamber gradually dimmed, and the device's movement slowed. "The core defense is incapacitated," Dongshu exclaimed. "Now we can destroy it." Seizing the opportunity, Chenmai leaped high, his sword radiating with destructive light as it struck the center of the device. With a thunderous crash, the entire apparatus collapsed, severing the energy of the abyss completely. The collapse of the underground space stirred a thick cloud of dust, and the encroaching darkness slowly receded. The Night Watch team stood amidst the ruins of the core apparatus, panting as they gazed at the wreckage. Xian leaned against the wall, catching his breath, and lifted his gaze to the extinguished device. So, this was the so-called core? It didn't seem too difficult to destroy. Xiaonan gently shook her head, wiping the grime from her dagger, her eyes never straying from the surrounding shadows. "It won't be that simple. Although the device is destroyed, the aura of the abyss has not entirely dissipated." Dongshu closed his eyes, quietly sensing the residual energy fluctuations around them. His voice was low and grave. "You are correct. The device was merely a component of the abyss network. Its destruction has indeed weakened the influence of the abyss, but the energy in this area has not fully dispersed. It is still accumulating." Chenmai stood before the ruins, his sword hanging by his side, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Accumulating? Dongshu, do you mean the ancient god sect has a backup plan?" "Not them." Dongshu opened his eyes, tracing a phantom with his judge pen. The flow of energy in the underground space manifested in the air. It was the abyss itself. This device served as a guiding apparatus, connecting to a deeper existence. Even if it is destroyed, the power of the abyss will still converge here through the remaining channels. Xian frowned, kicking a piece of rubble beneath his feet. What a nuisance. So, what we just fought so hard to destroy was merely an entrance. Precisely. Li Dongshu nodded, his voice somber. Moreover, the rate of this accumulation is alarmingly rapid. This indicates that the power of the abyss is forcefully breaching barriers, attempting to manifest in some manner. Xishaonan inquired softly, is there a way to stop it? Li Dongshu pondered for a moment before responding slowly. If we can locate the central point of the abyss's energy convergence, we might harness the power of the judge pin to reconstruct a seal. But it requires precise localization of the center. Chen Muye scanned the surroundings before stating, we don't have time to search slowly. If this is the breakthrough point of the abyss, we must hold our ground here, waiting for it to fully manifest before destroying it. Lung Xian grinned, patting his gun. Finally, a plan that sounds reliable. If these things want to come, let them come. The teams swiftly adjusted their formation, establishing a temporary defense around the ruins. Li Dongshu's judge pin emitted a blue light, constructing a temporary barrier to contain the spread of the abyss's power within the ruins. The air temperature plummeted abruptly, and the surrounding energy became increasingly chaotic. The center of the ruins began to tremble, a dark rift slowly appearing in the ground, exuding an unfathomable aura. Xishaonan tightened her grip on her dagger, her gaze fixed on the rift. It's coming. Chapter 63. Fierce confrontation. From the rift poured forth a dense black mist, accompanied by a low growl, as a towering figure gradually emerged. It was a being composed entirely of pure darkness, humanoid in shape yet devoid of facial features. A dim red glow emanated from its chest, seemingly its core. This creature was stronger than the previous monsters. Long Xian's voice bore a hint of tension. Quickly adjusting my weapon, Dongshu, where is its weak point this time? The core. Li Dongshu's voice was calm and swift. The red glow on its chest is its energy source. However, to breach its shield, we must find an opportune moment. The dark being slowly lifted its arm, releasing a powerful shockwave from its palm, aimed directly at the Night Watch team. Chen Muye's expression hardened, his sword slicing through the air as he met the shockwave with a blade of energy, cleaving it apart. Engage! Chen Muye roared, charging towards the dark entity, his sword aimed at its core. Lung Xian quickly opened fire, bullets whizzing towards the dark being's shield. Although they did not fully penetrate, they weakened its defenses. Xishaonan followed closely behind, her dagger slicing through the black mist, precisely targeting a fissure in the shield. The shield has cracks. Xishaonan shouted. Now's our chance. Li Dongshu stood at the rear, the judge's pen emitting a brilliant blue light that collided violently with the shield of the dark creature. The shield emitted a piercing hum, and a noticeable crack finally appeared. Chen Muye seized the opportunity, leaping high and bringing his gleaming blade down fiercely towards the creature's core. However, just as the blade was about to make contact with the red light, the dark creature unleashed a powerful shockwave, knocking him back several meters. Lung Xian gritted his teeth and growled. It's not fully suppressed yet. Once more, the dark creature seemed enraged, raising its hands as black mist swiftly coalesced in the air, transforming into countless sharp arrows aimed at the team. Chen Muye swung his sword to block most of the attacks, while Lung Xian and Xishaonan quickly dodged. Yet several arrows still struck their protective gear. Dongshu. Xishaonan gasped. We must resolve this quickly. We can hardly hold on. Li Dongshu gripped the judge's pin tightly, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. His voice remained resolute. Hold on for 30 more seconds. I need time to gather strength. Chen Muye charged forward once again, using his long sword to restrain the dark creature's movements. Lung Xian targeted the source of the misty arrows with explosive rounds, while Xishaonan continuously sought weaknesses in the creature's shield to buy time for Li Dongshu. Now, Li Dongshu shouted as the judge's pin unleashed its most potent blue light. Attack its core with all your might. Without hesitation, Chen Muye thrust his sword, aglow with blue light, directly at the dark creature's core. Simultaneously, Lung Xian and Xishaonan's attack struck at the fissure in the shield. A powerful surge of energy instantly tore through the shield, and the blade accurately pierced the red light. The dark creature let out a chilling roar, its body beginning to tremble violently. The black mist rapidly disintegrated, ultimately dissipating into a wisp of smoke that vanished into the air. The ruins fell silent once more, and the crack sealed itself. The Night Watch team stood in place, gasping for breath and exchanging glances. Lung Xian leaned against the wall and asked, is it really over this time? Li Dongshu glanced at the judge's pen in his hand and shook his head. This was merely a test. The cult of the ancient gods will not relent, and the power of the abyss will not simply vanish. Chen Muye sheathed his long sword, his gaze icy. Then we shall continue to fight until they are devoid of strength. Chapter 64. The subway station entrance. The morning light of Songnan City spilled over the remnants of the abandoned industrial district, the air thick with the faint scent of gunpowder. Li Dongshu sat atop a crumbled concrete block, the judge's pen flickering with a dim blue glow. His expression reflected profound exhaustion. Yet he remained fixated on the terminal screen before him. Although the abyssal rift here had been temporarily sealed, the energy fluctuations indicated that the cult of the ancient gods had not ceased their activities. The city remained shrouded in the shadows of the abyss. Long Xian leaned against the wall, cleaning the muzzle of his gun, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. What a nuisance. We always exert ourselves to the utmost, only to discover that the enemy hasn't even deployed their main forces. When will we finally locate their stronghold? Si Xiaonan retrieved a first aid kit from her gear, briefly tending to the abrasions on her arm. Her tone was calm, yet sharp. The cult of the ancient gods will not allow us to approach their core stronghold easily. Their methods of utilizing the power of the abyss are exceedingly covert. This probing may merely be a tactic to buy time. Chen Muye stood at the edge of the ruins, his long sword hanging at his side. His gaze was fixed on the distant skyline of the city. Regardless, we must remain vigilant. Li Dongshu adjusted the terminal screen to display a city map, pointing at several red dots. Long Xian approached the screen, indicating one of the red points. This one is not far from us. It appears to be an abandoned subway station. Li Dongshu nodded. Indeed. That subway station was shut down years ago due to geological issues. However, the energy fluctuation suggests it has likely been converted by the cult of the ancient gods into a covert ritual site. Si Xiaonan glanced at the map, frowning. If it truly is a ritual site, we need to act swiftly. The power of the abyss is continuously infiltrating. Every minute we delay will plunge the city into greater peril. Our objective is the abandoned subway station. Whatever lies hidden there must be destroyed without delay. The team quickly organized their gear and drove towards their target location. The abandoned subway station was situated in an old district in the eastern part of the city, having been completely sealed off years ago due to frequent geological activity. Now, it was overgrown with weeds, the buildings dilapidated, resembling a desolate wasteland. The vehicle stopped near the entrance of the subway station, and the team swiftly disembarked to survey the surroundings. The entrance was barricaded with iron bars, but there were clear signs of forced entry. Long Xian crouched down to examine the area, smirking. It seems someone got here before us. Si Xiaonan cautiously scanned the vicinity, whispering. The runic traces at the entrance are faint, indicating they were just recently inscribed. The cult of the ancient gods may still be inside. Chen Muye nodded, his gaze steely. In that case, let us proceed with utmost stealth to avoid alarming them. The team slipped through the breached iron bars and entered the subway station. The dimly lit corridor was permeated with the stench of decay and dampness. Occasional flashes of runic traces on the walls seemed to guide their path. As they delved deeper, the energy fluctuations in the air grew increasingly palpable. Li Dongshu raised the judge's pen, the blue light spreading through the corridor, illuminating their way ahead. The runic formations here, though rudimentary, exhibited a strong flow of energy, indicating they were channeling abyssal power towards a central point. Long Xian tightened his grip on his gun, lowering his voice. This feeling is unsettling, as if we've stepped into a monster's lair. Soon, the team arrived at a spacious underground hall. In the center stood a massive runic formation, surrounded by several stone pillars emanating red light. A group of cloaked figures was busy at the formation, seemingly unaware of the team's presence. Chen Muye raised his hand, signaling everyone to halt, and whispered, they are conducting some kind of ritual. Let us avoid disturbing them. Xiaonan. Long Xian, circle around to block their exits. He turned to Li Dongshu, analyze the structure of the formation and identify its core location. The team quickly sprang into action, with Long Xian and Si Xiaonan silently flanking the hall's edges, completely sealing off the retreat of the cloaked figures, while Li Dongshu cautiously approached the runic formation. The judge's pen hovered in the air, outlining the energy flow of the formation. The core of the formation lies within those stone pillars, Li Dongshu murmured. They are the energy source for the entire ritual. If we destroy the pillars, the formation will become entirely ineffective. Chen Muye nodded, coldly stating, let us divide our tasks. Xiaonan, you take the left. Long Xian, the right. I'll engage them head-on, and Dongshu, provide cover from the side. Just as the team prepared to act, the runic formation at the center of the hall suddenly erupted with intense red light. The cloaked figures seemed to sense something, swiftly turning to scan their surroundings with heightened vigilance. Intruders. The leader of the cloaked figures bellowed, his hands sweeping through the air. The energy within the formation surged like a tide, transforming into numerous twisted shadows that lunged toward the team. Engage. Chen Muye roared, charging toward the runic formation. His long sword sliced through the air, cleaving several approaching shadows into fragments. Long Xian opened fire rapidly, explosive rounds striking two of the stone pillars, sending a massive shockwave that knocked back the nearby cloaked figures. Si Xiaonan darted through the battlefield like a specter, her dagger swiftly weakening the energy flow of another stone pillar. Li Dongshu stood at the edge of the formation, the judge's pin emanating blinding blue light, countering the brilliance of the red runes. His voice was urgent. The energy fluctuations of the pillars are becoming unstable. We must destroy them quickly. The leading figure in the black robe let out a thunderous roar, drawing energy from the rune array, transforming it into a swath of black light that surged towards Chen Muye. With a cold smile, Chen Muye swung his long knife, colliding with the light blade midair, unleashing a violent shockwave. The rest is up to you, he growled, using his long knife to fend off the attacks from the black-robed figure. Cold Xian fired another explosive round, reducing the last stone pillar to dust amidst the tremendous explosion. The entire hall began to tremble. The crimson glow of the rune array rapidly dimming, and the shadow subsequently disintegrating. Li Dongshu gasped for breath as the blue light of the judge's pin gradually calmed. The ritual was completely disrupted. Their plans could not proceed for the time being. The leader of the black robe glanced at the crumbling formation and roared in fury. Gritting his teeth, he cast a final glance at the team before vanishing into a cloud of black mist. Xishan unsheathed her dagger, asking in a hushed voice, "They've retreated. What should we do next?" Chen Muye replied slowly, "Eliminate all traces here, then withdraw." Chapter 65. On the other side of the rift, the tremors of the subway station gradually subsided, plunging the collapsed hall into an eerie silence. The Night Watch team stood amidst the ruins, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Though the rune array had been destroyed, the abyssal aura lingering in the air had yet to dissipate. Leaning against a fallen stone pillar, Cold Xian wiped the sweat from his brow, remarking, "These guys retreated too quickly." Xishan squatted down to examine the remnants of the runes on the ground, her brow slightly furrowing. The Haven T fled, the VE merely relocated. I detect that the energy traces of these runes are still active, indicating they are connected to some larger structure. Li Dongshu stood at the center of the hall, the judge's pen emitting a faint blue light. His gaze was fixed on a fissure in the ground. "You are correct. These runes are merely an outer facade. The real issue lies on the other side of this rift." Chen Muye approached the edge of the fissure, his long knife resting at his side. He asked in a low voice, "What lies on the other side?" The judge's pen traced a virtual flow of energy in the air. The blue light intertwined with the black mist, revealing a complex pattern. "It is a passage to the abyss," Li Dongshu said solemnly. "The rune array here is not an ordinary summoning formation, but a spatial teleportation device, channeling the abyssal power from another location to here." Cold Xian frowned. "Are you suggesting that there are other devices behind this rift? Or perhaps the true stronghold of the ancient god church?" "Very likely," Li Dongshu nodded. "Based on the frequency of the energy fluctuations, this passage connects directly to deeper layers of the abyss. Perhaps we can locate their lair through this rift." Xishan warily glanced at the fissure, "But if we enter, this passage may very well be one way." Without hesitation, Chen Muye declared, "Even if it is a trap, we must proceed. The ancient god church's plan is nearing completion. With each passing second, the city draws closer to ruin." Cold Xian chuckled wryly. "All right. I've long since risked my life. Dongshu, can we traverse this passage?" Li Dongshu reached out to touch the edge of the fissure, and the judge's pen emitted a stable blue light, temporarily isolating the black mist. "The energy fluctuations are stable. The passage should be sufficiently robust, but we must remain vigilant." Chen Muye nodded, "Prepare to enter." The team readied their gear, forming a line before the fissure. Li Dongshu stood at the center of the group, the blue light of the judge's pen spreading out, creating a temporary barrier to stabilize the rift. "Go," Chen Muye commanded, stepping first into the fissure. An intense sense of oppression enveloped them instantly, as if the very space were constricting their bodies. The other side of the rift was devoid of light and sound. Only endless darkness and the surging aura of the abyss. Each step felt as though they were treading into the void. The team members relying solely on the blue light emitted by Li Dongshu to maintain their direction. After a moment, they finally arrived in an expansive area. The scenery here was entirely different from the subway station, surrounded by towering black stone pillars. The ground was etched with glowing runes, faintly emanating an eerie red light. At the center stood a colossal abyssal device, larger than any they had encountered before. "This is their core," Li Dongshu's voice carried a hint of astonishment. "The central apparatus of the entire abyssal network. All energy flows converge here." Cold Xian gripped his gun, his gaze alertly scanning the surroundings. "This place feels wrong. It seems as though someone is watching us." Xishan quickly surveyed the environment and murmured, "Not just someone. There are also guards here." Just then, the black stone pillars surrounding the device suddenly emitted a low hum. Streams of black mist surged from the pillars, coalescing into dozens of twisted humanoid beings. They exuded a potent abyssal aura, their eyes glowing red as they let out deep growls. "Abyssal guardians," Li Dongshu stated calmly. "They are the defense mechanism of this device. We must destroy them to approach the apparatus. Chen Muye unsheathed his long knife, coldly asserting, "Don't waste time. Eliminate them." The battle erupted instantaneously, the abyssal guardians flooding towards the Night Watch team. Chen Muye's long knife cleaved through the air, slicing several guardians into pieces. Cold Xian's gun spat fire, explosive rounds detonating within the black mist, temporarily suppressing the frontline enemies. Xiao flitted like a wraith across the battlefield, targeting the vital points of the guardians, freezing their movements entirely. Li Dongshu remained at the rear of the team, the judge's pen emitting beams of blue light, countering the abyssal energy and providing support to the team. "Hurry and clear them out," Li Dongshu shouted, as the energy fluctuations of the device intensified. "We don't have much time." After dispatching the last abyssal guardian, the team swiftly approached the device. However, as they drew near, the center of the apparatus suddenly split open, revealing a towering shadow that slowly emerged. The cold, deep voice of the Night Watch echoed, laced with mockery. "Your efforts are in vain. The will of the abyss has awakened. This city will ultimately fall." Cold Xian raised his gun without hesitation, firing. But the bullets were deflected by an invisible barrier as they neared the shadow. Gritting his teeth, he growled, "Another defensive mechanism." Li Dongshu quickly analyzed the energy fluctuations of the device, nervously stating, "Its core lies at the center of the device, but it is covered by a powerful energy shield. We can only weaken the shield by simultaneously attacking the surrounding stone pillars." Chen Muye coldly commanded, "Split up and destroy the pillars immediately." The team swiftly scattered, beginning their assault on the black stone pillars encircling them. However, the shadow did not remain idle. It raised an arm, unleashing beams of black light that suppressed the team's movements entirely. "It's stalling for time," Xiao shouted, panting. "We must resolve this quickly." Chen Muye parried the shadow's attack with his knife, bellowing, "Dongshu, give us a breakthrough." Gritting his teeth, Li Dongshu concentrated the energy of the judge's pen, releasing a potent beam of blue light that surged towards the shadow's shield. The shield quaked violently as the shadow let out a roar, its movements noticeably sluggish. "The shield has weakened," Li Dongshu shouted. "Now attack the pillars." Cold Xian's explosive round struck one of the stone pillars, the immense shockwave shattering it to fragments. Xinan's dagger sliced through another pillar, precisely severing the energy flow. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Muye's long knife cleaved through the final pillar. The shadow shield completely collapsed, revealing the core at the center of the device, a pulsating red energy crystal. "The core is exposed," Li Dongshu shouted. "Destroy it." Chen Muye leaped high, his long knife shining brilliantly as he struck down, cleaving the crystal in two. The entire apparatus erupted with a deafening roar, collapsing into ruins. The shadow gradually dissipated in the light, murmuring, "You cannot halt the abyss." Chapter 66, Arrival at the Abandoned Base. The subway station fell into a tranquil silence. The fissures completely sealed, and the pervasive aura of darkness gradually dissipated. The Night Watcher team stood still, enveloped in silence. Long Xian leaned against the wall, vigorously shaking the gun in his hand, his tone laced with fatigue. Once again, they had narrowly escaped death. How many such devices did the ancient god church possess? Xiao gently wiped the blood from his dagger, his gaze calmly sweeping the surroundings. This device had indeed been destroyed, but the church's layout extended far beyond just a few locations. Li Dongshu crouched where the fissure had vanished, the judge pen emitting a faint blue glow, his voice deep and deliberate. "The power of the abyss is merely suppressed temporarily. The residual energy traces indicate that they are still seeking other exits. Perhaps we have only severed a branch." Chen Muye stood at the forefront, his gaze icy as he surveyed the collapsed hall. His voice was steady and resolute. "With each branch we destroy, their power diminishes. No matter how many devices they have left, we will dismantle them one by one." Li Dongshu looked up at Chen Muye, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. "Captain, I have discovered something peculiar. According to the judge pen's readings, the energy fluctuations of this fissure do not entirely align with those of the previous devices. It seems connected from a different source." Long Xian raised an eyebrow. "Are you suggesting that this device is not the main stronghold of the ancient god church?" Li Dongshu nodded. "That is one way to interpret it. If we are to completely thwart them, we must locate the true center." Xiao spoke softly, "But this will require time. We do not know where the center of the abyss lies, and the ancient god church will undoubtedly not grant us respite." Chen Muye pondered for a moment before speaking softly. "Dongshu, can the data from this device lead us to deeper clues?" Li Dongshu furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the terminal screen, his fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard. His voice tinged with tension. "I can attempt it, but I will need some time. The energy traces of the abyss are complex and unstable. I need to analyze the structure of these ruins." Long Xian impatiently surveyed the already collapsed hall, a cold smile gracing his lips. These adversaries always drive us into corners. I truly hope for the day when we can turn the tables on them. Xi Xiaonan remained vigilant, eyes scanning the surroundings. Analysis complete. Moments later, Li Dongshu lifted his head, his face slightly pale but excitement flickering in his eyes. I have identified a primary energy flow. The fluctuations of this flow are stronger than any device we have encountered, highly likely connecting to the true core of the abyss. Chen Muye inquired, "Where is it located?" Li Dongshu adjusted the terminal, and a blinking red dot appeared on the map. His voice was grave. "Here, at an abandoned military base on the outskirts of the city." Xi Xiaonan frowned. "An abandoned military base? Isn't that place already sealed off by the government?" "Precisely because it is sealed, it serves as an excellent cover for their concealment." Li Dongshu affirmed with conviction. "The energy traces clearly point there, and this fluctuation is exceptionally intense." He paused, adding, "I suspect the ancient god church is conducting a large-scale ritual." Long Xian whistled. "Whatever they are preparing, we must see it through to the end." Chen Muye nodded. "Move immediately. Our target is the abandoned military base. Whatever they are plotting, we must thwart it." The vehicle sped towards the city's edge, the roads shrouded in the night appearing particularly desolate. The Night Watcher team sat in silence within the vehicle, refraining from unnecessary conversation. The abandoned military base lay nestled between desolate hills, surrounded by collapsed structures and rusted barbed wire. The base's gate stood ajar, seemingly damaged, the faint glow of runes flickering in the darkness. The team swiftly disembarked, entering stealth mode. Xi Xiaonan led the advance, with Lang Xin closely following, both tasked with reconnaissance and vigilance. Li Dongshu lingered at the rear, using the judge pen to scan the surrounding energy fluctuations. The rune formations here were far more intricate than before, Li Dongshu murmured. They are not only defensive mechanisms, but also capable of channeling abyssal energy. Be cautious. Do not touch these runes. Chen Muye surveyed the area, coldly commanding, "Locate the entrance, then destroy them." After a thorough search, the team discovered a concealed entryway at the base's underground passage. The entrance was adorned with dense rune markings, faintly radiating red light. Li Dongshu stood before the entrance, the judge pen emitting a blue light as he began to decipher the rune array. "These runes connect the entire underground facility," Li Dongshu explained while analyzing. "If triggered, the entire base would be engulfed by abyssal energy." Long Xian whispered, "Can it be deciphered?" "It can, but it will take a few minutes," Li Dongshu replied firmly. "You must provide cover for me." Just as he finished speaking, a low humming resonated from the underground passage. Moments later, countless black figures surged forth from the depths of the tunnel, exuding a potent abyssal aura. "The enemy is here," Xi Xiaonan shouted, twirling his dagger as he met the first wave of incoming shadows. Long Xian raised his gun, accurately targeting the core of the shadows. Yet these creatures seemed to possess greater strength than before. The bullets only weakened their movements, failing to annihilate them entirely. Their defenses have heightened. Long Xian growled, "Dongshu, move faster." Chen Muye cleaved through a shadow, lunging at Li Dongshu, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Focus on deciphering the runes. We will provide cover." The blue light of the judge pin gradually enveloped the entire entrance. The red glow of the runes began to dim. But the process of deciphering proved more arduous than anticipated. Xi Xiaonan and Long Xian valiantly defended against the encroaching enemies on either side of the passage. However, the number of shadows grew increasingly overwhelming, each attack feeling futile. "Hurry!" Long Xian gritted his teeth, the bullets dwindling to a mere few. "Done." Li Dongshu suddenly raised his head. The glow of the judge pen instantly enveloped the entire rune array. The entrance's runes extinguished completely, and the energy fluctuations deep within the passage temporarily ceased. "Go in," Chen Muye commanded, and the team swiftly charged into the passage. Chapter 67. Closing the abyssal gate deep within the underground passage, dim light illuminated the intricate runes etched upon the walls. Each step forward was accompanied by a faint humming, as if the passage itself were a living entity. The Night Watcher team traversed the cracked ground, an indescribable sense of oppression surrounding them. Li Dongshu walked at the center of the group, the judge pin hovering beside him, its blue glow flickering in the darkness. His gaze was fixed intently on the terminal screen, his tone grave and urgent. "The energy flow within the passage is intensifying, indicating our proximity to the target. However, these runes are not ordinary defensive mechanisms. They are actively channeling energy deeper within." Long Xian raised his gun, scanning the area with a sense of unease. "Are you suggesting that this place is more perilous than any devices we have previously encountered? Once we activate the core device, it may trigger an extreme countermeasure." Xi Xiaonan, leading the team, twirled his dagger lightly. "We have no way back. We either destroy it or be consumed by it." Chen Muye, at the forefront, held his long knife at his side, his eyes sharp as a blade. He whispered, "Continue forward, Tread carefully with each step. No matter what we encounter, do not panic. The team advanced slowly, and the end of the passage gradually revealed a vast open space. It was a colossal underground hall, surrounded by towering black stone pillars, each inscribed with glowing red runes. In the center of the hall stood a massive abyssal gate, its surface roiling with thick black mist, faintly revealing a profound red light. Dongshu halted his steps, fixating on the abyssal gate. His voice tinged with astonishment. This is a portal to the essence of the abyss. The ultimate goal of the ancient god church is to channel the core power of the abyss into the real world. Longxian whistled, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. At last, we've located their lair. Pausing briefly, he continued, however, this apparatus appears significantly more formidable than the previous devices. Si Xiaonan inquired softly, is it possible to shut it down? Dongshu furrowed his brows and replied slowly, shutting it down is feasible. Yet the structure of this abyssal gate is exceedingly intricate. It not only operates on its own energy, but is also interconnected with the entire abyssal network. Should we attempt to forcibly dismantle it, a self-destruct mechanism will be triggered, transforming the entire area into an extension of the abyss. Chen Muye suddenly interjected, in that case, we cannot afford to hesitate. Dongshu, focus on deciphering the device and find a way to shut it down. We will protect you. Dongshu nodded and swiftly approached the edge of the abyssal gate. The judge's pen emitted a brilliant blue light, resonating with the runes inscribed on the gate. His fingers danced across the terminal screen, the blue light gradually enveloping the entire erode, temporarily restraining the black mist within the gate. The defense system has been activated. Dongshu murmured. Energy began to coalesce around the surrounding stone pillars, preparing to activate the guardian mechanism. No sooner had he spoken than the runes on the pillars flared with a fierce red light. Countless twisted shadows surged from the pillars, rapidly congregating in the hall. Emitting a low, menacing growl, the abyssal guardians have arrived. Longxian quickly raised his weapon, and explosive rounds whistled forth, accurately striking one shadow and momentarily pinning it in place. Si Xiaonan darted like a specter across the battlefield, her dagger slicing through the shadows. However, these guardians appeared more resilient than those encountered previously. Even when weakened, they quickly reformed. Their regenerative capacity is too strong. Si Xiaonan gasped. Unless we utterly annihilate their core, our efforts are futile. Chen Muye cleaved through a mass of shadows with his long blade, coldly stating, the core lies within the pillars. Destroying them will halt these creatures' resurrection. Longxian, cover Xiaonan and Dongshu while I deal with the pillars. Longxian nodded, swiftly switching weapons to clear a safe zone with high explosive grenades. His vigilant gaze swept the surroundings as he suppressed the incessantly emerging shadows with gunfire. Like a sharp blade, Chen Muye charged towards the nearest stone pillar. His sword sliced through the runes on the pillar's surface, shattering them into fragments. The red light within the pillar began to dim, and the surrounding shadows noticeably weakened. The first pillar is down. Chen Muye roared, urging them to press on. Si Xiaonan quickly coordinated, her dagger piercing the core of another pillar, obliterating it completely. The collapse of the pillar diminished the red light in the hall, and the number of shadows dwindled. The last pillar is mine, Chen Muye shouted fiercely. He leapt high, his longsword glowing with intense energy as it cleaved toward the final pillar. The pillar shattered under the tremendous impact, the red light extinguishing, and the shadows dissipating. He bellowed, attack the core of the gate, hurry. The gate emitted a deafening roar, the black mist swirling violently before beginning to collapse. We did it, Dongshu exclaimed. The abyssal gate is closing. The black mist within the gate rapidly dispersed, the red light extinguished entirely, restoring silence to the hall. The Night Watch team stood before the gate, exchanging weary yet resolute glances. Leaning against the wall, Longxian gasped for breath, a smile playing on his lips. At last, we've eliminated a significant threat. Dongshu nodded, a hint of relief on his face. The abyssal gate has been sealed. The primary passageway of the ancient god church has been severed. They will be unable to initiate large-scale operations in the near term. Chapter 68. Reinforcements arrive as dawn broke. The sky over Songnan City was tinged with a faint red, the morning mist carrying a chill. The vehicles of the Night Watch team were parked on a barren stretch outside the base, the 4 members resting against the cars. Longxian leaned against the car door, wiping his weapon with a cloth, a hint of mockery gracing his lips. Honestly, I thought after this battle we'd have a respite. But it seems we've merely dismantled a foothold. Si Xiaonan retrieved a first aid kit from her backpack, inspecting her wounds with a calm demeanor. We did win this skirmish. Yet the influence of the abyss has not entirely dissipated. That gate was merely a conduit to the abyss. The true issue lies in the core plan of the ancient god church. Dongshu stood beside the vehicle, his terminal screen displaying a series of complex data. His expression grave. After the closure of the abyssal gate, My judge's pen continues to detect a faint energy fluctuation, though subtle. These fluctuations are gradually converging towards a specific direction. Chen Muye lifted his gaze, his look steely. Which direction? Dongshu pointed to the map on the screen, indicating an area in the southern part of the city, a deserted power plant. He spoke slowly. This site was once a vital energy hub for Chang'an City, but it was completely abandoned years ago due to an accident. If my deductions are correct, the ancient god church may be utilizing it as a critical point for their next move. Lang Xian whistled, a sardonic smile forming. An abandoned power plant certainly sounds discreet. However, even if they are hiding there, the question remains, how much time do we have left? These fellows aren't slow in their actions. Dongshu nodded, tension evident in his voice. Based on the propagation speed of the abyssal energy, we have at most 2 days. Si Xiaonan secured the first aid kit. Her gaze resolute. 2 days is more than sufficient. Now that we know the target, we must go all out. We cannot allow them to escape again. Chen Muye raised his hand, signaling for silence. The mission objective is clear, yet this time we cannot operate as lone wolves. The influence of the ancient god church is too deeply entrenched. We require additional intelligence support and equipment supplies. Dongshu accessed the communication interface on his terminal, contacting the Night Watch headquarters. His voice was calm and rapid. Headquarters, this is Dongshu from Team 136. We have successfully closed the abyssal gate, but have detected signs of the ancient god church's next actions. We request intelligence and support. The voice of the commander at headquarters crackled through the line, tinged with urgency. Acknowledged. Your location has been locked in. What are your specific needs? Dongshu swiftly reported on the situation at the power plant and the energy fluctuation trajectory associated with the ancient god church, adding, we require the latest reconnaissance data for the area, as well as specialized equipment to counter high-energy entities. Additionally, we will dispatch 2 nearby teams to rendezvous with you for joint operations. Chen Muye took the communication device, his tone firm. Understood. We will await support outside the power plant. After the communication concluded, Lang Xin yawned lazily. 3 hours? Si Xiaonan smiled softly, yet remained vigilant. Rest is fine. But do not forget to stay alert. Chen Muye surveyed the group, his tone serious. We will take turns resting, maintaining a combat-ready state. The team dispersed around the vehicles, rotating through their rest periods. As time flowed gently by, the morning light gradually dispelled the mist, revealing the distant hills in sharp clarity. 3 hours later, 2 black armored vehicles rolled into the barren expanse, parking alongside the Night Watch team's vehicles. A dozen fully armed Night Watch members disembarked from the vehicles, their gear evidently more advanced than that of the team, exuding an aura of cold precision. Leading them was a middle-aged man, a prominent scar marking his face. His gaze sharp and steady. He approached Chen Muye, extending his hand. I am Ting, captain of Team 9. We are here to provide full support for this operation. Chen Muye exchanged a brief handshake with Ting, his demeanor calm. Thank you for the assistance. The objective this time is the power plant. We have 2 days, but we must conclude the battle in the shortest time possible. Ting nodded, understanding. Our squad excels in direct assaults and area lockdowns. What is your plan? Chen Muye glanced at Dongshu, signaling him to elaborate on the specific intelligence and action plan. Dongshu projected a map onto the armored vehicle's screen and quickly explained. The main structure of the power plant is divided into 3 sections: the main building, the energy core area, and the underground control room. The cult of the ancient gods will likely set up the ritual site within the control room. Our plan is to first clear the main building, suppress the external defenses, and then swiftly infiltrate the core area. Ting lowered his gaze to the map and added, we can take charge of suppressing the main building and clearing the perimeter. But you must ensure the destruction of the devices within the control room in a short time frame. Lang Xian raised an eyebrow at Ting and grinned. Rest assured, we specialize in demolishing all sorts of peculiar items. Ting snorted softly and patted Lang Xian's shoulder. Then let us hope you do not disappoint us. The tasks were swiftly assigned among the squads, and they prepared to set off. The Night Watchman's armored vehicle raced across the wilderness, heading straight for the abandoned power plant. As they drew closer, the oppressive atmosphere intensified. When the silhouette of the power plant came into view, Chen Muye's gaze turned even more steely. He spoke in a low voice. Everyone, take heed. This is a rare opportunity, and we must prevail. Chapter 69. Arrival at the power plant. The abandoned power plant loomed over the desolate hills, its broken chimneys resembling black blades reaching for the sky. Surrounding weeds had grown to waist height, rustling in the wind. The Night Watchman squad and the supporting 9th squad gathered outside the power plant, all holding their breath, awaiting orders. Dongshu stood at the center of the squad, his judgment pin emitting a faint blue glow. The terminal screen in his hand continuously refreshed reconnaissance data. According to the latest intelligence, energy fluctuations from the power plant are concentrated in the underground control room. but the density of runes in the surrounding area is exceedingly high, likely indicating a multi-layered defense system. Lung Xian gripped his gun, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. So, we need to dismantle these toys on the perimeter before we can descend into the control room, right? Li Dongshu nodded. Precisely. These rune arrays can not only trigger abyssal energy, but also summon guardians. If we enter recklessly, we will be ensnared by the enemy. Yu Ting stood at the front of the team, his gaze scanning the entrance of the power plant with a cold determination. His tone was grave and decisive. The Ninth Squad will handle the perimeter suppression to draw the enemy's attention. Your Task Force 136 will infiltrate directly, locate the control room, and destroy their core devices. Chen Muye slung his long knife across his shoulder and replied coldly, "Understood. After the Ninth Squad clears the perimeter, we will act immediately." Yu Ting nodded and then gestured to the squad behind him. "Commence action." The members of the Ninth Squad swiftly dispersed, their equipment more advanced. Equipped with automatic sensing explosives and energy shielding devices, they placed several high-energy sensing mines around the power plant's perimeter, quickly triggering a reaction within. A low, ominous hum emanated from the building, followed by shadows surging from the shattered windows. These shadows, imbued with a potent abyssal aura, were grotesque, seemingly formed from countless broken bodies stitched together. They emitted piercing shrieks as they lunged toward the Ninth Squad. Yu Ting raised a modified energy rifle, unleashing explosive beams that accurately struck several of the frontmost shadows, obliterating them into fragments. He bellowed, "Continue the suppression. Do not let them approach." The firepower of the Ninth Squad rapidly enveloped the entire perimeter, and Lang Xian observed the battle unfolding before him. He grinned. "These guys are quite professional. It seems we can focus on our task." Chen Muye signaled the squad to commence action as they swiftly navigated through the battlefield created by the Ninth Squad, entering the power plant from the side. The air inside was thick with the stench of decay and rust, the floor marred by the traces of runes that emitted a faint red glow. Xiaonan crouched down to examine a rune on the floor closely, her brow furrowing. These runes are sensing devices. Any contact will trigger the surrounding defense mechanisms. Li Dongshu's judgment pen released a circle of blue light as he analyzed the structure of the runes. "I can temporarily shield these runes, but the range is limited, and we must find the entrance to the control room quickly." Chen Muye instructed. "Xiaonan, Lung Xian, you are responsible for scouting ahead, avoiding these sensing devices as much as possible." The squad proceeded cautiously along the narrow corridor, the oppressive atmosphere growing ever more intense. Lang Xian discovered a half-open metal door ahead, from which a low hum could be faintly heard. "There is something here," he whispered, quickly approaching the metal door. He cautiously pushed it open to reveal a spacious hall, at the center of which stood a complex energy apparatus. Tall pillars surrounded it, each inscribed with glowing red runes. Li Dongshu approached the apparatus, his judgment pen tracing the structure in the air. Destroying these pillars will render the entire power plant's rune array ineffective. Xiaonan drew her dagger and said softly, "Understood. I will take care of the two pillars on the right. Lang Xian, cover me." Chen Muye unsheathed his long knife, his expression resolute. "I will handle the front." Just as they prepared to act, piercing shrieks erupted from all around the hall. Countless abyssal guardians surged forth from the shadows of the pillars, their eyes glowing red. Their sharp claws lunged toward the Night Watchman squad. Lang Xian opened fire rapidly, bullets slicing through the air to strike the frontmost guardians. Yet, these creatures possessed astonishing regenerative abilities. Even when blown apart, they could quickly reassemble. "They're coming again." Lang Xian gritted his teeth and shouted, "Dongshu, hurry up and deal with those pillars." Li Dongshu focused intently on deciphering the energy apparatus's rune network. His voice urgent, "I need 1 minute to disable their defense mechanisms. You must hold off these guardians." Chen Muye's long knife cleaved through the shadows, each swing carrying tremendous force, slicing the encroaching abyssal guardians in half. His voice was as sharp as his blade. "Hold your ground. Do not let them near." The energy flow of one of the pillars weakened. Meanwhile, Lang Xian's suppressive fire provided much-needed time. "The first pillar has been neutralized." Xiaonan shouted, "Continue the assault." Li Dongshu's blue light enveloped the entire apparatus, his voice tinged with tension, shielding complete. "Now attack the pillars. Their defenses are entirely down." Chen Muye leaped high, his long knife radiating dazzling light as it struck down upon the front pillar with tremendous force. The pillar collapsed under the impact, and the glow of the surrounding runes dimmed instantly. Lang Xian swiftly adjusted his aim, firing explosive rounds at another pillar, completely annihilating it. The energy apparatus in the hall emitted a low hum, the red glow gradually extinguishing, rendering the entire rune array ineffective. "We did it," Li Dongshu gasped, shouting. "The rune array has been destroyed." However, just as the squad began to breathe a sigh of relief, the ground of the hall suddenly trembled. A pitch-black fissure split open at the center of the apparatus, and a powerful abyssal aura surged forth from the crevice. Chapter 70. The abyssal envoy. The tremors in the hall grew more intense, the fissure on the ground rapidly expanding. The dark abyssal energy surged forth like a tide from the crack. The air was filled with a pungent odor, as if the entire space were being consumed by the power of the abyss. Dongshu stood before the apparatus, his expression grave. With the judgment pin hovering in the air, emitting a faint blue glow, he stared intently at the black mist seeping through the fissure. His tone somber. This is the residual power of the abyssal passage. Even if we destroy the rune array, it can still forcibly break through the fissure. Cold Xian tightened his grip on the gun, warily surveying their surroundings, and smiled bitterly. Here we go again with these glitch phenomena. Xishaoan flipped her dagger into a defensive posture, her gaze fixed on the direction of the crack. I can sense that this entity is far more formidable than any abyssal creature we have encountered before. Chen Muye stood at the forefront of the team, his long knife resting by his side, his voice calm yet grave. Whatever it is, we cannot allow it to fully manifest. Dongshu, is there a way to completely seal this fissure? Dongshu's brow furrowed as he hastily typed commands on his terminal, his voice tinged with urgency. To seal the fissure, I need more time and a higher intensity of energy. Just as he finished speaking, a low growl suddenly emanated from the fissure, followed by the emergence of a colossal shadow from the black mist. It was a creature entirely composed of abyssal power, towering nearly to the ceiling of the hall. Its form was obscured and distorted, with eyes glowing with a fiery red light. At its chest, a swirling black energy core pulsated, seemingly the source of its life. The abyssal envoy Dongshu murmured, a hint of unease in his tone. This is a high-level manifestation of abyssal power. Its core is connected to the fissure. If we do not destroy it, we cannot close the fissure. Cold Xian widened his eyes, gazing at the enormous shadow. Are you kidding me? This thing looks more troublesome than all the previous monsters combined. Chen Muye remained silent, raising his long knife to point at the abyssal envoy. His tone icy. Since it stands in our way, we must eliminate it. The abyssal envoy seemed to sense the threat, letting out a low roar as it swung its massive arm. A wave of black energy surged from its palm, heading straight for the Night Watch team. Dodge! Chen Muye shouted, sweeping his long knife in a counterattack, the blade meeting the black energy wave and cleaving it in two. However, the shockwave still resonated through the hall, causing debris to rain down. Cold Xian quickly raised his gun, firing explosive rounds that struck the abyssal envoy's shoulder with precision. Yet, the flames from the explosion were swiftly consumed by its black mist, leaving no trace. Physical attacks are ineffective. Cold Xian cursed, quickly adjusting his shooting angle. This thing cannot be penetrated. Xishaoan, like a wraith, maneuvered to the side of the abyssal envoy, her dagger gliding across its body. But like Cold Xian's bullets, her attack seemed to land upon nothingness, producing no effect. Its core is in its chest. Dongshu's voice called from behind. Only by attacking the core can we inflict substantial damage. Chen Muye nodded, his gaze sharp as a blade. He shouted, lunging towards the abyssal envoy's chest with his knife. However, the abyssal envoy seemed to perceive the threat, raising its arm to unleash a powerful shockwave that sent Chen Muye's attack reeling back. Dongshu gripped the judge's pen tightly, sweat beading on his forehead, and spoke in a hushed voice. We must weaken its defenses. Its power derives from the fissure. As long as we can temporarily sever the energy supply from the fissure, we have a chance to destroy it. How do we sever it? Xishaoan gasped, deftly evading an attack from the abyssal envoy. We can forcibly construct an energy barrier with the judge's pen, but I need you to buy me 5 minutes. Dongshu's voice was firm and urgent. After 5 minutes, I can completely shield the energy flow from the fissure. Chen Muye did not hesitate, stating coldly, hold it off with all your might. Cold Xian swiftly tossed several high-explosive grenades, the violent explosions momentarily halting the abyssal envoy's movements. Xishaoan darted through the black mist, each attack precisely impairing its trajectory. Chen Muye wielded his long knife, a flurry of sharp slashes continually pushing the abyssal envoy back, confining it near the fissure. His movements were swift and composed, each strike imbued with a formidable sense of pressure. 3 more minutes. Dongshu shouted, the blue light of the judge's pen now enveloping the fissure's edge, gradually contending against the black mist. The abyssal envoy emitted an enraged roar, suddenly siphoning a vast amount of energy from the fissure, enveloping the entire hall in a powerful aura of darkness. Its body began to swell violently, the red light in its eyes intensifying, clearly entering a frenzied state. It's going all out. Cold Xian gritted his teeth and roared, rapidly firing to suppress it. A piercing shriek rang out, and the abyssal envoy's movements noticeably faltered. 1 final minute. Dongshu cried, the glow of the judge's pen becoming ever more radiant. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Muye raised his long knife high, striking down towards the abyssal envoy's chest with thunderous force. The blade plunged fiercely into the core's red light, a powerful energy wave radiating from the core. The abyssal envoy let out one last howl, its body beginning to disintegrate as the black mist dissipated rapidly. The edges of the fissure gradually closed, the oppressive atmosphere finally easing. Dongshu collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The fissure is closed. The core of the abyssal envoy has been utterly destroyed. Cold Xian leaned against the wall, brushing the dust from his face, and remarked, "Every time we have to fight so hard, it's truly exhausting." Chapter 71. The underground laboratory. The aftershocks of the battle gradually subsided within the ruins of the power plant. The presence of the abyssal envoy completely dissipated. After the fissure closed, the surging black mist was entirely suppressed by the blue light of the judge's pen, the abyssal energy in the air steadily diminishing. The Night Watch team stood at the site of the fissure, weary yet vigilant, as though prepared to confront a new threat at any moment. Cold Xian leaned against a collapsed stone pillar, catching his breath, his gun hanging limply at his side, a hint of impatience on his face. Si Xiaonan remained silent, her gaze fixed on the spot where the fissure had vanished, her dagger gripped tightly in hand. They have not entirely given up. Dongshu broke the silence, his voice low, yet with an air of certainty. Although the abyssal passage is temporarily closed, I can sense some residual energy fluctuations. They may still be attempting to connect here through other means. Can these fluctuations be traced to their source? We cannot afford to wait for them to strike first again. Dongshu quickly adjusted his terminal equipment, the faint blue light of the judge's pen flickering on the screen. Cold Xian shrugged. In other words, are we once again waiting for them to make the first move? Or do we have another way to take the initiative? Dongshu ignored Cold Xian, his eyes fixed on the data displayed on the terminal screen. Suddenly, his expression shifted slightly. Wait, I have found something peculiar. Si Xiaonan approached him, whispering, "What peculiar thing?" These fluctuations, while scattered, show distinctly abnormal energy patterns in one area. Dongshu pointed to a location on the map displayed on the screen, explaining, "This is an abandoned underground laboratory." Chen Muye's gaze sharpened. An abandoned laboratory? Why have I never heard of it? Dongshu nodded, his tone heavy. This laboratory was completely sealed off 10 years ago due to a lab accident, all related documents classified. Yet now, I detect abyssal energy fluctuations here. Which is abnormal. Cold Xian whistled, his tone slightly provocative. Sounds like a mess within the Night Watch. Now that these things have resurfaced, does it mean we have insiders stirring the pot? If we do not verify this, these fluctuations may gradually intensify, potentially forming new fissures again. Chen Muye calmly contemplated for a moment before decisively stating, "We are going to the laboratory." Si Xiaonan nodded, beginning to prepare her gear. Since it is a facility of the Night Watch, we need more detailed information. Dongshu, can you contact headquarters to obtain relevant information? Dongshu swiftly established communication with headquarters, his tone grave. This is Dongshu from Team 136. We require all pertinent information regarding the Shadow Project in the underground laboratory. A hesitant voice responded from the other end, that of the headquarters commander. The data pertaining to the Shadow Project is classified as top secret, accessible only by senior commanders. Your request requires additional justification. The justification is that we have detected abyss energy fluctuations. Dongshu's voice grew more resolute. The laboratory may have been compromised by the cult of the ancient gods. If we do not act swiftly, the consequences could be catastrophic. The commander paused for a moment before quietly replying, "The request has been approved. I will send you the laboratory's location and relevant background data, but be advised, this project pertains to internal issues of the Night Watchers. You must proceed with caution." Soon, a document was transmitted to Dongshu's terminal. As he opened it and quickly skimmed through, his expression turned graver. The laboratory was indeed established for the study of abyssal power. But an accident a decade ago had plunged the entire facility into chaos. All researchers were forced to evacuate, and the experimental data was thoroughly sealed. The document did not specify how the cult of the ancient gods had located this site. Chen Muye asserted, regardless of how they found it, we must cleanse this place. The team swiftly boarded their vehicle and headed towards the laboratory's location. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense along the way, as if even the wind whispered of impending danger. The entrance to the laboratory lay hidden deep within a thicket, surrounded by dilapidated structures and crumbling fences. The air was thick with the scent of decay, and the ground was blanketed with a thick layer of fallen leaves, as if time had forsaken this place. Dongshu approached the entrance, his judge pen emitting a faint blue glow as it began scanning the surrounding energy fluctuations. He murmured, "The energy fluctuations here are very weak, but sufficient to indicate abyssal power is at work." Long Xian raised his weapon in vigilance, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. "What a splendid den of filth." Let us hope we don't encounter anything more bizarre this time. Chen Muye gestured for the team to enter, his voice low and calm. Exercise caution. We do not know what else may be concealed within. Upon entering the laboratory, they were enveloped in darkness. Only the blue light from Li Dongshu's judge pen illuminated their path. The laboratory's facilities lay in ruins, yet strange runic inscriptions could be discerned etched into the walls. These runes were not inscribed by us, the Night Watchers, Li Dongshu observed, a hint of confusion in his voice. They appeared more akin to the work of the cult of the ancient gods, but why would they manifest within a Night Watcher facility? It seems we have indeed encountered internal issues, Si Xiaonan remarked coldly. If any of the researchers from back then betrayed us, it would explain everything. Chen Muye remained silent. His gaze fixed ahead. He whispered, regardless of the truth, ensuring this place no longer poses a threat is our foremost objective. As they delved deeper, obvious traces of the abyss began to emerge. A faint black mist hung in the air, and corroded metallic fragments littered the ground. Li Dongshu suddenly halted, his judge pen tracing a blue energy trajectory in the air, pointing towards a tightly shut door ahead. The strongest energy fluctuations are emanating from within there. Lang Xian tightened his grip on his weapon, excitement lacing his voice. It seems we are about to uncover the final mystery. Chapter 72. Depths of the laboratory. The heavy door exuded a putrid aura, its surface marred with strange runic markings. The Night Watcher team stood silently before the door, each holding their breath as the oppressive atmosphere rendered them nearly breathless. Li Dongshu stood before the door, the blue light from his judge pen intertwining with the red glow of the runes. His fingers danced rapidly over the terminal screen, his voice low and tense. The runes on this door represent a high-level defensive mechanism of the abyss, completely sealing off the interior passage. I will need a few minutes to decipher it, but this will trigger energy fluctuations that could potentially reveal our position. Lang Xian, with a sardonic smile, clutched his weapon. Let them discover us. The enemy will find us sooner or later. You focus on unlocking that door, and we'll hold them off. Si Xiaonan stood to one side of the passage, her dagger glinting coldly as her vigilant gaze swept their surroundings. Hurry, there are too many runic traces here. I fear we might trigger the defense mechanisms. Chen Muye stood at the forefront of the team, his long sword hanging quietly at his side, his voice calm and resolute. Lang Xian, Xiaonan, be prepared. Once the enemy appears, prioritize protecting Dongshu while he completes the unlocking. The buzzing in the air intensified, reminiscent of a slumbering beast gradually awakening. As the blue light penetrated deeper, the door suddenly emitted a deep, resonant vibration. The red glow of the runes began to fade, and the markings on the door slowly cracked, revealing a narrow passageway. Success. Li Dongshu raised his head, a hint of relief in his voice. The door's defenses have been disabled. We can enter. However, before he could finish his sentence, a piercing shriek erupted from the depths of the passage. Instantly, countless twisted shadows surged forth from all directions. Their bodies were formed from dense black mist, their eyes glowing a menacing crimson, radiating an unmistakable intent to kill. The enemy is here. Lang Xian swiftly raised his weapon, unleashing a torrent of gunfire, the bullets accurately striking several of the shadows in the front line. Yet, as these shadows were shattered, they quickly reformed, becoming even more ferocious. These things have an even greater regenerative capability than before. Lang Xian swore. Dongshu, hurry inside. Chen Muye cleaved through a shadow, lunging at Li Dongshu with a swift strike. Bellowing, everyone, enter the passage and move quickly. The team rapidly retreated into the passage behind the door, with Chen Muye remaining last, using his sword to fend off several pursuing shadows. The air within the passage grew colder, the walls still covered with dense runic markings, emanating a faint red glow. These runes appear to function as some sort of guiding mechanism, Li Dongshu remarked as he observed the markings on the walls. Their arrangement is quite peculiar, as if they are directing us to a specific location. Si Xiaonan tightened her grip on her dagger, her gaze coolly fixed ahead. Regardless of where these runes lead, we have no choice but to proceed. Remain vigilant, those shadows may reappear. At the end of the passage lay a spacious laboratory area, filled with toppled instruments and shattered experiment tables. A faint metallic scent mingled with the stench of decay in the air. While at the center of the laboratory stood a colossal apparatus. It was a towering abyss energy aggregator, interconnected by numerous runic pipes with the walls and floor. Its core housing a pulsating crimson crystal, covered in intricate runes that exuded a disquieting aura. Li Dongshu's gaze fixed intently on the apparatus, his voice tinged with shock. This is the core device of the Shadow Project. It is evident that the research has not ceased entirely. Someone has reactivated it. Lang Xian took a step closer, glaring at the crystal with sardonic incredulity. So our great predicament is a creation of the Night Watchers themselves? Who orchestrated such a masterpiece? The cult of the ancient gods, Xiaonan replied coolly. They likely utilized the experimental data from back then to transform this apparatus into a nexus of abyssal power. Chen Muye's gaze was as sharp as a blade, and he murmured, regardless of who is responsible, this apparatus must be destroyed. Wait. Li Dongshu raised his hand to halt them. We cannot attack directly. The runic structure of this apparatus is extremely complex. If we forcefully damage it, it could trigger a reverse explosion of abyss energy, potentially annihilating the entire area. Cold Xian smirked and remarked, so what do you propose? Shall we merely watch it continue to operate? Li Dongshu disregarded Cold Xian's complaints and swiftly approached the device, employing the judge's pin to analyze its structure. His voice was calm and rapid. I can gradually sever its energy connections with the judge's pin. However, this will require time. And someone must impede the interference from those shadows. You may proceed. Chen Muye tightened his grip on his long knife and declared, we shall block all threats. At that moment, a low rumble suddenly resonated around the laboratory. The runes on the walls began to glow, and countless shadows surged forth once more. Their numbers were greater than before, and their aura more ferocious. It seemed they were fighting desperately. Cold Xian opened fire, the bullets whistling through the air, suppressing the first wave of shadows in place. Xiaonan moved like a specter across the battlefield, her dagger striking precisely at the vital points of the shadows. Although these creatures could rapidly regenerate, her movements remained accurate and swift. Chen Muye positioned himself before the device, his long knife slicing through the air with a sharp glint, shattering the shadows that lunged at Li Dongshu. His voice was calm yet resolute. Dongshu, make haste. It's almost done. Li Dongshu's judge's pen emitted a fierce blue light, a hint of tension lacing his voice. If he could sever the final energy conduit, the device would cease its operations entirely. However, just as he finished speaking, a pitch-black crack suddenly appeared in the center of the laboratory. A more intense aura of the abyss surged forth from the fissure as a colossal shadow slowly materialized. Another huge one. Cold Xian gritted his teeth, swiftly adjusting his fire to target the shadow. Li Dongshu's voice came from behind, urgent yet firm. Ignore it. Protect me while I complete the final analysis. Chen Muye confronted the massive shadow, his long knife clashing with the shadow's claws in midair, producing a piercing roar. He bellowed. Xiaonan, Cold Xian, seal off the other shadows. Leave this to me. Xiaonan and Cold Xian quickly adjusted their formation, containing the encroaching shadows at the laboratory's periphery. Li Dongshu's judge's pen unleashed its final blue light, striking the core of the device. Done. Li Dongshu shouted. The energy flow of the device has been severed, and its rune system is collapsing. The core crystal of the device gradually lost its luminescence, and the crack began to shrink. The enormous shadow let out a reluctant roar, its body swiftly disintegrating, ultimately transforming into a wisp of black smoke that dissipated into the air. The laboratory returned to silence, the aura of the abyss gradually waning. Li Dongshu wiped the sweat from his brow and muttered, the device is completely incapacitated, but there are still many secrets surrounding the Abyssal Shadow Project. The motives of the ancient god sect may be more complex than we imagine. Chapter 73. Peering into the abyss. The air in the abandoned subway station was stifling, as black mist swirled above the crack in the center of the hall, resembling a cold, indifferent eye gazing down upon all. The Night Watch team stood quietly around the fissure, their expressions gravely serious. Having just endured a fierce battle, they had completely obliterated the altar of the ancient god sect. Yet none dared to relax their guard. Li Dongshu stood at the edge of the crack, gripping the judge's pen, a flicker of blue light dancing at his fingertips. The deep, resonant hum emanating from the depths of the crack made his eardrums ache, and the vague sense of tugging filled him with profound unease. This fissure seemed far more intricate than the ordinary abyssal passages they had encountered before. It felt alive, imbued with a malicious intent to observe. Chen Muye stood beside him, gripping his long knife tightly, his expression as stern as ever. He scanned the crack in silence. Yet the latent killing intent he exuded indicated his readiness to strike at any moment. Cold Xian crouched beside a collapsed pillar, silently loading ammunition into his firearm. Despite his swift and deft movements, his gaze remained fixed on the crack, a hint of vigilance in his eyes. There is something wrong with this crack. Li Dongshu broke the silence, his voice low yet clear to all. Cold Xian looked up, his brow furrowing slightly. What do you mean? Are you suggesting it differs from our previous encounters? It is not an ordinary abyssal fissure, Li Dongshu nodded, his tone growing graver. I sense that this crack not only connects to the abyss, it resembles a reflective device, or perhaps a mirror. A mirror? Xiaonan raised an eyebrow, her fingers momentarily halting their caress of her dagger. She fixed her gaze on the crack, a glimmer of doubt in her eyes. Indeed. Li Dongshu pointed with the judge's pen to the remnants of runes that floated around the fissure. They are not for summoning a certain force, but serve a function of feedback and reflection. In simple terms, The abyss is observing our world through this crack. His words seemed to chill the air around them further. I am not certain. Dongshu shook his head. But one thing is clear. There is a far larger core behind this crack. This fissure is merely an extension. The true source remains hidden from our sight. Chen Muye's eyes sharpened, and he murmured, in other words, to completely resolve the issue of this crack, we must locate its source, correct? Dongshu nodded slowly, yes. But the challenge lies in the fact that the source of the crack is not something we can easily find. To trace it, we must utilize the energy of the crack itself for reverse analysis. This is exceedingly perilous. If the analysis goes awry, I could be directly rebuffed by the abyssal power. What of danger? Cold Shin scoffed, pointing the muzzle of his gun toward the crack. Did we not come here to resolve these troubles? Besides, are we to simply stand by and watch this thing linger here? Cold Shin was not wrong. Si Xiaonan nodded in agreement, her tone still calm. We do not have many options. If there truly lies a greater threat behind the crack, we must swiftly seek out its source. Regardless of the outcome, we must attempt it. The question is, can you withstand it? Chen Muye turned his gaze toward Dongshu, his eyes sharp as blades. His voice was low and powerful, devoid of doubt, yet laced with a hint of concern. He took a deep breath, observing the swirling black mist of the crack, his mind racing with countless possibilities. After a moment, he nodded, his gaze resolute. I can give it a try. But I must warn you, this process may provoke significant disturbances. If things spiral out of control, interrupt me immediately. Under no circumstances should I be drawn into the crack. If you can endure, we can hold the line. Chen Muye stated, his tone imbued with unyielding certainty. He positioned his long knife before him, casting a glance around, and spoke in a low voice, Cold Shin, Xiaonan. Prepare for battle. Cold Shin raised his gun, expertly loading it, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Fear not. With me here, none shall dare to interrupt him. Si Xiaonan gently waved her dagger, calmly asserting, focus on your task. We will guard this area. Dongshu nodded, slowly closing his eyes. The judge's pen floated in his palm, its blue light gradually enveloping the surface of the crack. As the energy flowed, intricate runes emerged in the air, forming an invisible bridge that connected his consciousness to the fissure. In an instant, he felt himself plummeting into an abyss of infinite darkness. Surrounding him were cold, whispering voices. Those sounds hoarse and fragmented, akin to the wails of countless souls or the murmurs of abyssal will. Dongshu struggled to maintain control over his consciousness, resisting the encroachment of these voices upon his mind. Yet, the more he resisted, the stronger the sensation of being tugged became. Simultaneously, the area surrounding the crack began to transform. The originally slowly swirling black mist suddenly began to churn violently. The remnants of runes at the edge of the fissure emitted an ominous red glow, causing the entire hall to tremble slightly. Long Xian raised his gun, his gaze fixed intently on the fissure, his finger poised firmly on the trigger, ready to fire at any moment. They are coming, Chen Muye whispered, the blade of his long knife glinting in the dim light as his body leaned slightly forward. Indeed, countless indistinct figures suddenly emerged from the black mist. These shadows resembled projections from the abyss. Though devoid of physical form, they exuded an aura of extreme danger. They approached the edge of the fissure in a bizarre manner, as if summoned by some unseen force. Long Xian fired first, the bullets piercing through several shadows. Yet those phantoms did not dissipate. Instead, they became even more animated. Si Xiaonan moved like a specter, her dagger slicing through one shadow's neck, momentarily dispersing it. Hold them off, Chen Muye commanded in a low voice, his long knife sweeping out with a fierce edge, pushing several shadows back. Dongshu sensed the turmoil outside, yet he kept his eyes closed. His consciousness was racing through the fissure, striving to locate the source of the hidden reflection within the darkness. His body began to tremble, cold sweat beading on his forehead. But his grip on the judge's pen remained steady, the blue light intensifying. At last, his consciousness brushed against an immense flow of energy. It was an infinite abyssal core, its aura cold and ancient, as if it had transcended countless epochs. Just as he attempted to decipher this energy, a deep voice thundered in his ear. You have pried too deeply. Dongshu's eyes snapped open, gasping for breath, the blue light abruptly extinguished. He lifted his head, weariness etched in his gaze. Yet a faint smile played upon his lips. I have found it, he murmured. The location of the reflection source does indeed exist. Moreover, it is not far from here. Chapter 74. The killing never ends. As soon as Dongshu's voice faded, the black mist in the air erupted violently, as if stimulated by some invisible force. The surroundings were instantly enveloped in a biting chill. The red glow at the fissure's edge began to flicker erratically, resembling a barrier on the verge of collapse. Where exactly is it? Chen Muye fixed his gaze on Dongshu, urgency lacing his tone. In the eastern industrial wasteland of Changnan City, Dongshu replied, his voice tinged with fatigue. That area was once an abandoned mining site, now thoroughly corroded by abyssal power. I captured the core energy fluctuations it emits within the fissure. The energy field of the reflection source is incredibly potent. On the surface, it appears almost as an independent space. The abandoned mine, Longxian frowned, reorganizing his magazine. That place has long been sealed off. I heard the government sent a team to investigate previously, but everyone went missing. It seems those individuals were likely consumed by the abyssal power. Such a location would undoubtedly serve as an excellent stronghold for the cult of the ancient gods. Xiaonan stated calmly, her dagger spinning lightly in her hand, emitting a glimmer of cold light. However, the issue is that our current state may not suffice to confront the potential enemies lurking there. Indeed, we cannot afford to wait for our recovery, Chen Muye replied solemnly, his gaze steely and resolute. Yet, now that we know the source's location, we cannot delay any longer. The abyssal power is continuously infiltrating. If we allow them to execute their next move, this crisis will spiral beyond our control. As his words fell, a low growl suddenly echoed from the depths of the fissure. The sound seemed to originate from the very depths of hell, carrying an undeniable weight of pressure. The figures within the black mist began to coalesce rapidly, twisting into distinct outlines that transformed into a horde of overlapping shadowy monsters. Their forms were vague, yet their eyes glimmered with a crimson light, radiating an indescribable madness and hatred. Here they come again. Longxian raised his gun, aiming at the largest of the monsters. His tone held a hint of derision. These creatures truly were tenacious. First, let's clear them out to buy Dongshu some time. At Chen Muye's command, his long knife became a streak of silver light, charging toward the foremost monster. The blade carved a deep gash across the monster's distorted body, but it failed to inflict a fatal blow. The monster's form rapidly healed, emitting a piercing shriek as it lunged at Chen Muye. Xiaonan acted swiftly, appearing beside the monster in an instant, her dagger plunging into its flank with lightning speed. Black mist poured forth from the creature, yet it did not relent. Instead, it surged forward more ferociously towards the two. Longxian's bullet struck the monster's head just in time, temporarily repelling it, but soon more monsters emerged from the fissure. They are endless. Longxian shouted as he fired, we cannot remain here indefinitely. We must evacuate at once. Longxian, cover Dongshu. Chen Muye bellowed, Xiaonan. Let us clear a path together. As he swung his long knife, a fierce blade of energy erupted, momentarily pushing back the encroaching monsters. Dongshu stood at the fissure's edge, the judge's pin still hovering before him, its blue glow gradually dimming. His face turned pale, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. The recent connection to the abyss had drained much of his strength, and now he needed to maintain the seal against the emergence of more monsters. I can hold on for one more minute, he gasped, his voice weak, yet resolute. But you must eliminate these creatures within that time, or they will only multiply. Dongshu, do not overexert yourself. Xiaonan sidestepped to evade a monster's assault, her dagger tracing a cold arc across its form. Your strength is nearly depleted. You cannot take further risks. There is no time to explain, Dongshu replied quietly, his eyes fixed on the fissure. You must act quickly. This is the last I can do. With gritted teeth, Longxian pulled the pin from a high-explosive grenade and hurled it into the throng of monsters. The deafening explosion shook the entire hall. As the smoke cleared, a noticeable portion of the monsters had diminished, yet the black mist continued to roil around the fissure, seemingly nurturing even more monsters. Move. Chen Muye commanded decisively, cleaving the last monster in two with a single stroke. Dongshu nodded, slowly lowering the judge's pen. The blue glow instantly receded. His legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse, but Longxian caught him just in time. No one hesitated any longer. The team swiftly retreated from the subway station, sealing the damaged iron door in the final moments. Night enveloped Songnan City as the team's vehicle sped towards the eastern abandoned mine. The atmosphere within the car was tense, each member's expression grave. That location was one of the strongholds of the cult of the ancient gods. Leaning against his seat, Dongshu's voice was frail yet clear. I sensed within the fissure that not only does that place conceal the reflection source, but it may also harbor the true core energy of the abyss. It will be more perilous than any place we have encountered before. Peril is certain. Chen Muye tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his gaze resolute. But we have no retreat left. Now that we know the enemy's core location, we must eradicate them completely, even at the cost of our utmost effort. This must be a swift resolution, Xiaonan murmured, her face devoid of hesitation. We cannot afford to give the cult of the ancient gods any opportunity to react. Longxian licked his cracked lips, a bitter smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. It seems this battle will be quite interesting. But honestly, I do not wish to become the next victim devoured by the abyss. The vehicle raced along the bumpy, abandoned road, the distant mine gradually coming into view. It lay shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light, yet the air was thick with a pungent stench of decay. It felt as though the entire mine was cloaked in some eerie power, imparting an overwhelming sense of oppression. "Prepare for battle," Chen Muye said softly, gradually bringing the vehicle to a stop at the mine's entrance. He turned to his comrades, his gaze sharp as a blade. Understanding that this mission left no room for retreat, Dongshu lifted his head and took a deep breath. His hand tightened around the judge's pen, and a blue light flowed at his fingertips. He knew that this might be their most perilous task yet, but it was also their only chance. Failure would mean that the power of the abyss would completely consume everything. "We will not fail," he murmured, his eyes filled with resolve. "Absolutely not." Chapter 75. Into the mine. Before the entrance of the abandoned mine, the night wind carried an indescribable chill. The Night Watch team stood quietly at the periphery of the mine, the distant darkness seeming to open like a vast maw, ready to swallow them whole. Chen Muye stood at the forefront, his long blade resting at his side, his keen gaze sweeping over the pitch-black expanse of the mine. His body was taut, akin to a beast poised to pounce on its prey. "The atmosphere here is worse than I imagined," Lang Xian remarked, frowning, his gun's muzzle slightly raised, aimed at the darkness ahead. He inhaled sharply, but the stench of decay in the air nearly made him retch. "This place feels like the anteroom of hell. The power of the abyss has thoroughly tainted this land," Dongshu whispered, the judge's pen hovering in his palm, its blue glow flickering faintly. His gaze swept across the surroundings of the mine, faint traces of runes visible on the ground. These runes were ancient, yet their structure was more intricate than any he had encountered before. This was not merely a site for rituals. It had likely become one of the projections of the abyss. "A projection?" Si Xiaonan, standing beside him, asked in a calm, low voice. A hint of wariness flickered in her eyes as she spun her dagger, ready for action. "Are you suggesting that this place has partially overlapped with the abyss?" "Indeed." Dongshu nodded, his expression growing ever more serious. "We may no longer be standing in our world, but rather on the precipice of the abyss. Having decided to come here, we must be prepared to face the worst possible outcomes." Lang Xian licked his cracked lips and gave a bitter smile. "So you mean, even if we wanted to run now, it would be too late, right?" "Yes," Dongshu nodded, a weighty tone in his voice. "But running would be futile. The power here has spread throughout the mine, and it may even extend to farther regions. If we do not swiftly locate and destroy the source of the reflection, the entirety of Tsangnan City will become part of the abyss. Let us act swiftly," Chen Muye said, giving a slight nod to signal the others to follow. He stepped into the mine first, his stride steady and resolute. Dongshu walked in the center of the group, the light from the judge's pen illuminating their path forward. Lang Xian and Si Xiaonan flanked either side, vigilantly observing their surroundings. The interior of the mine was eerily silent, with only the occasional sound of wind rustling through the abandoned structures. Scattered across the ground were many derelict mine carts and rusted tracks, silently narrating tales of the bustling and glorious past. Yet now, all of that had been replaced by darkness and decay, the entire mine resembling a lifeless shell, exuding an unsettling aura. "Watch your step," Dongshu warned softly, pointing to the ground where faint red glowing runes flickered. "These runes are not ordinary formations. They may trigger some sort of defensive mechanism. If we misstep, we could attract greater trouble." "Understood," Si Xiaonan nodded, her steps becoming lighter, each movement seemingly calculated with precision. Lang Xian crouched low, his gun always aimed forward. As the team ventured deeper, the stench of decay intensified, a suffocating heaviness almost rendering it difficult to breathe. Dongshu tightened his grip on the judge's pen, his brow furrowed slightly. He could sense an invisible force observing them, as if the entire mine had transformed into a living beast, and they were stepping into its belly. "There is something ahead," Lang Xian suddenly halted, his voice low and tense, his gaze fixated on the darkness ahead, the muzzle of his gun trembling slightly. "Look, what is that?" The others followed his gaze, and in the depths of the darkness, a twisted mass of black mist faintly materialized. The mist floated silently in midair, seemingly devoid of substance, yet radiating a suffocatingly terrifying aura. More horrifying was the pair of crimson lights that glared at them from within, a projection of the abyss. Dongshu's voice quivered momentarily, but soon regained composure. "This is an embodiment of the power of the abyss. They do not possess true life, yet they can sense intruders with remarkable sensitivity. It seems they have long been aware of our arrival." "Then let us not waste any time," Chen Muye said coldly, raising his long knife and charging at the mass of black mist. The blade sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. But just as it was about to make contact, the mist suddenly split into countless thin tendrils, rapidly coiling toward Chen Muye. With a cold grunt, Chen Muye arced his blade in the air, severing the tendrils. However, those appendages appeared endless, swiftly regenerating after being cut, becoming even more vigorous. "They are part of the abyss. Only by destroying the source of the reflection can we make them vanish completely." Then let us quickly locate that source. Long Xian shouted as he opened fire. His bullets could only temporarily repel the mist, but inflicted no substantial damage. Xi Xiaonan moved like a specter across the battlefield, her dagger expertly severing the tendrils with precision. These black tendrils were not only numerous, but also brought a numbing chill upon contact with human skin. We cannot hold out much longer. Li Dongshu inhaled deeply, closing his eyes to focus on sensing the energy flows within the mine. The blue light of the judge's pen gradually expanded, extending along the runes on the ground. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, excitement and tension flickering within them. I found it, he exclaimed, pointing the judge's pen toward a dilapidated mine deep within. The source of the reflection is in that mine. Let us go, Chen Muye commanded, slashing through the mist to clear a path for the team. Long Xian followed closely, providing cover with his bullets, while Xi Xiaonan took the rear, accurately diminishing the pursuing mist with her dagger. The entire mine seemed to tremble, as if it sensed that its core was about to be exposed. The chill in the air grew more biting, and from the depths of the mine came a low, ancient roar. The sound brimmed with anger and threat, warning them not to approach. Yet no one halted. Regardless, we must destroy it, Li Dongshu whispered, gripping the judge's pen tightly, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. Chapter 76. Beneath the deep well before the entrance of the mine. The footsteps of the team members gradually came to a halt. The mine before them resembled a massive eye, coldly observing their every move. The low roars emanating from the depths of darkness seemed alive, carrying an indescribable sense of oppression that thickened the air. Li Dongshu stood at the forefront, gripping the judge's pen tightly, its blue light slowly expanding, dispelling the surrounding gloom. He furrowed his brow slightly, sensing an extraordinarily potent aura of the abyss emanating from below the mine. That force crashed against his consciousness like a tidal wave, inducing a sense of vertigo. The situation is more complicated than I anticipated, he murmured, his face pale and beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The core power of the abyss has completely infiltrated this place. We are approaching its true essence. What do you mean? Long Xian asked, checking his firearm, a hint of unease lacing his tone. Are you suggesting that what we face is not merely the reflections of the source, but the very essence of the abyss? Not entirely, Li Dongshu took a deep breath, adjusting his composure. The power of the abyss cannot fully manifest in our world. Yet it can disseminate a portion of its core will through these channels and projections. In other words, we are contending with a fragment of its power. But even this fragment far exceeds any adversary we have encountered thus far. It sounds troublesome, Lang Xian remarked with a wry smile, loading a bullet into his chamber. However, we have no retreat left, do we? Indeed, there is no retreat, Chen Muye replied coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Regardless of its strength, our singular objective remains, to obliterate the source of the reflection and then escape this place alive. Let us hope for survival, Xi Xiaonan stated calmly. Though her eyes conveyed a resolute determination, she gripped her dagger, positioned at the flank of the team, her gaze scanning the surroundings vigilantly. The mine, they will not allow us to approach easily. It matters not, Li Dongshu whispered, his gaze unwavering. I will exert all my efforts to suppress the encroachment of the abyss. As long as you can hold off the other foes, I will find the opportunity to destroy the source of reflection. That sounds like a plan, Lang Xian shrugged, a hint of resignation at the corners of his mouth. Yet, the circumstances here hardly seemed conducive to following a plan. No sooner had he spoken than a violent tremor erupted from deep within the mine. The earth appeared to be torn asunder by some immense force, and a thick black mist began to envelop the mine's entrance. Within that mist, flickering crimson lights shone forth, reminiscent of countless prying eyes watching them intently. They are here, Chen Muye shouted, his long blade slicing through the air, the blade's energy cleaving through the encroaching black mist. However, the mist did not dissipate. Instead, it swiftly coalesced into distorted figures, their forms nebulous, exuding an icy and perilous aura. The vengeful spirits of the abyss, Li Dongshu murmured, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. They are the derivatives of the abyss's power, designed specifically to corrode and slay intruders. Be cautious. Their attacks will directly impact our minds. Spare no more words. Let us engage. Long Xian raised his weapon, aiming at the nearest spirit, and squeezed the trigger. The bullet sliced through the air, striking the spirit's head with precision, yet it merely quivered slightly. Then, it opened its indistinct mouth and emitted a piercing scream. The shriek instantaneously pierced the eardrums of all present, inducing a wave of dizziness. Long Xian's movements faltered for a moment, nearly allowing another spirit to overpower him. Their sound is a mental assault. Do not let them near. Li Dongshu shouted, wielding the judge's pen, which spun to release a blue light, cleaving one spirit's body in two. Yet, even severed, the spirit continued to writhe on the ground, striving to reconstitute itself. These entities cannot be slain, Long Xian roared, firing relentlessly, but could only temporarily repel the spirits. They are mere instruments of delay, Shannon whispered, her dagger slicing through the air to dissolve the spirits that lunged at her into black mist. Our objective is not them, but the mine itself. Precisely. Hold them off and charge straight in, Chen Muye bellowed, with his long blade twirling like a whirlwind. He repelled several spirits before turning and leading the charge toward the mine's entrance. His movements were swift and decisive, devoid of hesitation. Keep up, Long Xian gritted his teeth, providing cover fire for the team while following closely behind Chen Muye into the mine. Shannon followed suit, her figure ghosting between the spirits, each strike executed with precision. Dongshu brought up the rear, his grip steadfast on the judge's pin. The blue light flickered around him, forming a thin barrier to keep the encroaching spirits at bay. His stamina was waning, yet he recognized that stopping was not an option. The mine's interior was shrouded in darkness, illuminated solely by the light of the judge's pin. The surrounding rock walls were etched with intricate runes, glowing faintly red, forming an expansive energy network. The deeper they descended, the more frigid the air became. Each step akin to traversing into the depths of hell. We have arrived, Chen Muye suddenly halted, speaking in hushed tones. Before them lay an immense underground chamber. The ground inscribed with complex rune formations, at the center of which hovered a dark red crystal. The crystal seemed to burn with an endless flame, exuding a suffocating aura of terror. That is the source of reflection, Dongshu murmured, his gaze fixated on the crystal. It serves as the core connection point for all abyssal power. If we can destroy it, all abyssal forces here will collapse entirely. It sounds simple enough, Lang Xian scoffed. Yet his weapon was already raised. But I wager it will not allow us to approach so easily. Indeed, no sooner had they moved closer than the rune formation erupted in a brilliant red light. Black mist surged from the formation, swiftly coalescing into towering figures. These entities were more solid than the previous spirits, their presence far more formidable. Guardians, Dongshu whispered, a hint of tension lacing his voice. They are the defense mechanism of the source of reflection, stronger than the spirits, and we must give our all to defeat them. Enough with the chatter, let us engage. Chen Muye roared, his blade aimed at the nearest guardian. His movements were quick and fierce, the blade's energy striking like thunder. However, the guardian merely raised a hand, effortlessly blocking his attack. These beings are more challenging than the spirits, Long Xian growled. Bullets struck the guardian, yet had no effect. Dongshu, think of something. Hold them off. Dongshu gritted his teeth, raising the judge's pen, the blue light rapidly expanding, revealing the entire rune formation. Give me a moment. I must first decipher the energy flow of the runes. Hurry, we cannot hold out for long. Long Xian shouted, aiming once more at the guardian. Chapter 77. The crystal shatters in the underground chamber. The air felt almost solid, each breath akin to being suffocated by the black mist. At the center of the rune formation, the dark red crystal remained suspended in midair. Its emitted light not only felt oppressive but seemed to mock the insignificance of the Night Watch team in silence. Dongshu gripped the judge's pen, standing at the edge of the rune formation. His gaze was fixed on the flickering lines of the runes. His heart raced, the sounds of battle echoing in his ears. Yet he understood that he had no time to be distracted. If he could not decipher the operational structure of these runes, they would never succeed in destroying the crystal. Dongshu, hurry! Long Xian shouted, his assault rifle spewing fire. He forcefully repelled a guardian that lunged at him, yet the bullets could not entirely obliterate it. The guardian's body appeared to be a blend of black mist and metal. Attacks merely stalled it momentarily without inflicting real harm. Do not rush me. I am almost there. Dongshu gritted his teeth, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. His eyes were glued to the center of the rune formation. The lines complex beyond his comprehension. Yet he knew that if he could identify the core energy flow, the entire rune formation would crumble. Hold on. Chen Muye's voice resonated from the other side. His long blade cleaved through the air, severing a guardian in two. But mere seconds later, the guardian's body began to reconstitute at a speed that incited despair. More guardians emerged from the black mist encircling the rune formation, their forms towering, radiating an irresistible pressure. As if the will of the entire abyss coalesced within them. These entities are relentless. As Cold Xian fired his weapon, curses escaped his lips. A trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, revealing his injuries. He glanced at Chen Muye and shouted, "Can we not just charge in and destroy the crystal? At this rate, we will be worn out. Don't act recklessly." Chen Muye roared, sweeping his long knife to push back two guardians. His gaze remained fixed on Dongshu, who was still grappling with the rune array. Recklessly approaching the crystal would only activate more guardians, and then no one would escape. Cold Xian gritted his teeth and fired again, acknowledging the truth in Chen Muye's words. Yet, the feeling of being trapped on the battlefield left him profoundly anxious. "I found it," Dongshu suddenly shouted, his voice laced with uncontainable excitement. His fingers traced a complex symbol in the air, blue light quickly enveloping the entire rune array as it followed the motion of the judge's pen. The lines of the runes began to waver, the red light dimming, and the entire underground space trembled. I have disrupted the flow of energy in the rune array. The crystal cannot summon the abyssal power for the time being. This is our only chance. Move. Without hesitation, Chen Muye charged forward, his knife cutting through the air towards the crystal with thunderous momentum. The guardians attempted to block him, but Cold Xian's bullets and Si Xianan's daggers struck their vital points with precision, hindering their movements. "I'll cover you," Cold Xian shouted, unleashing a hail of bullets that suppressed the guardians near the rune array. Si Xianan swiftly followed, her figure darting like lightning among the guardians, each strike precise, forcing the enemies back. Chen Muye reached the crystal, his long knife raised high, imbued with a fierce aura. Just as he was about to strike the crystal, a surge of crimson light erupted from the rune array, coalescing into a massive, formless apparition. It seemed to be the embodiment of the abyss's will, its deep roar shaking the entire space. "Do not think to stop me," Chen Muye shouted, his blade infused with incredible force as it swung towards the crystal. The apparition's tendrils lashed out, attempting to block his attack, but were cleaved apart by the knife's energy. The blade struck the crystal's surface with a piercing boom. The crystal shook violently, its internal red light flickering wildly, as if preparing to retaliate. The apparition let out a pained roar, becoming increasingly frenzied. But at the same time, its form began to blur, as if the crystal's power was waning. "It's about to collapse," Dongshu exclaimed, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "Put in more effort. Destroy it quickly. Leave it to me." Chen Muye gritted his teeth and shouted, swinging his knife again, this time channeling all his strength into the blade. The knife, infused with violent energy, struck the crystal, tearing its shell apart. Red light gushed forth, and the entire space was enveloped by a surge of chaotic energy. "Step back," Dongshu shouted, using the judge's pen to conjure a blue barrier to shield against the shockwave. Even so, he was still pushed back several steps, nearly losing his footing. Cold Xian and Si Xianan were also knocked back by the shockwave, but they quickly regained their balance and stood tall once more. Chen Muye remained before the crystal, his knife hanging at his side, his gaze fixed intently on the crumbling crystal. The red light of the crystal gradually faded, cracks spreading from its surface throughout its structure. Soon, a low explosive sound echoed as it shattered into countless fragments. Simultaneously, the light from the rune array extinguished completely. The guardians' forms vanished with a chilling wail, dissipating into black mist and merging with the air. "Is it over?" Cold Xian panted, raising his gaze towards the crystal's location, uncertainty lacing his tone. "Not yet." Dongshu shook his head, his voice weary and wary. "Though we have destroyed the source of the reflection, the abyss's power will not simply recede. This is merely the beginning, and we must prepare for greater crises ahead." Chen Muye remained silent, slowly sheathing his long knife, his expression still stern. "This place could collapse at any moment. We cannot linger any longer." The others nodded, rapidly gathering their equipment as they retreated up the mine's passageway. Chapter 78. Leaving the mine at the mine's entrance, a cold wind rushed towards them, enveloping them in a bone-chilling atmosphere that felt suffocating. The Night Watch team emerged from the mine, covered in dust and blood, each person silent. Dongshu stood at the mine's mouth, his gaze fixed on the distant sky shrouded in dark clouds. A hint of red light seeped through the clouds, resembling the cold, indifferent gaze of the abyss. He understood that this battle was merely the beginning. The abyss's power would not cease its expansion due to a single setback. Her body bore numerous small wounds, her face streaked with a mix of blood and sweat. Dongshu managed a weak smile, shaking his head. "It's nothing, just a bit tired. This mission drained us significantly." "It's not just your burden." Cold Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a lit cigarette dangling from his lips. "Our entire team nearly got devoured by those monsters. Honestly, I've begun to doubt if we can survive the next mission. You may complain, but do not forget that we are still alive," Chen Muye replied coldly, his long knife still unsheathed, blood dripping from the blade onto the ground. His gaze remained stern, radiating a sense of unwavering determination. This battle was not merely to survive, but to ensure the survival of many others. Cold Xian shrugged, saying nothing further, but his expression revealed that he had not truly relaxed. Now is not the time for discussing victory or defeat. Dongshu turned, scanning the faces of his companions. "Though we have destroyed the source of the reflection, the abyss's power continues to erode this world. Look at the sky." Everyone raised their heads, gazing at the dark clouds in the distance. Thick black mist swirled in the air, seemingly brewing some unseen force within. "It is still watching us." Dongshu's voice was deep and raspy, tinged with coldness. The shattering of the source of reflection merely forced the abyss's power to retreat temporarily, but it will not cease. Moreover what? Si Xianan furrowed her brow, her expression questioning. I sensed an unusual fluctuation within the rune array. Li Dongshu inhaled deeply, speaking in a hushed tone. That fluctuation does not emanate from the abyss, but from our own world. This indicates that the abyss's power is being guided by something, and that something is likely the cult of the ancient gods. These words darkened the expressions of the group even further. So, the cult of the ancient gods is the true mastermind? Cold Xian clenched his jaw, whispering, they are using the abyss's power to achieve their own ends? What on earth do these madmen want? It remains unclear. Li Dongshu shook his head, fatigue evident in his tone. But it is certain that their objectives are not merely destruction. The abyss's power is far too formidable. They cannot fully control it. They must have a grander scheme. And we must swiftly uncover the clues. Clues are not easy to find, Si Xiaonan murmured, her gaze drifting to the distant mine. This battle in the mine nearly drained all our strength. If we encounter even stronger foes next time, we might not endure. We must quickly contact headquarters. Chen Muye's voice broke the silence. With just the few of us, we are insufficient to face the impending crisis. Cold Xian nodded, his earlier sarcasm and discontent diminishing. He exhaled the smoke from his mouth, murmuring, I hope those people at headquarters do not delay any further. We have fought valiantly on the front lines. We cannot allow ourselves to perish here. Let us depart from this place, Li Dongshu murmured, casting a glance at the mine entrance. Although the power of the abyss has been suppressed, this location remains perilous. We must seek a secure refuge to devise our subsequent plan. Chen Muye nodded in agreement, opting for silence as he led the group swiftly away from the mine. Upon leaving the mining site, the team discovered an abandoned complex of buildings to serve as a temporary refuge, situated far from the mine. This site offered an unobstructed view and a relative sense of safety. They quickly cleared out a dilapidated warehouse, sealing the doors and windows, and igniting a few makeshift light sources. Lung Xian, how is your wound? Si Xiaonan inquired, sitting beside him as she handed over a bottle of first aid medication. Lung Xian accepted the remedy, smacking his lips lightly. Just a flesh wound. I won't die from it. Yet, the creatures here strike with such ferocity that I can't help but wonder if those vengeful spirits harbor a grudge. The ones bearing grudges are us, Chen Muye responded coldly. Seated in a corner of the warehouse, his long knife resting across his lap as he meticulously cleaned the blood from its blade. The stronger the abyss's power, the more intense its hostility towards us. This recent battle was merely a test. Next time, it will be far more brutal. Wonderful news, Lung Xian sighed, a bittersweet smile gracing his features. I find myself almost nostalgic for the simpler tasks, the days when we merely had to eliminate a few cultists. Those days are behind us, Li Dongshu murmured, sitting cross-legged in the center of the warehouse. The judge's pen hovered before him, its blue glow illuminating his weary visage. We now confront entities that transcend human comprehension. The abyss will not relent, nor will the ancient gods' church. We must grow stronger to survive. Grow stronger? How do you propose we do that? Lung Xian gestured helplessly. We already exert ourselves to the utmost with every encounter. At this rate, even if we are not slain by the abyss, we will be worn down to nothing. Some powers require risks to be obtained. Li Dongshu slowly raised his gaze, a flicker of complexity evident in his eyes. The Underworld System still harbors much untapped potential. If we can locate more forbidden ruins, we may discover a means to counter the abyss. Forbidden ruins? Si Xiaonan furrowed her brow. Haven't those places been sealed for ages? Wouldn't forcing them open invite further trouble? Risk is always present, Li Dongshu replied softly, but the power of the forbidden ruins originates from the underworld, standing in stark opposition to the abyss. If we can harness that power, we can significantly weaken the abyss's encroachment. Chen Muye remained silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on Li Dongshu. After a brief pause, he nodded slowly. If this is the only path available, we shall pursue it. However, if the power of the forbidden ruins spirals out of control, you must bear the consequences. I will, Li Dongshu affirmed, his expression resolute. As night deepened, the atmosphere within the warehouse remained oppressive, yet a flicker of hope ignited within each heart. Perhaps this war had not yet been irrevocably lost. The abyss's power was indeed terrifying, but humanity would not easily submit. Chapter 79. Post-battle respite in the abandoned warehouse. During the deep of night, the Night Watch team engaged in a brief respite. Each member busied themselves with their equipment and tending to their wounds. Li Dongshu sat in the center, the judge's pen quietly hovering before him, its blue light flickering and casting a glow upon his pallid face. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, focusing his mind to sense the fluctuations within the Underworld System. Dongshu, what are you doing? Si Xiaonan's voice drifted from nearby. She was skillfully bandaging the wound on her arm, though fatigue marred her expression. Without opening his eyes, Li Dongshu replied softly, I am attempting to decipher the connection between the abyss and the forbidden ruins. The runic formations within the mine and the reflections I sensed revealed a unique energy fluctuation that seems to be linked to the Underworld System. If I can uncover its source, we may find our next breakthrough. More about the Forbidden Ruins? Lung Xian rose from his position against the wall, his gun leaning beside him, a look of resignation on his face. Every time I hear about Forbidden Ruins, it spells trouble. Those places seal away ancient entities. Opening them is akin to courting death. Not all Forbidden Ruins are as dire as you imagine, Si Xiaonan said gently. They are indeed perilous. Yet if they can provide the power to counter the abyss, we have no reason to shy away. Precisely, Chen Muye chimed in, seated in a corner of the warehouse. His head bowed as he polished his long knife, his voice grave yet resolute. If the power of the Forbidden Ruins is the sole force capable of standing against the abyss, we must take the risk. Otherwise, this war holds no promise of victory. Lung Xian pursed his lips, refraining from further comment, though his dissatisfaction remained evident. Moments later, Dongshu gradually opened his eyes, the blue light of the judge's pen flickering before dissipating. His complexion had grown even paler, yet his gaze was imbued with newfound determination. He raised his head to address the group. I have uncovered some clues. Do share. Chen Muye set aside his long knife, his sharp gaze fixed on Dongshu. Though the runic formations in the mine have been destroyed, I detected another unique energy within the abyss's fluctuations. This energy does not wholly belong to the abyss. It bears a resemblance to a sealing aura. Dongshu paused before continuing. This brings to mind a location. The Soul Lock Forbidden Ruins in the north. Soul Lock Forbidden Ruins? Si Xianan's brow furrowed slightly. Isn't that a site that has been completely sealed off? It is said that even the Night Watch headquarters cannot breach its seals. How could it be connected to the abyss? Precisely because its seals are unbreakable, might it conceal crucial clues, Dongshu asserted, his tone heavy. The sealing techniques of the Soul Lock Forbidden Ruins bear similarities to the runic formations in the mine. I suspect the abyss attempted to infiltrate that site long ago, but was thwarted by a more powerful force. If we can enter the Soul Lock Forbidden Ruins, we may discover a method to counter the abyss. Wait, Lung Xian raised his hand, interrupting Dongshu. Your reasoning is sound. But the question remains, how do we gain access to the Soul Lock Forbidden Ruins? As far as I know, that place is not only sealed by the Underworld, but also protected by countless mechanisms and formations. Even the headquarters abandoned research on it. Do you truly believe we stand a chance? The Underworld System will assist us. Dongshu's gaze sparkled with confidence. As the of the Ten Yama Kings, the hidden permissions within the system may allow us to unlock some of the seals of the Forbidden Ruins. While this entails significant risk, we have no alternative. Chen Muye pondered for a moment before nodding. Taking risks is necessary. If this is the only avenue to decipher the abyss, we must pursue it. Insanity, pure insanity. Lung Xian muttered under his breath, yet he began to check his equipment, evidently acquiescing to the impending mission. Having made our decision, let us prepare to depart. Si Xiaonan announced, rising and deftly twirling her dagger. The road to the north will not be easy, particularly through the desolate regions. We must be thoroughly prepared. Time for preparation cannot be prolonged, Dongshu interjected, urgency lacing his tone. The abyss's power will not pause for us. Each moment of delay allows the remnants of the reflection source to seep deeper. After a brief but efficient organization, the Night Watch team embarked on their journey towards the Soul Lock Forbidden Ruins in the north. The vehicle jostled across the uneven terrain, and an atmosphere of quiet tension enveloped the cabin. Dongshu occupied the passenger seat, his eyes fixed intently on the map, an ancient site sealed by the Underworld itself. Shrouded in the mysteries of a bygone era, no one knows its true visage, nor the nature of what lies sealed within. However, one truth remains. Any creature that dares to approach the Soul Lock Forbidden Ruins must pay a heavy price. Are you truly confident? Si Xiaonan's voice broke the silence from the back seat. I hope you are right, she murmured, then fell silent once more. The vehicle traveled for a full 7 hours, finally arriving at the outskirts of the Soul Lock Forbidden Ruins at dawn. Before them lay a desolate plain, the ground fissured and barren, the air thick with a faint odor of decay. In the distance, a towering black structure loomed on the horizon, the core of the Forbidden Ruins. We have arrived. Chen Muye halted the vehicle, his gaze fixed intently on the black edifice ahead, his hand already gripping the hilt of his long knife. The path ahead must be traversed by our own efforts. The team disembarked, equipping themselves before slowly advancing towards the Forbidden Ruins. As they drew near, the temperature around them plummeted sharply, a bone-chilling cold that seemed to penetrate to their very marrow, rendering each step an arduous endeavor. Soon, they arrived at a colossal stone door, etched with intricate runes that emitted a soft blue glow, reminiscent of Dongshu's judge's pen. This is the sealing technique of the Underworld, Dongshu murmured, his gaze fixed on the array of runes, his expression growing increasingly grave. It appears this place is indeed intertwined with the underworld. Can it be opened? Chen Muye tightened his grip on the long knife, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily. I will give it a try, Dongshu replied, taking a deep breath and raising the judge's pin. The blue light instantly enveloped the entire stone door. As the runes were gradually deciphered, the door emitted a deep, resonant vibration before slowly swinging open. Chapter 80. The Land of Seals. The massive stone door creaked open, releasing a low rumbling sound that caused the ground to tremble slightly. The darkness beyond the door resembled a vast maw, silently devouring all light. As the door fully opened, an ancient and oppressive aura surged forth. This atmosphere was not the chilling cold of the abyss, yet it rendered breathing laborious. Dongshu stood at the threshold, the judge's pin casting a faint blue glow that momentarily pierced the darkness. His eyes were fixed on the passage beyond the door, a wave of inexplicable unease washing over him. It felt peculiar, as though something unseen was watching them, yet remained imperceptible. Is this the soul lock forbidden ruins? Long Xian stood beside him, tightening his grip on his firearm, his voice tinged with barely concealed anxiety. This place appears even worse than I imagined. This is merely the entrance, Si Xiaonan whispered, twirling her dagger in her hand, her expression colder than usual. The true core of the forbidden ruins must lie deeper still. Stop standing idly. Chen Muye gripped his long knife tightly and took a step into the stone doorway. His gaze remained vigilant as he scanned the surroundings. Be cautious. A place like this is bound to harbor dangers. The others followed closely behind, entering the passage beyond the door. The interior of the passage was spacious, the walls adorned with intricate runes. These runes emitted a faint blue light, illuminating the path for the team shrouded in darkness. A musty odor permeated the air, as though this place had been forsaken for countless years. Dongshu observed the walls' runic patterns as they walked, his brow furrowed in confusion. They differ entirely from the runes in the mines. They resemble a form of defensive mechanism. A defensive mechanism? Lang Xian raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with incredulity. So, this place is meant not to seal, but to protect something? That is highly likely, Dongshu nodded, speaking in hushed tones, though it could also serve both purposes. The designers of the Forbidden Ruins clearly did not wish for anyone to approach the core area easily. Are we then engaged in an endeavor they would prefer we avoid? Lang Xian retorted sarcastically. But scarcely had he spoken when the runes on the wall suddenly flared to life. In an instant, the entire passage began to tremble, the blue light of the runes becoming increasingly brilliant. Subsequently, several distorted figures materialized from the runes. These figures were tall and indistinct, emanating an aura of extreme danger. Not these things again. Lang Xian raised his weapon, quickly aiming at one of the figures and pulling the trigger. The bullet struck true, piercing the figure's form. Yet it did not dissipate. Instead, it let out a low growl and lunged toward him. Watch out. Si Xiaonan's figure appeared beside Lang Xian in an instant, her dagger slicing through the air with a glint of cold light, forcing the figure back. These beings are not the vengeful spirits of the abyss. They seem more akin to guardians. Guardians? Chen Muye bellowed, his long knife cleaving downward, splitting one guardian in two. However, the severed remnants did not vanish. They rapidly reformed, becoming even more ferocious. Their core is not within their bodies. Dongshu shouted. The judge's pen danced in the air, releasing a beam of blue light that accurately pierced a guardian's chest. The guardian emitted a pained shriek before dissipating into a wisp of blue light. Understood, Chen Muye exclaimed, his long knife slicing downward with precision, the blade cutting through the air and striking a guardian's chest. The guardian's body momentarily stiffened, then disintegrated in a burst of light. Lang Xian and Si Xiaonan swiftly adjusted their attack strategy, concentrating their fire on the guardians' chests. Minutes later, all the guardians had been eliminated, and the passage returned to its former tranquility. These entities are formidable, Lang Xian panted, reloading his weapon, fatigue evident in his voice. It will not be that simple, Dongshu murmured, his gaze fixed on the ground. Among the gradually dimming remnants of the runes, he wore an expression of contemplation. These guardians are merely the outer layer of the defense mechanism. The closer we get to the core area, the greater the danger we will face. Let us press on, Chen Muye said coldly, gripping his long knife tightly as he led the way deeper into the passage. As the team advanced, the passage gradually narrowed, the runes on the walls becoming increasingly intricate. The oppressive atmosphere clutched at each person's chest like an invisible hand. The ancient scent in the air thickened, making every step feel tremendously laborious. Eventually, they arrived before a massive stone door. Unlike the previous entrance, this door was inscribed with a dense array of runes. The symbols radiated a deep blue light, as if whispering some ancient secret. This is the entrance to the core area, Dongshu said softly, his gaze fixated on the runes on the door, his expression growing more serious. I can sense an incredibly powerful force awaiting us beyond this door. Then let us open it. Chen Muye stood beside him, his long knife drawn, his gaze sharp as a blade. Whatever lies within, we must confront it. Dongshu nodded. Raising the judge's pen again, the blue light enveloped the entire stone door once more. The runic array began to glow, the door emitting a low rumble before slowly swinging open. Beyond lay an immense underground hall. At the center of the hall floated a colossal black crystal, encircled by countless intricate runic arrays. The runes emitted an ethereal blue glow, harmonizing with the crystal's radiance. That is the core, Dongshu murmured. His eyes locked onto the crystal, his voice tinged with awe. The seal of the underworld resides here. It seems we are to face challenges far more daunting than anticipated. Xiaonan whispered, prepare for battle. Chen Muye spoke in a low voice, his gaze cutting through the hall like a blade. Regardless of what secrets lay hidden here, they would not allow us to approach the crystal with ease. Just as they prepared to act, the crystal suddenly emitted a blinding light, causing the entire hall to tremble violently. Immediately thereafter, a deep, chilling voice resonated from the depths of the crystal, filled with a terrifying pressure. Why do mortals intrude upon this place? The voice echoed, low and distant, as if traversing countless epochs, penetrating the very souls of each individual present. The entire team instinctively halted, gripping their weapons tightly. It seemed to be aware of our presence. Long Xian chuckled bitterly, yet his finger remained poised on the trigger. Regardless of who it may be, our objective shall not waver. Dongshu whispered, a glint of determination flickering in his eyes. Prepare for a fierce battle. Chapter 81. The will of the black crystal in the underground hall. The suspended black crystal radiated an intense light, resembling a dark sun illuminating the entire space, while simultaneously weighing heavily on the air. Mortals, how dare you tread upon this sealed land? The voice resounded once more, cold and indifferent, as if neither angered nor surprised by their arrival, merely stating a fact from a position of superiority. The existence here transcends your comprehension. Depart, or face annihilation. How frightening. Long Xian scoffed, yet his finger did not leave the trigger. However, this only heightens my curiosity about your true nature. Long Xian, do not provoke it. Xiaonan coldly warned, her gaze fixed intently on the crystal. This entity may be more than just a part of the forbidden ruins. It is linked to the abyss, and we are yet unaware of its true purpose. Its purpose is irrelevant. Chen Muye interrupted their conversation, his long blade slightly raised, the edge reflecting a cold gleam in the crystal's light. What matters is that we must destroy it. Destroy me? The voice within the crystal took on a tone of faint mockery for the first time. Foolish mortals. You seek to challenge me with your feeble forms without grasping the significance of this seal? Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. As the words fell, a layer of inky mist began to swirl upon the surface of the crystal. The mist writhed in the air like tendrils, swiftly coalescing into a massive shadow. Towering 10 meters high, the shadow possessed a blurred head and limbs, its outline twisting like black fog, with only its crimson eyes gleaming with a chilling light. Ignorant intruders, I shall sustain my existence at the cost of your souls. The colossal figure suddenly stepped forward, each movement causing the ground to tremble slightly. It's coming. Chen Muye roared, his feet propelling him forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging towards the shadow. His long blade sliced through the air, emitting a fierce glint aimed at the shadow's chest. However, the shadow's reaction was swifter than anticipated. A gigantic hand composed of black mist swung out abruptly, blocking Chen Muye's strike. At the moment of impact, a deafening explosion echoed, shockwaves radiating outward, sending debris scattering in all directions. It is far stronger than the previous guardian. Long Xian swiftly aimed at the shadow, unleashing bullets that shot towards its head. Yet, before the bullets could reach their target, they were consumed by the surrounding black mist, rendering them entirely ineffective. The attack is futile. Its core is not on the surface. Dongshu shouted, his judge pen emanating a piercing blue light. He closed his eyes, swiftly tracing the shadow's energy flow. Its core was concealed within the crystal. These black mists are merely its shell. Then let us shatter the crystal. Chen Muye bellowed, his long knife cleaving through the black mist as he charged towards the central black crystal. Don't be so reckless. Dongshu opened his eyes, urgency lacing his voice. The crystal is protected by a rune array. A hasty attack will trigger a backlash. We must first dismantle the rune array. Where is the rune array? Xiaonan asked quietly, her dagger spinning in her hand as her gaze swept across the hall. On the ground, Dongshu pointed beneath them, where glowing blue runes formed a vast circular pattern, revolving around the crystal. These runes provide energy to the crystal and serve as its protective barrier. We must break these runes. The blue light flickered momentarily, the lines of the runes fracturing, causing the entire array to tremble. The shadow suddenly swung its arms, conjuring two colossal storms of black mist that surged towards the team. Dodge! Chen Muye yelled. He used his long knife to block one of the black mist storms. Yet the tremendous force still drove him back several steps. These entities are too tightly coiled. Long Xian shot and retreated simultaneously, bullets striking the black mist. While they somewhat weakened its power, they failed to obliterate it entirely. I'll provide cover, Si Xiaonan whispered, her figure darting through the black mist. Her dagger precisely sliced through a tentacle-like wisp of black, momentarily pushing it back. Meanwhile, Dongshu concentrated. The judge pen tracing a complex pattern of runic light in the air. His blue light transformed into thin lines, deftly restraining the shadow's movements, buying time for the others. As the blue glow dissipated, the ground began to quake violently. Now is the opportunity, Dongshu shouted, the blue light enveloping the crystal once more. The shadow's power was waning. Focus fire. Attack the crystal directly. Without hesitation, Chen Muye charged at the crystal, his long knife descending with tremendous force. The blade struck the surface of the crystal accurately, producing a piercing sound of shattering. A massive crack appeared on the surface of the crystal, and the internal black light began to flicker wildly. It's going to self-destruct. Lung Xian warned loudly, retreating swiftly. Everyone be cautious. We must not allow it to complete the self-detonation. Dongshu gritted his teeth, channeling all his strength into the judge pen. His blue light transformed into a beam, aimed directly at the core of the crystal, attempting to suppress its energy completely. It ends now. Chen Muye roared, his long knife swinging down once more, the blade hurtling towards the core of the crystal. With a thunderous explosion, the black crystal finally shattered completely, disintegrating into countless fragments that rained down to the ground. The shadow let out a piercing howl before disintegrating in midair, vanishing into black mist. The entire hall fell silent, with only the fragments of the crystal faintly glimmering in the remnants of light. We succeeded. Dongshu slowly lowered the judge pen, panting heavily, fatigue etched on his face. His gaze fell upon the shards scattered on the ground, a hint of complexity in his eyes. Is it over? Lung Xian wiped the sweat from his brow, his eyes still scanning the surroundings warily. No, this is merely the beginning, Dongshu replied quietly, picking up a piece of crystal debris, the blue light flickering at his fingertips. The power of this entity still lingers. It has not entirely dissipated. What do you mean? Chen Muye furrowed his brow, the long knife still clutched in his hand. This crystal is just a part of the seal. Dongshu's gaze deepened, his tone heavy with significance. Chapter 82. A part of the seal. The shattered crystal lay scattered in the center of the hall, glimmering with faint black remnants of light. The entire space regained a fleeting tranquility, yet this calm did little to instill a sense of security. Dongshu, you just mentioned that this is merely a part of the seal? Chen Muye sheathed his long knife, his expression grave as he looked towards Dongshu, who stood before the crystal's remnants. His voice was low, yet imbued with urgency. Can you elucidate your statement? The blue light swirled at his fingertips, starkly contrasting with the residual black energy of the crystal. He could sense that within this fragment lay a trace of the abyss's power, yet that power was incomplete, even appearing exceedingly chaotic. The function of this crystal is far more intricate than we previously imagined, Dongshu murmured. Lifting his gaze towards the others, he continued. It is not merely the core projection of the abyss, it also harbors some ancient seal. In other words, this place does not wholly belong to the abyss. Not the domain of the abyss. Si Xiaonan furrowed her brow and inquired calmly. Are you suggesting that other forces are at play here? Indeed, Dongshu nodded, stowing away the fragment in his hand. His eyes scanned the hall, and the dimmed runes and crumbling structures instilled a twinge of unease within him. The existence of the sealing array is not to hinder us, but to restrain the power of the abyss. While we have temporarily weakened the abyss's influence by destroying the crystal, we may have inadvertently damaged part of the seal. So what we have just done might have exacerbated the situation? Lung Xian leaned against a fallen stone pillar, a cigarette dangling from his lips, yet unlit. There was a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. What a splendid victory. It is not that we have worsened the situation. It was already dire, Chen Muye interjected coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade. If we do nothing, the forces here will inevitably spiral out of control. Even if there are risks now, we must confront them. The question is, what should we do next? Si Xiaonan clenched her dagger, her voice barely above a whisper. If there are deeper secrets within this forbidden ruin, we must uncover them swiftly. I concur, Dongshu nodded, his focus shifting to a massive stone door at the end of the hall. This door appeared even more ancient than the entrance, adorned with complex runes that exuded a distinctly different aura. Beyond that door lies the core of the forbidden ruin, he stated, his tone tinged with caution and resolve. Wait, Lang Xian raised his hand, his eyes fixed on the stone door. Are you certain you wish to proceed? We have just faced that entity and are already in a precarious state. What if there are even stronger adversaries behind it? We have no retreat. Li Dongshu locked eyes with Lung Xian, his voice resolute. If we leave now, the forces here may completely spiral out of control. Not only the abyss's corruption, but even the power of the seal could run rampant. At that point, not just us, but this entire region, indeed the whole of Tsangnan City, could face annihilation. Lung Xian clicked his tongue, refraining from further comment, though his countenance remained grim. In that case, let us press on. Chen Muye tightened his grip on his long blade and stepped towards the stone door. His stride was steady and determined. Whatever lay ahead, we must uncover the truth. Si Xiaonan followed closely, while Lung Xian sighed, picking up his gun and trailing behind. Li Dongshu brought up the rear, gripping the judge's pen tightly, taking a deep breath before stepping into the unknown shadows. Li Dongshu raised the judge's pen, blue light enveloping the runes on the stone door. Moments later, the door emitted a low rumble and slowly opened inward. Beyond lay an even more expansive space. Unlike the previous hall, this area was imbued with a solemn and enigmatic atmosphere. The surrounding walls were adorned with ancient murals depicting colossal wars. One particular image stood out, showcasing a giant clad in black armor battling a colossal abyssal dragon that coiled through the heavens. These murals, Si Xianan's gaze lingered on the wall as she spoke softly, seemed to chronicle a certain history. This is the power of the underworld, Li Dongshu replied slowly, his eyes traversing the murals as if searching for a clue. These images recount the wars between the underworld and the abyss. That giant should be one of the 10 Yama Kings. The Yama Wars? Lung Xian raised an eyebrow. That sounds like events from ancient times. So what? What relevance do these things have to the present? The connection lies here. Li Dongshu raised his hand, pointing to a corner of the mural where a massive ceiling array was depicted. At the center of the array rested a crystal remarkably similar to the black crystal they had just destroyed. This forbidden ruin is a relic of war, he stated, his tone heavy with gravity. This black crystal was not created by the abyss. It serves as the core device used by the Yama Kings to seal the powers of the abyss. What we destroyed was merely a fragment. The remaining portion may be located here. So, are you suggesting we must locate the true core of this seal? Chen Muye's gaze fell upon a vast altar ahead. Suspended above the altar was another crystal, entirely different from the previous one. It emitted a deep blue glow, causing the surrounding air to seem frozen. Precisely, Li Dongshu nodded, his expression complex as he regarded the crystal. This is the true core of the seal. If we can activate it, we can thoroughly suppress the powers of the abyss. But if we fail, what if we fail? Lung Xian interjected, a hint of unease in his voice. If we fail, the seal will collapse entirely. Li Dongshu replied slowly, his voice deep and cold. The power of the abyss will surge directly into our world, and we will perish. Chen Muye completed his sentence, his tone devoid of hesitation. His gaze, sharp as a blade, remained fixated on the crystal. In that case, let us not waste any more time. Dongshu, you activate the seal, and we will cover you. Understood. Li Dongshu nodded and approached the altar. The blue light from the judge's pen surged forth, resonating with the runes surrounding the crystal. As the blue light enveloped the crystal, the entire space trembled. A formidable energy erupted from within the crystal, instantly impacting the hall. Simultaneously, shadows began to coalesce around them. Twisted silhouettes emerged from the ground as if drawn by this surge of energy. They're back, Lung Xian shouted, raising his gun to shoot. However, the shadows seemed more cunning than before, their forms shifting in the air, making them nearly impossible to target. Protect Dongshu, Chen Muye roared, his long blade transforming into a streak of cold light as he cleaved a shadow in two, but soon more shadows surged forth. There are too many of them. Si Xiaonan attacked while retreating, anxiety evident in her gaze. Just give me a little more time. Li Dongshu gritted his teeth. Blue light surging from the judge's pin as it gradually merged with the energy within the crystal. He could sense the power of the seal awakening. Yet that power also bore an irresistible ferocity. Hold on. Chen Muye growled, his long blade slicing through the incoming shadows, blocking them all. Just then, the blue light from the crystal suddenly exploded, filling the entire hall with radiance. The shadows emitted a piercing scream before being engulfed by the light, vanishing without a trace. We did it. Li Dongshu gasped, slowly lowering the judge's pen. Chapter 83, The Rift in the Seal. The radiance of the sealing core gradually dimmed, and the blue crystal atop the altar regained its tranquility, yet the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly oppressive. Li Dongshu stood at the center of the altar, tightly gripping the judge's pen, the blue light flickering at its tip. His gaze fell upon the crystal, which, although now still radiated a potent energy wave, as if concealing some unspeakable secret. A wave of unease surged within him, not stemming from the threat of the abyss, but from the uncertainty of the situation before him. Dongshu, Is this the sealing core you spoke of? Chen Muye's voice came from behind him, low and composed. His long blade hung at his side, still bearing traces of the shadow's dissolution. His eyes remained fixed on the crystal, betraying no sign of relaxation. Yes, Dongshu nodded, speaking softly. But I feel it is still incomplete. Although this crystal harbors a portion of the sealed power, the true core seems to exist elsewhere. We have merely activated a fragment of it. Dongshu inhaled deeply and turned to face the others. The sealing array of this forbidden ruin had not fully activated. The genuine sealing core must be concealed in a deeper location, while this crystal serves merely as a guiding apparatus. Lung Xian leaned against a shattered stone pillar, a cigarette dangling from his lips, unlit, yet his expression spoke volumes. So, after all our struggles to reach this point, we have merely unlocked a key? Where, then, lies the true gateway? The stone tablet was cloaked in a thick layer of dust, yet faintly revealed ancient runes etched upon its surface. He extended his hand, gently brushing away the dust, and the outlines of the runes gradually emerged. Here lies a clue. Dongshu murmured as the blue light of the judge's pin traced the runes, outlining a complex pattern. The design revealed a massive ring, at its center a narrow fissure. Is this the rift? Si Xiaonan's gaze fell upon the pattern, her tone laced with uncertainty. Could this be the entrance to the abyss? Not quite. Dongshu shook his head, his voice grave and serious. This should be the nexus between the abyss and our world. The presence of the fissure indicates that this place does not belong entirely to us, but rather serves as a boundary zone. The seal of the underworld exists to prevent the abyss from expanding into our realm through this rift. Chen Muye remained silent for a moment before quietly inquiring, what is the current state of the seal? Dongshu's expression grew increasingly solemn as he gently tapped the judge's pin against the center of the stone tablet. The blue light swiftly spread, and the atmosphere of the entire hall underwent a subtle transformation. After a brief pause, he spoke slowly. The seal has already begun to crack. The energy from the fissure is leaking out. If we cannot fully repair it, the power of the abyss will inevitably erode this place completely. Repair? Did we not just activate the sealing core? Long Xian furrowed his brow, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Is that not sufficient? The power of the crystal is merely a part of the seal. Dongshu sighed, gesturing towards the runes on the stone tablet. The fissure requires the coordinated operation of all sealing devices, not solely reliant on one core. According to the records of these runes, there should be 2 additional sealing devices within the forbidden ruin. If we cannot activate them, the fissure here cannot be completely sealed. 2 more sealing devices? Si Xiaonan's gaze flickered with intrigue as she swiftly asked, where are they located? Dongshu withdrew the judge's pin from the stone tablet. The glow of the runes gradually fading, yet at the top of the tablet, 2 faint points of light continued to flicker. His fingers gently touched the light points, as if sensing a distant connection. One is located on the northern side of the forbidden ruin, Dongshu stated, his voice low and deliberate. The other lies deep underground. Deep underground? Lung Xian raised an eyebrow, clicking his tongue. This place is already troublesome enough, and now we must dig even deeper? This is quite a predicament. There is no choice. Dongshu's tone was resolute. If we do not repair all the sealing devices, the power of the abyss will continue to seep through. We must locate them as swiftly as possible. Very well, the northern side and underground it is. Chen Muye tightened his grip on his long knife, his gaze sharp. Now that we know our objectives, we shall split up. Long Xian and I will head to the northern side, while you and Xiaonan take charge of the underground sealing device. No, Dongshu immediately shook his head, a hint of concern in his voice. Splitting up is too perilous. The forces here have begun to spiral out of control, and we cannot ascertain what we will encounter next. If we are picked off one by the enemy, the consequences would be dire. Chen Muye remained silent for a moment before finally nodding. Fine. Then we will go together to the northern side first and address that sealing device. What about the one underground? Lung Xian couldn't help but ask. If we delay too long, will there be issues underground? We can attempt to activate them simultaneously, Dongshu replied, a complex look in his eyes. The Underworld System can connect all sealing devices. As long as we can activate one, it will trigger the operation of the others in sync. That sounds like a plan. Si Xiaonan nodded, though her expression remained stern. However, if we fail, we may not secure even one. We will not fail. Dongshu's gaze was unwavering, infused with an unprecedented confidence. The power of the underworld is our only hope. As long as we seize the opportunity, we will surely restore the seal. The group exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in agreement. No one spoke further. They had no avenue for retreat and no time to hesitate. The team swiftly departed the altar, progressing towards the northern side along the corridor on the opposite side of the hall. The runes within the corridor continued to shimmer, yet the chill in the air grew increasingly intense. Each step felt as though it led toward an unknown abyss, yet all gritted their teeth, silently enduring. Dongshu walked at the center of the group, his hand firmly grasping the judge's pen, the blue light swirling around him, providing a faint sense of security to the others. However, turmoil brewed within his heart. The power of the sealing fissure was more intricate than he had anticipated. An energy interwoven between the abyss and the underworld. It felt unsettlingly foreign, even evoking a sense of being watched. Ahead lies the northern side. Chen Muye's voice shattered the silence. His gaze swept toward a distant stone door, readying himself for battle. This place would not be easy. Understood, Dongshu nodded, inhaling deeply, a flicker of determination in his eyes. The stone door slowly creaked open, and a deep, resonant hum echoed from the space beyond, as if some ancient machine were in operation. Chapter 84. Northern seal. The stone door on the northern side creaked open, the grinding sound of the heavy stone resonating sharply in the still corridor. Beyond the door lay a hall even more expansive than before, its walls once again adorned with runes, the air thick with a suffocating scent of decay. At the heart of the hall stood a colossal apparatus, resembling an ancient altar. However, unlike the previous sealing core, this altar appeared battered and worn. The surface runes were almost entirely fractured, black fissures spreading across the ground in all directions. This sealing device has been corrupted. Dongshu approached the altar, the judge's pen gently brushing against the damaged runes. The blue light instantaneously surged along the cracks, only to be swiftly consumed by a dark force. He frowned and murmured, "The power of the abyss has already infiltrated here. If we delay further, this device will utterly collapse." What will happen after it collapses? Lang Xian stood nearby, his eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. The fissure will expand further. Dongshu's voice was grave. Once the seal collapses, this place will become an entryway for the abyss, with all its power flooding into our world. By then, it will not only be us. The entire region will fall prey to the abyss. What shall we do then? Si Xiaonan asked, her gaze fixed on the altar as she subtly twirled her dagger. We must repair it. Dongshu raised his head, his gaze resolute as he looked at the others. Although the altar has been eroded, the core runic array has not completely failed. If we can reactivate it, we can temporarily suppress the abyss's power and buy time to mend the fissure. It sounds simple, but executing it will be troublesome, Lang Xian scoffed. The power of the abyss will not sit idly by. While we repair the altar, we will undoubtedly attract trouble. Then let us prepare for battle, Chen Muye said coldly, his long knife already drawn, its blade glinting with a chilling light in the faint illumination. No matter what emerges, we must defend the altar. Dongshu nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He closed his eyes, the pen of judgment hovering directly above the altar, blue light cascading into the shattered runic formation like a flowing stream. Simultaneously, the atmosphere in the grand hall began to shift. A chilling and tempestuous force surged from all around, as if expressing its fury at their actions. They are coming. Lang Xian raised his gun, his voice low, urging caution. No sooner had he spoken than distorted figures began to emerge from the surrounding darkness. These apparitions were more grotesque than the previous guardians, their forms seemingly composed of thick black mist, with countless writhing tentacles and crimson eyes faintly visible. They emitted no sound, yet each step they took bore an oppressive weight that was suffocating. What are these creatures? Si Xiaonan whispered, her dagger trembling slightly in her hand. Yet her gaze remained composed. Abyssal derivatives. Dongshu replied, eyes still closed, his voice tinged with tension. They are direct manifestations of abyssal power, devoid of consciousness, driven solely by the instinct to kill. Their objective is to prevent us from repairing the seal. Then we must not let them near, Chen Muye stated coldly, sweeping his long sword, the blade cutting through the air with a sharp whoosh, cleaving the first shadow that lunged at him in two. However, the shadows did not dissipate. Instead, they quickly reformed on the ground and charged at him once more. They are incredibly difficult to eradicate, Dongshu warned loudly, trying to hold them off and buy me some time. Understood, Lang Xian roared, unleashing a barrage of bullets like rain upon the advancing shadows. His explosive rounds detonated within their ranks, momentarily halting their advance, yet more shadows surged forth from the darkness, their numbers nearly overwhelming. There are too many of them. Si Xiaonan attacked while retreating, her dagger precisely weakening the shadow's strength with each thrust, yet she could not prevent their reinforcements. Concentrate fire, hold the altar, Chen Muye commanded, his long sword slicing through the air, forcing the approaching shadows back. His movements were swift and decisive, yet beads of sweat on his forehead betrayed the pressure he felt within. Dongshu gritted his teeth, the pen of judgment emanating an increasingly brilliant blue light. The energy flowing into the runic formation began to dispel the black fissures on the altar. However, the abyssal force was clearly unwilling to be suppressed. The emerging shadows grew more frenzied, their bodies swelling rapidly as if on the verge of self-detonation. Fall back, they are about to explode. Li Dongshu shouted urgently. Lung Xian quickly retreated, creating distance while suppressing the swelling shadows with gunfire. Si Xiaonan moved like a specter among the shadows, her dagger piercing the core of each shadow, attempting to minimize their explosion radius. Hold on, Chen Muye growled, his longsword transforming into a streak of cold light that severed a shadow on the brink of detonation in half. Even so, the shadows continued to multiply. Almost there. Li Dongshu's voice resonated from the altar, his face slick with sweat yet his gaze unwavering. The core of the seal is rebooting. Just hold on for 30 more seconds. 30 seconds? Lang Xian gritted his teeth in frustration. This horde can barely be withstood for 3 seconds. No more talking. Block them. Chen Muye bellowed, sweeping his longsword and pushing back a wave of shadows. His eyes were sharp and icy, like an unyielding barrier. Time stretched infinitely in battle. Each second felt like a century. Finally, a sudden eruption of blue light illuminated the entire hall. The shadows emitted piercing screams before being completely consumed by the brilliance, dissolving into countless fragments in the air. We succeeded. Li Dongshu gasped for breath, slowly lowering the pen of judgment. His body trembled slightly, yet a hint of a smile graced his face. The core of the seal has been rebooted. The fissures here are temporarily suppressed. Temporarily? Lung Xian furrowed her brow. Weariness etched across her face. Are you saying this is not a permanent solution? The power of the fissures is too strong, Li Dongshu replied softly, a complexity in his gaze. The seal on the northern side has only stabilized a portion. If the seal underground cannot be rebooted, the fissures here will expand once more. Then we must go underground. Chen Muye tightened his grip on the longsword, determination shining in his eyes. We have no retreat. We must resolve this issue completely. Chapter 85. The path to the abyss. The repair of the northern sealing device brought a brief calm to the hall. Yet a profound sense of oppression still hung in the air. The Night Watch team, after organizing their gear, continued down the passage leading to the depths below, their steps heavy yet resolute. The passage narrowed progressively, the runes on the walls beginning to fade, replaced by exposed black rock. These stones emitted a faint red glow, as if corroded by abyssal power. The ground was riddled with cracks, and an indescribable stench of decay permeated the air, making each step feel like a struggle for breath. This place seems like a part of the abyss itself, Lang Xian murmured. He lightly tapped the wall with his gun, the sound hollow and dull. Are you sure we are still in the forbidden ruins and not lost in the abyss? We are still in the forbidden ruins, Li Dongshu's voice came from ahead, gripping the pen of judgment, the blue light flickering slightly, illuminating the path for the team. Though the energy here has been tainted by the abyss, the remnants of the runes are still at work. As long as the runes remain, it signifies that the seal of the underworld has not completely failed. Let us hope so, Lang Xian scoffed, tightening his grip on the gun. Otherwise, this place is truly terrifying. Stay vigilant. Chen Muye walked at the forefront of the team, his longsword drawn, its edge reflecting the cold glint of blue light. His gaze scanned the narrow passage ahead, speaking softly. This place could be rife with ambushes at any moment. The deeper they descended, the colder the air became, the chilling temperature making one question whether they had stepped into an ice cellar. Lung Xian rubbed his arms, complaining softly. How can it be colder here than in the Arctic? Don't the abyssal monsters fear freezing to death? The power of the abyss is unaffected by such temperatures. Li Dongshu stated calmly, his eyes still fixed ahead. But we will be affected. Do not let the cold interfere with your movements. Lang Xian rolled his eyes, saying nothing further, yet it was clear her guard was not fully lowered. A few minutes later, a massive stone door appeared at the end of the passage. The door was covered in ancient runes, but these runes had dimmed to the point of being nearly indistinguishable. Thick black mist clung to the walls on either side of the door, the mist writhing slowly, as though it possessed a life of its own. We arrived. Li Dongshu halted, raising the pin of judgment, the blue light illuminating the runes on the stone door. A serious expression crossed his face. This is the core of the underground seal. The mechanism behind this door is likely the source of the fissures. It appears to be sealed. Si Xiaonan said softly. Let me try. Li Dongshu took a deep breath, positioning the pen of judgment before the stone door as the blue light slowly infused the dim runes. However, the moment the blue light made contact with the black mist, the door emitted a deep, resonant hum. A powerful force rebounded, knocking Li Dongshu back 2 steps. What is going on? Lung Xian caught him, frowning in concern. Why did it react like that? The seal on the door has been tainted by abyssal power. Li Dongshu steadied himself, his gaze fixed intently on the runes on the door, anxiety evident in his tone. The runes of the underworld and the energy of the abyss are in conflict. My power is insufficient to open it directly. What do we do then? Are we just going to waste time here? Lung Xian replied impatiently. No, we have other methods, Li Dongshu replied softly. His gaze shifted towards the dark mist flanking the stone door, the very source of the pollution sealing it. If we could dispel them, we would restore the power of the runes and open the stone door. Dispelling these entities? It sounds far from simple. Chen Muye's voice was low, his long blade slowly raised, eyes coldly fixed on the writhing black mist. These entities appeared more troublesome than the previous shadows. Indeed, Dongshu nodded, a hint of resignation in his tone. This dark mist is a concentrated embodiment of abyssal power, and it will retaliate relentlessly. We must resolve this swiftly, otherwise, the seal will become entirely ineffective. What are we waiting for? Chen Muye roared, his long knife slicing through the air towards the black mist with fierce intent. The blade cleaved through the air, striking the mist with a force that instantly tore it asunder. Yet, the severed mist quickly reformed, becoming even denser. It simply cannot be vanquished. Lung Xian raised his gun, firing explosive rounds into the mist, generating a violent tremor, yet the mist remained unscathed. Utilize light energy, Dongshu shouted, the blue light from his judge's pen intensifying, sending a beam towards the mist, forcing it to retreat. These entities fear pure light energy, but it requires sustained suppression for complete dispersal. Understood. Si Xiaonan acted swiftly, twirling her dagger, the cold glint slicing through the air, weakening the edges of the mist. Chen Muye adjusted his strategy, a faint blue light beginning to emanate from his blade, borrowed from Dongshu's judge's pen. Each of his strikes now carried pure light energy, gradually pushing the mist back. Lung Xian switched to ammunition with additional energy rounds, each bullet imbued with a streak of blue light, accurately striking the core of the mist. Although the mist continued to reform, its movements noticeably slowed, and its area began to shrink. Keep it up, hold on. Dongshu gritted his teeth, the light from the judge's pen growing ever brighter. His blue light swiftly enveloped the entire stone door, the flanking mist being suppressed by the radiance, gradually dissipating. As the last wisp of black mist was dispelled, the runes on the stone door finally regained their original luster. The entire door emitted a low rumble, slowly opening inward. The space beyond was filled with blinding blue light, radiating a majesty that was unlike the previous altar core, an aura that was impossible to gaze upon directly. A colossal energy device hovered in the center of the hall, surrounded by countless intricate runes. These runes flowed like water, casting the entire space into a dreamlike state. This is the true core of the seal, Dongshu murmured, his gaze fixed intently on the device at the hall's center, revealing an unprecedented gravity on his face. It harbors the essence of the rift and is the source of abyssal power. If we can repair it, we can completely close the rift in this area. That sounds straightforward. Long Xian scoffed, yet his grip on the gun remained steady. But I wager this place will not allow us to accomplish our task easily. Indeed, Chen Muye replied quietly, his eyes still sharp. Prepare for battle. The true test is upon us. Just as he finished speaking, countless black fissures suddenly appeared around the hall, exuding a suffocating aura. A low, cold voice emerged from the fissures, as if traversing through endless ages. Foolish mortals, you should not have come here. Chapter 86. Master of the Rift. The Night Watch team stood frozen, their bodies taut with tension. Their eyes were fixed on the floating energy device at the center, observing the black mist surging from the surrounding fissures. Like silent tendrils, they gradually spread, enveloping the entire hall in a gloomy shroud. Foolish mortals, how dare you attempt to touch this seal? The voice resonated again, imbued with an ancient authority and mockery, as if looking down upon insignificant ants. The power of the seal no longer belongs to you, and the will of the abyss will consume all. What is this creature? Long Xian muttered under his breath, his gun trained on the swirling black mist at the center of the fissure. Though he spoke lightly, the cold sweat on his brow and his trembling hands betrayed his inner tension. It is likely a manifestation of abyssal power, Dongshu replied, his voice low and composed. His gaze remained fixed on the roiling black mist, the judge's pen hovering in his hand, its blue light barely illuminating their surroundings. The rift is now under its control. It is the master here. Master? Si Xiaonan tightened her grip on her dagger, speaking calmly. So we are not just dealing with the rift, but also this master? Indeed. Dongshu nodded, urgency creeping into his tone. If we do not resolve it, we cannot repair the core seal. And once the rift is fully opened, the abyssal power will fully descend. Then let us not waste words. Chen Muye spoke quietly, raising his long knife high, its blade glimmering with a chilling light. Since it is an enemy, let us eliminate it directly. As he finished speaking, the swirling black mist suddenly coalesced into a gigantic figure, towering over 10 meters, entirely composed of black mist, yet at its chest, a crimson glow pulsed like a heartbeat. Its face was indistinct, yet its two crimson eyes burned with an insatiable killing intent. You weaklings dare to resist the abyss. The voice of the black mist giant was deep and frigid, Its arm swung down violently, morphing into a massive blade of black mist, aimed directly at the Night Watch team. Scatter! Chen Muye bellowed. And everyone quickly dodged aside as the black mist blade struck the ground, erupting in a shower of debris and shockwaves. The entire hall trembled. Stones from the ceiling beginning to fall. Attack its chest. That is its core. Dongshu shouted, blue light shooting from the judge's pin towards the giant's chest. However, the crimson glow at the giant's chest flickered suddenly, deflecting the blue light away. Its core possesses a protective mechanism. Si Xiaonan remarked while evading the giant's attack, her dagger spinning in her hand as she sought an opportunity. We must first dismantle its defenses. Indeed, Dongshu nodded, his gaze intensely focused on the black mist surrounding the giant. Its defense mechanism is formed by this black mist. We need to weaken its power to approach the core. That sounds troublesome. Long Xian lifted his gun, quickly aiming at the giant's arm and pulling the trigger. Bullets, ignited with flames, pierced through the black mist, creating a void. But those mists swiftly reformed, appearing unscathed. These entities are impervious to physical attacks. Use light energy, Dongshu shouted, blue light surging again from the judge's pen, forcefully dispelling a portion of the black mist. The abyssal power fears light energy, concentrate fire, and attack it with energy rounds. Long Xian swiftly adjusted his ammunition, switching to energy-enhanced rounds and firing again. The bullets pierced through the black mist, leaving a noticeable void, causing the giant's movements to falter momentarily. It's effective. Keep going, Long Xian shouted, excitement flickering in his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Muye charged forward, his long knife cutting through the air with a fierce gleam, striking the giant's left arm. The giant let out a low roar, the black mist arm being forcibly severed, yet soon, that arm reformed, swinging with a massive storm that pushed Chen Muye back. Its regenerative capabilities are too strong. Chen Muye retreated a few steps, steadying himself, murmuring, we must find a way to restrict its regeneration. Give me some time. Dongshu gritted his teeth, the blue light from the judge's pen flickering incessantly. His eyes were fixed intently on the crimson glow at the giant's chest, attempting to decipher the flow of its energy. At its core lies the key to connecting the fissures. If we can seal the energy of the rift, we can diminish its power. Hurry, Cold Xian shouted, his voice laced with urgency as he continued to fire. We can't hold out much longer. The colossal shadow's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, each swing carrying a tremendous force that threatened to bring the entire hall crashing down. Si Xiaonan moved like a wraith amidst the black mist, her dagger striking precisely to weaken the giant's defenses. Yet, against such a terrifying behemoth, her efforts appeared somewhat futile. Almost there. Dongshu's voice was tinged with eagerness. A blue light gradually enveloped the entire hall, his gaze reflecting an unprecedented focus. Just hold on for 10 more seconds, and I will be able to seal its energy flow. 10 seconds? Cold Xian gritted his teeth and cursed, suddenly pulling the pin of a grenade and hurling it at the giant's chest. The explosion instantly engulfed part of the giant's body in flames, but soon, the blasted black mist recoalesced. This creature shows no fear of such attacks. Cold Xian cursed again, firing his weapon once more. Hold on, Chen Muye growled, swinging his long knife again, the blade's energy slicing like thunder toward the giant's right arm, finally forcing it back a few steps. Just then, Dongshu suddenly opened his eyes, the blue light of the judge's pin erupting into a blinding radiance, enveloping the entire hall in a dazzling blue glow. The black mist seemed to be greatly suppressed, beginning to rapidly contract, and the giant's movement slowed. Its energy has been sealed. Now attack the core, Dongshu shouted with a note of exhilaration. Good, Chen Muye roared, raising his long knife high, the sharp blade aiming directly for the giant's chest. The blade pierced the crimson light, and the giant let out a deafening roar, its entire body beginning to tremble violently. It's over. Cold Xian aimed his gun at the giant's core and pulled the trigger, the bullet striking true, extinguishing the crimson light in an instant. The giant emitted a final, anguished roar before its form began to disintegrate, scattering into countless fragments that vanished into the air. The black mist in the hall swiftly receded, and the surrounding cracks gradually closed, restoring tranquility to the space. We have succeeded, Dongshu panted, slowly lowering the judge's pin, but his gaze remained vigilant. The power of the fissure has been temporarily suppressed, yet it has not been completely sealed. What do we do next? Chen Muye inquired, his eyes still sharp. There is one final step, Dongshu murmured, his gaze fixed on the energy device at the center of the hall. We need to fully activate the seal to completely close the fissure. Chapter 87. The power of sealing. The echoes of battle in the hall had yet to dissipate, the air still heavy with remnants of black mist that weighed on the chest. The Night Watchman squad stood at the center of the hall, all eyes focused on the energy device. It hovered in the air, emitting a soft blue glow, as if breathing rhythmically. It is not over yet, Li Dongshu took a deep breath, sweat trickling down his cheek, yet his gaze remained unwavering. The blue light of the judge's pin surged, rising slowly like a conductor's baton, illuminating the entire space. Although the core seal had been activated, the power of the fissure continued to resist. If we do not close the fissure completely, the danger here will not be truly alleviated. So, there are more troubles waiting for us? Cold Xian's voice carried a note of resignation. Leaning against a shattered stone pillar, he inspected his weapon. Though his tone remained relaxed, his eyes revealed profound fatigue. We were almost torn apart by that giant shadow. And now you tell me this is just the beginning? We have no way out. Chen Muye spoke quietly, his long knife hanging at his side, the blade still bearing traces of the black mist. His expression was stern and resolute, as if he had long since disregarded life and death, regardless of the obstacles ahead. We must complete our mission. The question is, what exactly do we do next? Xiaonan asked softly, twirling her dagger in hand. Her gaze remained fixed on the floating device. Despite the intense battles, she retained her composure, as if perpetually prepared to confront new threats. The core sealing device needs to be fully activated, Li Dongshu stated. His eyes bore into the surging blue light of the device, his voice tinged with caution. According to feedback from the Underworld System, this device is directly connected to the fissure. To close the fissure, we must guide the device to release all its energy. But what? Cold Xian's brow furrowed, his tone revealing unease. Guiding the energy requires a medium. Li Dongshu paused, his expression growing increasingly grave. In other words, someone must personally control the sealing device, infusing it with the power of the underworld to completely suppress the fissure. Someone? You mean someone has to stand on it? Xiaonan immediately grasped the crux, her eyes narrowing slightly. Precisely. Li Dongshu nodded. The fissure's power is far too volatile for the device to conduct the guidance on its own. A person must serve as the guide, utilizing their strength to fully activate the device. What is the cost? Chen Muye asked bluntly, his tone icy. Li Dongshu hesitated for a moment before responding slowly. The guide will be subjected to backlash from the fissure's power. Even if the seal is successfully activated, they may very well be consumed by the energy of the abyss. So, it is a dead end. Cold Xian murmured, a cigarette dangling from his lips, though unlit. His gaze turned to the device, his expression complex and heavy. Indeed, it is a dead end. Li Dongshu did not deny it, his tone calm and composed. But if no one guides the seal, we will all perish. This area will be completely devoured by the abyss. A brief silence fell over the hall, each person contemplating the weight of those words. The softly glowing device hovered at the center, like a silent judge, exerting immense pressure on everyone. I will do it. Chen Muye broke the silence, his voice resolute and decisive, without a trace of hesitation. He slowly raised his head, looking at Li Dongshu. His eyes filled with an undeniable determination. You? Xiaonan's eyes widened, disbelief flickering across her face. Do you understand what you're saying? If you go, it means. I understand. Chen Muye replied calmly, his grip tightening slightly on the long knife. But this is my duty. As captain, it is what I must do. Don't be reckless, Muye. Cold Xian interrupted, his expression complicated. You know your own limits. I should take this on. You? Chen Muye turned to Cold Xian, his gaze cold as it swept across his face. Don't be ridiculous. You won't last 10 seconds. Don't shoulder all the responsibility alone. Enough of this. Li Dongshu suddenly interjected, cutting through their quarrel. His gaze swept over everyone, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. This task will be undertaken by me. You? Xiaonan was taken aback, then shook her head. No, you are the core liaison of the Underworld System. If something happens to you, the seal will spiral out of control. Precisely because I am the core liaison, I have a higher chance of success. Li Dongshu explained calmly. The judge's pen can directly connect the power of the underworld with my consciousness, thus stabilizing the sealing device to the greatest extent. If it were one of you, the result would only be worse. But you will die? Cold Xian gritted his teeth, anger seeping into his voice. Dongshu, this is not just your responsibility. We can think of a way together. You don't have to sacrifice yourself alone. It's not about sacrificing myself. It's about completing the mission. Li Dongshu raised his head, his gaze unwavering as it met Cold Xian's. You are all aware that the power of the abyss will not cease. If the rift cannot be closed, not only we, but the entire world shall face annihilation. A decision must be made. And I am the most suitable individual for this task. Yet, the words of Xiaonan caught in her throat, her hand tightly grasping the dagger. Unable to utter a single word in opposition. Stop arguing, Chen Muye murmured, his gaze still stern, though tinged with a hint of resignation. Dongshu is right. This is the only way. If he believes he can accomplish it, then we shall support him. Long Xian turned to him, his face contorted with anger. You are just going to give up? This is a battle. Chen Muye interrupted, his voice low and icy. At times, we must make choices, regardless of the cost. Long Xian fell silent, his teeth clenched tightly, fists cracking under pressure, yet he ultimately refrained from further protest. Li Dongshu approached the sealing device, the blue light of the judge's pin intensifying. He glanced at everyone, a faint smile gracing his lips, his tone relaxed. Do not worry. I will do my utmost to survive. You had better, Long Xian replied softly, turning away, unwilling to meet his gaze. We will provide cover for you. Si Xiaonan's voice was calm, though laced with trembling. Li Dongshu fell silent again, standing beneath the device, raising the judge's pin as the blue light surged into the core of the apparatus. Instantly, the entire hall trembled violently, a blinding beam of light erupting from the device, piercing the heavens. Simultaneously, the power of the rift erupted in full force, dark mists swirling around as if making a final stand. Twisted shadows emerged from the ground, rushing towards the Night Watchman squad with suffocating malice. Protect him! Chen Muye roared, his blade sweeping through the air, cleaving a shadow in two. His movements were swift and decisive, void of hesitation. Do not let these things approach. Long Xian shouted, gunfire raining down like a deluge, forcing the shadows back. Si Xiaonan moved like a specter among the shadows, each thrust of her dagger precise, suppressing the enemy's advance to the periphery. At this moment, Li Dongshu's consciousness had fully immersed itself in the core of the sealing device. He felt an overwhelmingly powerful force surging within him, as if it sought to tear him apart. Yet, he gritted his teeth, the blue light erupting from the judge's pin, fiercely repressing the strength of the rift. Hold on, he whispered, his gaze resolute as ever. Chapter 88. The closure of the rift within the hall, blue light and black mist intertwined in a silent war. The blinding beam emitted by the energy device shot skyward, illuminating the entire space, yet it also acted as a beacon, attracting the wrath of the abyss. Shadows surged from all directions, imbued with violent malice and undeniable destructive power. Li Dongshu stood beneath the energy device, the judge's pin hovering before him, the blue light flowing like a living stream, continuously feeding into the core. With each influx of energy, the runes on the device glowed, yet simultaneously, the forces of the abyss retaliated, the black mist forming a vast net attempting to engulf the blue light. His body trembled slightly, sweat trickling down his cheek. But he did not falter. He sensed the power of the rift attempting to invade his consciousness, the cold, chaotic sensation akin to countless blades tearing at his soul. Nevertheless, his gaze remained steadfast, the flow of blue light uninterrupted. Hold strong. Chen Muye's voice rang out amidst the chaos, his long blade slicing through the air, cleaving another shadow that lunged at them. His movements were swift and resolute, his feet firmly planted before Li Dongshu, forming an unyielding barrier. There are more of them, Long Xian shouted, reloading as he continued to fire. His firepower was precise and concentrated, each bullet charged with energy, driving back the encroaching shadows. Yet the enemy seemed endless, overwhelming him. They are not merely numerous. Si Xiaonan's voice was calm, yet tinged with urgency. Her dagger sliced through the air, severing a shadow's tendril. But in the next moment, new tendrils surged forth from the rift, lunging directly at her. She swiftly retreated, skillfully dodging the attack. Yet the oppressive presence of the shadows weighed heavily upon her, slowing her movements. This is the final counterattack of the abyss. Li Dongshu's voice emerged from the light beam. Though faint, it carried an air of reassuring calm. They are aware that we are closing the rift. This is their last chance. Just a little longer. The sealing will soon be complete. You make it sound easy. Long Xian cursed, his gunfire growing more fervent, though his ammunition was dwindling. These 3 minutes feel longer than 3 years. At that moment, the rift in the center of the hall began to pulse violently. The black mist surged outward frantically, the rift shape transforming from a narrow slit into a gaping maw, as if a true abyssal creature were about to crawl forth. It seeks to tear the rift open. Si Xiaonan murmured, a chill in her eyes. Her dagger swiftly pierced the heart of a shadow, yet she could feel the rift's power becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Stop it! Chen Muye roared, his long knife aimed directly at the rift. His movements were like lightning, the blade shimmering with blue light as it struck the edge of the rift. However, that violent force pushed him back several steps, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The abyss will not relinquish easily, Li Dongshu warned loudly. Blue light bursting forth from the judge's pen, temporarily suppressing the surrounding black mist. Hold the line. Do not allow the rift to fully open. Long Xian gritted his teeth, aiming his gun at the center of the rift, unleashing several explosive rounds, but they were forcefully blocked by the black mist. His gaze remained fixed on the rift, the expression on his face growing increasingly grave. How much longer can they hold out? Not much longer. Li Dongshu's voice grew weaker, yet his eyes remained locked on the energy device, the blue light enveloping him as if he had merged with the apparatus. The power of the rift was waning. The more frantic the shadows became, the closer they were to success. Just a little longer, and it will all be over. The members of the Night Watchman squad refrained from speaking further, acutely aware that this was the most critical moment. Everyone focused their attention on the area around the rift, resolutely keeping the encroaching shadows at bay beyond their defensive line. As time ticked away, the radiance of the fissure began to wane, and the strength of the black mist grew feebler. Dongshu's azure light enveloped the energy apparatus, causing the entire hall to resonate with a deep, echoing sound, as if the very space was responding to the power of the seal. Success. Dongshu suddenly opened his eyes, the blue light flickering within his pupils. His voice tinged with exhilaration. The flow of energy from the fissure had been entirely severed, and the sealing device was on the verge of achieving its final closure. No sooner had the words left his lips than a blinding light erupted from the center of the fissure. This brilliance was not akin to the abyss's black mist, but rather a pure and resplendent blue light, illuminating the entire hall as if it were daylight. All shadows emitted piercing cries before shattering into countless fragments, dissipating into the air. The shape of the fissure began to rapidly contract, transforming from a gaping maw into a mere seam, ultimately sealing completely. The hall returned to silence, with only the faint flicker of the energy apparatus remaining. The Night Watch team stood in place, all of them panting, their faces etched with fatigue and tension. Chen Muye slowly sheathed his long blade, casting a cold glance around to confirm there were no further enemies before exhaling in relief. "We did it," Si Xiaonan murmured, a hint of satisfaction in her voice, though she still clutched her dagger tightly. "Indeed, it is finally over." Lang Xian leaned against the wall, wiping sweat from his brow, a cigarette dangling from his lips unlit. However, Dongshu remained tense. His gaze was still fixed on the energy apparatus, his brow slightly furrowed. The fissure had closed, yet the energy flow of the device remained unstable. "I require more time to thoroughly stabilize the seal. Then let us hasten," Chen Muye whispered, fatigue evident in his eyes, though he retained a keen vigilance. "We cannot be certain the abyss will not retaliate." Dongshu nodded, closing his eyes once more, refocusing his attention on the apparatus. Chapter 89. Aftermath. With the fissure sealed, the hall was enveloped in a profound silence, as if even the air had frozen. The glow of the energy apparatus continued to flicker weakly, its dim blue light casting shadows on everyone's faces, though the shadows and fissures had vanished. The lingering chill of the abyss clung to each heart, an unshakable specter. Dongshu stood before the apparatus, the blue light still flowing gently from the judge's pin toward the seal. His body trembled slightly, his complexion pale, evidently nearing exhaustion. Yet he understood that, although the sealing device had closed the fissure, it still required a continuous energy supply to achieve complete stability. If he ceased guiding it now, all their efforts could be rendered futile. "Dongshu, how is the situation?" Chen Muye's voice came from the side. His long blade returned to its sheath, yet his hand lingered on the hilt, eyes scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Despite the absence of enemies, he knew that in such a place, danger was never truly extinguished. "The seal has accomplished most of its task," Dongshu replied, his tone low and weary, yet underlined with a sense of calm. "The energy flow from the fissure has been severed, yet the apparatus itself remains fragile. I must hold on for a few more minutes to ensure the seal's complete stabilization." "A few minutes?" Lang Xian leaned against a collapsed stone pillar, wiping sweat from his forehead, his tone tinged with exasperation. "Those last few minutes nearly cost us our lives. And you now ask us to endure a few more?" Lang Xian refrained from complaining. Si Xiaonan cautioned softly, her dagger still in hand, her gaze warily fixed on the shadows of the hall. "It remains perilous here. We must ensure Dongshu's safety." "I understand," Lang Xian sighed, loading the last bullet into his chamber. His gaze swept across the surroundings, his expression complex and weary. "I simply do not wish to encounter those monsters again. That battle was already enough to give anyone a headache." "Monsters will not appear for the time being," Dongshu murmured, his focus unwavering on the energy apparatus, the flow of blue light gradually stabilizing. "The power of the abyss has been suppressed, and the fissure here is completely sealed, provided no new energy shocks arise. There will be no further enemies for a short time." "But only for a short time," Chen Muye interjected coldly, his gaze scanning the runic walls, his expression still taut. "The power of the abyss will not easily concede. Once the seal is stable, we shall depart." Dongshu nodded, his voice laced with fatigue. "Just a little longer. Once I complete the guidance, we shall retreat immediately." Chen Muye said nothing more, merely nodding. His gaze remained sharp, as if anticipating any sudden change. At that moment, a low, resonant hum suddenly filled the hall. The sound seemed to emanate from deep underground, carrying an ancient and chilling aura that caused the ambient temperature to drop perceptibly. "What is that sound?" Lang Xian straightened abruptly, raising his weapon, his eyes alertly trained on the source of the noise. "It is not the power of the abyss." Li Dongshu's brow furrowed tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the energy apparatus. The blue light of the judge's pen trembled slightly, as if sensing some anomalous energy. It is a fluctuation from within the seal. From within the seal? Si Shunan's voice held a note of confusion. Are you suggesting that there are other entities within the apparatus? Perhaps a remnant energy, Li Dongshu replied softly, his tone tinged with hesitation. The sealing apparatus of the underworld is not merely a simple barrier. It contains many unknown mechanisms. Should a problem arise within the seal, it could jeopardize the stability of the entire apparatus. What can we do? Lung Xian inquired, his brow furrowing, the muzzle of his weapon raised slightly. His gaze fixated on the energy apparatus. Can you repair it? I will attempt to. Li Dongshu inhaled deeply, the blue light of the judge's pen swiftly expanding to envelop the entire apparatus. His focus sharpened, and his movements quickened. Yet, at the instant the blue light fully covered the apparatus, a powerful backlash erupted from within it, forcing Li Dongshu several steps back. His body collided violently with a stone pillar behind him, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Dongshu, Si Xiaonan rushed forward, supporting him, concern evident in her eyes. Are you all right? I am fine. Li Dongshu gritted his teeth, slowly regaining his footing. His gaze remained fixed on the energy apparatus, his expression increasingly grave. It seems the apparatus has been tainted by some form of energy. This is not the power of the abyss, but an existence I cannot fully analyze. Cannot analyze? Chen Muye's brow furrowed, his gaze shifting to the energy apparatus. What is it? If it is unrelated to the abyss, why does it interfere with the seal? It might be some ancient residual power, Li Dongshu murmured, his tone heavy. The seal of the underworld is not perfect. It serves to confine the abyss, but may have absorbed other powers during its operation. This force is currently disrupting the sealing apparatus. Can we still repair it? Lung Xian asked, his voice laced with unease. We can, Li Dongshu nodded, determination glimmering in his eyes. However, I require a stronger guiding force. The energy of the judge's pen is insufficient to fully suppress this interference. I need your assistance. How can we help? Chen Muye inquired directly, his tone resolute. Your weapons have all been imbued with the power of the blue light, Li Dongshu stated, surveying the weapons in their hands. Channel your energies into the apparatus. I will guide them into the core. This fusion can temporarily suppress the interference and provide time for the seal to stabilize. Understood, Chen Muye responded without further hesitation. Drawing his long blade, the blue light flickering along its edge. It all seems rather implausible. Lung Xian muttered under his breath, yet still aimed his weapon at the energy device. However, since they had come this far, they might as well attempt a miracle. Let us begin, Si Xiaonan whispered. Her dagger firmly gripped, her gaze revealing a hint of calmness. As the collective strength of the group converged upon the energy apparatus, Li Dongshu raised the judge's pen once more. Azure light swiftly flowed from his hand into the device, amalgamating the power provided by everyone. The entire apparatus began to tremble violently, the blue light clashing incessantly with the internal disruptive force, producing a jarring hum. Hold on. Li Dongshu gritted his teeth, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. He could feel the disruptive force gradually being subdued, yet the impact surged toward his consciousness like a tsunami, nearly overwhelming him. It's almost done, Chen Muye bellowed, his long sword tightly gripped, the azure light on its blade growing ever brighter. His gaze remained sharp, as if he intended to sever all impending dangers. Eventually, the fluctuations of the disruptive force began to calm, and the radiance of the energy device became stable once more. The entire hall returned to silence, save for the azure light that continued to flow gently around the device. We have succeeded, Li Dongshu gasped, slowly lowering the judge's pen. Though his complexion remained pale, a flicker of relief shone in his eyes. The seal was firmly established. The fissures here would not be reopened. It is finally over. Lung Xian leaned against the wall, exhaling deeply, weariness etched on his face. I thought we were truly done for this time. What shall we do next? Si Xiaonan inquired, her gaze shifting to Chen Muye. We leave, Chen Muye replied quietly, his eyes scanning the surroundings with a cold intensity. Report everything here to headquarters. Though the threat of the abyss has been temporarily suppressed, this is merely the beginning. We still face greater troubles ahead. The group nodded in acknowledgement, swiftly organizing their gear as they departed the sealing hall via the passage. Chapter 90. The return once the seal was secured. The Night Watch team hastily retreated along the path they had come. Each footfall felt slightly heavier, the fatigue from battle weighing upon them, yet their inner vigilance remained undiminished. The air in this forsaken place was thick with the lingering essence of the abyss. Despite the fissures being closed, no one could guarantee that danger would not strike suddenly. We must leave this place quickly. Chen Muye led the way, his long sword always at the ready at his side. His voice was low and composed. We have completed our mission, but our current state cannot withstand another combat. Lung Xian followed behind, a cigarette dangling from his lips, weary yet still alert. He murmured, I don't want to linger here a moment longer. Who knows what other surprises this forsaken place holds. Be quiet and focus on the path, Si Xiaonan gently admonished. Positioned in the middle of the group, her dagger firmly in hand, her eyes scanning the shadows around them. Although the fissures had been sealed, the power of the abyss had not yet dissipated completely. Any negligence could plunge them into peril. Do you think the abyss has other means to reopen the fissures? Lung Xian seemed restless, speaking as he walked. With a seal like this, I feel it's only a matter of time before something goes awry. It's possible. Came Li Dongshu's voice from the back of the group as he leaned against the wall for support, appearing somewhat weakened. The prolonged exertion of guiding the energy of the sealing device had nearly drained his vitality, yet his eyes remained clear. The power of the abyss is exceptionally tenacious, akin to water seeping through stone. If we deny it any opportunity, it will take a long time for it to breach the seal again. However, should any human interference arise, such as the involvement of the cult of the ancient gods, the fissures may swiftly reopen. Thus, our mission might merely be a temporary reprieve. Chen Muye remarked coldly, his gaze still sharp as a blade. If headquarters fails to adopt more effective measures, the collapse of the seal is merely a matter of time. Long Xian clicked his tongue. What a bunch of lunatics. Who dares to provoke the abyss? Those from the cult of the ancient gods must have mold in their brains. What they pursue is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. The cult of the ancient gods believes the abyss is the only truth. Their faith is rooted in a desire for power and eternity. In their eyes, our efforts to halt the abyss equate to obstructing the arrival of truth. Li Dongshu replied softly, a hint of fatigue in his tone. Truth? Long Xian scoffed. If such a thing could devour them all, that would indeed be fair. Silence. Chen Muye interrupted their conversation, raising his hand to signal everyone to halt. His gaze was fixed intently on the passage ahead, his expression suddenly turning grim and taut. Something is approaching. The air seemed to freeze in an instant, the surrounding silence growing more oppressive. The end of the passage was shrouded in darkness. A darkness that appeared denser than before, as if concealing some unknown threat. Prepare for battle, Chen Muye commanded quietly, drawing his longsword. Its blade glinting coldly in the azure light. Lung Xian swiftly raised his firearm, aiming into the depths of the darkness. How can there still be living beings here? I thought these things would have been cleared out after sealing the fissures. Do not let your guard down, Li Dongshu frowned, the judge's pen faintly glowing, forming a weak barrier of blue light before him. This may be the residual power of the abyss retaliating after the fissures were closed. They are unwilling to be entirely sealed away. Moments later, a low, guttural roar indeed echoed from the darkness, reminiscent of countless vengeful spirits wailing in unison, a sound that sent shivers down their spines. Subsequently, a distorted shadow emerged from the gloom. Its form appeared to be composed of thick black mist, irregular in shape. Yet it was discernible that it possessed 4 limbs, barely resembling a monstrous silhouette. It is a remnant of the abyss, Si Xiaonan murmured, her gaze coldly fixed upon the creature. Her dagger twirled slightly in her grasp, ready for action. This creature is not particularly strong, Li Dongshu assessed, a note of discernment in his tone. Its power pales in comparison to that of the previous Fisher Guardians, yet its intent is clearly to delay us. Then let us eliminate it, Chen Muye declared coolly, his longsword slicing through the air as he unleashed a fierce arc of blade energy toward the shadow. The blade energy cleaved through the air, striking the shadow with force, tearing it asunder. However, the severed shadow did not dissipate. Instead, it quickly reformed in the air. Growing larger, it emitted a low growl and suddenly lunged at the team. It can regenerate? Lung Xian cursed under his breath, bullets erupting from his firearm, precisely hitting the shadow's head. Yet, as in previous encounters, physical attacks seemed to have little effect. Do not waste your ammunition, Li Dongshu said quietly. The blue light of the judge's pen rapidly concentrating in his hand, transforming into a beam that shot directly at the shadow's core. The beam pierced through the shadow's body, eliciting a shrill scream as it began to disintegrate rapidly. Its core is quite fragile. A light energy attack can shatter it, Li Dongshu noted, his tone laced with fatigue. This creature is merely stalling for time. We must not allow it to impede our retreat. Understood. Si Xiaonan's form darted like lightning, her dagger, suffused with a faint azure light, precisely stabbing into the shadow's reconstituted core. The shadow let out another shriek before ultimately dissipating into a wisp of black mist. Proceed onward. Do not waste any more time. The team swiftly adjusted their formation, continuing down the passage. As they moved, the black mist in the corridor gradually thinned, and the blue light on the runic walls began to flicker once more, as if guiding them toward their exit. We are nearing the exit. A hint of relief permeated Li Dongshu's voice, as he sensed the familiar air of the outside world drawing closer, allowing him to relax slightly. At long last, they emerged from the end of the passage. The feeling of sunlight returning brought a collective sigh of relief. The sky outside remained overcast, thick clouds shrouding the earth. Yet in stark contrast to the darkness of the forbidden ruins, the outside world was evidently far more comforting. Finally, they were free. Lung Xian exhaled deeply. Resting his weapon on his shoulder, the fatigue etched on his face was undeniable. This mission truly made me question my existence. The mission is not yet complete. Chen Muye remarked coldly, his gaze fixed on the distant sky, revealing a hint of profound concern. We have merely stabilized the seal temporarily. The threat of the abyss is far from quelled. What lies ahead will only grow more complex. Let us continue. Li Dongshu nodded, despite his lingering weakness. His gaze remained resolute. The task may be accomplished, but our war is just beginning. The team set forth on their return journey behind them. The forbidden ruins gradually enveloped in a blue luminescence. Chapter 91. Crisis beneath the shadowy sky. The Night Watch team traversed the desolate mountain path. Although they had successfully closed the rift in the forbidden ruins, the repercussions of this battle had yet to subside. Each member's body was weary from the relentless skirmishes, their expressions burdened with a complex heaviness. The oppressive aura of the forbidden ruins had been left behind, yet its lingering shadow loomed over their hearts. Li Dongshu walked at the center of the formation, his steps slightly unsteady, his pallor still evident. He fought to maintain his composure, the judge's pen hovering at his side, emanating a faint azure glow. While the sealing device had stabilized, he was acutely aware that the true peril of this mission was merely beginning. She, too, was utterly fatigued, yet she remained highly vigilant, her gaze frequently scanning the surroundings for any unforeseen dangers. It's all right. Li Dongshu gently shook his head, his voice somewhat weak. Yet his eyes retained their steely resolve. I can still endure. Although the rift's seal has fortified, its residual energy remains. Should the cult of the ancient gods make another move, our efforts could be utterly undone. You mean the cult of the ancient gods may not have given up? Lung Xian, positioned at the rear of the group, rested his weapon on his shoulder, irritation evident in his tone. Are they out of their minds? The abyss nearly consumed us. Do they still wish to stir up trouble? In their eyes, the power of the abyss is supreme, Li Dongshu murmured. His gaze fixed on the dim sky, his expression grave. No matter how we intervene, they will exhaust every effort to open more rifts. Even awakening the core power of the abyss directly. Awakening the core of the abyss? Xishao's brow furrowed slightly, disbelief lacing her voice. Do they not realize that would obliterate the entire world? They are aware, yet they remain indifferent, Li Dongshu replied slowly, his voice deep and frigid. The cult of the ancient gods venerates not life, but rather some existence that transcends the mundane. Their faith is rooted in the abyss. They believe that upon its arrival, this world will be entirely purified, with them emerging as rulers of the new realm. Rulers of a new world? They are nothing but madmen, Lang Xian scoffed, disdain dripping from his tone. If the abyss truly descends, both they and we would be devoured. Who would care about a new world then? Such is their belief. Li Dongshu sighed, a hint of helplessness in his gaze. Faith, no matter how absurd, once rooted in the human heart, is exceedingly difficult to alter. They will not relent. Thus, our mission is to thwart them, regardless of the cost, Chen Muye stated coldly, his voice slicing through the oppressive atmosphere like a blade. His eyes remained fixated ahead, as if ready to embrace the next battle at any moment. The team pressed onward, the mountain path growing increasingly steep beneath their feet, the vegetation becoming sparse, replaced by exposed black rock. The air still bore a hint of chill, despite their distance from the forbidden ruins. Yet, the oppressive sensation from the abyss seemed to linger in each heart. Not long after, Lang Xian abruptly halted, his gaze alertly fixed ahead. His action caused the entire team to come to a standstill. What is the matter? Chen Muye inquired, his demeanor sharpening, hand poised on the hilt of his weapon. There appears to be something ahead, Lang Xian whispered, raising his gun, its muzzle directed at a massive rock not far away. I think I heard something. The team swiftly fell into a defensive posture. Xishaoning gripped her dagger tightly, her form slightly leaning forward. Li Dongshu raised the judge's pen, its blue light flickering in his grasp, providing a faint layer of protection for the squad. Lung Xian, are you certain? Chen Muye asked in a hushed tone, his eyes not straying from the front. There is definitely something moving, Lung Xian replied, a hint of caution in his voice. His finger lightly rested on the trigger, his eyes fixed intently on the shadow behind the rock. Just then, a dark figure suddenly leaped forth from behind the stone. It was a grotesquely contorted monster, its body comprised of thick black mist, eyes gleaming with a sinister crimson light. Its movements were alarmingly swift, lunging directly at the center of the team. It's a remnant of the abyss, Li Dongshu shouted, as the blue light from the judge's pin instantly morphed into a barrier, shielding against the monster's advance. Chen Muye acted even quicker, his long blade slicing through the air with a fierce whoosh, aimed directly at the creature. The monster emitted a piercing shriek as its body was cleaved in two, yet before long, it began to reconstitute itself. How did this thing reappear? Long Xian muttered curses under his breath while firing. Bullets struck the creature accurately, yet seemed to have little effect on its actions. It's likely due to the residual power left after the rift's closure, Dongshu remarked. His gaze remained fixed on the creature. Blue light surging once more from the judge's pin, forcefully restraining its movements. Such beings lack true consciousness. They are merely extensions of the abyss's energy. As long as we concentrate our efforts on attacking its core, we can eradicate it entirely. Where's its core? Si Xiaonan asked quietly, her dagger spinning in her hand. Her gaze sharp as an eagle-ass. The chest, Dongshu swiftly assessed, urgency lacing his voice. Strike it with light energy to directly obliterate its core. Without hesitation. Si Xiaonan darted like a wraith around the monster, her dagger shimmering with a faint blue light, piercing accurately into the creature's chest. The monster let out a heart-wrenching scream as its body began to disintegrate rapidly, ultimately dissipating into a wisp of black mist. We don't know if there are any other remnants. We must leave this place. Chen Muye advised quietly, his eyes scanning the surroundings with cold scrutiny. This is not a place to linger. We must reach the safety zone swiftly. The group nodded, quickly realigning their formation, continuing toward the end of the mountain path. Along the way, they encountered no further enemies, yet each member remained on high alert. A vast open plain appeared before them, and in the distance, the outline of Cangnan City could be faintly discerned. Despite the sky's continued gloom, the familiar sight brought a sense of relief to everyone. The mission is complete. Yet the war is far from over, Dongshu stated slowly. His gaze remained fixed on the distant city, a hint of complexity in his expression. The threat of the abyss still looms. There is much yet to be done. Then let us proceed, Chen Muye declared coldly, determination shining in his eyes. We must be prepared for the battles ahead.